Behold, after a celebratory gathering, YeFan, who successfully passed the civil service examination, finds himself unceremoniously cast aside by friends at the seaside, only to be transported into the world of pirates. At the onset, he activates a super lottery system, fortuitously winning Lucis ice magic. Famished and disoriented, he ventures to the Windmill village's Magicin tavern, where the benevolent Magicin not only provides him with a meal, but also prepares a bath and fresh clothes. Chapter 1. Strengthening the waist by 10 at the sign-in point. Awakening the innate kidney body. Sign-in point for increasing any body part by 10 centimeters. May all readers encounter the purest of experiences. Gazing at the vast expanse of the ocean, YeFan is utterly bewildered. The pungent scent of the sea evokes the phrase, "Do you enjoy the salty breeze of the ocean?" "Who am I? Where am I? What the hell?" he exclaims, a quintessential expression of a true Chinese. Who the hell is joking, tossing me to the seaside? Damn you, brother Jia. This is utterly unreliable. Last night, his friends had gathered to celebrate his achievement in passing the civil service exam, a remarkable feat for a recent graduate. In his exuberance, he consumed nearly half a bottle of liquor. Brother Jia had suggested he either be taken home or to a hotel, only to end up here instead. Wait a moment. YeFan suddenly realizes Ningen City has no ocean, not even a large lake. So where is this place? He clutches his head, pain surging as if it were about to split. Images flash chaotically in his mind, memories of a young boy's life unfolding like a film. He is not merely an observer, but a participant. The boy shares his name, YeFan, full name Ostrovsky D. YeFan. Huff, huff. After an indeterminate amount of time, he breathes heavily, the pain finally subsiding. Reluctantly, he must accept it has traversed worlds, to the beloved realm of pirates from his past life. Though he also enjoyed anime, like Rebooting Life and White Beast, he has no inclination to ponder such matters now. What the hell am I supposed to do? The inhabitants here are monstrous. A 5 or 6-year-old child can slay a tiger with bare hands. How is an inexperienced youth like him supposed to adapt? YeFan rushes to the water's edge to view his reflection, only to be further dismayed. His tall and strikingly handsome, with defined features, high cheekbones, a sharp chin, hair as dark as diamonds, and resolute amber eyes. Being handsome here is perilous. The world of pirates is rife with alluring female pirates. How could his slender frame possibly withstand their grasp? The thought of a grim fate, of being discarded into the sea to feed the fish, sends a chill down his spine. In a panic, he rummages through his memories for clues. Windmill Village. Orphan. Wait, isn't this the village where Luffy spent his childhood? The crux of the matter is that he cannot even speak the local tongue, nor can he find a compatriot. He desperately wishes to know the year and Luffy's age. The original YeFan bore no memories of his parents, nor knowledge of how he perished. YeFan can only conclude that this unfortunate fellow has been engulfed by him, and now this body belongs to him. Two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain, and the same applies to bodies, with rare exceptions. Just as YeFan intends to investigate the village, a notification sounds, ding. System loading. Point 10.50.70. Loading successful. The super lottery system is at your service, detecting the host divergence from this world. Sakura language patch downloading. Download successful. Why YeFan suddenly felt an unprecedented mastery of the local vernacular. Are you in a hurry? Kawaii. One cry, one treasure. No teeth. With a fluent tongue, he effortlessly navigated the language barrier. He had initially presumed that the system operated on a lottery basis using points or berries, but upon inspection, he discovered a grand wheel divided into segments, with prizes consisting entirely of stunning women. Beside the wheel, an inscription read, "One spin for 100 million berries. Winning a character grants you one of their abilities." The twist was that for 1 billion berries, one could exchange for a character who possessed an independent personality yet remained utterly obedient, harboring an innate affection for you. Wow. YeFan's mouth gaped in astonishment, saliva nearly dripping. There were characters from One Piece, such as Boa Hancock, from Naruto, like Kushina Uzumaki, and from Food Wars, like Irina Nakiri. Hundreds of segments filled with an array of anime heroines. Not only was Kushina available from Naruto, but also Hinata and Sakura if you were to draw Hancock. Wouldn't that render him a twin to her counterpart in the original world? What thrilled him most was the fact that beginners were granted one free spin. With his current state of utter poverty, gathering 100 million berries would take an eternity, might not even live to see that day. This free opportunity was nothing short of a lifeline. Absolutely splendid. Eagerly, YeFan activated the lottery. The wheel spun at lightning speed, only slowing down upon command. Stop! As the wheel gradually came to a halt, He glanced at the character he had drawn and burst into laughter. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn Lucy Heartfilia from Fairy Tale, gaining the Ice Demon Slayer magic. YeFan was astounded by his remarkable fortune. The Ice Demon Slayer magic not only allowed him to manipulate ice, but also to absorb the ice of his adversaries to grow stronger. Wasn't this akin to being the nemesis of Aokiji? The opponent's ice fruit would be of no use against him. Rather, it would serve to empower him. Although he had become stronger, YeFan was acutely aware of his shortcomings. His physical skills were dreadfully lacking. However, as a reincarnated soul, the original body of Ostrovsky D, YeFan had a solid foundation, and with diligent practice, he was certain to improve. Gazing at the surging sea, he felt the urge to showcase his newfound abilities. Approaching the shoreline, a mere thought allowed him to freeze several splashes into exquisite ice sculptures truly magnificent. He then absorbed the ice, converting it into energy within him. Having just employed his freezing abilities, YeFan felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Now replenishing his energy felt infinitely more comfortable. This power relied on his own strength. The stronger he became, the more adept he would be. This also subtly indicated just how weak he currently was. Uncertain of his own capabilities, YeFan resolved to bide his time and cultivate his strength. Though Aokiji's ice fruit posed no threat to him, the man's mastery of hockey and martial prowess rendered YeFan a mere novice in comparison. He could only endure blows, lacking the speed and strength to compete. Gurgle. His stomach grumbled eagerly. He realized that even the strongest must eat. It was the perfect opportunity to venture into the village and inquire about the current timeline. Though he was without funds, the villagers of Windmill Village, as depicted in anime, were known for their kindness, especially the gentle and cheerful Ms. Makino, who would undoubtedly offer him some food upon seeing his plight. Surrounded by lush greenery, the soft grass beneath his feet, and the invigoratingly fresh air, he reflected on the absurdity of his previous life, where his homeland, Blue Star, irresponsibly discharged nuclear waste into the sea, dragging the entire world into despair. It was indeed ironic. Perhaps the fish in the ocean had mutated, truly becoming sea kings. This pirate world is quite unlike Blue Star. It is indeed spherical. The red land encircles the globe, dividing it into two halves, while the Grand Line spirals vertically, delineating the four seas of the east, south, west, and north. The latter part of the Grand Line is known as the New World, where the West Sea and North Sea converge, presenting an erratic climate fraught with peril and ruled by the four emperors. Government has no say here. However, for YeFan at present, such matters seem distant. He is solely focused on filling his belly. All around him are windmills, which is why this place is called Windmill Village. As he arrives at the entrance of the Magicin Tavern, his appearance is rather disheveled, eliciting disdainful glances from passersby. His pockets, however, are emptier than his face, and he is unsure how to enter. At that moment, a lovely lady with deep green hair and a headscarf emerges from within. Her smile radiating warmth. She is none other than Magicin, just as enchanting as depicted in the anime. Magicin regards the scruffy youth, who resembles a younger Luffy, and memories of Luffy's early days flood her mind, alongside thoughts of the late Sabo and Ace, who set sail just a couple of years prior. YeFan opens his mouth to speak, but hesitates. Asking for a free meal feels too awkward. Magicin perceives the complexity in his gaze, quickly understanding his predicament. Gurgle. His stomach grumbles audibly, causing YeFan to feel embarrassed to the tips of his toes. Ha ha ha. Magicin laughs heartily. Come in. I shall prepare something for you. Without granting YeFan a chance to protest, she heads to the kitchen, sparing his dignity. Starved and embarrassed, YeFan steels himself to enter the tavern inside. It is immaculately clean, devoid of patrons, clearly indicating closing time. He shamelessly finds a place to sit, his stomach still urging him on. Soon enough, Magicin brings forth roasted chicken and fried rice, placing them before him. YeFan devours the meal ravenously as the master of ice magic. This warmth is merely a drop in the ocean. Watching him eat, Magicin is reminded of those three boys from years past. Eat slowly. If it's not enough, there's more. What is your name? After a few hearty bites, YeFan looks up at her, feeling a warmth from this gentle, kind older sister. My name is Ostrovsky D, YeFan. Upon hearing the D, Magicin pauses momentarily, just like Ace and Luffy. Such a fateful connection. She returns with a drink. Take your time. Noticing his unkempt appearance, she prepares warm water for him to wash up and even offers clothes left by Ace and Luffy to change into. YeFan contemplates that although the East Sea may be weak, it is relatively safe, being Luffy's homeland where the people are exceptionally kind. Once satiated, he wishes to inquire about Luffy's circumstances, deduce the timeline, and then embark on rigorous training. Those with the initial D in their names are undoubtedly extraordinary, and his original self must be no less. He needs to master physical combat, and hockey relying solely on the lottery system for rewards is too uncertain, and who knows when fortune will smile upon him again. As Magino prepares the bathwater, she sees YeFan has finished eating. Are you full? The bathwater and clothes are ready. YeFan glances at his filthy state and realizes he indeed needs a wash. Magino is remarkably perceptive. Such a wonderful woman stirs feelings within him after all. Age has its advantages, and the more years, the more value. His gaze towards Magino carries a hint of warmth. Marquino felt as if she were being devoured by his gaze, her face flushing a deep crimson. You little rascal, hurry up and wash. With her cheeks still burning, she dashed out of the tavern to regain her composure. She found it puzzling that she felt shy under the scrutiny of a mere boy. Perhaps it was the age of marriage, approaching the old adage that one is as fierce as a wolf at 30 and as ferocious as a tiger at 40 might hold some truth. Only after she had departed did YeFan realize he may have overstepped his bounds. Yet, her lack of anger left him wondering if there was still hope. Upon entering the inner room, he was greeted by a large wooden tub emitting steam. This was the bathing method of an ordinary household. He quickly disrobed, glancing at his own emaciated form that resembled that of a monkey, lacking any allure. Ah, how delightful! Submerged in the tub, all his exhaustion vanished, and he promptly succumbed to slumber. This left Marquino in a state of distress as she waited outside for an interminable duration. Why is this little rascal taking so long? Initially, she had intended to tidy up and take a short rest, planning to reopen in a few hours, but the outcome was quite different. An hour passed with no response. YeFan, are you done washing up? YeFan, no reply, and Marquino was panicking. He had looked so disheveled earlier. Could he have been injured and fainted? Bursting into the tavern, she saw YeFan unconscious in the wooden tub. YeFan didn't tease, snore, or bubble while sleeping, which made Marquino anxious. She stepped forward to shake him, and when she touched him, his breathing was quite regular. Huh? What's going on? YeFan was jolted awake, groggily seeing the flustered Marquino. Marquino, how did you get in here? When Marquino realized he was awake, she quickly remembered he had been asleep, and her face turned bright red. Earlier, when he first woke up, her gaze had wandered and she accidentally saw something she shouldn't have. Unexpectedly, this kid was young but quite capable. She turned and ran away again, leaving YeFan confused. What is going on? But the water temperature had cooled, and he was almost done washing, feeling quite comfortable. After this nap, YeFan felt refreshed. Taking a shower really could revive someone. After putting on his clothes and looking in the mirror, he thought he looked quite handsome. Not narcissistic, but with this appearance. Even Chicken Brother would have to step aside on Blue Star. Stepping out, he saw Marquino sitting at the front desk. Marquino, can I ask you something? He wanted to know the timeline most, as it related to his upcoming plans. Since he had crossed into this world, he had to make a big career. Otherwise, what was the difference from being a salted fish? Marquino smiled and nodded. Go ahead and ask. In this pirate world, it was hard to find someone like her who always wore a kind smile. Do you know Luffy? YeFan quickly asked. If Luffy had been at sea for 2 years and had already entered the New World, then intercepting Nami and Robin would be too late. Their bonds were too deep, and he wouldn't be able to get involved. If he hadn't gone to sea or had just set sail, he still had a chance. YeFan also wanted to form a pirate crew. It would be exciting to have powerful partners. Luffy, he just set sail yesterday. I was worried about him. Marquino said, full of concern. She considered Ace and Luffy as her younger brothers. Luffy was only 17 years old, and the outside world was so dangerous. Both boys wanted to become Pirate King, and she had worried a lot since they left. YeFan felt delighted. Timing is everything. This was perfect. He could go straight to Orange Town, Cocoa Village, help Nami deal with the dragon, and then recruit a reliable navigator. He could also, however, he felt a bit hesitant. With his current ice magic, could he defeat the dragon? His body was too weak, the ice wasn't hard enough, and he couldn't unleash the full power of his magic. It would be great if he could draw another prize. You know Luffy? Marquino was a bit stunned. Of course. We've been friends for years. YeFan patted his chest. Luffy had accompanied him through quite a few days in school. They were good buddies. That's great. Marquino was particularly happy and couldn't help but ask, do you also want to go to sea and become a pirate? After all, Ace, Luffy, and Sabo all had this idea. Being a pirate was the mainstream profession in this world. Absolutely. Ace and Luffy have gone to sea. Can I fall behind? A great era has come. How could I miss such a good opportunity? There are treasures and beauties waiting for me. YeFan was exactly a good person. But he was a bad guy either. His principle was simple. If others don't offend me, I'll offend them. Things I want, I'll go to great lengths to get. Good luck. Here, S100,000 berries. Take it and buy some food on the way. Makino took a wad of money from the counter and placed it on the table. This money was hard-earned for the tavern owner and took a long time to save up. YeFan initially didn't want it, but Makino pressed him. Take it. If you meet Luffy and Ace, please send my regards. They're in danger. If you can help, please do, I beg you. After saying that, she deeply bowed. Makino had already regarded YeFan as a younger brother, and this money was like a sister-esque support. YeFan accepted it. Don't worry, I'll definitely bring it. He calculated in his heart that during the Marineford War, he would conveniently save Ace. He had always felt it was a shame he died when watching the anime. And now that he was here, he had to fulfill that promise. Exiting the tavern, YeFan headed straight for the port at Windmill Village, where many fishing boats were docked. He remembered Luffy had drifted to Shell's Town back then, fooling Zoro onto the ship. According to the timeline, Luffy was currently hiding in a barrel, drifting for a day, and encountering a whirlpool. YeFan didn't need to chase him. He could just go directly to Orange Town, and in a couple of days, Nami would naturally steal Buggy's navigational chart. Hey, do you know how to get to Orange Town? The fisherman, being well-informed, surely knew the way. The fisherman looked at him. Sensing he wasn't a bad person, head southeast at a 25-degree angle. The third island is it. But there were no reference points at sea. Knowing the direction was useless. He needed a compass or a navigational tool. The East Sea wasn't the Grand Line. The magnetic field was stable, and ordinary tools would work. With the 100,000 berries he just received, he immediately spent 20,000 to buy a small boat and a compass, set the direction, and set off. This was YeFan's first time rowing a small boat, and it would take a day to reach. Departing in the afternoon, he planned to rest at night. Traveling at night was too dangerous. He also intended to rob the rich and help the poor on the first island. There must be wealthy landowners oppressing the common people, and helping out, taking a bit of treasure, wasn't too much to ask, right? Not knowing the hardships of running a household, winning a prize of 100 million berries, he was short on money, extremely short. Thus, YeFan embarked on his journey, starting his great maritime era. Sitting in a small boat, staring at the endless sea, he felt deep respect. Only sea, still sea. He focused on rowing southeast at a 25-degree angle, and his arms were about to give out. But during breaks, he noticed the swelling had gone down, and he felt a bit stronger. As expected, the D family had no waste. They were known as the nemesis of gods, and training was effective. As night approached, he finally spotted the outline of an island. He had had enough of this rickety small boat. Once on the island, he must borrow a bigger ship to avoid suffering on the way to Orange Town. A few dozen meters from the shore, YeFan wanted to show off his skills, ice forming under his feet, taking a step and absorbing it, cycling without consuming. But his strength wasn't enough, and he directly fell into the sea, becoming a drenched chicken. He sighed helplessly. Ice control was no problem. The system had given him mastery. But his body couldn't keep up. His mind understood, but his hands couldn't do it. Finally reaching the shore, the beach was covered with fine white sand, and the sea breeze made a rustling sound, harmonizing with the sound of the waves, like a symphony with nature. As night fell, the small town was quite lively. YeFan dried his clothes and walked towards the island. YeFan casually found a restaurant, ordered dessert, and inquired about the situation, checking which forces dominated here, hoping to borrow some money, since they would never run out of it. At the next table, a few people were complaining. Have you heard? The Otto family raised taxes again. Life is unbearable. Who says otherwise? But they're the most domineering in town. We common people can't compete. They have guns. What can we do? Enough talk, let us drink. Upon hearing this, YeFan thought, great, the target is the Otto family. The food here wasn't as delicious as Makino's. After paying 2,000 berries for the meal and confirming the location of the Otto family, he took immediate action. Masking? No need. Once you come out to mix, you'll eventually show your face. The Otto family called the shots here. Having guns gave them confidence, and they bullied everyone without mercy. Every month they slipped money to the Navy, and the Navy just turned a blind eye, let alone if they weren't pirates. Even if they were, as long as the money was right, it could be negotiated. Those in the know understood. The family head, Otto Ron, was enjoying the nightlife. Ever since he got close to the Arlong pirates, the family had taken off. Here, he was the boss. This guy was so fat he looked like he was oozing, his face full of wrinkles, and his small eyes were filled with treachery. He was ugly and fat, but lived in luxury, flanked by two beautiful women with fair skin. Beautiful faces and alluring figures, all looking reluctant, clearly forced. "Come here. Don't forget you are my slaves." The two women trembled as they approached, and what was about to happen was obvious. This world was all about the survival of the fittest. The strong could do whatever they wanted. YeFan arrived at the entrance of the Otto family, observing the guards who were all slacking off, playing cards, smoking, and slacking off, showing no vigilance. Having lived in comfort for too long, no one dared to provoke them. YeFan's gaze darkened, and an aura of coldness erupted from him, like a spirit that had jumped out of ice and snow. The cold air spread, and the surroundings instantly turned into an icy domain. The guards had no chance to resist and were all frozen into ice sculptures, unable to move, a chilling aura enveloping the entire scene. As he walked in, the woman's screams grew louder, especially piercing in the night, but no one around cared. They were used to it. This is the pirate world. Beautiful women without strength or background have a predictable fate. Bang! Lotteryand was whipping a slave when he suddenly heard the door open and exploded with rage. "Who is it? Don't you know not to disturb me at this time?" He wanted to see who was so blind that he had to deal with them. This guy was obsessed with beauty and had been unable to perform for a year, trying all sorts of tricks to no avail, twisted inside, and took out his frustrations on beautiful women, finding amusement in their screams. In the darkness, YeFan slowly walked up to him. Ron saw a little brat in front of him and looked disdainful. These guards were useless. They couldn't even keep an eye on a child. "Kid, how did you get in? You want to die?" Before he could finish his sentence, Ron saw a scene that made his soul flee. YeFan's cold aura surged, and an icy breath shot up from the ground towards Ron. "Freeze!" In the blink of an eye, Ron was turned into a lifelike ice sculpture, his words stuck in his throat. YeFan couldn't freeze someone to the point of shattering yet, but he could immobilize them. No problem. Then he turned to the two women huddled in the corner, their exposed skin making him swallow hard. The two women trembled in fear. "Don't kill me. Don't kill me." Their voices shook like chaff, afraid they would die at any moment. YeFan came for the berries, and he had no time to care about this. People are the least valuable in the pirate world. What kind of shady business is there in the Sabati archipelago? Women, mermaids, as long as they're valuable, someone will buy them. In the room, all the gold and jewels, anything valuable, was packed up. The system could exchange them for berries based on their value. He captured a live little brother, forced him to reveal the treasure location, and then sent him to reunite with his crew. No need to thank him. YeFan just loves doing good deeds. Otherwise, why come to this world? With a change in mindset, everything became different. Human nature is hard to explain. The room was dimly lit, but the ground was covered in gold coins and jewels sparkling blindingly. Gems adorned the walls, shining beautifully. There was a large treasure chest that, when opened, revealed piles of gold bars, silverware, and jewelry, dazzling YeFan to the point where he could barely open his eyes. How much wealth had to be plundered for this? System recycle. The treasures in the room visibly disappeared, leaving the room so empty that even a mouse passing by would leave a grain of rice. YeFan watched as his system balance skyrocketed, 10 million, 20 million, eventually stopping at 54. 32 million berries, enough for half a lottery draw. Money is hard to earn, and it's no easy task. Tomorrow, he would arrive at Orangetown and borrow some from the clown buggy. That should be enough. Maybe even have some left over. After all, Buggy is a devil fruit user. His resources must be thicker than this. And there is also nearly 100 million berries buried under the orange orchard in Cocoa Village by Nami. Now he could draw twice. YeFan was already looking forward to what good things he might get. Exchange characters? Forget it. A billion berries is too expensive. DLL, think about it. When he has money. Over at Orangetown, Nami, with brown eyes and short orange hair, suddenly sneezed. Achoo! Little did she know that the treasure she buried had already been targeted. Nami now was not as explosive as she would be 2 years later, but she was still impressive. YeFan originally liked long hair, but in the early morning, the sun climbed above the horizon, casting golden light over the sea, turning it into a shimmering gold. The clouds were dyed in a gradient of pink and orange, incredibly beautiful. The surface of the sea sparkled, and a gentle breeze created ripples, resembling a flowing painting. YeFan looked down on the ships at the port. They were too ordinary, unworthy of him. The commotion on the island had nothing to do with him. It was merely that the residents discovered the Ostrovsky family had been wiped out, leaving only 2 survivors turned into ice sculptures. The instigator, YeFan, was spending 100,000 berries to have a fisherman with a bigger boat take him to Orangetown. 100,000 berries may not sound like much, but for a commoner, it was 10 days' worth of income. The fisherman was overjoyed, and they could arrive by noon and return in the afternoon. YeFan didn't waste time on the boat. He began training directly. Just the most basic push-ups. A genius never wastes a moment. He rolls up whenever he has time. YeFan lifted his body, supporting himself with his hands, and started working hard. The boat rocked violently, making it harder to maintain balance. Every movement had to be stabilized extra. His muscles stretched and relaxed in the sea breeze, feeling exhilarating. Before crossing over, he was a weakling, struggling to do 10 push-ups and could only manage 2 or 3 pull-ups. And that was with a jump. But now, 1, 2, 325, 326. The more he did, the more excited he became, unable to stop. The old man beside him was dumbfounded. Was this human? With that physical quality, his future wife was going to suffer. He had thought YeFan was extraordinary, and now it was confirmed. YeFan had no idea what lactic acid was. Training at this stage had fantastic effects. In the later stages, he would have to rely on fighting to level up, growing stronger with each battle, just like Luffy, getting stronger as he fought. As for a master, Kaido, Katakuri, and the Flower Soldier Goro were the true teachers. Rayleigh? Forget it. After 2 years, he only learned a bit. Following the real big shots, he leveled up directly in less than a day. 998, 999, 1,000. Sweat poured down like rain, splattering on the deck, soaking the wood. The sea breeze blew by, bringing a bit of coolness but also emphasizing his fatigue. His arms shook like chaff. On the verge of collapse, it felt like he was carrying 1,000 pounds. Every movement took his breath away, but he was still pushing through. This was a contest with himself, a challenge to his limits. If he made it through, his body would undergo a qualitative change. 1,012. Now, one push-up felt like he was pressing against the 5 Elements mountain. Breathing heavily, his heartbeat raced with the rhythm, his vision blurred, the sea view shrouded in mist. He had reached his limit. YeFan couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed onto the deck. His clothes were soaked, sticky yet a bit cool. His body was exhausted, and he closed his eyes to take a deep breath. His heart was still racing, but he felt completely relaxed, without the strength to struggle. The sea breeze brushed against his face, as if soothing his fatigue, and the sound of the waves in his ears told of the vastness of the sea. YeFan felt inexplicably comfortable. His body was almost depleted, yet his heart was satisfied and calm. This was the feeling of becoming stronger, absolutely exhilarating. The old boatman saw that he finally stopped after practicing for several hours. This willpower could definitely achieve great things. A generation of heroes, undoubtedly with great ambitions. If YeFan knew the old man's thoughts, he would burst out laughing. What supported him wasn't anything else but all the women, Nami, Hancock, Tushan, Yaya, Celestine. With them around, he had to hold on. Why did he come to this world? Shout out loud, exactly that. Dare to give a second answer? Sorry, YeFan openly despises you. After resting for 10 minutes, YeFan stood up, a ridiculously strong power surging within him. His muscles felt activated, full of strength and vitality. He stood straight, walking with a gust. He stretched out his arms, feeling the firmness of his muscles and the explosive power. Every breath came with vigor. Every step exuded confidence. It felt like he had transformed, full of new vitality. YeFan felt that this strength could allow him to walk sideways in the East Sea. This was his second time feeling so powerful. The first was the system awakening, and this time he broke through his limits, his strength skyrocketing, his body directly renewing. Young man, we've arrived at Orange Town, the old man shouted. YeFan came to his senses, having been moved by himself for a while. He looked up at the coastline. They were almost there. Today was the 3rd day since Luffy set sail, and he was probably still encountering Zoro at the Navy's 153rd branch. As for him, today he was going to catch the little thief Nami. That girl had been lurking in Buggy's crew for so long, just to steal the navigation chart. And now she definitely hadn't been exposed. Thank you, old man. Here S100, 000 berries. YeFan tossed it over, and before the old man could react, he showcased his skills, leaping up, using the newly formed thin eyes for leverage, and then jumping towards Orange Town. Damn! The old man exclaimed a phrase he didn't even understand. YeFan had wanted to try this operation for a long time. He didn't dare before. But now that his strength had improved, it was so easy. With ice magic, he was no longer at a disadvantage. His body was robust. And he was no longer the weakling who fell into the sea yesterday. He felt that taking on Nami and Robin one-on-one would be like child's play. As soon as he got ashore, the only things he could smell were the sea and the fragrance of oranges. There were orange trees everywhere in the distance. No wonder it was called Orange Town, with so many of them. The air was filled with a sweet scent. This was the territory of the clown Buggy. YeFan suspected that this guy had eaten the split fruit and the lucky fruit. Relying on luck, he might accidentally become the pirate king. Don't be fooled by his weakness. He was incredibly skilled with the split fruit, couldn't use hockey, and somehow became one of the 4 emperors before he traveled here. The leader of the Cross Guild. He had 2 big shots under him, Hawkeye and Crocodile, and a bunch of notorious criminals from levels 1 to 4 of Impel down. These ruthless people were willing to follow him. And even Whitebeard had to give him face. Who would believe it was just the bonus from the lucky fruit? YeFan was really curious if Buggy would end up being the Pirate King. What predetermined endings? What Nika forms? Everything was meaningless in front of the great Buggy. There was plenty of time. YeFan wasn't in a hurry. First, he needed to find a place to eat and take a shower. He had been training all morning, was sticky, and hadn't eaten breakfast. He was starving. But he forgot that the Buggy pirates were here, and the residents lived a hard life. Who would open a restaurant? Food was scarce. After searching for a long time, all the taverns were closed. It was quite miraculous that there was Coke in this world. Being able to drink soda was already a blessing compared to other travelers. After all, Oda had been telling stories since the 90s, but Coke had been around since 1886. So it wasn't surprising. Sprite and Fanta were also available, with drinks from before 1999 all present. What the hell? What's going on? All the taverns are closed. YeFan just wanted to take a shower and have a meal. Is it too much to ask? While YeFan was grumbling, 3 dark-skinned, scarred men appeared behind him, brandishing big knives and looking fierce. They saw him as a new face and wanted to make some quick cash. They often borrowed the name of the Buggy Pirates to make money since their boss Buggy was stingy with sharing the loot. Kid, hand over all your money. They looked poor and shabby, but even a mosquito is still meat. As soon as they opened their mouths, YeFan had already sensed it. Although he couldn't use observation hockey, the ice magic made him extremely sensitive to temperature. Human body heat was different from the surroundings, which was like a low-tier version of observation hockey. Turning around to look at the 3, he felt they looked a bit familiar, but couldn't remember where he had seen them. The 3 saw that he didn't react and became annoyed. Hey, we're the Buggy Pirates. Are you scared? The middle-aged man said proudly. This entire Orange Town and its surroundings were their territory. The 2 lackeys were also smug. This kid is scared silly. He hasn't moved at all. Ha ha ha. The rookie must have peed his pants. The 3 were wildly taunting. You have to know that in the East Blue, having a devil fruit was synonymous with being strong. They basically walked around unchecked because the East Blue was the weakest. Suddenly, YeFan remembered. Weren't these the 3 guys who chased after Nami back then? Perfect. They had delivered themselves to him to take him to Buggy's lair. Big brother, is this kid stupid? He asked, smiling while getting robbed. He deserves a beating. I'll take care of him. YeFan was just about to test his strength without using ice magic. Whoosh. With speed far beyond ordinary people, YeFan dashed forward and kicked the 3 men away. They hadn't even reacted before being sent flying by a huge force. YeFan was very satisfied with the effect of using only 30% of his strength. The 2 guys lay on the ground wailing. The one on the left was the most seriously injured, lying flat. The other 2 were spitting blood, several ribs broken. Their eyes filled with fear. What kind of monster was this? They hadn't even reacted before being sent flying. Could he also be a devil fruit user? Please spare us. We're just the errand boys. YeFan sneered. These 2 definitely had blood on their hands. Who among those who died at their hands wasn't innocent? They only bullied the common folk. When they met someone tough, they knelt down. Most pirates were like that. Burning, killing, and looting was their nature. Not many like Luffy's crew. Get up. Take me to your lair. Once we get a Buggy, we'll deal with him together. Buggy can be kept alive. He is more useful alive than dead. Later, he can make a fortune with Buggy Express. A pig needs to be fattened before being slaughtered. The 2 exchanged glances, calculating in their hearts. Once they got to their lair, there were more of them. They would definitely kill this kid. But they pretended to be submissive. Yes, yes, yes. This way. YeFan saw through their clumsy act and was too lazy to expose them. Just a few more minutes alive. Buggy, dressed in clown attire, had a white skull painted on his forehead, blue streaks drawn across his eyes, a big red nose paired with red lipstick, wearing a clown hat, with blue long hair hanging down the sides of the hat. He wore a red and white long-sleeve shirt, a purple scarf, white gloves, blue pants, and clown shoes. A user of the split fruit, thriving in the East Blue, and had amassed quite a treasure. This was his greatest hobby. Near the base, the orange-haired, short-haired girl Nami was secretly observing. She had been squatting here for a long time without an opportunity. These pirates were too stupid to trick. Once she got the navigation chart, she could gather enough to buy Cocoa Village back from Arlong for 100 million berries. Allowing the villagers to live a good life again her eyes filled with determination. "Captain Buggy, help!" YeFan followed the two to the base. As soon as they arrived, they shouted, instantly attracting all the pirates. Nami, hidden in the shadows, looked at YeFan like a ruthless person, and a conflict broke out between them. This was her chance. They had to fight. It would be easier to steal the navigation chart from a bunch of foolish pirates. She thought quickly. The guards would definitely go to watch the commotion. Just the right time to strike. Buggy was looking at the treasure map, planning to go treasure hunting in a few days, when he was disturbed and got furious. "Bastards! What are you making noise about?" He pushed the door open and started yelling. His subordinates hurriedly reported, "Someone has taken our 2 crew members hostage, right outside. Who is so bold? Daring to cause trouble in my territory?" Buggy got angry. No one in the East Blue dared to mess with him. He rushed out with his subordinates, unaware that someone was watching his room. Seeing that everyone had left, with no one left behind, those fools. After waiting a while to confirm it was safe, Nami swaggered into Buggy's room to look for the navigation chart. YeFan was surrounded by a bunch of miscreants, but was not panicking at all. He had been worried someone would run away, but now that everyone was gathered, it was more convenient. "Which one of you unseeing fools is hitting my people?" The crowd parted, and YeFan saw Buggy in clown attire, wearing a pirate hat. This was the so-called great figure from the internet, the future for emperor, wore a round big red nose. YeFan blurted out that nose is really big and round. The surrounding pirates were shocked. All knew the captain hated people mentioning his nose. They were waiting for a good show. Sure enough, Buggy's face turned dark, his eyes blazing, brows furrowed, nostrils flaring like an angry beast. "Bastard! Who dares to say anything about my nose?" His voice was hoarse and threatening, his gaze like a sword ready to swallow YeFan whole. Everyone around stepped back, knowing what happened when the captain got angry. "Go die." Buggy could only split his body to attack, and his big hands rushed over. This little trick made YeFan smile slightly. YeFan unleashed an extremely strong chill, instantly freezing the attacking hands in midair. The crowd was dumbfounded. Buggy looked at the hand, immediately thinking of Akiji, an ice devil fruit user. "You are a devil fruit user?" Buggy gaped in shock, his hand frozen and dropped to the ground. Even though it was split apart, he could still feel the bone-chilling cold. No one in the East Blue had ever heard of such a person. An ice-controlling devil fruit user should have been famous here. The surrounding pirates, except for Kabeji and Moji, all retreated hundreds of steps, afraid of being accidentally injured. But these two were also on high alert, ready to take action at any moment. "I'm not," YeFan said casually. Being strong gave him this confidence, while the 3 earlier felt tremendous pressure. Buggy cursed in his heart. So what if he's a user? Daring to talk about my nose must pay the price. He still had secret weapons. "Kabeji, Moji, go. Kill him." He directed his subordinates while preparing to pull out his weapon. These two dared to come forward, which was commendable bravery. But strength wasn't something that could be managed by courage. "What are you waiting for? Come help me." Buggy wanted to use the buggy ball. A single shot could blow away half a town. But his hand was frozen, and he needed someone to help aim. "Bastard. Let you taste it." Buggy was just about to fire when he looked up and was stunned. Kabaji and Machi were both turned into ice sculptures. One as a lion rider, and the other as a unicycle rider. He was so scared that he instantly fell apart and hurriedly pieced himself back together. With his underlings in the attack range, should he fire the cannon or not? Buggy was in a dilemma, but ultimately felt that his underlings' lives were more important. "Bastard. Just say what you want." This kind of humble pleading was something only Buggy could do. The word bastard was like his catchphrase, cursing anyone he met. "Buggy, Captain." The surrounding pirates were moved to tears. The captain actually softened for the sake of saving his brothers. Men may not shed tears easily, but this was too heartwarming. Buggy himself felt strange. YeFan didn't expect Buggy to have this side, but there were things to take care of. Lead the way, hand over all the treasures. Money had to come first, and everything else could wait. Buggy and the others thought that once he got the money, he would let them go. "Bastard. What's your name?" Buggy stared at YeFan. There was no one as ruthless as him in the East Blue. "Ostrovsky D, República del Yemen. YeFan's simidet." And Buggy gritted his teeth in hatred, but his strength didn't allow it. He just wanted to find the treasure. Everything else was secondary. Buggy led YeFan into the tent, where he had hidden his treasures for many years. But inside the tent, Nami was still flipping through the nautical charts. Having found nothing, she didn't even notice the 2 living people who had come in behind her. "Bastard, who are you?" Buggy roared. This woman had turned the tent upside down, and there was a small package on the ground, clearly having stolen something valuable and was about to sneak away. Nami was anxious. 100 million berries is almost enough to redeem the village. YeFan looked at Nami. Orange hair, long legs, her figure was still developing. she would definitely be stunning in 2 years. A definite masterpiece of God. Official data showed that Nami's level reached J. 98, 58, 88 centimeters. Amazing. When Nami turned around, she saw Bucky fuming, and that troublemaker. How did they get here so fast? Hello. She forced a smile, her mind racing, thinking about how to escape. These two looked formidable, and she definitely couldn't win in a fight. YeFan certainly knew what she was thinking. He was here for Nami. Bucky's treasure? Just borrowing a bit. So he wouldn't have too much to spend. Bucky rolled his eyes inwardly. Before Nami could find an excuse, YeFan spoke first. This is my wife. Saying that, he wrapped his arm around Nami's slim waist. Although Nami was confused, she leaned into his embrace. Hubby. Hearing this made YeFan's heart melt. She called him that voluntarily. He didn't force her. The two were being affectionate, while Bucky stroked his chin, feeling something was off. Wife, this pirate captain is really nice. Take whatever you want. He'll agree, right? Bucky captain? YeFan's words carried a threat, and Bucky dared not refuse. But inwardly he was cursing like crazy, taking my stuff to please your wife. Bastard YeFan. This grudge must be avenged. A gentleman takes revenge 10 years later. Nami's eyes lit up. YeFan was so bold. She continued to look for the nautical charts in front of the two. YeFan opened her package, which was full of jewels and gold, and directly accepted it. This world has so many mysterious powers. Things disappearing out of nowhere is no big deal. Bucky wiped his eyes. The package was gone. He looked at YeFan, and upon meeting his gaze, he instantly understood. It must have been this guy's doing. Finally, Nami found the nautical chart and was overjoyed. But then she turned around and found the treasure was gone. Whereas my stuff? The little money addict was particularly fixated on money, which was related to her experiences. She still didn't know that Arlong had been playing her all along. I helped you keep it. We're family. Why split hairs? YeFan took her hand, pretending to be very affectionate. Bucky watched, gritting his teeth. That nautical chart was his. How important it was for a pirate crew. But with his life in someone else's hands, he could only sigh. Nami was a bit resistant to holding hands, but seeing Bucky, she still used her wife identity to stabilize the situation. She would look for a chance to escape once outside. Little did she know, once on YeFan's pirate ship. Thinking of leaving? No way. She would have to pay the price, and it would be herself as the cost. Bucky, what's the use of this little treasure? Go to your big ship. There must be more there. YeFan didn't believe he had occupied all this time just for this little bit. That package could only be worth over 10 million berries. The Ostrovsky family had given over 50 million, and with Bucky having a fruit and Bucky bomb, he definitely hid the money on the ship. Could a pirate crew not have a ship? When Nami heard this, her eyes sparkled with money symbols. She also wanted to take a look. Maybe she could split some, and her 100 million berries would be complete. Bucky looked at the two with a face twisted in agony. These treasures were what he had accumulated over many years of treasure hunting. He had spent a lot and still had a pile left. How could he bear to part with them? Little did he know, YeFan was not only eyeing the treasure, but also the ship. YeFan couldn't set out without a ship, and since he had a navigator, he needed his own ship to use first and then switch to a better one in Water City later. Poor Bucky was clearly being plotted against, and even his future 2 years later was in YeFan's plan. This way, Bucky's face was filled with reluctance, but his body honestly led the way. His life was at stake. Money was just an external thing. He comforted himself like this, but inwardly he categorized YeFan with Shanks. Both were annoying bastards. Wow, so much money. Bucky led the two to the pirate ship at the Dark Harbor, which was quite large, accommodating hundreds of people without crowding. The ship's flag was a skull with a big red nose and crossbones, clearly Bucky's. Nami looked at the treasure in the cabin, her eyes sparkling. There must be over 100 million berries. Just taking a little would be enough to redeem the village. She directly pounced into the treasure, rolling around and having a blast. YeFan looked at the treasure. He could finally draw lots again. Thank you, Captain Bucky. You're truly a good person. Let us go. He had taken the ship and had to think about his own flag. It needed to be representative, like Bucky's nose or Luffy's straw hat. Huh? Bucky was directly enraged, glaring at YeFan. Was it not enough to have stolen the nautical chart and treasure, but now he wanted the ship too? This was too much. But the next second, with a thud, he knelt down to YeFan. Big brother, please leave me some. Give me the ship too. I earn it all with my hard work. The big man cried sadly, but YeFan remained unfazed. These ill-gotten gains, he had to handle them properly. YeFan picked up a gold coin from the ground and tossed it to him. Bucky was dumbfounded holding the gold coin, looking up at YeFan. Take it and roll, if you don't leave now. YeFan's cold aura surged, making him shiver. Bucky was so scared that he immediately fled. his feet still at the base in Orangetown. YeFan sneered, without threats. Did he really think he was easy to talk to? If it weren't for him still being useful, he would have acted long ago. He squatted down to touch the treasure, and the visible amount of treasure decreased. The system's spinning wheel accumulated rapidly, 70 million, 80 million, 100 million berries. The exciting moment had arrived. Nami was having fun in the treasure pile, completely unaware that the treasure was decreasing. Draw, YeFan urged. The big wheel spun rapidly, making it impossible to see the characters on it, probably to prevent the host from cheating by freezing time. No matter how strong, it couldn't be seen, purely relying on luck. Stop. YeFan closed his eyes, waiting for the prompt sound, hoping for a heavenly ability. The more powerful, the better. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing Naruto, Kushina Uzumaki, gaining the Flying Thunder God technique. FCK. YeFan's current mood could only be described with these two words. Instantly, he understood the usage of the Flying Thunder God and the method to make the seal, feeling like he had opened up his meridians. This was a space ninjutsu, incredible for both offense and escape, even more powerful than the Door fruit. Going into a different space was like Kamui, but not as fast as the Flying Thunder God, which had no distance limit. It just consumed stamina. The farther away, the more it cost. The seal could be set by himself, as long as it was an energy form, just right for handling matters on the island, and could prevent Nami from taking the ship and running away. Now it was stable. YeFan carved a snowflake symbol on the ship's wall. Beautiful girl. Still don't know what your name is? YeFan looked at Nami, who was having a blast in the treasure pile. A little money addict confirmed. Nami felt grateful to him for saving her, but money still needed to be earned. She had no idea that YeFan had already seen through her. She liked money, but she was also kind-hearted, sentimental, and gentle, hating evil as if it were her own enemy. If she ran away, she would definitely set sail back to Cocoa Village to use the money she just gathered to redeem the village. My name is Nami. Thanks for earlier. She noticed that this pirate was interested in her, and it was a good opportunity to take advantage of it. It's okay, you're so cute. Anyone would want to help you. YeFan smiled. I'm going to take care of some business on the island. Wait for me to come back. Nami's heart was overjoyed. This silly pirate actually left on his own. MMHM. She patted her developing chest and promised, I'll wait for you here. I won't go anywhere. She looked quite reliable, but YeFan was clear as day. Her nickname was Little Thief, the sexy Little Wildcat. If she were to speak the truth, YeFan would live stream eating Oreos. But there was a mark on the ship. What was there to be afraid of? Nami looked at YeFan's back, turned her head to glance at the sea. Although he saved me, but don't blame me. Then she sailed straight back to her village. Buggy returned to the base, furious and cursing. Damn YeFan. He robbed me of my years of savings. If I ever run into him, I'll beat him up and steal his treasure and ship. He was so angry he was about to explode, and his subordinates were frightened. How would they leave without a ship? Oh, Buggy, I can hear you from far away. You miss me? A familiar voice scared Buggy into a sweat. Turning around, it was YeFan. He stepped back repeatedly. YeFan, why are you still here? Terrified, he really didn't want to fight, having hidden for so many years. I came back to handle some matters, YeFan said blandly. The three who robbed me, one is done for. The other two should step forward themselves. Don't drag others into it. YeFan's tone was calm, but his words made people's scalps tingle. The two in the crowd, as if being named by the Grim Reaper, were directly paralyzed with fear. They crawled towards Buggy on their knees, hugging his legs and crying out, Captain, save us. We don't want to die. Trembling all over, their spirits were almost broken. This was their only chance of survival. But Buggy was in no position to care for them. Don't drag everyone down. Who told you to provoke someone you shouldn't have? Get lost. Hurry up and die. The people around, fearing to be implicated, turned their backs faster than flipping a book. The previous moment they were calling each other brothers. Now they were cursing. This is human nature at the critical moment. Only thinking of themselves. The two were so stimulated they suddenly stood up, glaring at their so-called brothers, their eyes wild, pointing fingers. Suddenly they clutched their heads, as if bugs were crawling in, or they were being filled with a demonic sound. Puffed. A mouthful of tomato juice spewed out, and they fell straight down, convulsing twice before losing their breath. Wow, they couldn't handle it? Usually they act tough, but now they die so pathetically. What a waste. Just a few words and they're gone. Sir, they're dead. Can you let us off? YeFan didn't expect that he hadn't even move his hands. And these two were already gone, except for two ice sculptures and a silent Buggy. The other crew members were all accomplices. With people dead, YeFan had nothing to stay for. Since they're dead, let us call it even. Buggy, see you next time, bye. As soon as he finished speaking, He disappeared, so fast that it was hard to catch. Buggy rubbed his eyes, thinking he must have seen it wrong. YeFan, I'll never rest until we settle this. Once YeFan vanished, he finally dared to speak harshly. In the Navy's 153rd branch in Shellstown, Luffy and Kobe arrived, meeting Zoro, who seemed decent and wanted to recruit him into the pirate crew. With the protagonist aura, they took down Morgan, successfully recruiting Zoro, and planned to have a good meal before setting sail. Just as YeFan had guessed, YeFan used the Flying Thunder God technique, directly appearing at the marked location on the ship, collecting all the treasures into the system. Now things were stable. His points soared to over 80 million berries, just 20 million short of another draw. Thanks to Buggy, this good guy, who had gathered over 120 million, he must thank him properly in 2 years. Nami stood at the bow of the ship in a daze, the sea breeze blowing, her thoughts in a mess. Nami, didn't I tell you to wait for me at the port? A sudden voice startled her, and turning around, she saw YeFan coming out of the cabin. How come? She covered her mouth, her face in shock. She clearly saw him go ashore and walk far away. She had just set sail. How did he appear on the ship? Looking at YeFan's playful smile, Nami's heart sank. Did he already know she would run away? Did you know I would steal the ship? He couldn't possibly know her identity, right? Nami felt extremely awkward. She had deceived him and stolen the ship and treasure. He must be here for revenge, and might even kill her. Nami was so scared that she kept backing away, yelling in horror. Don't come over. Don't kill me. Woo-woo. She had finally scraped together 100 million berries, and now she was about to die. This helpless little girl could no longer hold back and burst into tears. Her sorrowful appearance made anyone want to hug and comfort her. Clearly, she was the one who deceived others, but she looked like the victim. YeFan was also amazed. Women, stop crying. Who said I was going to kill you? If I killed you, who would be the navigator? Who would be my wife? Who would keep me company at night? Just kidding. YeFan looked at Nami, who was collapsed on the ground, covering her face and crying, and really couldn't tell whether she was genuinely scared or acting. He was clear about this little girl's personality. Really? Nami wiped her tears and asked, sniffling. In fact, she had been acting just now. Since Orangetown, she had noticed that YeFan had feelings for her and wanted to take advantage of his sympathy to get by. Having experienced war and wandering since childhood, she had been taken in by good people but had been harmed by Arlong, and to save her village, she was forced to work for him. Throughout the years, she had done all sorts of scams, and no one knew the hardships she had gone through. Nor did she have anyone to talk to. She had long developed skills to save her life and was very observant, regardless of whether she was acting or not. YeFan still said, I never kill women, especially beautiful women. I wouldn't bear to. Seeing that YeFan wouldn't kill her, Nami wiped her tears, stood up, and smiled again, pondering what he really wanted to do. Noticing YeFan was quite capable, Nami had a flash of inspiration. Take him back to the village. The money was enough, just right to redeem the village. And since he didn't kill her, he might be useful. Handsome, if you're free. Would you come back to my village with me? Nami knew he was infatuated with her figure, so why not take advantage of it? YeFan saw her eyes spinning around and knew it was not a good thing, but still agreed. Sure. Following her back would be good for development. When she witnessed Arlong's treachery, he would then act. YeFan already had a plan in mind. Find Nico Robin, meet Princess Vivi, the Night Princess. Just thinking about it excites him. Then borrow some money from Old Sand. He definitely wouldn't be stingy. After that, go to Sky Island, where treasures abound. And gold is plentiful, enough to draw several times. Then go to Sabadi Archipelago for a big wave. It's bustling there, and treasures are likely piled high. By the way, collect a celestial dragon pet, Lilith, and see what these people who don't treat others as humans look like as someone else's pet. This would definitely shake the world. The title of Pirate King, once it comes, must be tested. The legendary One Piece, gold, is probably just thrown around, and there are even more valuable treasures. When the time comes, drawing prizes will not worry about money. 1 billion berries to change a person? Feels like it's not worth it now. First, improving strength is the way to go. Let us get to it. The simplest exercise is the most direct. Didn't Zoro just lift big dumbbells? There were plenty of exercise equipment on this ship, just covered in dust. The exercise equipment on Buggy's pirate ship had clearly accumulated dust for a long time, and nobody used it. YeFan chose Zoro's training method, lifting a barbell with one end weighted, adding more as he got stronger, focusing on his waist and arms. Standing on the deck, he took a deep breath and swung the candy-coated barbell, making a whooshing sound. Nami was stunned. This weight was at least 500 pounds, or even heavier. Knowing he was strong, she didn't expect him to be this impressive. It would take 10 days to return to the village, and the food on the ship was sufficient. YeFan trained like crazy, while Nami wasn't idle, drawing nautical charts in the cabin. She wanted to draw the entire world. That was her dream. The map's buggy would help her become more familiar with the seas. Huff, huff. After more than 200 reps, his arms were swollen, and YeFan quickly took a break. Exercise should be done in moderation. Don't overdo it. Change to the left hand for targeted training. The strength in the left hand is obviously weaker. Even holding the barbell feels heavy, but I can still manage it, just not for as long as the right hand. Get stronger. Only by getting stronger can I achieve my ambitions. YeFan's gaze was extremely determined, without a trace of distraction, as he vigorously swung the barbell, challenging his limits. The sea breeze blew, and his figure stood tall and heroic. However, his body couldn't take it anymore. After nearly 200 swings with his left hand, he was at his limit, almost unable to hold the barbell. Next, he practiced legs, lying on the deck to lift the barbell with his legs, putting it down and then lifting it again, repeating the process. As night fell, Nami simply made dinner in the cabin. Heated meat, canned food, vegetable salad, and fruit. YeFan tasted it. It wasn't bad, edible, but it wasn't particularly delicious either. He pondered that he needed to find a beautiful chef. Irina Nakiri would be perfect. He had seen her during the lottery. Her cooking skills were renowned, but winning 1 billion berries in the lottery was uncertain and wouldn't help improve his strength. In her world, there were no special abilities, if he had to count. It was just that Soma Yukihira's cooking, 1 serving of fried rice could make her. Still pretty good, quite tasty. After a whole afternoon of training, YeFan was famished and devoured the food. The morning at sea was beautiful, with sunlight shimmering on the surface of the water. Feeling the sea breeze, YeFan was in an excellent mood. Although he didn't reach the final step last night, he had done everything he needed to do. He was full of energy and couldn't sleep, with an endless amount of strength. The training effects yesterday were good. This world was truly amazing. If it were on Blue Star, his training method would have left his limbs swollen like a pig, and any touch would hurt. YeFan saw a ship approaching from Nami's side, flying a skull flag. It was a pirate ship. He was short on money for the lottery. Were they here to deliver heads? For the protagonist, these were just experience monsters, essential for leveling up. The opponent's ship wasn't as big as his, but it was not small either. Buggy was probably furious. Yesterday, YeFan had thrown away the ship's flag, and he still hadn't figured out his iconic flag. Putting the pirate flag issue aside, to outsiders, this was just an ordinary ship. No one on the other side dared to rush forward. As the ship got closer, YeFan, sensitive to heat sources, counted. There were about 30 or 40 people on board. Nami, go into the cabin and lock the door. Leave this to me. Nami looked up and saw a medium-sized pirate ship with a skull flag approaching, a group of thugs wielding knives, which scared her into quickly retreating to the cabin and sneaking a peek through the window. If the situation wasn't right, she'd run. Kid, where's that woman? Hand her over. And Grandpa might let you go. This fool didn't run from the tiger pirates. Just pure stupidity. This ship is ours now. The pirates stared at YeFan, thinking he was just a rookie, surely a rich young master who stole the ship. YeFan glanced at the flag, a skull and tiger emblem. It really was the tiger pirates. The original didn't mention much. The bounty was at most a few million. The most ruthless in the East Blue was probably Arlong and his crew. He focused on the opposing captain, a burly man over 2 meters tall, wearing a tiger hat. With muscles like stone, were these guys on steroids? At 8 meters, YeFan felt like an ant in this world. The taller one was the more formidable. That saying was not wrong. Boss, I just saw a beautiful woman, really hot. Luke Vark stood up. He had a bounty of 5 million and had been rampaging in the East Blue for years, loving to rob treasures and beautiful women. Kid, hand over the treasure and that girl, and I might let you go, otherwise. Luke was incredibly arrogant, and YeFan found it amusing. Did the East Blue pirates misunderstand strength? The weakest sea could still put on airs. Luke laughed cruelly. He loved to torment beautiful women. Hearing their screams was more beautiful than music. The number of beautiful women who died at his hands was no less than 80. No. YeFan shook his head. These people didn't deserve to live. Women were the protagonist's Achilles heel. Touching them was certain death. The tiger pirates exploded. Do you know who you're talking to? Our boss has a bounty of 5 million. Are you scared? You missed your chance. Let's get him. YeFan looked at these ignorant fools. He remained calm the entire time. It was obvious he was not to be trifled with, and they were looking for death. Then let's send them to the afterlife to reunite. I see my call. YeFan's body erupted with cold air, quickly spreading to the surface of the sea, freezing the opposing ship from the bottom up. What's going on? The sea surface is freezing. The ship is stuck. Old Wong run. In less than 10 seconds. The opposing pirate ship had turned into a giant ice sculpture, all the pirates frozen into ice blocks. Only living people could achieve such a realistic effect. YeFan's ice abilities were getting stronger. Aside from not being able to elementalize, there was no difference from the ice-ice fruit. He thought he could resolve everyone with one move, but unexpectedly, there were still some fish that slipped through the net. Luke Vark was sitting on the ground, shaking all over, his legs flailing, eyes filled with fear. Why you a devil fruit user? Endless regret surged in his heart. He just wanted to survive. Struggling to kneel. His hands trembled, sweat beading on his forehead, his gaze dazed and helpless. Please spare me. I'll work for you. I'll do anything. Just spare my life. He kept banging his head on the ground. YeFan had just seen this scene yesterday. Such a person was not worthy of sympathy. Only Luke had a bit of strength. He wasn't frozen like the lackeys, but when faced with a tough character, he still cowered in seconds, right? If YeFan didn't have this strength, his and Nami's fate would be unimaginable. Ice blade. With a thought, YeFan turned the moisture in the air into sharp ice blades, stabbing forward. The ice blade pierced through Luke's chest. He looked down at the ice blade in his chest, his body trembling, wanting to grab something but unable to hold on, his lips quivering, unable to speak. Ultimately widening his eyes and collapsing, blood staining the ice surface, the smell of blood wafting in the air. Nami watched all this from the cabin. This was her first time seeing YeFan make a move. After confirming there was no danger, she stepped out. The pungent smell of blood and the corpse did not make her uncomfortable. She had seen plenty of such scenes as a child and was already used to it. She jumped onto the opposing ship to look for anything useful, and YeFan also jumped over. He was just over 1,000,000 berries away from another lottery, and he was always looking forward to each lottery. The opposing ship was a mess, clearly not well kept. YeFan quickly found the treasure room. The shining treasure was dazzling. Though not a lot, but definitely worth tens of millions, about the same as the Otterlot family, enough for a lottery. The rest was left for Nami to redeem Cocoa Village from Arlong. YeFan stopped after absorbing 100 million berries, moved the remaining treasure onto his own ship, and looked for anything valuable. This ship could sink. It was useless to keep. Nami, is there anything else you want to take? Food, fresh water, treasure, anything. YeFan moved everything over. Nami searched the opposing ship for a long time and only found a map of the nearby sea area. Nothing else. That's it. I found everything I needed. She lightly leaped back onto their ship. Although her strength wasn't that strong, her long legs and the physical quality of people in this world were much better than those from Blue Star. Jumping 3 to 4 meters was easy. Seeing the pile of treasure on the deck, Nami's eyes turned into money signs, ecstatic. She was definitely in the money. The remaining tens of millions of berries. YeFan didn't plan to absorb, keeping it as a backup. It would cost money to buy supplies along the way, so it was safer to keep it, and it was a bit of compensation for Nami. He had his eyes on the 100 million berries buried under Nami's orange grove, enough for another lottery. Those were painful memories for her, and as her husband, he had to help her erase them. This was what YeFan should do. Nami rolled her eyes inwardly. YeFan wanted to conduct an experiment, to see how big of an ice ball he could create now. Akainu could summon huge fireballs. Fujitora could smash meteors. He had to challenge his limits too. Taking a deep breath and closing his eyes, he gathered all his strength. The moisture provided by the sea was abundant. 500 meters high, the limit YeFan could control, the moisture began to condense into ice. From a ping-pong ball to an apple, cantaloupe, watermelon, jackfruit, the ice ball kept growing bigger. When it reached a diameter of 10 meters, every increase in size added to his pressure, and his body was rapidly depleting. He gritted his teeth to hold on, his body starting to shake, kneeling on one knee. He was close to his limit. If it got any bigger, he wouldn't be able to control it. Nami noticed something was off and curiously asked, "What's wrong? Are you okay?" The sky suddenly darkened, and there were dark clouds. Looking up, a huge dark cloud above the ship blocked the light. What kind of cloud is that? It's an 18-meter diameter ice ball. Compared to the Titan, it's far behind. Their largest meteorite is 700 meters in diameter, and the smallest is about this size. YeFan was well aware of his own strength. Nami, set sail. An ice ball is going to fall soon. He didn't want the newly acquired ship to be destroyed. Otherwise, he and Nami would have to walk on ice. That's impossible, despite the clouds at 1T hail. Nami thought he was joking. She was a navigator and was highly sensitive to the weather. But since everything was done, wanting to return to the village quickly, she still controlled the ship to set sail. After sailing 100 meters or so, YeFan broke into a sweat, relieved. Finally, he didn't have to hold it up anymore. This training method was way more exciting than just lifting weights. Holding up such a large ice ball consumed a lot of energy. The ice ball in the sky fell rapidly like a meteor, whistling sharply as it cut through the air, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. A heavy atmosphere filled the air, making it hard to bear. Nanny? What is happening? Nami suddenly felt a strong pressure that made her anxious, pacing back and forth. It's okay, don't panic. I'm doing an experiment, look up. YeFan hugged her and pointed to the sky to comfort her. The power was stronger than expected, falling under gravitational acceleration. The energy was absolutely explosive. As it fell, friction generated heat, causing the ice ball to shrink. Now it was about 16 meters and still decreasing by the time it hit the ground. It would probably be 11 or 12 meters. Once YeFan reminded her, Nami looked up. Is that an ice ball? Her tone was full of astonishment, and her expression was one of shock. She had just seen YeFan's ability, and combined with his reminder, was this his doing? The ice ball smashed into the sea with a tremendous roar, shaking the earth. It hit the ship on the sea hard, creating huge waves. The Tiger pirate ship was instantly reduced to rubble, sinking into the icy sea. The massive impact spread across the sea surface, creating towering waves, and the water churned like a landslide, threatening to swallow the entire sea. YeFan's ship sped through the waves. He was extremely satisfied with this move. He could summon meteorites too. Wow. Nami's mouth dropped open, watching the destroyed ship, stunned. This was too explosive. On the side of Orange Town, Luffy and Zoro were just like in the original, with Luffy being brought here by a bird. Buggy was furious about YeFan's actions. Without a ship, he rallied his subordinates to build one, vowing revenge. Buggy would always repay his debts, and he would never resort to violence unless necessary. He had principles. A sharp scream made Buggy and his crew look up. A figure was falling from the sky, directly aimed at them. The crowd quickly scattered, fearing they would be hit. Bang! Luffy fell heavily onto the newly formed ship, smashing it to pieces. Buggy and his crew had wasted a day. You bastard! Buggy's eyes burned with anger as he grabbed Luffy, shouting, Who are you? His subordinates, seeing their results gone, surrounded Luffy, staring fiercely at the culprit. Luffy adjusted his straw hat. This was his promise to Shanks. I am Monkey D. Luffy, pleased to meet you. No matter how fierce the surrounding people were, he remained calm. As expected, both sides immediately started fighting. YeFan had previously frozen 2 of Buggy's subordinates, and they were still recovering, unable to fight. It should have been a 1v1 showdown between real men, but Buggy wasn't foolish. Why not gang up on him? He called his subordinates to swarm Luffy while secretly preparing Buggy balls, intending to bombard Luffy with cannons. Due to YeFan, the plot had changed slightly. But at the critical moment, Zoro arrived to help Luffy, and the two joined forces to take down the Buggy pirates. On YeFan's side, Nami was panting, still in shock. She had never seen such a scene growing up. YeFan's abilities exceeded her understanding. YeFan stared at the big roulette. What would he draw this time? Stop. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing a restart of life. Clyre Grayrit, gaining the healing magic heal. Standing at the bow of the ship, YeFan's heart raced, pounding wildly. He was too excited. This skill was incredible. He was about to take off. It wasn't just simple healing. It was a magic that restored the target to its original state. But it had a fatal flaw. When restoring, all the experiences of the target would instantly be transferred to the caster, causing unbearable pain. Most people's mental strength couldn't handle it. YeFan thought this pain was unnecessary. Aside from the pain, it would make him look like a masochist. Mainly, he didn't want to suffer. However, the healing magic derived other skills. It could imitate and copy the opponent's combat skills and experience. Job-specific skills were excluded. It could alter one's or another's appearance and memories, and it could cause damage, ignoring any resistance. He guessed he couldn't imitate devil fruit powers, but he could learn observation hockey, armament hockey, swordsmanship, and the marine 6 styles. With his body having the D bloodline, he might even have the potential for conqueror's hockey. Even if he didn't he wouldn't worry. He could still reach the top with the system. Just this healing magic could make him among the best. Why work hard for training? Just copy it. YeFan's approach reminded him of college, 4 years in computer science. And he was most familiar with Control-C and Control-V. Everything else was half-baked. With one hand modifying the bad, no matter how strong Kaido's defenses were. He could directly push them aside. Ignoring defenses was simply a bug. YeFan was in a great mood and kissed Nami. What are you doing? Nami was both shy and angry, thinking he had finally revealed his intentions, coveting her. YeFan smiled slyly. It's nothing, just doing an experiment. Nami stepped back in fear. Don't come over. That expression was too scary. It couldn't be anything good. But as a weak woman, how could she compete with YeFan? With the healing magic, what was he waiting for? Aita. YeFan's right hand glowed as he pointed it at Nami. He didn't change anything else, just made her genuinely like him from the bottom of her heart. There was no need for anything else, or it would change the flavor. What just happened? Nami shook her head, unable to remember anything. Nami, YeFan called out, and she looked up at him, suddenly feeling strange emotions rising within her, her face turning red. Seeing YeFan so happy, she was also curious. Why are you so happy? Haha, you're really my lucky star. YeFan kissed her again, and Nami didn't feel anything wrong. Instead, she felt a bit of happiness. YeFan secretly made up his mind to reward her well tonight. After that, the two hurried towards Kokoyashi village, encountering small pirates along the way, all becoming YeFan's experience packs. Although it was only a few million berries, even a mosquito is meat, and he collected all the loot. With a man and a woman together on a ship, their feelings heated up. YeFan insisted on training every day. Even if he could copy skills, his physical strength had to keep up. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to exert power. He practiced during the day and practiced at night. Such a diligent protagonist deserved a thumbs up. 5 or 6 days passed in the blink of an eye. Although the beautiful time was short, their relationship hadn't broken through the final barrier. Nami wasn't ready, and YeFan wasn't in a hurry. When she was ready, it would naturally happen. He guessed it was the village and the tattoo on her arm that made her hesitant, and today they would finally have a resolution. YeFan stood on the deck, looking at the approaching coastline. The sun shone on the sea, sparkling. The waves lapped against the ship, creating a pleasant sound. The gentle breeze blew, turning the sea into silver-white foam. The sea breeze brushed against his cheeks, refreshing and pleasant. Nami looked at the familiar place, recalling bad memories. Her body trembling. This place held beautiful childhood memories, but even more was the pain brought by Arlong. YeFan watched, holding her icy hand tightly, pulling her into his embrace. It's okay. I'm here. I will always protect you, love you. If I don't hold you now, maybe in 2 years, I won't be able to hold you anymore. With YeFan around and having gathered 100 million berries, Nami felt she could redeem the village. As such a large ship approached the coastline, the members of the Arlong pirates immediately focused on it. They sent someone to inform Arlong while continuing to monitor. Nami knew that the other side was filled with fishmen and was aware that she had been discovered. Standing at the bow of the ship, she shouted, Tell Arlong, I've gathered the 100 million berries. I'll go redeem the village this afternoon. This shout released all the grievances of the past years, echoing back from the sea. After shouting, she felt completely relieved. Woo-woo. For this 100 million. She had schemed and endured for so long, and finally waited for this day. As the grievances surged up, she knelt on the ground, covering her face and crying. These were tears of joy. YeFan looked at his kind-hearted and sentimental wife and patted her back. Nami had told him everything and was afraid he would think she was a bad girl. If you're a bad girl, then there are no good girls left in this world. YeFan said seriously. In my heart, you are beautiful, kind, and broad-minded. Nami laughed at his words. However, as for Arlong and his gang, I feel they won't let this go easily. They might exploit the village again after we leave. YeFan pretended to guess, and Nami's smile immediately disappeared, replaced by a worried expression. Isn't that right? Can we trust pirates? What will happen to the villagers if we leave? Can my sister Nojiko return to her previous happy life? Didn't I say I'm here? I'll drive them away and make sure they never dare to come back, even. YeFan wasn't as merciful as Luffy. Keeping monsters around would only bring trouble. Nami had seen his strength and chose to believe. Thank you. Thank what? Didn't you already thank me last night? As soon as YeFan said this, Nami's face turned red and she almost exploded with embarrassment. She was nearly overcooked. In Arlong Park, Arlong, a blue shark man with a serrated nose, wearing a floral shirt and standing 2 meters 6 tall, was leisurely basking in the sun. He had fish gills on his shoulders, a tattoo of the Sun Pirates on his chest, and a tattoo of the Arlong Pirates on his left wrist, exuding high status. Big brother Arlong, that woman is back. She said she has gathered 100 million to redeem the village, reported one of the fishermen's subordinates. Huh? Arlong stood up, his massive body casting a long shadow. He understood Nami's value. Her powerful navigation skills were exactly what the fishmen needed. With the advantage of being underwater, with her, the Arlong pirates could be invincible. Ha ha ha. The surrounding lackeys laughed along. Crocodile, one of the cadre fishmen, spoke up. Big brother Arlong, are you really going to let that woman go? You know, The Arlong pirates are at their peak underwater. Fighting on land against the Straw Hat crew is simply a bad strategy, and we lost unjustly. Arlong, keep my promises. What I promised will naturally be fulfilled. Arlong's tone shifted, but if Nami doesn't have enough money, then don't blame me. Arlong revealed a sinister smile that sent chills down people's spines, but the lackeys were confused. They didn't understand what their big brother was laughing about. This guy was a racist, believing that fishmen were inherently superior to humans. Human resistance was just defying nature, and ruling humans relied solely on oppression, treating human lives as grass. But he had no issues with his fellow fishmen, who were greedy and brutal, obsessed with money, believing money was the most reliable thing. He took out a transponder snail from his pocket and dialed it. In the nearby waters of Orange Town, on a Navy ship, Colonel Mouse, who wore a mouse hat and looked like a mouse, heard the transponder snail in his pocket go brrrr. This thing could communicate, like a snail, and when connected, it could mimic the speaker's expressions and movements. Super magical. The transponder snail immediately switched to Arlong's fierce expression, making Colonel Mouse shiver, though they were in cahoots. He was genuinely afraid of Arlong's strength. Otherwise, he would have taken him down and seized the treasure. The two whispered to each other, eyeing the 93 million berries buried in the orange grove by Nami. That was her 8 years of hard-earned money. The bloodstains on it showing just how hard it was to earn. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Upon hearing there was money to be made, Colonel Mouse immediately ordered the ship to turn towards Kokoyasi village. The whole ship of Navy soldiers was of the same character. Knowing they'd benefit by going, monthly Navy allowances were hardly enough. Following Colonel Mouse, they feasted daily, living a luxurious life. Truly, when the upper beams are crooked, the lower ones follow suit, a nest of snakes and rats. The ship docked at the port, and YeFan carried a large box containing tens of millions of berries. There was no need to watch the ship. On Arlong's territory, this guy was the #1 pirate in the East Blue with a bounty of 20 million. If anyone dared to act, it would be those fishmen, but their stronghold was here, so they could easily take it back. YeFan and Nami entered Kokoyasi village. This place was a bit better than Orange Town. The villagers regularly paid Arlong, so they had no problems. This sustainable exploitation concept showed that Arlong was somewhat clever, essentially getting a free labor force. Nami took YeFan back home. Once lived by 3 people, now only 2. YeFan met her non-blood-related sister Nojiko, with blue short hair, a red ribbon, blue tattoos on her arms and chest, wearing a tank top and long pants, barefoot and flip-flops. If it weren't for Nojiko saving the baby Nami back then, she would have been gone long ago. Nami, you're back. Who is this? Nojiko looked at the unfamiliar handsome guy, not quite her type. She knew her sister returned every time after gathering money, for the past 8 years. Her sister's eyes had been filled only with the desire to earn money. Hello, I'm YeFan, Nami's friend. YeFan noticed Nojiko's healthy wheat-colored skin, which was quite striking. Nojiko was stunned. This was the first time her sister brought a friend home. Seeing Nami blush, she instantly understood and felt genuinely happy that her sister could find a home and step out of her pain. Sister, I've earned enough money. I'm going to Arlong to redeem the village. Upon seeing her sister, Nami was extremely happy. Before meeting YeFan, her sister was her only family in this world. After hearing Nami's words, Nojiko looked at the big box on the ground and immediately knew what it contained, feeling overjoyed. At noon, the two prepared a table full of delicious food to celebrate the village's impending freedom. YeFan looked around the room. It was simple yet warm. This was happiness. When the food was served, YeFan could tell that most of it was cooked by Nojiko, and it smelled much better than what Nami made. Nojiko, your cooking is amazing. The last time it was this good was when Makino cooked. If you like it, eat more. Nojiko had long honed this skill. But Nami felt jealous. She had cooked a few days ago, and YeFan didn't rave about it like that. She stepped on YeFan's foot hard, making him dizzy with pain. Eat. Sister's cooking is so delicious, Nami said with concern, and YeFan immediately understood. This little girl was getting jealous. Nojiko didn't notice and continued to advise. Don't overeat. It'll cause indigestion. YeFan thought to himself, this is troublesome. If it starts like this, how will it be in the future? Wouldn't other women get dealt with by her? It seems I need to find someone to act and pretend to be seriously injured. She would definitely comply. The senior's tricks really work. Nami saw him calm down and secretly decided to practice her cooking skills. Oh no, the Navy has captured Nami, claiming she is a pirate. Kinjuro shouted as he burst through the door, his scarred face looking frantic. The villagers all knew Nami's hardships. The Navy coming was definitely bad news. Previously, they had sought the Navy to deal with Arlong, but it was completely useless. The two were already in cahoots. What? Nojiko and Nami jumped up, while YeFan continued to eat leisurely. He had already guessed Arlong's little tricks. The two sisters ran outside and saw the Navy charging in, led by that scoundrel Colonel Mouse. 100 million berries were too tempting. Nami, you joined the Arlong pirates to do evil. Quickly surrender. The ill-gotten gain from the Orange Grove must also be confiscated. He had a lewd grin and ordered the treasure to be dug up. The Navy soldiers were ecstatic. Following Colonel Mouse, they feasted every day, their salaries multiplied tenfold, and they even had benefits at night. It was a blast. Nami's face turned pale. How did they know where it was buried? It must be the Arlong gang's doing. Get out of here. She picked up a stick and stood in front, like a lioness protecting her cubs, refusing to let them get close. Those were her 8 years of hard work. How could she easily let them go? Nami. Nojiko covered her mouth, looking at her sister with deep concern. Kinjuro was anxious and had no choice but to stand by and watch. The commotion attracted the villagers, but because the other side was the Navy and had guns, they could only hide in their houses. They were just ordinary people and couldn't fight back. Colonel Mouse, seeing the provocation, had a disdainful look. How dare a mere woman fight back? He considered himself the embodiment of justice. He pulled out a small pistol and pointed it at Nami, mockingly saying, "Move. Try moving again. That tattoo on your arm is from the Arlong pirates, right? Killing you would be a waste, you pirate. Ordinary people get scared just by seeing a gun. This thing can kill." Nami's and the others' faces changed drastically, and Nojiko immediately stood in front of Nami. "When my sister is in danger, I must rush to protect her." Nami was in tears. After 8 years of hard work, everything was ruined at the last moment. What kind of situation is this? Nami. Nojiko hugged her, comforting her like a mother. If it weren't for the dragon's orders not to touch Nami, the mouse would have shot by now. He waved his hand. Action. His subordinates grabbed shovels to dig for treasure, and he had a greedy expression. This money is easy to earn, and soon he would go find some fun. Everyone thought it was over, but unexpectedly, trouble came. The Navy has scum like you. That's not surprising. But you bully my woman and think you could just leave? I'm losing face here. His tone was arrogant, infuriating the Navy. Where did this young punk come from to speak like that? YeFan stood by the window, watching everything unfold. There are bad apples in every faction. The self-proclaimed righteous Navy collaborates with pirates, just as despicable as the headquarters. The warlords of a sea system would absolutely not agree to have a Kainu as the commander. He emphasizes absolute justice, and pirates are just pirates. Kid, what did you say? Colonel Mouse looked at YeFan as he leisurely walked out, squatting down beside Nami and saying a few words. Then Nojiko helped Nami back into the house. His disregard made him furious, and he pulled out a gun aiming at YeFan. Dragon said he couldn't kill Nami, but he didn't say he couldn't kill others. YeFan thought to himself, these scumbags, doing nothing while teaming up with pirates to bully civilians, are asking for death. He said to Kinjutsu, "Uncle, you'd better stay out of the fight." He didn't want to accidentally hurt him. After all, he was a good person. Kinjutsu realized and reminded him, then you be careful, and quickly slipped away. This kid looked fierce, otherwise he wouldn't dare step up. This behavior completely infuriated Colonel Mouse. He had never been treated with such contempt. He was a dignified Navy colonel. Get him. Let this kid know what's up. Even when he was angry, he let his subordinates go first, waiting for the opponent to fall before striking again. Truly a rat, cowardly and cunning, with a bit of brains, but not much. The Navy subordinates received the order, surrounding YeFan with unfriendly expressions, and they directly attacked. This kid had just insulted them, and they had to teach this ignorant fool a lesson. What scum? They were the Navy. Kid, being arrogant has its price, the price of life. A fist the size of a sandbag slammed down towards YeFan. They didn't use knives, clearly wanting to torture him, knowing that Colonel Mouse was waiting for further actions. YeFan had been at sea for a while and had not encountered a decent opponent. Probably only Arlong could bring some fun. Freeze. The two words were like a death spell. Cold air exploded from YeFan's body, accurately freezing these scumbags. Even Colonel Mouse couldn't escape. He really couldn't understand how this guy became a colonel. It must be through money and flattery? Such people are everywhere in any world. Hisso. The villagers of Kokoyashi stared at this scene, their mouths agape, completely dumbfounded. So he was a devil fruit user. No wonder he dared to stand up. Boring. After resolving the matter, YeFan returned to Nami's house. Nojiko looked at him with admiration. He seemed like an angel. Nami also calmed down. She knew YeFan's strength best. All right, with me here, don't worry. YeFan gently wiped away her tears, causing Nojiko to feel envious. When would she also receive such treatment? You all stay put. I'm going to have a chat with Dragon. This is a big experience package. He has been entrenched for so many years. There must be a lot of treasure, plus Colonel Mouse's Navy ship. It all needs to be cleaned up. Be a good kid who likes cleanliness. He kissed Nami's forehead and was about to leave when she grabbed him. I'm going with you. She wanted to confront Arlong and get things straight. YeFan couldn't let her take risks. He also discovered a flaw in their team. There were only two of them. Nami could handle ordinary people, but against stronger ones, she would be in trouble. It was too dangerous without him around. He needed to use the improved skills of recovery magic to find crew members, like CP9's Khalifa, Ms. Valentine, and others could be discussed later. In the end, Nami gave up. She would just cause trouble. Arlong Park was on the sea near the village. Would he need a boat? YeFan walked directly over. His feet quickly stepped on the water surface, summoning a piece of ice the size of his foot. Were there a few fishmen monitoring underwater? YeFan scoffed. He would take them all out in one go. From afar, he saw Arlong Park, a massive building with tall structures. And the fishmen had the home advantage here. There must be plenty of treasure inside. YeFan took out a Barry's coin and tossed it. Flying Thunder God technique. 0.01 seconds later, he appeared at Arlong Park. He had engraved a lot of marked gold coins these days. The Flying Thunder God was truly insane. As the saying goes, space is king, time is precious. Abilities related to these two are never weak. Suddenly, a person appeared, startling the Arlong pirates. Even Dragon didn't react in time. This guy seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Who are you? Arlong looked at YeFan, puzzled. But his eyes were filled with disdain. In the eyes of this racist, humans were worthless. Fishmen were inherently stronger than humans. Resistance was against nature. And human lives were no different from weeds. In East Blue, there was no one he feared. Surrounding fishmen immediately closed in, and YeFan glanced around. Your looks are not good. Each one of you is ugly. Looking at these fishmen, the creator must have been biased. The females were somewhat attractive, but the males looked like they were stitched together. Was there a bias against males? The look in their eyes was the same as that of the celestial dragons at Mariewa. Dragon instantly exploded with rage. Those bastards didn't consider them human. What did you say? Bastard. Do you want to die? 8 gates of death die for me. I'm so handsome, and you actually don't appreciate it. Humans are indeed inferior. YeFan's words hit them where it hurt most. Most of them had escaped from Mariewa and hated humans. Ha ha ha. Dragon glared at YeFan. I want to personally crush you. Make you die in pain. His little brothers quickly moved aside, waiting to see how this human would die. Kid, just wait to die. Brother Arlong is angry. Prepare to kneel and beg for mercy. The more they laughed, the more tragic it would be. Having been with Dragon for too long, they had long felt that humans should be ruled by fishmen. YeFan watched them laugh maniacally, thinking, are they not fools? I'm charging into the lair alone. Am I the fool, or do I not regard you at all? Why do all the early opponents seem to lack intelligence, yet have some skills? Did they get forcibly dumbed down because the protagonist wasn't here? You see, is it necessary? You get furious just by saying you're ugly. Honestly, you come out to harm people, you'd be better off being the toys of the celestial dragons back at Mariewa. Celestial dragons? Now that what would suit being his plaything? The Charlotte Royal Palace was almost in sight, and the improved recovery magic skills were exactly what she liked. Bringing along celestial dragon slaves, then beating up St. Roseward and St. Charlos, going to the Kuja tribe, Boa Hancock would surely be moved. Thinking of this, YeFan smiled wickedly. There's some truth to the saying, bad boys are loved by women. Luffy wants to be the pirate king, and the Empress is a waste. He has to reluctantly accept her. Ha, I'm truly a genius. YeFan admires himself. Bastard, die for me. Shark on darts. Dragon couldn't hold back anymore and directly unleashed one of his 3 major moves, charging at YeFan like a torpedo. Although he didn't regard him highly, he still had the necessary caution. YeFan looked at the charging dragon. His speed was decent, but compared to him, he was far from it. He remained calm and still. Acting cool meant making the opponent think they had succeeded, only to see their jaw drop in the next second. Seeing YeFan too scared to move yet still boasting, Dragon's veins bulged, and he pushed his power to 120. Others also thought YeFan was just a hard-mouthed clown. Just when he was only 0.1 centimeters away from YeFan suddenly disappeared. Dragon couldn't stop his momentum, crashing through walls and flying into the sea. Who knows what just happened? YeFan was well prepared and appeared on the wall of Arlong Park in 0.01 seconds. Hey, are you okay? I told you that you should go to Mary Geos to perform acrobatics for the celestial dragons. This taunt was full of sarcasm, and the evil dragon in the sea glared at him on the wall, nearly blowing a gasket. Just now, he hadn't even used his full strength. The fishman was at his peak in the water. The evil dragon aimed his nose, ready to pierce YeFan's heart. His legs swirled with water currents, clearly building up power. YeFan watched the commotion on the surface of the sea. Sure enough, it wasn't that easy to give up. Coming to this world, he had to have some fun. Luffy's first bounty was 30 million, and now he was the main character, so his bounty had to be even more explosive. Wait, if he took down the evil dragon, wouldn't Luffy have no one to fight and no bounty? Who cares, as long as he has fun. I'll give you one last chance to attack. YeFan sat down directly, not wanting to play anymore. He wanted to finish the fight and go home to hug his wife. After taking someone else's treasure for so many years, it wasn't right not to give them some lesson, so he considered it training and collecting tuition fees. After all, the main character's appearance fee was expensive. Kid, just now, I only used 30% of my strength. Next, I'm going to send you flying. The evil dragon also tried to show off, super shark on darts. He charged at YeFan with maximum power, moving 30% faster than before, but it was still just that. This time, YeFan didn't drag it out. He disappeared when the opponent was just a finger's distance away. The evil dragon crashed through the roof and fell into the house. YeFan appeared on the reclining chair where the evil dragon had just been lying, and this chair was hard as a rock. Bad review. I've given you your chance. Don't blame me now. If the opponent doesn't cherish it, then there's nothing to be done. YeFan lightly leaped to a few floors up, looking at the miserable evil dragon, showing no mercy. Bastard. YeFan grabbed his neck, and the evil dragon's blue skin turned red as he began to freeze. He struggled wildly, but couldn't catch his breath. Against absolute power, all resistance was futile. Bring out all the treasure you've hidden, or I'll snap his neck. As soon as YeFan finished speaking, a large block of ice crashed down to the ground, and his subordinates gathered around to take a look. It was their boss, Arlong, still in a painful struggle. In an instant, they lost their backbone, and these fishmen understood. This guy dared to charge into their lair, and he was truly strong, absolutely strong. Hurry up, YeFan shouted, and this group of guys was scared out of their wits. They only bullied the weak but cowered in front of the strong, and they would never become strong themselves. Yes, sir. The officer crocodile trembled in fear and hurried to move the treasure in the room, with someone taking the lead. The others immediately followed suit, and some even fished treasure out of the sea. YeFan couldn't help but laugh. What talent, really talent. Although they were cooperating, it was still necessary to freeze. After leaving Arlong Park, YeFan's mood soared. He was carrying over 200 million berries, feeling ecstatic. He hummed a little tune as he left. While those fishmen, all frozen, he didn't care if they lived or died. Let them be. The Navy would probably come soon. So he had to take Nami and slip away quickly. YeFan looked at the big roulette, feeling less excited than before. After all, his abilities were already quite abnormal. He just wanted to draw something interesting. Ding! Congratulations, you have drawn the Archangel of the End, Kururu Capesi, acquiring the bloodline of the vampire ancestor. Congratulations. You have drawn the Slash. Crimson Eyes, is Death, acquiring the all-seeing Observer. YeFan raised an eyebrow. This was something. The bloodline of the vampire ancestor could enhance his body, make him look handsome, and maximize his recovery, turning others into dependents. It was better to directly improve his recovery magic. The all-seeing Observer was impressive, seeing through thoughts, observing distances, penetrating obstacles, predicting actions, and creating illusions. It was simply the pinnacle of eye techniques. Future sight combined with observation hockey would allow him to predict the future and become a god. It was a perfect addition, merging with the bloodline of the vampire ancestor. A surge of power rushed through YeFan's body. A mysterious aura enveloped him, and his attractiveness skyrocketed. His features became more three-dimensional, his eyes deep enough to captivate, his skin smooth as jade, and his noble aura was off the charts. His hair floated with an air of mystery. Looking at his reflection on the sea surface, YeFan was shocked. Wow, is that me? So handsome. He just needed noble attire. Wearing it would definitely make him the center of attention. He could even make a living off his looks. Sigh. Having both strength and looks, how could others still live? He sighed, feeling that having a cheat was exhilarating. And as long as he kept having it, he would always feel good. No problem. After merging, his strength surged, and the physical enhancement was super obvious. He lifted his shirt to reveal an 8-pack of abs, sculpted to perfection. He pondered, with so many abilities, such strong strength, and good luck with women, he might as well call it the Emperor Pirates. He would be the Emperor, and as for the crew, the more he thought about it, the more satisfying it became. This name suited him. Nami and Nojiko hadn't heard from YeFan for a long time, and Nami was getting anxious. Although she knew he was strong, the evil dragon had many men, Outside the house, YeFan was experimenting with his new ability. A green eye appeared on his forehead, surrounded by black lines, looking a bit eerie. X-ray vision, the dream of many boys. Those Navy soldiers were still frozen in ice, just thawing a little. He glanced at Nami and Nojiko in the room and instantly felt that this ability was a bit lackluster. It could only penetrate one layer, and he couldn't see inside. The two of them were flustered, completely different from when they were alone with him on the ship. YeFan felt this ability wasn't very powerful. With limited enhancement, it was better to let others use it. The rewards from the system had long been modified to be usable by everyone. In front of the system, rules were meant to be changed. Creak. The door opened, and Nami turned around to see a handsome stranger. His noble aura was explosive. The sisters' inner thoughts, so handsome, but they didn't recognize him, and it was a sensitive period. So their eyes immediately turned vigilant. It's me. YeFan spoke, his voice very familiar. Nami was stunned. Wasn't this YeFan's voice? You're YeFan? Having spent the most time with him, she took a closer look at his profile and indeed recognized him. But the change was too drastic. What's wrong? Don't you recognize me? I know you're. Before he could finish, Nami rushed over and covered his mouth, glaring at him. Was this something to say out loud? Nojiko next to her was laughing so hard she was shaking. After confirming it was YeFan, the two noticed the green gem-like thing on his forehead, which was quite strange. What is that on your forehead? YeFan took off the all-seeing observer. This is called the all-seeing observer, high-tech. He explained its functions, and the two instantly became interested, wanting to try it out. Nami pressed the all-seeing observer to her forehead, concentrated, and looked at YeFan. His clothes disappeared instantly, revealing his strong physique. Her face flushed red, and she quickly looked at Nojiko, only to find that her sister was wearing a pure white conservative outfit. After trying out other functions, it was just as YeFan said. Nami, how is it? Nojiko was very curious. Could such a magical thing really exist in the world? Nami handed it over. Sister, you try it yourself? There were some functions she was embarrassed to mention, so she let her sister experience it herself. YeFan leisurely sipped his drink, thinking it would be perfect if a beauty danced and fed him fruit. Coincidentally, Nojiko was using the all-seeing observer to look at his thoughts, and her face turned red. There were only her and Nami here. Didn't that mean he was thinking about her? She hadn't felt it before, but now YeFan was a bit cute. Sister, why is your face red? Nami leaned over. What did you see? Tell me secretly. Nojiko wouldn't say. She changed the subject, and Nami immediately lost interest. That night, Kokoyashi village was in full swing. The evil dragon's crew was destroyed. The useless navy was punished, and the villagers were celebrating wildly, feeling immense gratitude towards YeFan. YeFan got drunk for the first time. Feeling ecstatic, getting drunk can lead to trouble. You know, it just seems like he got the object wrong. At the Marine headquarters in Marineford in the New World. This place is where most of the Navy families live. The town was bustling and peaceful. On the huge city wall were the words Marine, along with the seagull symbol holding a scale, symbolizing the maintenance of world peace and order. As the headquarters and office of the Navy, the security was ridiculously tight. The soldiers' spirit and demeanor are on a completely different level compared to those useless people from the EC, uniformly dressed, standing straight, with dignified manners, exuding the aura and authority of a soldier. In a serious office, Colonel Brando, with green curly hair, sunglasses, thick lips, wearing a white and blue striped shirt and a navy cape, stands at the front, while the whiteboard behind him is filled with bounty notices, including those of YeFan and Luffy. Recently, many new pirates have emerged in the East Sea, with Ostrovsky D, YeFan, and Monkey D, Luffy being typical examples. Brando points at the bounty notices, especially YeFan's, who can control ice and teleport, easily crushing the likes of Buggy the Clown and the Dragon crew. It's all a massacre. The upper management has decided on an initial bounty of 50 million berries. Straw Hat Luffy has taken down Monka, Buggy, and Kuro, earning a bounty of 30 million. His gaze is sharp. This evil trend must be extinguished early to prevent future growth. Yes, the Navy below stands up in unison, their voices resolute. Suddenly, two pirate crews have emerged in the East Sea, and they're feeling overwhelmed. At the Holy Land Mariehua, the five big shots, the financial martial god Izambaron, the agricultural martial god Shepherd, the legal martial god Topman, the environmental martial god Marcus, and the scientific defense martial god Jiger Luzia are all the highest leaders of the world government, the top tier among the celestial dragons. Their expressions are frighteningly serious, with fear hidden in their pupils. The surname Ostrovsky has appeared again. That kid from the monkey family is causing trouble. Looking further, YeFan is the one who needs to be closely monitored. After saying this, the room falls into darkness. In East Sea's Windmill village, Makino looks at the two bounty notices, smiling widely, happiness bubbling over. Her brother Luffy has become a pirate with a bounty of 30 million, and she hasn't forgotten her promise to wait for him here. Looking into the distance, her heart is filled with sweetness. Speaking of which, after Luffy intercepted Nami from YeFan, it seems the will of the world has gone into overdrive, as he has found a new navigator, a stunning beauty named Wendy. With long dark blue hair, a captivating figure, and long legs that draw attention. She was recruited in a small town after Luffy defeated Kuro. Having the protagonist halo is really something, and it was an easy catch. On Mount Levis, YeFan gazes at the mountains with the sea water flowing upwards, exclaiming in amazement. No wonder this is the pirate world. Anything is possible. Behind him, Nami and Nojiko are also stunned. The surrounding waves are surging, and the sea here flows upwards, a spectacle they would never see in Kokasia village in their lifetime. Indeed, Nojiko is also sailing along because there is a little secret between the two. A little secret that Nami doesn't know. It's all because of drinking. YeFan originally wanted to show off by sailing through the calm belt into the Grand Line, hypnotizing a sea king to act as a pole. But thinking about having Nami and Nojiko with him, this operation is too risky. It's better to follow Luffy's example and take the safer route through Reverse Mountain. He knows he is now a bounty-hunting pirate, but Nami and Nojiko haven't been targeted yet. YeFan thinks he should draw more bounties to give them some special abilities for protection, and if he encounters a suitable devil fruit, that would work too. He isn't a power user and doesn't fear the sea at all. How amazing! Staying in Kokasia village, he would never see this world. Nojiko has gotten used to drifting at sea these days, constantly sighing. Yes, sister, I feel like you've changed a lot recently, but I can't quite say how. Nami looks puzzled. She thought her sister wouldn't go out to sea, but unexpectedly, she agreed, and the change is quite significant. It's normal for Nami not to know. After all, she hasn't been eaten. Nojiko is clear in her heart. After tasting the forbidden fruit, she needs to have extra meals every night. And YeFan is certainly happy to oblige. This is also the reason she is becoming more and more alluring. She glances at YeFan, casually finding an excuse related to environmental influence, not daring to tell Nami the truth, as it was an accident after all. Nami doesn't think much of it, agreeing that the environment can change a person, and she hasn't thought of it in that direction at all. Before the enormous red line, everyone feels as small as ants. YeFan steers the Emperor towards the current, rushing upwards. One really feels small in front of nature. No wonder natural-type devil fruits are so powerful. Nami and Nojiko are scared and retreat into the cabin, as the strong winds and waves make it hard for them to stand. So they can only hold onto something tightly. YeFan stands on the deck, enjoying the coolness of the wind. Finally, there's a sense of adventure. Looking at his Jolly Roger flag, although a bit rustic, he is very satisfied. This is what suits his pirate crew. Woo! The ship rushes over the peak of the red line and begins to descend rapidly. This scene reminds YeFan of high school physics problems, analyzing forces on an inclined plane, calculating time and speed. He can't forget it even after crossing. It's incredible. In the Grand Line, ordinary compasses are useless. One must rely on a record pointer. YeFan remembers an old man has this thing, the ship's doctor of the Roger Pirates, who is incredibly strong. If he can avoid fighting, he will. But if the other party doesn't give in, he'll have to take it by force. He doesn't go to Lowtown, but heads straight into the Grand Line. Luffy is probably still gathering supplies in Lowtown. After all, he has a few days' journey ahead of Usopp and Sanji, so he has plenty of time. As for Nefertari Vivi, YeFan plans to try his luck at Whiskey Peak. If she is not there, so be it. There is no need to let her affect his plans. Thinking carefully, Vivi's identity is not simple. Even him sent the Gorosei to capture her, showing how important she is. YeFan is currently only at the level of a general. He can resist with various means, but does not yet have the strength to confront the world head-on. He just lacks haki. If he could replicate the 3 types of haki now, his strength would absolutely take off. That would be a significant boost. The bloodline of the vampire ancestor has super-enhanced YeFan's physique. What is said to be a dead cow does not exist here. Woo! The ship slides down rapidly, and YeFan sees Laboon, the giant whale, along with its thunderous call. Although he sympathizes with its plight and could use flying Raijin to take it across, its massive body would require too much energy. He'd probably exhaust himself. Even if Bonnie has the ability to change age, it's not that easy. YeFan. What happened? Nami and Nojiko support each other as they come out. YeFan holds each of them, definitely to protect them from danger, not to take advantage. It's okay. There's a giant whale ahead. Don't worry, I'm here. His calm words make both of them feel incredibly reassured. As long as he is there, they fear no danger. That's too big. The two look ahead, and Laboon looks like a solid black wall. Without looking into its eyes, they wouldn't even recognize it as a whale. Completely beyond imagination, it's the largest creature they've ever seen. Its mouth is wide enough to fit an egg, and YeFan is mesmerized. Hard to judge. But in terms of talent, Nami is still superior. He hasn't experienced other aspects, and he is a cautious person, so it's hard to compare. Hold on tight. It's getting closer. They're almost at the Grand Line. The ship, propelled by both gravity and water flow, is moving in incredible speed. If one isn't careful, they could fall into the sea. Nami and Nojiko quickly cling to YeFan's arm. The difference in their chests is quite obvious, with Nojiko catching up. Thanks to YeFan's help. As the ship is about to collide with the whale, YeFan flicks a gold coin, flying Raijin technique. The whole ship suddenly disappears from the Levis Mountains. At Twin Cape, Crocus is leisurely sunbathing and reading the newspaper. This ship's doctor of the Roger Pirates. With a hairstyle resembling saffron and exceptional observation hockey. He suddenly looks towards Laboon, and the next moment, a pirate ship appears out of thin air. Interesting. What a fun little guy. The old man sighs, saying it's been a long time since anyone interesting has come to Twin Cape. Looking at the ship with one man and two women, he knows it's that young man's ability. He looks quite handsome, reminiscent of his youth. Once they reach the calm belt, Nami and Nojiko feel a sense of relief after the ordeal. They immediately go to check the orange trees. They transplanted quite a few before leaving Kokasia village, and luckily, they only lost some leaves and a few branches. There's no major problem. YeFan looked at the old man basking in the sun and thought he should pay a visit to him. While also copying his observation hockey, he wondered what level of cultivation the old man had reached and if he had the ability to see the future like Charlotte Katakuri. After all, Katakuri was the one who taught Luffy about observation hockey, and his skills in the pirate world were definitely top-notch. Nami, let's sail over and pay a visit to this person, YeFan said. Nami followed his gaze and indeed saw an old man not far away. She was now the navigator of the ship, responsible for steering. Noki was the cook, making meals every day. As for YeFan, he was the emperor, so of course, he would leave such matters to others. He would be busy at night. Hello, sir. Could you tell me how to proceed after entering the Grand Line? Sometimes being polite could lead to pleasant surprises. Being a good kid surely wouldn't hurt. Nami looked at her compass, which was spinning chaotically without any direction. Could it be that my compass is broken? She dreamed of drawing the world map, and as a navigator, this situation left her dumbfounded, her face full of disbelief. Noki also came over to take a look, equally puzzled. YeFan wasn't sure either, but he couldn't admit it. You dare to come to the Grand Line without knowing anything? All common sense is useless here, the old man said. The island is full of magnetic minerals. Ordinary compasses are useless. You need to use a log pose or a permanent pointer. He looked at the three of them and thought that today, as young people were really bold. Getting lost here, no matter how strong they were. They would starve or die of thirst. Even if the Pirate King came, it would be pointless. I have one here. I'll give it to you. It's useless to keep. Crocus pulled out a covered log pose from behind and tossed it to YeFan. Thank you, sir. YeFan caught it and handed it to Nami. Nami studied it for a moment and quickly understood. The principle was similar. YeFan jumped to Crocus's side. He hadn't copied his observation hockey yet. How could he leave? Hello, sir. I'm Ostrovsky D, YeFan. He extended his hand. Straightforward and direct. He needed to make contact with the other person to copy their abilities. Crocus was taken aback when he heard that this handsome young man actually had AD. As a member of the Roger Pirates, he understood its significance. Looking at the outstretched hand, he thought this kid was quite particular, not even realizing that the other party was here to steal his skills. At the moment of the handshake, YeFan felt a peculiar power. He had relied entirely on his strength to sense things before, but now with observation hockey, he felt completely different. His brain felt like it had radar, and he could sense everything around him. Unfortunately, the other party's observation hockey wasn't at the level of predicting the future, and he didn't know armament hockey either, which left YeFan a bit disappointed. Seeing that YeFan was polite, the two had a pleasant chat. Suddenly, the sea's laboon became agitated, churning and creating huge waves that pushed YeFan's ship far away. On the ship, Nami and Noki held on tightly to the handrails. YeFan and Crocus's expressions changed. Kid, I have something to take care of, so I'll be leaving. If fate allows, we will meet again. Crocus needed to go give the whale an injection, and YeFan knew This kind of work was better left to the Straw Hat crew. Goodbye, sir. The old man jumped onto Laboon, whose belly was his home. YeFan returned to his ship. YeFan, what were you two talking about that was so enjoyable? When YeFan came back, Nami was staring at the log pose. It kept pointing in one direction, and she had already planned out the route. Noki was curious about what they had just discussed, as YeFan seemed to be in a great mood. If Nami weren't there, she would have jumped on him to hug him. Nothing much. I didn't expect that old man to be the ship doctor of the Roger Pirates. YeFan already knew, but didn't say. Nami and Noki were instantly stunned. Their mouths agape enough to fit an egg. After all, that was the Roger Pirates. Even if he was just a deckhand, he could become one of the 4 emperors in the future. Rayleigh, Kazuki Oden, who among them wasn't he, a world-renowned big shot. After learning his identity, they were so shocked they couldn't speak. All right, what is the big deal about being a pirate king? YeFan said nonchalantly. I can take that title in the future too, and then you won't be surprised. With the system in place, nothing was an issue. He really wanted to have a fight with Luffy in his Nika form to see just how outrageous that ability was. Ha. The two clearly thought he was joking. Becoming the Pirate King wasn't that easy. They just wanted to live their little lives well. YeFan didn't explain. Tom would prove everything. The 3 of them sailed the Emperor's ship away from Twin Cape, heading towards Whiskey Peak. In the distance, Crocus finished giving Laboon a sedative and looked in the direction YeFan had left. Could this young man be someone Roger was waiting for? Today, as young people were really terrifying, all of them were monsters. YeFan hadn't shown his strength, yet he could sense the pressure. It seemed he was truly getting old. The affairs of this world had nothing to do with him anymore. He just wanted to live out the rest of his life well. As they left Twin Cape and headed towards Whiskey Peak, YeFan, feeling bored, actually started fishing. After merging with the bloodline of the vampire ancestor, training had become effortless to improve his strength. He could only rely on fighting. Finding equally matched opponents to battle would help him progress faster. Sitting at the bow of the ship, swinging the fishing rod. Anything could bite here, and they were all fresh catches. YeFan tried the local traditional way of eating, holding it raw and biting into it. He almost threw up. Even with dipping sauce, it was disgusting. However, not all fish were like that. There was one kind that tasted incredibly good raw, sweet and fatty. That fish was short and sturdy, with a conical body, cross-tail fins, bright colors from the bottom to the sides, deep blue on the upper body, dark-colored fins, slightly yellow small fins, and a black ridge on the tailstock. Yes, it was tuna. YeFan didn't expect to still be able to eat this after crossing over. In his previous life, 1 month's living expenses wouldn't even be enough for one meal. It was tear-jerking. Some people are born in Rome, while others are born to be beasts. Given its taste, YeFan planned to fish more and store it. Once he built his power in the New World, he could enjoy it slowly. It was also the first time for Nami and Noki to eat it, as the fishermen from Kokokasia village had never caught this fish. What kind of fish is this? The taste is too incredible. Nami took a small knife, cut open the fish, and put a small piece in her mouth. Nami immediately showed a satisfied and happy expression. This thing was far better than anything she had eaten before, completely devoid of any fishy taste. Sister, you should try it too. She cut a small piece for Noki, who had been cooking for years and was instantly amazed by the taste. With several cooking methods popping in her head, lightly pan-seared with red wine, making sashimi to preserve the freshness of the meat. Noki picked a few oranges, squeezed them over the fish, and tasted it. The freshness doubled. The 2 girls urged YeFan to catch more. Once they left this sea area, they might not encounter it again. This coincided with YeFan's thoughts. He had freezing abilities, so even if the taste dropped slightly after thawing, it would be too bad. The ship was so big, not stocking up would be a waste, and besides, all they caught were top-quality bluefin tuna. They would freeze one after catching it, locking in the freshest state. By nightfall, the 3 finally arrived at Whiskey Peak. Just as the ship docked, the townspeople warmly welcomed them, and YeFan felt a bit disappointed. Princess Vivi with blue hair wasn't there. It seemed it wasn't meant to be, and he wouldn't force it. The world was full of people. Welcome to the Grand Line. Welcome to our small town. Welcome to the hospitable Whiskey Peak. The people on both sides shouted joyfully. Even when they saw the Jolly Roger of the Emperor's ship, there was no panic at all. This reaction was definitely not normal for a small town. The observant Nami immediately sensed something was off and exchanged glances with YeFan, instantly understanding. Noki, however, foolishly greeted them. She believed they were good pirates, and she was kind-hearted, thinking the best of everything, not realizing there was a problem. Ikelam looked at these 3 pirates. The 2 girls were unknown to him, but the one at the front was a bounty criminal with a reward of 50 million berries. Capturing him and turning him over to the Navy would make him rich overnight. Welcome, guests from afar. I'm the town mayor, Eikelum. Our small town is famous for its wine and music, and we will treat you well. He spoke very kindly. But YeFan was well aware. This guy wanted to exchange their heads for money. The surrounding crowd immediately cheered, and those who didn't know better would think YeFan and the others were great heroes. YeFan went along with it. There was food, drinks, and free music. So why not enjoy? Hello, Mayor, I'm YeFan. He didn't care about much. With the system backing him, he was no longer a good person. The crowd cheered and invited them into the tavern, where the tables were filled with delicious food and drinks. And cute girls were by their side. Everything was well prepared by the other party. Seduction, fine wine, and gourmet food were all arranged. They were really ruthless with this tactic of playing on emotions. Ha ha! Cheers to our guests who have come from afar. Cheers! Cheers! Drink, drink, drink! The whole tavern raised their glasses, and Nami and YeFan knowingly followed suit. YeFan wanted to teach Nojiko a lesson. Sheltered flowers don't grow well. Without experiencing the wind and rain, they couldn't survive in the Grand Line and New World. If he encountered a suitable, powerful fruit, he definitely wouldn't miss it. He had to arrange it for Nami, Nojiko, and the others. Come on, don't let everyone down. Cheers. Cheers. Eikelum saw the three of them, so happy, as if he had let down all his defenses. Eikelum was overjoyed inside. This 50 million berries pirate was surprisingly easy to take down. Once they got drunk, wouldn't they be at his mercy? He. Music, fine wine, and beautiful women. This environment was the most relaxing for lowering one's guard. Soon, YeFan pretended to get drunk and fell asleep on the table. The beautiful women arranged by the other party were indeed appealing, but unfortunately, with Nami and Nojiko around, he had no chance to act. YeFan felt it was a pity. Seeing YeFan passed out, Nami glanced at the drunken Nojiko and knew she should also go down. I'm so happy. Everyone drink. Drink. She downed a large barrel of wine, swayed, and fainted. Her acting might not win her an Oscar, but she would definitely be nominated. Guests? Distinguished guests? Get up and continue drinking. Eikelum cautiously called out a few times, and seeing the three didn't respond, he finally felt relieved to leave. After drinking so much, it would be good if they woke up by noon tomorrow. Although he was lurking in the Baroque works, he hated pirates. Alabasta had been occupied by pirates, and people like them should all be killed. YeFan had actually given him a chance. After all, he was the captain of the Alabasta Guard and not a bad person. Cut off their heads and exchange them for 50 million berries with the Navy. Eikelum's tone was icy, hiding a hint of hatred. He and Vivi were investigating Baroque works here. The country had been so happy, and it was all ruined by pirates. Don't worry, this is a 50 million berries pirate. We're going to get rich. He had never seen such a high bounty. He was too excited. Let me do it. In the future, I'll also be a hunter who has killed a 50 million berries pirate. The small town was full of pirate hunters, relying on this trick to kill many pirates. This time they would hit the jackpot. It was like lying down to win. YeFan sneered inwardly. He had given them a chance. It seemed he wasn't destined to be the protagonist. Just because he fell down, they wanted to exchange him for money? No more pretending. Nami, wake up. These people are about to make a move. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present froze, slowly turning to look at YeFan. Wasn't this guy passed out? They were dumbfounded, eyes wide open in shock. How is that possible? Did he know the plan all along and pretended to be drunk on purpose? Nami immediately woke up, looked at Nojiko, and felt her sister was too careless. She needed to practice hard. YeFan's hands glowed as he used recovery magic to help Nojiko wake up, letting her see the upcoming scene with her own eyes. What is going on? Nojiko looked confused, looking around. YeFan, Nami, what is wrong? She stood up and stretched, only to see everyone around pointing knives at them, as if they were about to strike. Nami slapped her forehead, looking at her silly sister, and helplessly said, Sister, these people want to get us drunk and kill us for money. She walked over to Nojiko's side, her expression serious. This was not childish play. People could really die. Nami felt that her sister hadn't adapted to the deceit of the pirate world. That little bit of innocence in her heart was deadly in the Grand Line and New World. No wonder YeFan didn't say it directly. He wanted to use this to teach her a lesson, and Nami instantly understood. He was deliberately not acting. What? Nojiko vigilantly stared at her surroundings. It turned out all this hospitality was fake, just to make them lower their guard before striking. She had actually fallen for it. If it weren't for YeFan and Nami, she would have been dead by now. Feeling both sad and guilty, she wondered why she hadn't seen it coming. At this moment, Her heart was tumultuous. If she wanted to become stronger, even if she couldn't help YeFan, she couldn't hold him back. Moreover, these people wanted to kill her husband. How could she not be angry? What is there to fear? Even if they knew, so what? We have numbers. Why should we fear just one guy? He.S. just a pirate with two burdens. If they capture those two girls, wouldn't he be scared? These two girls looked enticing. Handing them over to the Navy would be a waste. It's better to... This group of people was truly fearless. Still daring to boast. Especially someone showing a lewd expression, directly stepping on YeFan's reverse scale. They were already dead and still looking for death. Dancing on the edge of YeFan's fury. YeFan smiled. This was the first time he smiled since crossing over. And those who understood him knew what that smile meant. Icebound for 1,000 miles. The cold air on YeFan swept across the entire venue like a storm. His eyes shining with icy blue light, as if the god of ice and snow had descended. Where the cold air passed, everything began to freeze. And in the blink of an eye, hundreds of meters were frozen. But his control was extraordinary, perfectly avoiding Nami and Nojiko. The cold air drew an invisible boundary around them, not touching them at all. The others were doomed, instantly frozen into ice sculptures. Some tried to run, but didn't have time, directly freezing in place. The whole scene was cold and silent, with the ice sculptures frozen in all their movements, leaving only YeFan and the two women standing in the middle. This power and control completely refreshed Nami and Nojiko's perception of YeFan. The room felt like an ice cellar, and both Nojiko and Nami, dressed lightly, were shivering. YeFan, it's so cold. Yeah, we're going to freeze to death. Their skin turned red from the cold, showing how fierce YeFan's ice magic was. After all, they were ordinary people. They couldn't withstand temperatures below 18 degrees. YeFan thought about sending them back to the ship. I'll take you back to the ship to warm up. He had left a mark on the Emperor's ship, making it convenient to return. However, he needed to leave a mark here to come back later to collect the loot. After all, even a mosquito is meat. Nami and the others thought they were going back. But YeFan picked one up in each arm, and the next second they appeared on the ship docked in the town's river. The sudden teleportation made them exclaim. Their eyes wide open. This operation was way too fast. But at least it wasn't cold anymore. That was a plus. You two rest here. I'll go back to collect the spoils. YeFan saw their confused expressions but didn't ask. He was clear in his heart, understanding. This time, Nojiko should understand how cruel this world was. This wasn't the East Blue, it was the Grand Line, very dangerous. Everything had gone smoothly. But that was just good luck. They hadn't encountered extreme weather. By nighttime, YeFan planned to give the two of them a choice. The vampire-esque ability could turn people into vampires, directly boosting their physical quality. YeFan was of the ancestral bloodline. The ones he bit would become first-generation vampires. And the enhancement would be outrageous. After YeFan left, Nami and Nojiko looked outside the ship and saw the entire town was frozen, wrapped in silver. Only then did they realize they had underestimated YeFan's power. He could even change the environment, terrifying to the extreme. When YeFan returned from Whiskey Peak, looking at the system points, he cursed. So poor. After turning the small town upside down, he found just over 10 million berries. No wonder Luffy was so excited when he got 30 million berries. It turned out they were all poor. 10 minutes after they left, a black-haired man appeared, stepping onto a small boat emitting flames. He had freckles on his cheeks, a tattoo of the White-Beard pirates on his face. Wore an orange cowboy hat, with a badge of a smiling sad face on the brim, and had a skull pendant and a red bead necklace, dressed in shorts. It was Ace. He looked at the small town covered in ice crystals, puzzled. This isn't scientific. It shouldn't be this cold here. Ace felt a powerful energy while chasing Blackbeard and specifically came to check it out, but unfortunately, he was late. He had urgent matters. His subordinate killed the 4th Division captain, Sachi, and he needed to take him back to Whitebeard for punishment. So he turned around and left. At this moment, YeFan was on his way to a small garden where there were 2 extremely strong giants. He wanted to recruit them, no matter how strong he was. He needed a few capable subordinates, and he had his eyes on those 2 giants, the giant race behind them, and the giant pirate crew. He had a plan. Have you made up your mind? When YeFan returned, he told Nami and the others about the choice, not forcing it, and clearly explained the benefits, becoming stronger. Being able to go to sea, which was different from the devil fruits. Nami wasn't very moved, but Nojiko found it super appealing and was already wavering inside. I can do it. This decision she had thought about for a long time. After YeFan left, she chatted with Nami. Relying on YeFan made them seem too useless. At least they needed self-defense capabilities. Little did she know how powerful the bloodline of a vampire from the first generation was. Even if she wasn't an ancestor, her physical enhancement was ridiculously abnormal. Superhuman physique, strength, speed, perception, the ability to control the weather and create a dark canopy to block sunlight, long lifespan, explosive recovery. Sister, Nami wanted to say something, but Nojiko interrupted. Nami, I know what you want to say. I've made up my mind. Being a vampire isn't scary. What is scary is not having the power to protect loved ones. The recent experience reminded her of her childhood when her adoptive mother was attacked by a dragon. If she had power, she could have protected those around her. The opportunity had come, and it must be seized. This decision would later add a top-tier powerhouse to the world of One Piece, the captain of the dark pirate crew under the Emperor's pirates. Seeing her sister so determined, Nami didn't say much. She left the rest to YeFan. YeFan was originally worried no one would be willing, but it seemed he was overthinking. There were many ways to make the other party a family member, draining Nojiko's blood and then feeding her his own, or directly letting her drink his blood, and then using a specific method to absorb her blood for transformation. YeFan thought letting her drink his blood was the safest. The transformation might hurt a bit, but she just needed to endure it. He cut his finger and squeezed out a drop of essence blood. This wasn't ordinary blood. It made his face turn pale instantly, feeling extremely weak. YeFan, are you okay? Nami and Nojiko were frightened. Having known him for so long, it was the first time they saw him like this. They hurriedly stepped forward to care for him, fearing something might happen. I'm fine, just a bit drained. I'll eat something and rest for a bit. YeFan was surprised himself. With his current strength, condensing a drop of essence blood felt like losing half his life. His waist ached, his limbs were weak, and he felt completely drained. Thankfully, he had recovery magic to save the situation, but the atmosphere had to be well utilized. After all, his body truly felt unwell. Nojiko, just swallow it. YeFan was super excited to see her turn into a vampire. Fair skin and beauty were the standard for vampires. Even though her current weak-colored skin had a charm, white and tender was still more amazing. Just like Nico Robin. The difference from 2 years ago was so vast it felt like they were two different people. Later, she could even match Nami. Nojiko saw the weak expression on YeFan's face and knew how much he had given up, all for her to become stronger. Without hesitation, she swallowed the essence blood, while YeFan closely watched her transformation, ready to use recovery magic to save her at any moment, and Nami was filled with worry. As the essence blood entered her stomach, Nojiko instantly felt her belly burning, followed by intense pain that made her curl up, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. YeFan hurriedly used recovery magic to alleviate her pain. Under the green light, she felt a bit better, but still gritted her teeth and didn't make a sound. This willpower surprised YeFan. Honey, is my sister okay? Nami was extremely anxious. Her sister was one of her only remaining family members. It's fine, don't worry, I'm here. This is her body being enhanced and transformed. It hurt a bit. YeFan was also guessing, but it turned out to be true. Transforming from a mortal to a vampire was super complex and energy-consuming. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so weak. After a while, black smoke like black light erupted from Nojiko's body, and Nami immediately looked at YeFan, her eyes full of questions. Although YeFan didn't know what this was, he could feel that her condition was excellent, and both her physical strength and aura were skyrocketing. The black light grew thicker, enveloping her entirely. Don't worry, her body is developing in a good direction. YeFan held Nami's hand to comfort her. This was different from the transformations he had seen in his previous life, possibly due to the ancestor's blood. The light lasted for about 5 minutes, so strong. YeFan felt energy gathering and quickly shielded Nami behind him. The next second, violent waves exploded, and the surrounding sea area directly blew up. As the light faded, a stunning beauty appeared before their eyes. Nojiko's skin was as white as jade, her eyes deep and dark, her pupils dilated with thirst and mystery, her teeth sharp and glistening. Nojiko's aura became noble and mysterious, her charm and majesty reaching their peak. YeFan was stunned. Wow, this was simply proof of the beautification fruit. Sister? Nami stared at the person in front of her. She could still recognize her by her hair, but everything else was completely different, especially the two in front. As long as they didn't move, it was fine, but once they moved, that noble aura would vanish instantly. What? Have I changed a lot? Nojiko looked at their shocked expressions, feeling her strength soaring and not paying much attention to her appearance. Just feeling her skin was as white as jade and her teeth were too that she could control at will. Her voice hadn't changed, confirming it was indeed Nojiko. She wanted to see what she looked like now, but as she looked in the mirror, she let out a sharp scream that pierced the sea surface. Her penetrating power was incredible. With her current strength, she couldn't compare to an admiral, but could easily handle an admiral's reserve. Looking at her reflection, Nojiko couldn't believe it, touching her face as if in a dream. Women love beauty, and she was super satisfied with this change. Standing next to Nami, the gap between them widened, and Nami felt extremely jealous. She looked so dark, and her figure was completely overshadowed. Having gained such strong power, Nojiko was excited and wanted to develop it immediately. After YeFan fused with the bloodline of the vampire ancestor, he had only developed a few common abilities, such as the demon wings, huge black-red wings condensing from his back, exuding a mysterious aura, shining with ghostly light when spread open, like a star in the night. Mind control and super perception were standard vampire abilities he hadn't really worked on yet. Nojiko wasn't directly fused by the system. She needed to familiarize herself slowly, and the best way was to fight and take hits. Only in dire situations could she grow quickly. What she lacked was experience. YeFan's wings were dark red mixed with light gold, while Nojiko's were pure dark red. Nami watched the two flying in the sky, envy all over her face. YeFan noticed and rushed to her side, picking her up. "Are you jealous? Let me let you experience what it feels like to be a bird." He had been so focused on the experiment that he almost forgot about this little treasure. Nami said she didn't need it, but everyone knew. When a woman said no, she meant yes. Holding her in the air, the wind brushed against her body, making her feel like she had merged into the sky. From high above, looking down at the sea, it was as green as a gemstone, sparkling beautifully. The sea water transitioned from deep blue to light blue, complemented by the bright blue beach and white sandy shore. It was stunning. The three of them flew through the clouds, seeing the horizon where the sky met the sea, an endless beauty. The sunlight spilled over the sea, like countless diamonds sparkling. This scenery couldn't be seen from below, and Nami was so happy she felt like she was bubbling. Nojiko looked at her sister, her eyes filled with envy. She could only, but she was satisfied like this. Half an hour ago, the Whiskey Peak, as the base of the Baroque works, was completely overturned. This was pure provocation, simply looking for death. When Mr. 13's Otter and Vulture arrived, they were dumbfounded by the scene before them. Unfortunately, they couldn't speak and were only responsible for delivering information, so they could only report back that the place was filled with ice sculptures, with not a single living soul. The Alabaster Kingdom. Crocodile glanced at the intelligence, slicked back hair, a horizontal scar on his face, an earring on his right ear, a cigar in his mouth, a golden hook for a left hand, hiding a poison hook and blade, wearing a black fur coat and orange checkered long sleeves. When he thought of this freezing ability, he immediately thought of Admiral Akiji, whose power he was wary of. But Akiji had no reason to come here, and he hadn't received any news. It was most likely a ruthless figure from another sea entering the Grand Line. Mr. 13 was still following, so he had to send someone to check, but given the opponent's strength, he decided to take matters into his own hands. Little did he know, YeFan deliberately let these two animals go to lure them here. So, he called his deputy Nico Robin and a few subordinates. Knowing the opponent was not simple and required full preparation, the Baroque Works members were confused. What did they want them to do in the middle of the night? But no one dared to ask. Among the crowd, Robin, with her long black hair, wearing a hat, healthy coffee-colored skin, and tall stature, had been distracted thinking about YeFan these days. Not for any other reason, but because of his surname, Ostrovsky, she had seen in ancient texts, which referred to a divine surname that disappeared exactly during a blank century. She guessed that YeFan might have clues about that blank history, and the truth must not be covered up. Thus, the entire Baroque Works chased after YeFan overnight, as the domestic situation was stable and fully under control. On YeFan's side, he somewhat overestimated Crocodile's mobility. He had been monitoring that bird overhead for a long time. Why weren't they coming? The sun was about to rise. Last night, he experienced what it meant to be soul-stirring. Originally, he could last 3 hours, but it ended up being 3 minutes short. Nokigo's strength was incredible. The sun had just peeked out, and after resting for 2 hours, YeFan woke up, needing to keep an eye on his surroundings. Pirates in the Grand Line were no joke, and there were plenty of instances of capsizing. "Aren't you going to rest?" YeFan looked at the approaching Nokigo, and with her current looks, what man wouldn't be moved? Just a moment ago, she said she couldn't go on and needed to rest, and now she was out. Women's words, deceiving ghosts. Zhang Wuji's mother wasn't lying to me. The more beautiful they are, the more they can deceive. Nokigo naturally linked her arm with his, Both of them were strong and could break free at any time. I don't want to rest now. After adapting to her body, she found her recovery ability was abnormal. She felt fully recharged after a short break, not tired at all. The two sat at the bow of the ship watching the sunrise, with Nokigo resting her head on his shoulder, like a little couple. It was so warm. Good morning. Nami got up and saw that they were already awake, but didn't notice their intimate appearance. As soon as she showed up, Nokigo felt a surge of guilt and thought about confessing. No, we just got up too. I'll go cook, fry some fish for breakfast. The fried fish is superb. Just a quick fry will do, very fast. Nami had slept comfortably and looked at the oranges on the boat, thinking that Belmir would be happy to see them. YeFan looked towards the back of the ship. He sensed the ship approaching. He looked up and muttered to himself. Finally, they are here. There were quite a few people. And the leader must be Crocodile. What's wrong? Nami saw nothing but the sea. Someone is following. I'll go check it out. You all wait here. I'll be back soon. With Nokigo protecting him, and having left a flying thunder god mark on the ship, he felt at ease. YeFan spread his dark red wings mixed with golden light, looking incredibly handsome. Behind him, Crocodile sensed someone approaching, moving at an incredible speed. In just a few breaths, YeFan flew far away. His speed was insane. Guests are arriving. Crocodile puffed on his cigar, his eyes deep. He was wary of the newcomers. When YeFan noticed him, Crocodile had not yet realized it. He only reacted when YeFan got closer. Crocodile relied solely on his natural type fruit to sit as one of the warlords, without any domineering aura. Hey, how's everyone? YeFan landed handsomely. The members of Baroque Works looked at him, filled with trepidation. The boss hadn't spoken. So who dared to make a sound? Robin looked at YeFan, her curiosity piqued. This was someone with a special surname. YeFan first looked at Robin, not at Crocodile, making the latter unhappy. When was he looked down upon like this? He recognized this was YeFan from the East Sea, the notorious figure with a bounty of 50 million. You all came too late. I thought you'd arrive last night, making me wait half the night. Facing a whole boat of people, YeFan remained calm. His strength gave him confidence. Crocodile's natural type would greatly reduce his combat effectiveness at sea. Is that so? Crocodile was furious, not taking him seriously. Crescent-shaped sand dunes. His arm enlarged into a crescent sandblade, slashing towards YeFan. YeFan sidestepped to avoid it. The attack was average but highly insulting. Being struck would sap away moisture, terrifying. Suddenly reminded of Smoker, the juice minister, who could extract juice with his fruit. Said to have different tastes for each person. Observation Hockey. Crocodile guessed. Could it be that he can use armament hockey? It specializes in countering natural types, capable of striking the entity, not hitting with one strike. Crocodile understood. This opponent was not simple. The freezing ability was absolutely powerful, unknown what fruit it was. Are you looking for me for something? Although he was difficult, he spoke politely. Seeing the other party being honest, YeFan truly didn't want to fight. After all, he was a good person. I'm here to cooperate with you. I know exactly what you want. YeFan's gaze was piercing, making Crocodile feel uneasy. What was this guy's agenda? He actually knew that Crocodile's real goal in Alabasta was information about the ancient weapon Pluton. The exchange condition was very simple. Just give me 1 billion berries, and this deal is worth it, right? YeFan smiled easily, knowing that Pluton could destroy an island with one shot. 1 billion berries felt like a steal. Why should I believe you? 1 billion may not be much, but Crocodile wasn't a fool. How could he be easily hooked? Everyone present, except Robin, was dumbfounded, completely unaware of what these two were playing at, but from the earlier confrontation and the boss's expression, they understood this man was not easy to deal with. Robin's gaze had not left YeFan. His unintentional noble demeanor made her increasingly certain. This was the survivor of the surname forgotten by the world, just like O'Hara Island back in the day, which the government forcibly erased to hide the historical truth from 800 years ago. I have no reason to lie to you, and that place already has CP9 infiltrated. As a warlord, you should have this bit of information, right? When YeFan said this, he glanced at Robin and saw her body tremble slightly, but no one noticed. Crocodile understood. This guy was eyeing Robin, clearly knowing she could interpret the historical texts and regarded her as a treasure. Such important news. Why don't you take it for yourself? Crocodile didn't believe YeFan was uninterested in Pluton. After all, that was something even the 4 emperors and the world government coveted. The subordinates beside him were all bewildered, unable to interject. Ha ha! YeFan laughed heartily. I'm not interested in that broken ship. There's ready-made stuff in Wayno. And there's a beautiful sea king there. I plan to take Fishman Island. It's currently big mess, but it won't be for long. However, I need to raise my strength first, draw some lottery prizes steadily, and if all else fails, I can collaborate with that kid Luffy. He has the protagonist halo. After all, it's all for the good of Fishman Island. Who manages it doesn't matter. You all step back. Crocodile waved his hand. This information was too critical. His subordinates tactfully retreated, but Robin didn't move. She clearly knew what the two were discussing. Crocodile frowned at Robin. Why wasn't she leaving? But Robin looked at YeFan. Sir, do you really know where Pluton is? This was the peak of the mature woman's initiative to speak, catching YeFan off guard. Of course I know. Nico, Robin. Do you want to join my pirate crew? Such a treasure must be intercepted in advance, not letting that straw hat kid take it. Digging the wall in front of them, Crocodile looked at Robin. He had never trusted her, only his own strength. Faced with the invitation, Nico Robin instinctively looked at Crocodile, wanting to confirm his attitude. Seeing her hesitate, YeFan spoke up. Crocodile, how about you let go? I'll tell you for free where Pluton is. Calling him Crocodile like that made Crocodile's CPU nearly burn out. It was the first time someone had called him that. Suddenly, my mind short-circuited. But exchanging information about the underworld with someone I don't trust is a huge profit. As long as Msunday wants to leave, I won't stop her. He spread his hands. Anyway, he didn't believe her long ago. Keeping her around was just hoping she could decipher the historical text. YeFan looked at Robin, waiting for her answer. Sure, she also wanted to see what this family was really about. Watching the two of them leave, Crocodile got a location. Water City, Espagu, president of Carrera Company. Mayor of Water 7. Ha ha. He laughed wildly. Having the underworld, who would dare challenge in these waters? YeFan didn't use the Flying Thunder God, directly carrying Robin back. No way he would let go of a good deal. I must say, she was very light. She hadn't grown much after years of hiding. But after 2 years of proper nutrition, she was a bit more plump. Thank you, Captain. They quickly returned to the ship, and Robin expressed her gratitude. Who is this? Nami and Nokigao came out, curious about the new member, eyeing each other. YeFan introduced, this is Nico Robin, an archaeologist. She will be part of our Emperor Pirates from now on. She's family. This orange-haired beauty is Navigator Nami, and this is Cook Nokigao. Robin was amazed by Nokigao's beauty. Her temperament resembled YeFan's. Could she also be from that family? Hello, Miss Navigator, Miss Cook. Robin greeted, and YeFan noticed her wariness. Childhood traumas linger, but it would get better over time. Nami and Nokigao responded politely, and Nokigao invited, the food is ready. Let us eat together. She understood YeFan very well. There would be many varieties at night, and Robin's figure. Did YeFan not have any thoughts? She didn't believe it. If he could accept Robin, could he also accept herself? Women's thoughts are hard to guess. They just hope the other understands them. Thank you. Robin, who had been hiding since childhood, was very good at reading the room. Welcomed by the cook, neutral from the navigator, but not outright rejected. No need to thank family. Nokigao's cooking was superb, and there was a kind of fish meat that was delicious. You should try it. YeFan understood her sensitivity. What could he do after taking away Luffy's historian? He didn't care. The Emperor's ship was big enough. The restaurant was not small, just the decoration was average. And they would need to renovate it properly when they got to Water City. Living is all about enjoying, right? There were plenty of rooms. But the nights could be a bit tricky. Robin had been hiding from pursuers for years. Her vigilance was extremely high, and YeFan felt a bit helpless. He had to wait for CP9 to emerge, confront the government hard, to win her heart. Which girl could withstand fighting against the government? Wouldn't she be moved to tears? Sometimes YeFan thought Luffy's operations were really useful, defeating St. Charlos and turning the Charlia Palace into slaves. He didn't believe that Empress Boa Hancock could withstand such moves. Luffy, all right. As night fell, the sea shimmered, a gentle breeze rustled the sails, and the sound was soothing. Starlight sprinkled on the sea, illuminating the course, exuding a sense of tranquility. Nico Robin stood at the bow of the ship, her black hair flowing in the wind, like a black curtain, both ethereal and mysterious, perfectly matched with the night. Can't sleep? YeFan originally wanted to go to Nokigao's, but when he came out, he saw Robin at the bow. The night was the home ground for vampires. Their vision was enhanced, definitely the favored child of the night. Robin turned to look at him, her black hair flowing even more dramatically, like a black flag dancing in the night sky. YeFan was so handsome he could bubble over, his gaze firm and deep, with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Captain, Robin spoke, I can't sleep, so I count stars. In my hometown, they say that when relatives pass away, they become stars to watch over you. She looked up, the night sky full of stars like a painting, sparkling beautifully. Robin gazed at the stars. As many as the people who had passed from O'Hara. Are they watching over me? She couldn't help but reach out to touch the stars. The sea was vast, and she would always encounter companions willing to protect her. She hadn't forgotten the words of Jaguar D. Saul. But after being betrayed by companions for years, her heart had long since closed up tight. Seeing her like this, YeFan understood she deeply missed the happy childhood of O'Hara. "Thank you, Captain." After a long time, Robin saw YeFan still accompanying her, and after speaking, she turned to go back to her room. YeFan looked at the night alone. There was no rush to win her over. It had to be done slowly. It was time to start the nightlife. He had already noticed Nokigao was pacing in her room, unable to wait. Outside, dark clouds completely covered the little moonlight, seeing the outline of the island. YeFan knew they had arrived. The little garden was full of primitive scenery, with dinosaurs and extinct species running everywhere. Robin looked at the island. She hadn't seen the route last night, and now she was anxious. "Captain, we can't go there. It's super dangerous." As a historian, she loved to read miscellaneous notes, and it was written that Little Garden had claimed the lives of countless pirates. She had a permanent pointer that could safely take her to Alabasta, and then to other places very stable. "Ha ha ha, Robin, don't worry. That's exactly where I'm headed." YeFan laughed. There were so many extinct animals here. He had to get some meat for Nokigao to show off her skills. He understood she was well-meaning. After all, she was the one who had been hurt the most. Really? Nokigao's eyes lit up. She had truly fallen in love with cooking. Every time she saw YeFan rave about her cooking, she was extremely happy. The meat of extinct creatures might be even better than that fish. Nami, after being with YeFan and her sister, had grown bolder. She no longer shouted for help at every turn, looking very cool. Next to them, Nami felt super safe. Robin looked at the three of them. None of them were afraid, her face full of confusion. There were so many carnivorous dinosaurs and saber-toothed tigers on this island. "Robin, don't worry, we know what we're doing." YeFan couldn't wait. He would first reason with the two captains of the giant pirate crew, and if that didn't work, he would use an improved version of the reply magic. After searching for the right target for so long, he finally found one. Pirates with bounties over 100 million were the only ones worthy of him making a move. "Robin, don't worry. I'm very strong. I will protect you." Nokigao was still trying to win over Robin. As long as she softened up, she would have a chance too, even though she was a vampire. She also wanted to spend the day with someone she liked. Seeing that all three had this attitude, Robin was left with no choice. As for Nokigao saying she would protect her, she just took it as a joke. How strong could someone who looked so beautiful be? On the little garden side, Crocodile had received news about the underworld yesterday and sent all his subordinates to Water City overnight. Mr. 3 received the news and immediately slipped away, having to give up on the giant Broggy and Dory on the island. Both of them were notorious figures with bounties over 100 million. Confronting them directly was like delivering food. Now, there were only these two giants left on the island. As soon as YeFan's ship entered Little Garden, they found themselves in a dense tropical rainforest, lush and full of ancient landforms. YeFan personally experienced it and was amazed. Only such forest could feed those giant creatures. Although Robin had seen it in books, seeing it with her own eyes still shocked her. It was so well preserved, like a world cut off from the rest of time. "Not bad," YeFan suggested. "How about we go have a barbecue in the forest? It would be a shame not to enjoy this wonderful place." Inside were all fresh and precious ingredients. Saber-toothed tigers, dinosaur meat, which he had never tasted before. The opportunity had come. He couldn't let himself miss out. "Sure." Nokigao agreed wholeheartedly. MHM. Nami nodded. Ever since leaving Kokoyashi village, everyone had been drifting at sea. It was time to enjoy themselves. It was settled then. Just bring some seasonings and a lighter. Everything else can be found in the forest. The four were divided into two groups. YeFan and Robin in one group, Nokigao and Nami in the other. Nokigao's current strength was more than enough to handle the dangers of the island. Plus, she had the devil's wings to fly and locate, so she wasn't afraid of getting lost at all. Nami was initially reluctant, but after being persuaded by Nokigao, she agreed. The two strolled in the primitive forest, and YeFan used his observation haki to sense a bunch of fierce beasts staring at them. Hidden in the grass was a saber-toothed tiger, massive in size, with solid muscles, exuding intimidation. Its pair of giant teeth looked like swords, its eyes deep and sharp, radiating cunning and ferocity, filled with a desire to plunder. And just looking at it was scary. In YeFan's eyes, it couldn't hide. With a swift lunge, he struck decisively. So impressive. Robin was stunned, puzzled about how he discovered it. "It's nothing. This is called observation haki." YeFan remained calm. Haki becomes common in the later stages. Anyone can learn armament haki. YeFan had already planned. For armament haki, he would seek out Black Arm Zephyr. For observation hockey, he would find Katakuri, and for conqueror's hockey, he would go to red-haired Shanks. The hockey of these three is top-notch and will definitely allow him to make rapid progress. Unfortunately, Zephyr was not an option, so he could only look to the others. Hockey. Robin knew about this, but had never seen it. YeFan continued to hunt a lot of prey, making too much noise and attracting Brookie. Brookie was a warrior of the Elbaf giant tribe, fighting on this island for 100 years without a winner being decided. YeFan's appearance disrupted the storyline. He sensed a massive commotion and came to check. His enormous body shook the ground with every step. What happened? The ground suddenly trembled, like a small earthquake. Robin had not yet reacted and was cautiously watching her surroundings. YeFan didn't need observation hockey to know who it was, but he couldn't tell if it was the blue demon Dory or the red demon Broggy. If the other party agreed, they could have a good talk. If not, he could only use modified magic. He wasn't a good person, nor was he a bad one. A giant foot appeared in front of YeFan and Robin. Giant tribe? Robin suddenly recalled. Her childhood playmate, Jaguar D. Saul, was a giant. Seeing the giant again, she felt emotional and curious about why there were giants on this island. It's been ages since anyone came to this island. Do you have any alcohol? Broggy, with muscles all over, 2 horns on his head, a beard in a circle, and a giant cloak, stared at YeFan and Robin, having not had a drink in decades and craving that taste. We have alcohol, but why should we give it to you? YeFan looked at the giant, noting that his strength was impressive, but his brain didn't seem too sharp like many creatures. He was all brawn and no brains. Broggy was stumped by the question, scratching his head and starting to think. This island has plenty of dinosaur meat. How about I trade you some meat for alcohol? It's super delicious. This was the only solution Broggy could think of. He even forgot why he'd been fighting his opponent for 100 years. He looked at YeFan expectantly, hoping for an agreement. How about this? Let's have a fight. If I win, you become my underling, doing whatever I say, and I'll provide you with alcohol. If I lose, I'll also give you alcohol. How about it? YeFan smiled at him, clearly laying out the plan. Whether he won or lost, there would be alcohol. But if he lost, he would have to acknowledge Broggy as the big brother. Robin realized that YeFan was here for the giant tribe. Broggy was very tempted by this. Giants revere the strong, and regardless of winning or losing, there would be alcohol. It's a win-win. All right, I agree. He was very confident in his strength, thinking that YeFan, being so small, would have to hold back during the fight to avoid killing him. Seeing how Na'vi this giant was, Robin sighed helplessly as YeFan easily manipulated him with just a couple of words. The three of them reached a spacious area. Next to a giant skeleton, YeFan was bewildered. What kind of creature was this skeleton? A sea king? It was absurdly large, making the giant tribe seem small in comparison. This was Broggy's lair, where he roasted meat and lived. Looking at the other party's foolishness, YeFan felt it necessary to give a reminder. Hey, I'm pretty strong, so be careful. YeFan warned. Broggy immediately tensed up, focusing on YeFan, dressed in heavy armor. His gaze was incredibly determined, tightly gripping a giant axe and shield, muscles bulging with explosive strength. The atmosphere of battle intensified. Broggy took the fight very seriously, treating it as an honor and a mission, willing to risk everything for his beliefs. Originally intending to hold back, it seemed unnecessary now. Come on. Let me see your strength. YeFan soared into the air, his demon wings resembling those of a black dragon, blocking out the sun. His posture was tall, his gaze sharp as a blade, and his wings cast a large shadow. He condensed an ice bow in his hands, clear and sparkling, exuding cold air. Ice magic. Zero's destruction bow. Broggy felt the pressure, and not only was he not afraid, but he was also extremely excited. However, when the ice arrow shot out, his expression changed instantly, filled with seriousness. The ice arrow tore through the air, accompanied by a chilling gust, charging towards him like a frost storm. This was YeFan's first time using the ice destruction magic. Upon contact with a target, it would freeze. Broggy's veins bulged as he raised his shield and shouted a block, but it was futile. The ice arrow struck the shield, lacking penetrating power. Yet it began to freeze from the shield, spreading all the way to his head, turning him into an ice statue. He wanted to rely on the giant tribe's terrifying strength to break free, but he was dumbfounded. This ice was too hard. No matter how hard he tried, with muscles taut and veins bulging, he still couldn't break it. He wasn't stupid and immediately understood. He couldn't win. YeFan saluted, standing on top of his head and smiling. How is it? Are you convinced? With Broggy's strength, how could he break the ice? In his dreams, YeFan was very clear about his own strength, at least on par with a vice admiral. The ancestral vampire bloodline enhancement was top-notch, with full system rewards, placing him above average among vice admirals. He could even replicate Aukiji's Ice Age now. The other giant, the blue demon Dori, was attracted by the powerful aura from earlier, which came from Broggy's side. No matter what, he had to go take a look. As a warrior, he wouldn't allow anyone to disrupt their battle. Upon arrival, he saw Broggy frozen in ice, with someone standing on his head. Dori thought the opponent was going to kill Broggy and roared, "Bastard, what are you doing?" He swung his giant sword, creating a whirlwind, and fiercely chopped at YeFan. The movement was both fierce and brutal. Each swing seemed like it could tear the heavens apart, the giant sword cutting through the air with a powerful airflow, shooting towards him like lightning. "Watch out!" Robin shouted. Another giant appeared and attacked. YeFan had already sensed it with observation hockey. If the other party wanted to fight, then let them see his strength. Facing the incoming giant sword, YeFan's gaze was cold and resolute, extending one hand to directly grasp the sword blade, as easy as pinching a twig. The power in his palm was astonishing, leaving onlookers in shock. YeFan let out a low shout, causing Dori to retreat repeatedly, the giant sword in his hand emitting a faint cracking sound. Dori stared at the giant sword being easily broken by YeFan. Completely dumbfounded, he was left with just the hilt. This sword had accompanied him in battles for many years, and now was rendered useless. "Broggy, does what you just promised still count?" YeFan waved his hand, and the ice on Broggy disappeared. The response from this big fool would determine whether YeFan would use modified magic. As a warrior of Elbaf, I, Broggy, keep my word. In Dori's shock, Broggy knelt on one knee. This huge giant kneeling before a normal person, and doing so respectfully, created a bizarre scene. "Broggy, you." Dori was stunned. His opponent, who had battled for 100 years, actually kneeling to a human? It was a disgrace to Elbaf. "You are unworthy to be my opponent. Even less worthy to be an Elbaf warrior. I despise you." These words completely enraged Broggy, who glared at Dori. "I did nothing wrong. This is fulfilling a promise. For the glory of Elbaf." He turned to YeFan. "Big brother, I want to duel him. Please allow it." Only with YeFan's approval would he make a move. YeFan was very satisfied. Based on this character of keeping promises, he would definitely not betray him. "You wait a moment. Rest well before the duel. That way, it will be fair." Although he said it was fair, he actually wanted to enhance Broggy's strength, making him part of his family, just in case. The two of them were evenly matched, and if they continued fighting, it would lead nowhere. "Oof." Dori snorted coldly and turned away, unafraid without a weapon. Waiting for the duel, YeFan was contemplating that once Broggy won, he would use modified magic to make Dori submit during the Marineford War. Blackbeard could take his little brothers to show off live, and if he brought a group of little brothers along with a celestial dragon girl as a pet, wouldn't that be even more impressive? Kikik. The more YeFan thought about it, the more excited he became, laughing out loud. Robin looked at him in surprise. Why did he suddenly start laughing? "Big brother, I'm fine. I can duel right now." Broggy, uninjured, felt there was no need to rest. YeFan looked at the big guy, realizing that his intelligence was really lacking, and that made him easier to subdue. "Open your mouth." Broggy obediently opened his mouth, not knowing what was about to happen. YeFan squeezed out a drop of ordinary blood and tossed it into his mouth. He was just a little brother. Ordinary blood was enough. Ancestral blood, no matter how ordinary, was still extremely precious. Instantly, a surge of powerful energy rushed into Broggy's body, and his transformation began. Sharp teeth grew in his mouth, gleaming like blades. His eyes became fierce, power surged within him, resembling a bloodthirsty demon. His physique became even larger, muscles bulging, exuding an incredibly intimidating aura. The vampire blood elevated his combat power. He roared, and the sound reverberated across the entire island like thunder, echoing in the mountains and forests, filled with the terrifying majesty of wild beasts, sending shivers down people's spines. Originally tall, Broggy grew a third bigger, exceeding the limits of the giant race. He looked at his transformation and instantly understood it was his big brother's help. "Thank you, big brother." This power was incredible. Broggy felt he could now knock down Dong-Li with a single punch. He admired his big brother even more, treating him like a deity, not daring to act recklessly. YeFan observed his transformation and thought it was good. Finally, he had the vibe of the captain of the giant soldier's pirate crew. "Go on, just don't kill him. I still have use for him." The giant race is already scarce, and Dong-Li's strength is decent. It's more valuable for him to be alive than dead. Broggy took this as a divine command. "Yes, big brother." Dong-Li heard Broggy's roar, and that thunderous voice unsettled him. Dong-Li, come out and die. I want to use weapons. Let us fight fairly." The surge of power filled Brokey with confidence. After 100 years of fighting, today would be the end. Dong picked up his shield, preparing to fight, but when he looked, he was completely stunned. Is this Brokey? In just over 10 minutes. How did he become so big? They were about the same height before, but now Brokey was 2 heads taller than him, muscles bulging, emanating a sinister aura. You. Ahaha. This is the power bestowed by my big brother. Dong Li, I will definitely win today. Brokey transformed into a bloodthirsty demon, fangs bared, resembling a frenzied beast. His attacks were incredibly fierce, each strike carrying destructive force, making spectators feel uneasy. As a member of the giant race, Dong Li was also powerful. Every swing created a strong wind, like a raging wave. But when the 2 giant fists collided, there was no contest. Dong Li was sent flying with a punch, carving an arc in the air before crashing to the ground, dust billowing up as if he had been struck by a mountain. Brokey's eyes sparkled with excitement. Grinning widely, he had won. The 100-year battle had come to an end. He had forgotten his boss's words and dragged Dong Li back. Captain. YeFan felt calling him boss was inappropriate, so it was better to call him captain, fitting for the local customs. Looking at Dong Li's limp arm, it was likely broken. YeFan pointed, and a glimmer of light circled Dong Li's head. Memory reshaping magic activated. It directly altered his memory to that of Brokey's crew member, ensuring absolute obedience. All right, from now on, the LLB under your command. YeFan casually healed his arm. Dong Li struggled to get up, shaking his head in confusion. Captain, what just happened? He looked at Brokey, filled with doubt. Brokey, seeing him call himself captain, laughed excitedly. Aha! He had waited too long for this day. He was the strongest Elbaf warrior. I give you a mission. On the day of Fire Fist Ace's execution, be on time at Marineford. Being cool is a lifetime thing. How could I let Luffy steal the spotlight? Yes, Captain. Although Brokey looked intimidating, he had genuine respect for YeFan from the bottom of his heart. Robin was puzzled. How could Whitebeard's 2nd Division commander be executed? Nokigao and Nami had arrived early. Brokey's voice could be heard all over the island. After handling everything, YeFan continued steering the Emperor towards the next destination. Brokey looked at the ship's shadow and, along with Dong Li, prepared a raft to gather other giants. Rebuilding the giant soldiers' pirate crew. YeFan never thought of leaving westward. He had forgotten there was a big goldfish here. Originally, he wanted Nokigao to practice on the island. But there hadn't been an opportunity, and now it had come. Nokigao, there's going to be a little trouble soon. You handle it, and let me see how strong you are now. Sure. Nokigao also wanted to test her strength. Just one word, strong. Super strong. She felt like she could do anything. Robin was drinking coffee and glanced at Nokigao. Just a pretty girl. What kind of strength could she have? Now she could see for herself. Wow, what huge goldfish. Nami looked at the giant goldfish not far away, about the same size as the whale they encountered before. The giant goldfish rolled up from the sea surface, larger than any ship, its shadow blocking out the sun, shimmering with dazzling golden light. Resembling a gem floating on the sea, its head towered high, large eyes staring ahead as if it could see through everything. Its mouth opened wide, revealing sharp teeth, sending chills down people's spines. Its hard scales sparkled with a shocking brilliance, exuding majesty and power. If YeFan's ship continued in a straight line, both the ship and the people would be swallowed by it. YeFan lounged comfortably in his chair, waiting for Nokigao to take action. Even if she made a mistake, he could escape using Flying Thunder God. He had already thrown the mark into the sea just in case. Robin noticed this little action, but didn't ask further. Everyone was anticipating, and on the deck, Nokigao's body trembled violently, a flash of light. And her form changed dramatically. Her eyes turned blood red, her gaze sharp, filled with killing intent. Giant wings sprouted from her back, resembling shadows of the night. Black feathers emanating a chilling aura. Suddenly, circles protruded from her mouth, red light flickering, like a bat's radar, incredibly sensitive. Nokigao soared towards the giant goldfish, resembling a dark demon, her form moving so fast it left afterimages, her wings trailing ghostly light. Upon contact, a blood-red beam pierced through the giant goldfish. A thunderous explosion erupted, and the sea surged with monstrous waves. This display left everyone dumbfounded, and YeFan was surprised. This strength was impressive. He could also perform that move. But what would be even more terrifying? Nokigao had used the principle of Bat Radar to achieve this, and its power was astounding. Nami and Robin were directly stunned. Was this the kind of strength a pretty woman could possess? Nokigao elegantly landed back on the ship, retracting her wings and returning to her beautiful vase-like appearance. Who would believe she had just taken down a super sea king? How was that? Nokigao looked at YeFan, her face full of eagerness for praise, making YeFan chuckle. There would be a proper reward at night, but it was convenient now. Not bad. Keep it up. You can feel it too. Your potential is still great. YeFan patted her shoulder. This was already his biggest gesture. Wow, sister. You were amazing. Nami rushed over, looking at her familiar yet unfamiliar sister, not expecting her to be so strong. She knew her sister had become stronger, but seeing it with her own eyes still shocked her. Chef Miss, you're really impressive. Robin felt she was even stronger than Crocodile. The pressure from earlier was overwhelming. No, compared to YeFan, I'm still far behind. The normal Nokigao was just a great beauty. Only she knew just how much she fell short compared to YeFan. The pressure he exerted on her was not just due to their kinship. YeFan was truly strong. YeFan understood this as well. He was now a massive treasure trove, not fully developed to the maximum extent. If he truly merged these things, it would be terrifying. Next, he planned to exchange for the characters he had drawn to boost the combat power of those around him. In the waters near the kingdom of Magnetdrome, a large wooden raft floated, carrying 4 people and a horse. One was a rugged-looking, middle-aged man with dense body hair. A tawny complexion, black curly hair tied with a headscarf, and missing teeth. Another was an elegant man in a black top hat, dressed theatrically, wielding a sword cane. A sickly man in a gray coat, a muscular man with purple long hair, wearing a wrestling mask, and a man wearing a strange hat. An eye patch over his right eye, a long face in a black cloak, holding a long spear, along with a large white horse. This lineup was too obvious. Only the early Blackbeard pirate crew would dare to use a raft as a pirate ship. Only Marshal D. Teach had such audacity. Ahaha. Blackbeard stared at YeFan's bounty notice, Ostrovsky D. YeFan, capturing him and delivering him to the world government would allow him to become a warlord of the sea. A 50 million berry great pirate. And with AD, that was more than enough to exchange for a warlord identity. For the sake of his plan, Blackbeard had set his sights on YeFan. Lafayette will directly seek Zhangguo for permission, allowing Blackbeard to join the Shichibukai. They are well aware of the Navy's schemes regarding the Shichibukai, and only with this identity can they enter Impel down to find stronger companions. YeFan is still unaware that he has caught Blackbeard's attention. After leaving the small garden, YeFan and his group, using the permanent pointer in Robin's hand, plan to go to Alabasta to borrow some money. A country must have a lot of treasures. In the original story, on Whiskey Peak, Vivi mentioned a bounty of 1 billion berries for escorting, which shows how wealthy the country is. Time is like water in a sponge. Wealth is the same. Just squeeze a little and there will be some. Going to Alabasta? Robin took off her glasses, looking puzzled. She just came from there, and Old Sand has left. What is the point? Nami also asked, what are we going there for? Only Nokigao didn't ask. Wherever YeFan goes, she goes. There is historical text there, which is crucial for finding One Piece. YeFan needs to find a reasonable explanation. He can't just say they're going to squeeze wealth, right? That would tarnish his glorious image. Sure enough, Robin got excited upon hearing this. She is super interested in archaeology and history. There's another reason YeFan didn't mention his Night Princess dream. Old Sand is gone. Vivi will definitely return to Alabasta, and he will get to see her then, gaining another battle partner. With a clear goal, the group heads straight for Alabasta. YeFan was right. Vivi learned about the situation in the country through newspapers and news from the Baroque works. Old Sand has evacuated. She rushed back to Whiskey Peak, but found the whole town frozen into ice sculptures, with no signs of life, and the captain of the guard was dead. This blow made her extremely sad. She had no idea what had happened and could only return her country, worried about her father's safety. In fact, Vivi should thank YeFan. If he hadn't told Old Sand about the king of the underworld, Baroque Works would probably be investigating her identity right now. Now Crocodile's organization is all heading to Water City for the design of the king of the underworld. Fate's gears turn quite cleverly. With the change of targets, both YeFan and Blackbeard's ships happen to be heading towards Alabasta as harbor. YeFan doesn't even know that the original trajectory of this world has been thoroughly disrupted by him, shifting from small deviation to a major alteration. And no one can predict what the future holds. On the way to Alabasta, YeFan lay comfortably on the deck, enjoying the sea breeze. It was so pleasant. He was also pondering. If only there could be some beautiful things happening, it would be perfect. Although he had a good relationship with Nami, it seemed she wasn't ready yet, and YeFan was puzzled about why. In fact, he could use modified methods to alter her memory, making her agree immediately. But he didn't do that. Altering memories was already crossing the line. What's the point of three-way kill? He is also a normal person and wants to win over someone with sincerity, just like the protagonists. He regretted having altered a bit of Nami's memory before. Ahead, the sea was smoking. Noki Gao stared ahead. The sea was not only smoking, but also much hotter than elsewhere. Smoke on the sea? This sight was too rare. Since merging with the vampire bloodline, Noki Gao, aside from cooking, had been wholeheartedly developing her abilities, slowly adapting to her powers. At night, YeFan accompanied her in training, pushing her to her limits in battle, making her vampire powers more and more adept. But she also realized that she felt an inexplicable greed when looking at other people's necks. She knew it was due to not having fed for a long time. Vampires need to drink blood to maintain their energy. After YeFan learned this, he let her drink a bit of his blood, not vital blood. So it didn't affect him. He specially instructed, in the future, when I'm not around, if you want to drink blood, you can only find women. As the protagonist, possessiveness must be managed. At that moment, Noki Gao looked at his serious expression and couldn't help but laugh. This reaction clearly showed he cared about her and that didn't want her to have too much contact with others. Thinking of this, Noki Gao felt sweet inside. Nami was drawing maps under the sunlight, recording the journey of these days. It was her favorite thing to do. Hearing her sister's words, she got up and looked. The sea was shrouded in haze, with smoke spewing from the volcano, covering the sea's surface in a misty haze. This is an underwater volcano. The underwater volcano, she walked over to her sister's side, and the two sisters followed YeFan, living happily every day. There were new surprises every day, different scenery to see, and they could be together every day. It was so blissful. Noki Gao only realized there were underwater volcanoes after Nami explained. There were even more than on the surface. A few days ago, she had seen quite a few volcanoes in the small garden. The Emperor's ship sailed into the smoke, filled with the stench of sulfur, which was unbearable. Everyone persisted. They just needed to get through, Nami said, only to realize she was the only one coughing. YeFan and the other two were powerful, holding their breath with ease. Nami felt embarrassed, looking around after passing through, trying to cover up. YeFan smiled but didn't expose her. He was secretly calculating how to get Enel's rumble fruit. Killing him would cause the fruit to randomly drop in some corner of the world, which would be too hard to find. That fruit was most suitable for Nami, as she was already highly sensitive to weather. Crocodile had run away, but his subordinates, the Billion Elder and Million Elder, were still guarding around Alabasta. YeFan passed through the smoke and instantly sensed a bunch of ships. Looking at the skull with white wings and crossed swords flag, that was Baroque works. The subordinate forces of the Shichibukai. The name is quite impressive. 200 billion elders, the chief commander's subordinates, and also the executive commander candidates. 1,800 million elders, the executive commander's subordinates. In total, 2,000 miscellaneous soldiers, and they dare to call themselves million and billion? It's laughable. With so few people, Alabasta had a standing army of 600,000. A single encounter could crush them. YeFan looked at the surrounding ships, impressed by old Sand's greed. He ran away, but left his little brothers to guard, showing great ambition. Later, he created the Cross Guild in the New World with a bounty of 965 billion berries, higher than Kaido and Burn. Truly worthy of being a super emperor-level vice. As these ships rushed over, YeFan suddenly thought of Ace's Fire Fist, which was incredibly cool. Ace could use Fire Fist, and he could use Ice Fist, which was quite similar. Robin was familiar with these ships. She was once the vice president of Baroque Works, and now, leaning on the ship railing, showing off her good figure, she was completely unbothered. YeFan and Noki Gao's strength could easily handle these. The sea breeze blew through the hair of the three beautiful women, all tall, and Noki Gao was especially charming. The sun was warm and made people sleepy. Pay attention. A whirlwind rose under YeFan's feet, lifting him into the air, his right fist condensing icy energy, feeling as cool as an ice sculpture. His gaze was firm, and a punch of ice with unmatched might struck towards the fleet. The first ship was directly penetrated and shattered into pieces. Then the second, third, as if hit by cannonballs, the hull shattered, masts fell, and the crew was terrified. Help! I still have a fiancé who hasn't come through the door. I have treasures, save me. The screams echoed. A few people jumped into the sea to escape, but they were too far from the coast. Without help, they were just waiting to die. YeFan landed with a swoosh, looking at the sea scattered with debris. The water churning like a pot of porridge. He had only used 30% of his strength, purely a post-meal activity, just to digest. Alabasta is a superpower in the first half of the Grand Line, with a population of over 10 million, and its capital, Alyabarna, has a standing army of 600,000. No wonder Old San didn't dare to confront them head-on, with 600,000 people. Even an ant could bite an elephant to death. That's why he orchestrated the ideal country operation, causing 3 years of no rain outside the capital, and framed the king using dancing powder, inciting a civil war. It was despicable but extremely effective. This also led to the water here being more expensive than gold. YeFan saw from afar that the coastline was all desert, with some housing structures. After Old San left, the situation in Alabasta changed drastically. The rebel army and the king's army were about to go to war. Caturlia, as the rebel headquarters, the people here were all those who couldn't survive, which was why they rebelled, all because of Crocodile-esque conspiracy. Only the capital Alyabarna hadn't suffered from drought, while people elsewhere were dying of thirst every day. A large crowd gathered for a meeting, with a man at the front, deep green short hair, a scar over his left eye, wearing a red-brown long coat, a dark green belt, orange gloves, and a super long sword sheathed behind him. He passionately spoke, "Brothers, the royal family doesn't care about our lives. The king is using dancing powder to cause a drought. What are we going to do?" His roar was incredibly infectious, and everyone was caught up in the rhythm, completely unaware it was Old San's trick. "Kill!" Someone in the crowd shouted first, immediately igniting the whole scene, blood boiling. Kosha led thousands of people charging towards the capital, Alyabarna, demanding an explanation. He thought of his childhood friend Vivi, but there was nothing she could do. The woman couldn't solve the water source issue, even if she was a princess. In the nearby desert of Alyabarna, a beautiful girl was galloping on a yellow-clawed duck, with light blue wavy hair that reached her waist, an hourglass figure, 2 strands of hair hanging over her shoulders, and a ponytail swaying behind her. It was Vivi. She was in a hurry to see her father. Crocodile had left. What happened to her father? "Karu, hurry up." She wanted to stop the war, even if it meant sacrificing herself. Karu quacked loudly, speeding up as if his feet were on fire. YeFan and his group landed at Nahama port under the blazing desert sun, and both YeFan and Nokigao showed their disdain. Thankfully, they were high-level vampires, so the discomfort was nothing. YeFan came here not only to borrow money, but also to get a few sets of special clothes. Nami, Nokigao, and Robin would look absolutely stunning in them. Wearing the same few outfits all the time wouldn't do. Girls need to be well taken care of, with plenty of clothes. Not just for themselves to look good. It was so hot that day. Nami wiped the sweat from her forehead, complaining about getting tanned. She was sweating after just a few steps. Robin, who had been under Old San's guidance, had tan skin that looked very healthy, and now she wore a hat. The locals dressed very lightly to combat the heat. "Come, hold my hand. It's cool here." YeFan felt refreshing, his body naturally cooling. And with ice magic, how could he be afraid of heat? Nami immediately grabbed his hand, feeling instantly cool and incredibly comfortable. Nokigao saw Nami like that and knew how refreshing it was. Robin was used to it, and besides, there was a saying about men and women not being close. So she didn't move. YeFan wasn't surprised. She hadn't opened her heart yet. It would take time. "Big sister, aren't you hot?" Nami noticed Nokigao sweating and took the initiative to hold her hand. Although it didn't have the same effect as with YeFan, it was still quite comfortable. Nokigao was envious of Nami. When could she do this openly? As a night elf, did that mean she could only be with YeFan at night? The 3 women had their own thoughts, but Nami didn't notice. She wasn't careless. She just couldn't think that way, especially since the other 2 were too strong. So she wouldn't suspect anything. Robin led the way, and they arrived at a nearby town. YeFan could tell from the original work that the girls here were super cute. Talking to Sanji, those 2 still had charm, not inferior to Vivi, just lacking the protagonist's halo. Alabasta truly deserved to be a superpower in the early stages. Even after Old San's exploitation, it was still so prosperous. The streets were spacious, vendors clustered, and the locals were very open. With the hot weather, it was definitely leg season. The 4 of them looked like outsiders, their clothing vastly different. Suddenly, YeFan felt a twist at his waist, causing him to shiver in pain. He heard Nami threaten, "What are you looking at?" She stared at YeFan for several seconds, her thieving glare making her extremely unhappy, and ripples rose in her heart. "Ahem. Let us go eat something first, then I'll accompany you to shop." YeFan was super embarrassed to be caught, coughing to cover it up, and quickly changing the topic. Nokigao and Robin both covered their mouths and laughed, while Nami tilted her head, looking like she was angry. YeFan glanced at Nokigao, and she returned a look of helplessness. She understood YeFan too well, with all sorts of strange thoughts in her head. The 4 of them first went to a restaurant. They were tired of eating the same few things on the ship. Dinosaur meat and tuna were delicious. But 3 meals a day couldn't hold up. Fresh fruits and vegetables, except for oranges, were not fresh, so it was just right to replenish here. Upon entering the tavern, the four of them formed a striking combination. A handsome young man with 3 beautiful women, obviously not locals, instantly attracting a bunch of attention. Especially Noki Gao, who looked so beautiful that she seemed like a doll, causing many people to stare. This attention made Noki Gao extremely unhappy. Vampires were very sensitive to such things. She frowned and saw YeFan didn't speak, so she didn't move. YeFan, with his observation hockey, felt his possessiveness as the protagonist explode. Noki Gao, don't hold back. Do what you want. He poured himself a glass of water, noticing her concerns. Robin and Nami also sensed those gazes, some of which were not friendly. Hearing YeFan say that, Noki Gao felt relieved. She had feared causing trouble, but she had overthought it. YeFan was so domineering and powerful, she knew that best. Just right. She wanted to test her vampire hypnosis ability. Noki Gao sat elegantly, her aura transformed. Resembling a queen, her eyes turned blood red, terrifying. YeFan and the others didn't expect her to act like this. Noki Gao used her telekinesis to control those with malicious thoughts towards her. Several people in the tavern instantly became dazed, their pupils dilating like zombies. Kill yourselves, Noki Gao commanded, and those people lined up to leave the tavern. What happened? Outside, there were piercing screams, and a faint smell of blood wafted through the air. The results were easy to guess. Noki Gao even stuck out her tongue to lick her lips. Vampires were extremely sensitive to blood, which directly triggered her thirst. The tavern fell into silence. Such a thing had never happened before. To say it had nothing to do with YeFan and his group, who would believe it? Everyone's gaze was fixed on them. Yet no one dared to step forward and cause trouble. YeFan and his companions remained as steady as a mountain, eating and drinking without being affected at all. YeFan felt that food in this world was all similar. Even in Alabasta, no matter how different the clothing, the food was still the same few types, just with slightly worse taste. Objectively speaking, it wasn't as good as what Noki Gao cooked. After eating, they left. He wiped his mouth and noticed that the others had quite a bit left on their plates. It was true that all girls had small appetites. Bang! YeFan just said one thing, and several people in the tavern were so scared they fell off their chairs. Their nerves were too tense. Even the slightest noise broke their defenses. Don't kill me. The man who had fallen scrambled backward, his pupils dilating, sweat pouring down like a river. Flipping over and crawling up to run outside, while screaming. YeFan was dumbfounded. What was happening? But he didn't care, taking Nami and the others away. Paying? Are you kidding? Have you ever seen pirates paying for their meals? The tavern owner watched them leave, fully aware. Life is more important than money. You can always earn more. If they really destroyed the tavern, that would be a big loss. After coming out, Noki Gao felt that not paying was not quite right. Soul searching. YeFan, is it really okay if we don't pay? Nami and Robin also looked at him, and YeFan instantly felt the pressure rise. But he had thick skin and plenty of excuses, so how could he be troubled by such a small matter? What kind of people are we? He didn't answer directly, but instead asked back, trying to control the rhythm. Fighting against him. The three were still too inexperienced. He was someone who came from the 21st century. Noki Gao and the others exchanged glances. What kind of people were they? Nami felt she was YeFan's girlfriend, Navigator. Pirate. Noki Gao thought she was Nami's sister and still YeFan's. Robin had been on the wanted list since she was young, already defined as a pirate. Pirates. The three women almost simultaneously exclaimed, their tones filled with surprise. They actually said the same thing. YeFan revealed a triumphant smile. That's right. We are pirates. Do pirates pay for their meals? After saying that, he strode forward, leaving the three dumbfounded. There was no flaw in his logic. And they couldn't refute it at all. After finishing their meal, they needed to walk around to digest. And YeFan accompanied the three to buy a lot of Alabasta specialty clothing. Things that would definitely be useful for him in the future. Didn't Blue Star say that equipping increases attack speed? With his current strength, although he didn't need it physically, there had to be a sense of ritual. This one, and this one, all packed up. YeFan collected all the pretty ones, all women-esque clothing. Nami thought they were all for her. Unable to help but say, isn't this too much? The sizes YeFan bought were incredibly complete. The smallest was C cup, which fit perfectly now. Only Noki Gao understood him. She definitely had no serious thoughts in her mind. Indeed, it was a bit much. The boss was initially thrilled, thinking he could make a fortune. But then someone nearby reminded him, these four are pirates. They just killed dozens of people in the tavern. They're notorious. Finally, someone recalled the bounty notice from the East Sea a few days ago. YeFan's photo was stunning, but he was alone back then. Now, with 3 beautiful women by his side, he was overlooked. The clothing store owner watched as the clothes were taken for $0, cursing the bandits in his heart. YeFan retorted, "That's right, pirates and bandits are the same. Not too much, the boss is kind-hearted, so what's wrong with giving a little more? These things are all one-time use. With one less piece, you need to stock up more." Even if the boss was reluctant, he had to smile and serve. If he upset the other party, his life might be at risk. "Thanks, bye." YeFan carried the huge package, feeling quite satisfied. He would store it here and come back after finishing his business. It wasn't a short distance from here to the capital, Alabama. Robin's previous mode of transport. The big turtle was long gone, so the 4 of them found a few horses to ride. It was YeFan's first time riding a horse, and even his first time seeing a live horse. On Blue Star, this was a pastime for the wealthy. Ordinary people couldn't afford horse racing. And there were no horses in the zoo, so horses were even more unfamiliar than tigers and lions. Watching the horse sway back and forth, he even remembered the story of Emperor Taizong of Tang and Yang Guifei. What a situation. In the capital Alabama of Alabasta, the atmosphere inside the royal city was tense to the point of suffocation. The people inside the city walls wore serious expressions. Soldiers patrolled warily, and residents peered out from their homes. The streets were empty, shops and taverns were all closed, and everyone felt the threat of the rebels outside the city. Guards on the city walls gripped their weapons, staring intently outside. The sky was thick with tension, and the silence was frightening. Outside the city, the rebel army was pressing in, marching in formation, flags waving, and war horses neighing. Kusha waved his flag and gave orders. Soldiers shouted in unison, waiting to attack the city. It hadn't rained for 3 years. How many people had died of thirst? The nobles didn't understand this suffering. The rebels were determined to seize power. The shadow of war loomed over this city. Inside the palace, Vivi pleaded with her father. "Let me go out and speak. This is all Crocodile's conspiracy. I figured it out." As a princess, she didn't want to see her own people fighting. No matter who won, the country would suffer. Nefertari Cobra looked at his daughter, who was as kind as her mother. He walked to the window, gazing deeply into the distance. At this point, knowing many things was useless without evidence. Turning around, his voice was hoarse. "Vivi, this is it. Some things can't be stopped." He didn't want to fight, but had to. Vivi was anxious. "Father." Seeing her father's resolute gaze, she turned and ran to negotiate with Kusha. As long as the rebels retreated, there would be no need for fighting. With her blue hair flowing, she rushed towards the city tower. "Karu, hurry up." The duck was giving it its all, already going as fast as it could. YeFan had no idea about the capital situation. He was riding through the desert at breakneck speed. No wonder the wealthy loved horseback riding. This pace was incredible. Nami couldn't ride, so she shared a horse with him. "Robin, how much further?" Surrounded by the barren desert, YeFan felt agitated and even encountered quicksand. Thankfully, he was strong. Otherwise, the horse would have been lost. There were plenty of lizards and scorpions in the desert, but they were just minor nuisances. Robin adjusted her hat. "We'll be there soon. Half an hour." She was super curious. Why didn't Nefertari D. Lily become a celestial dragon when founding the nation? Old Sand must have had other plans when he found the king of the underworld. Half an hour later, they arrived at a scene packed with people, tightly surrounded, with fierce gazes as if they were seeing their enemies. YeFan and his group were questioned by the people on the outskirts. "Who are you?" These people wielded pitchforks and rakes as weapons, very alert, ready to strike at the slightest movement. Robin spoke up. "Don't be nervous. We're tourists." "What happened here?" The 3 women and 1 man were dressed differently from the locals, making her words quite persuasive. The outsiders relaxed their vigilance. What could 3 women do? "Get lost. The king oppresses the people. We want an explanation." They lamented angrily that they couldn't survive anymore, which was why they rebelled. YeFan understood instantly. The rebels were about to clash with the king's army. This was quite timely. He was only here for the money and didn't care who was right or wrong. "Thanks." He was exceedingly polite and then spread his wings with Nokigao, taking Nami and Robin directly into the air. Looking down from the sky, the crowd resembled ants. This immediately attracted the attention of both sides. The rebels and the royal army both thought they were the other scouts. Just moments ago, Vivi had reached the city wall and had a brief exchange with Kusha below. They were childhood friends, but they couldn't come to an agreement on this issue. Both had their reasons for insisting, and neither was willing to back down. Vivi was crying desperately. Who would come to save this country? She was willing to do anything. Sitting by the palace window, tears streamed down her beautiful face, filled with despair and helplessness. Her light blue hair cascaded like a waterfall, gently swaying with her sobs. Karu the duck watched his owner cry, having no way to help, so it could only obediently nestle beside her. On the coast of Alabasta, the wheels of fate were turning rapidly. Blackbeard's crew arrived on a wooden raft. To capture YeFan, he wanted to meet Crocodile. This was Old Sand's territory, and he wanted to borrow information to find YeFan, while also trying to recruit Old Sand. Blackbeard had a keen eye and only targeted capable individuals. Ever since he betrayed the Whitebeard crew, he had gathered Lafitte, Toxin Q, Burgess, and Van Auger, all of whom were fierce. Burgess asked, "Captain, will Crocodile agree?" This guy was utterly devoted to Blackbeard. Blackbeard had endured for decades in the Whitebeard crew just for the dark fruit, a true villain. After more than 20 years of lurking, he was ruthless against his brothers, brutal, greedy, all the traits necessary to achieve great things. But he was also arrogant and reckless. After obtaining the dark fruit, he became even more conceited. The ability of the dark fruit. It could absorb the abilities of others, nullifying their powers upon contact. It could also absorb small-scale fruit attacks. With this move, he didn't even regard Whitebeard. Blackbeard was overly confident in his strength. His eyes suddenly darkened and became frightening. He will agree. The other three remained silent. Being with Blackbeard was merely an exchange of interests. He could help them acquire devil fruits. Blackbeard had a method to extract fruits from users and transfer them to others. This ability was simply perverse. He wasn't foolish. He knew that strength was the capital to lead others. In the capital Alabasta, YeFan and his three companions appeared high in the sky. The head of the guards ordered, "Open fire." No matter who it was, anyone daring to enter the royal capital was a rebel, and anyone posing a threat to the royal family had to be eliminated. Bullets rained down like a storm, but YeFan remained steady as a rock, incredibly calm. This welcoming method was quite enthusiastic. His gaze turned icy as he uttered two words, "Freeze." Blue ice swirled around him, and bullets that came within 10 meters were turned into little balls of ice, shattering and falling to the ground. Even Nami wasn't panicking, knowing YeFan was there meant absolute safety. The guards were all dumbfounded. This young man's ability was too explosive. While the guards were in a daze, a white figure soared into the air. The person had extremely pale skin, a muscular build, and purple lines under his eyes extending from his cheek to his chin, resembling falcon markings, with two large star-shaped scars on his left chest. This person wore a long white robe adorned with star-shaped patterns, matching it with a hood, an orange necklace around his neck, striped socks, and ordinary shoes. With a sword strapped to his left arm, he was the vice-captain of the Alabasta Guard, known as the strongest warrior of the kingdom, a zoan-type bird fruit. Falcon form user, Peru. He would not allow anyone to harm Alabasta and directly treated YeFan and his companions as invaders. When the soldiers couldn't handle it, he took matters into his own hands. Unfolding his bird wings, his speed surged as he drew his sword, charging over with killing intent. The soldiers below were ecstatic. Lord Peru is making a move. Those four are dead for sure. It's a must. Lord Peru is our country's guardian, the strongest warrior. But in YeFan's eyes, this guy was just a bit faster. His strength was too weak. And his fruit was only in its basic form of development. He was only slightly stronger than an ordinary person, probably couldn't even defeat Buggy. To show killing intent meant it was a life-and-death battle. YeFan glanced at him, completely ignoring him, and flew inward. Noki Gao and the others also looked on indifferently. Adults mixing in the underworld had to take responsibility for showing killing intent. Nanny? Peru suddenly realized his head was starting to freeze, followed by his neck, body, and wings all freezing over, turning into a block of ice in just a few seconds. Plummeting down, he wanted to resist, but 3 seconds was simply not enough. The king's army and the rebel army below were all stunned. Peru's strongest man, Alabasta, was taken down in an instant. Is this a movie? These people are neither from the kingdom nor the rebels. Who are they? With no obstacles in their way, YeFan and his 3 companions headed straight for the palace. Treasures must be there. A country, at least 2 billion berries, right? Back then, Vivi could give 1 billion to the Straw Hat crew. Even a superpower can't be that broke. Just landing, Blackbeard's crew felt that power from afar. A good show is about to unfold. Let us go. The 5 of them were not ordinary people. This commotion couldn't escape their notice. Your Majesty, there are intruders in the city, and Lord Peru has been defeated. An armored soldier rushed in, panicked, and knelt down. Nefertali Kabura, sitting on the throne, stood up abruptly, his face filled with shock. What? The rebels have breached so quickly? He had already prepared for death and hadn't thought about how to say goodbye to his daughter. How could it happen so fast? After the shock, his gaze became resolute. If it could stop the war, dying would be worth it. Your Majesty, they are not rebels. They are 4 unidentified individuals. The soldier quickly explained. They all knew the king was a good king, loving his people like his own children. Nefertari Kabura's mouth twitched. He had already prepared his emotions for the situation. But was it all in vain? Where are you playing at? Hurry up and find out who they are. In this chaotic time, Kabura's heart was uneasy. Are they good people or bad people? If another crocodile shows up, is there still hope for this country? He felt ashamed to his ancestors. The country had become this way. Yes, Your Majesty. Just as the soldier was about to leave, an unexpected event occurred. YeFan and his companions flew for a short while and arrived above the royal palace. The castle, no matter how chaotic, still revealed its former glory. The 4 descended, going straight for the most primitive. Ah, bang. The screams mixed with the sound of kicking the door. Kabura heard it all clearly. Soldiers in the hall immediately protected Kabura, forming a circle. 3 women and 1 man burst in. YeFan didn't even regard the king. In such a mundane country, there were no strong people at all. Kabura remained calm and didn't panic. Who are you? His voice was loud and authoritative. YeFan was about to speak. Who we are isn't important, what matters is, but was interrupted. Rapid footsteps approached, and a blue-haired beauty appeared at the door, with exquisite features and luxurious clothing, panting. It was Vivi. She heard someone had broken into the palace and rushed over immediately. Father. Upon seeing his daughter, Kabura's heart jumped to his throat, shouting, Vivi, run. It's too late. YeFan finally met the princess. Night Princess. What is wrong with being 1 word short? His speed was extraordinary, leaving an afterimage as he instantly reached Vivi. You. Vivi was startled and sat down on the ground. The outline of YeFan was distinct, with deep, wise, and decisive eyes, a straight nose, slightly curled lips, and flawless fair skin. Every movement exuded nobility and elegance, like a born ruler with inherent authority, all thanks to the ancestral bloodline enhancement. There was no other way. 50 million berries, the great pirate Ostrovsky D. YeFan? Vivi was stunned. How did he end up here? Next to her. Nami and the others understood. Looks like they're getting more companions. Vivi was just as impressive as Nami and Robin, each with their own style. Let go of my daughter. I will agree to whatever you want. Kabura lowered his dignity and pleaded. His wife had passed away, and this was his only daughter. If anything happened to her, he wouldn't be able to live. The opportunity was right in front of him. How could YeFan let it go? He turned to Kabura and said, let us go. Take me to the treasury. Let us see how much wealth the country has. He came for the money. And by the way, to take care of the suffering, confused girl. Afraid the other party would run, YeFan assigned the task to Nokigao. Nokigao. She is yours. Keep an eye on her. Nokigao understood his meaning, rolled her eyes, but agreed, saying unenthusiastically, got it, leave it to me. Such a blatant kidnapping. Threatening a country as princess made Nami furrow her brows involuntarily. However, she didn't say much. After all, she still remembered what YeFan asked her on the street. They were pirates. As for Robin, her experiences since childhood had made her indifferent to such matters. YeFan was already being very merciful, not resorting to random killings. It was all initiated by others. It was just uncertain whether the other party was someone willing to protect her. Vivi looked at the beautiful woman in front of her, who was simply stunning, with a more noble demeanor than her as a princess. The other party asked her to watch over herself, clearly indicating that their strength should not be underestimated. Little sister, don't act rashly, otherwise someone will be heartbroken if you get hurt. Looking at the true princess before her, Nokigao joked, perhaps due to following YeFan or the influence of the vampire bloodline. Nokigao had also become playful. With his daughter in the hands of the other party, Kabura had no way out. Wealth was just an external thing. Compared to his daughter, it was incomparable. Under Kabura's lead, YeFan and his group arrived at Alabastus treasury. The guards at the treasury immediately saluted upon seeing the king. We have seen King Kabura. And when the people behind him appeared, the guards seemed to understand what had happened. Just as they were about to speak, Kabura waved his hand and said, open the door. These were the savings accumulated by generations of kings. Now, under his leadership as the 21st king, they were about to be lost. At the same time, he was relieved that the other party only brought 4 people, so they couldn't take away too much. Obviously, the other party was overthinking it. YeFan's system wouldn't be satisfied with just that, as long as it wasn't jewelry or gold and silver. It would absorb as much as possible. Understood. Seeing that the king had said so, the 2 guards exchanged glances and had nothing more to say. The kingdom's treasury door was grand and tall, made of thick oak, with copper patterns and decorations embedded on the surface. The door was engraved with exquisite reliefs. showcasing some beautiful symbols and decorations of Alabasta. The two took the key that Kabura handed over and slowly opened the treasury that held the savings of generations. Although the key to the treasury had always been personally kept by the king to prevent accidents, guards were still assigned to watch over it. When the door opened, a wide stone staircase spiraled down, seemingly leading to the depths of the earth. The door was already open. Can we let Vivi go now? Kabura looked at YeFan. Now that the door was open, the treasure was below. Since his goal had been achieved, as an honest and trustworthy person, YeFan gave Nokigao a look. Only then did Nokigao move away from Vivi and come to YeFan's side. Father, as the princess of Alabasta, Vivi had no idea how much treasure was here. Moreover, this was only a portion. A small part was allocated for the royal family's daily expenses. Over the years, every king had only deposited money without ever taking any out. King Kabura, there is one more thing I need your help with. My friend wants to see the historical text of your country. I don't know if that is convenient. What seemed like a negotiation was actually a notification for the other party to take his friend to the royal tomb. As soon as these words were spoken, Kabura's expression changed. How did they know? Robin, that historical text is directly below the funeral hall. You can go there, and the king will take you. Isn't that right, Your Majesty? The tone was filled with threat, especially since the other party knew the exact location. This matter is known only to each generation of kings. Although the other party is very reluctant, they have no choice but to do so. Thus, they split into two groups. Robin and Noki go together, while Nami can no longer wait. The little treasure lover, Nami has a true love for treasure. Descending the stairs to the lowest level, the view suddenly opens up. In a vast underground space, piles of gold coins and wealth are scattered around, glittering with golden light. The coins are stacked like mountains, their golden hue reflecting faint light, illuminating the entire underground treasury. Besides the gold coins, there are many boxes and containers densely arranged in various corners of the treasury. These boxes are filled with jewels, gems, and antique artworks, each worth a fortune. Looking at this astonishing scene, Nami is so excited she can't speak. It's simply an ocean of gold coins. How much wealth is this? She has directly dived into the ocean of riches, and this is just one room. Looking around, there are several more. Even YeFan's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, if you want to borrow money, you have to go to places like this. The accumulation of a country is not simple. System, get to work. With so many treasures, the system not working at this moment really makes YeFan anxious. Upon receiving the instructions, the system immediately goes into full gear. Every time YeFan reaches a place and puts his hand on a pile of gold coins, a small hill-like mountain of gold disappears. The system points are rapidly increasing, making YeFan overjoyed. The smile on his face can't be hidden. In just a few minutes, he has collected all the treasures from every room except for the hall. With nearly 1.3 billion points, YeFan has enough to exchange for a character he has drawn before. Fairy Tale, Lucy Heartfilia, Naruto, Kushina Uzumaki. Life, Craig Larelet, The End Seraph, Krull Teeps, Akame Ga Kill. Is death. As long as YeFan spends 1 billion berries, he can exchange for one of these, fulfilling every man's dream. What great god creation, it's all fake. YeFan is playing for real. System, which era is the character I exchange for? This is crucial. YeFan hadn't thought about it before, but now that conditions allow, he naturally wants to ask more carefully. Although Chao Zai is great, but, ding, the host can choose characters from various eras. Hearing the system say this, YeFan felt relieved. He could decide for himself. In fact, with so many options, YeFan was really conflicted. If only he had enough money, he wouldn't be worried. Unfortunately, he only had this little money. After a difficult mental struggle, YeFan chose The End Seraph Krull Teeps. After making the choice, he watched as his points directly disappeared by 1 billion. Ding! Please prepare. Krull Teeps will arrive within 5 minutes. YeFan considered many aspects in choosing this. Not only is she powerful, but she also has an advantage. She has a body that is the opposite of Nami's 2 years later. With dark pink long hair, upturned eye corners, red pupils, sharp ears, a half ponytail, long hair that reaches her knees, a gothic ultra-short skirt, and bat-shaped hair accessories, her shoulders, back, and thighs are exposed. The magenta bow on her skirt adds a touch of innocence. A lace collar paired with large sleeves, a split cloak, and knee-high heel boots complete her look. Sometimes, changing taste can be nice. Eating the same food can become tiresome. Next, YeFan converted the remaining wealth into system points. Of course, he also left a little for Nami. However, her strength could only carry a small bag. Anything larger would be too heavy. YeFan's points rose to over 700 million, not far from 1 billion. The top war, becoming famous in one battle. The Four Emperors is just the beginning. This is an excellent opportunity to make a name for himself. Soon, it will be broadcast live worldwide, and YeFan will also become a big star. 5 minutes later, a beautiful woman suddenly appeared beside YeFan. But isn't her height a bit? YeFan, where did this little girl come from? Nami looked at the suddenly appearing little girl, confused, and asked YeFan. The suddenly appearing Krulteeps directly came to YeFan's side. In the shock of YeFan and Nami, she directly linked her arm with YeFan's and joyfully said, "Master." This startled YeFan. He felt a strong sense of anger building up, almost about to explode. Nami, seeing this little girl suddenly calling YeFan master, thought YeFan was doing something beastly. She immediately pushed Krulteeps away and said seriously, "Don't mess around. Nami is joking. Krulteeps is a vampire. Don't be fooled by her youthful appearance. She is actually over 2,000 years old." At the same time, he didn't forget to explain to Nami that it really wasn't what she thought. Really? How could she be that kind of person? You have to believe me. YeFan came to Nami's side, looking at her with sincere eyes, wanting her to believe what he said. Meanwhile, Krulteeps crossed her arms, her chest really just slightly uneven. Nami looked at YeFan's anxiousness and actually started to believe what he said. But who is this little girl? And how does YeFan know her name? With her doubts, she asked YeFan. This made YeFan scratch his head. How should he explain this? Just as YeFan was coming up with a reason, a brazen voice appeared. "Ha! After searching everywhere, I found you without effort, Ostrovsky D, YeFan." YeFan sensed 5 formidable auras and immediately protected Nami behind him. Realizing YeFan's actions, Nami knew something was about to happen. Krulteeps looked in the direction of the voice. In her mind, YeFan was her other half. She wouldn't allow anyone to harm him. 5 people appeared in front of YeFan and the others, and it was Blackbeard's crew. Seeing the 5, the voice just now belonged to Blackbeard Teach. Why did they come here? This is very strange. According to the plot, it shouldn't be like this. Blackbeard, Marshal de Teach. Looking at this rugged-looking, hairy, middle-aged man with a few missing teeth and a stout figure, along with his few early recruited companions. "Ahaha, YeFan. Do you know me?" Blackbeard was somewhat surprised that YeFan could call out his name, but it didn't matter. He then extended his hand, inviting YeFan to join them. "So how about it? Do you want to join us?" Originally intending to hunt him down to exchange for the warlord position. But upon seeing YeFan, for some reason, Blackbeard felt that the other party was not simple. An inner voice told him that if he could recruit this person, it would definitely be of tremendous benefit. YeFan revealed a contemptuous smile. "You, who killed the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 4th Division, a thing like a lost dog. Why would I join you? Even if you invited me to be your captain, I wouldn't agree. What a joke. You think I would join you?" Blackbeard's expression darkened. It seemed the other party wasn't interested in a proper conversation. However, with a knife hidden behind his smile, he didn't mind. Beside him, Burgess couldn't hold back and directly attacked. "Captain, let me teach him a lesson." With a swift run and terrifying brute strength, he unleashed a punch accompanied by a whistling wind and the cracking of air, as if he could tear apart any obstacle. "Wait, Burgess, you're not supposed to." Blackbeard wanted to remind him, but it was too late. Burgess was already charging at YeFan. Looking at the muscular man with purple curly hair and a wrestling mask, YeFan wondered what kind of identity dared to attack him. YeFan still showed no signs of making a move because someone else had already acted. A black figure suddenly appeared, like a shadow in the dark. And in an instant, it was in front of YeFan. A precise and powerful kick sent Burgess flying back, crashing heavily into the ruins. "Are you kidding me? How is that possible?" Blackbeard, watching the suddenly appearing little girl, was astonished that she had knocked Burgess away with a single move. His shocked eyes clearly showed disbelief. While he sized up Kurulu Kaipisi, wondering who she was. He had never heard of such a crew member on YeFan's ship. Nami, behind YeFan, looked at Kurulu Kaipisi, surprised by her strength. "Blackbeard, your crew can't even handle a little girl. With such a level, you still invite me? Are you out of your mind?" YeFan had inquired about Kurulu Kaipisi's combat power from the system. She possessed strength comparable to that of an admiral, making her a simple match for Blackbeard and his crew. Blackbeard's dark fruit was troublesome because it could nullify the powers of other devil fruit users. Aside from that, it was too much. This cold mockery made Blackbeard realize that the other party would definitely not choose to join them. She was an enemy. "Ah ha ha ha! YeFan, since you know me, you must also know why I killed Sachi. Let me show you the power of the dark fruit." As he spoke, Blackbeard's body emitted a dark glow, and a spinning black halo appeared in his hand. He shouted, "Dark water." The nearby Van Augur and others had already run far away, clearly aware of the dark fruit's power and fearing the repercussions. The next moment, YeFan felt a powerful suction trying to pull him in. It seemed that the other party wanted him to engage in combat. YeFan could only admire Blackbeard's courage. Since we're fighting, then bring it on. Your dark fruit doesn't have any other elemental abilities. In fact, even if it did, it wouldn't matter. The magic of recovery could directly interfere with the body, ignoring any resistance by turning the target into a damaged state. Kurulu Kaipisi, protect Nami. YeFan didn't forget that Blackbeard had 4 little brothers around and couldn't let his guard down. If they used this as a breakthrough, YeFan would be very passive. This was the first time Nami saw YeFan's expression more serious than usual, realizing that this group was not simple at all. Don't worry, with me here, there's no problem. Kurulu Kaipisi appeared in this world, and the system had instilled the rules of this world in her mind. After understanding the laws of this world, Kurulu Kaipisi became very interested, especially since she smelled a very fragrant scent from YeFan, making her want to take a bite. Following the suction, YeFan took the initiative to attack. He took a direct step forward and simultaneously used ice magic. Ice eruption. YeFan gathered the surrounding ice elements, condensing them into a powerful frost energy, forming a giant wave of frost energy. Taking a deep breath, he concentrated all his power into his mouth and then roared, releasing this strong frost energy. The frost energy swirled in the air like an ice dragon, attacking Blackbeard, with cold air spreading and the atmosphere condensing into an icy realm. This powerful strike changed Blackbeard's expression. The dark fruit did not have elemental abilities. So, facing such an attack, he had to either dodge or counter it to neutralize it. Dark water. Ah-ha-ha-ha. Blackbeard's hands emitted black smoke. Dark water could not only attract the target, making their devil fruit abilities ineffective, but it could also absorb attack power. Facing YeFan's ice blue attack wave. The black light swirling in Blackbeard's hand gradually absorbed YeFan's attack. All the attacks were absorbed, and Blackbeard looked at YeFan madly, saying, "How about it, YeFan? This ability is great, right?" Although he didn't know what devil fruit power YeFan had, it resembled Admiral Akiji's ice fruit, but it didn't matter. He had no idea that YeFan was not a devil fruit user at all. Having his move blocked by the other party, YeFan was not surprised. The dark fruit was indeed powerful. Blackbeard had become one of the top powerhouses in this world after acquiring the dark fruit. I'll ask you one more time. Join us. The other party's strength was acknowledged by him. It would be a pity to hand such a person over to the world government. This was also his last chance to give YeFan, looking at him with expectation. You're not qualified. Just because you blocked one attack, you think you're capable? That's really funny. However, the other party did indeed have impressive strength. No wonder he could become the new Yonko after the Marineford War. Aside from those in level 6 of Impel Down, his strength was also very formidable. Is that so? Dark Hole. Since this was the case, Blackbeard thought he should show YeFan his strength. The black smoke around Blackbeard became denser, burning like black flames and spreading outward. As the black smoke passed, the surrounding buildings collapsed one after another, as if being devoured and disappearing by an invisible force. Seeing this scene, Kurulu Kaipisi also showed a serious expression and took Nami away from there. She believed in YeFan's strength. Burgess and the others quickly fled, knowing that this move would not distinguish between friend and foe. No one knew what it felt like to be swallowed by endless darkness. The endless darkness had already devoured the surrounding buildings within 100 meters, slowly descending. YeFan stood on the rooftop, about to fall as well. In response to this situation, Blackbeard arrogantly roared, "How about it? How will you solve this?" The dark fruit was indeed the powerful fruit he had waited 28 years for. Only he, as the host, knew how terrifying it was. In response to the provocation, YeFan returned a mocking smile, which made Blackbeard feel uneasy. Suddenly, a pair of blood-red wings burst forth from YeFan's back, spreading out like 2 enormous flames, burning with a fervent red light. After spreading his wings, YeFan's figure flickered like flames, and as the blood-red wings fluttered, they stirred up a powerful wind as he soared into the sky. Against the backdrop of the wings, YeFan's silhouette appeared even taller and more majestic, his gaze filled with mockery as he surveyed everything around Blackbeard. "Do you have any other tricks up your sleeve?" From his elevated position, looking down at the bewildered Blackbeard, YeFan found the surprised expression on his face delightful. Blackbeard, unable to believe the wings that appeared behind YeFan, exclaimed, "This is impossible, impossible. What kind of devil fruit user are you?" His loud roar indicated that ice and these wings were definitely 2 different abilities. Could it be that the other party could consume multiple devil fruits simultaneously? Lafitte and the other 3 stared at YeFan, realizing that his strength was indeed quite troublesome. He He could fly and had control over ice attributes. What a joke. Dark water. Blackbeard shouted. Even if the other party had multiple devil fruit abilities, his dark fruit could nullify their powers. This time, the suction was even stronger than before. It seemed the other party was serious. His body was uncontrollably pulled toward YeFan, the powerful force surging, but it only slightly reduced the suction. Having only observation hockey was a bit uncomfortable. Ice magic, Zero's blade. Passive was not YeFan's style. He directly used the ice-destroying magic technique. YeFan's figure suddenly vanished from his original position, appearing before Blackbeard like an ice demon in an instant. The ice blade in his hand, like the soul of frost, condensed into a majestic and piercing blade aura. The blade struck down, the chill piercing, as the ice crystal blade swept across, seemingly capable of freezing all life. A wave of freezing power rapidly surged forth, enveloping Blackbeard and turning his body into a massive ice sculpture. The entire battlefield fell silent due to this powerful frost force. As if time had stopped at that moment, Blackbeard, encased in ice, had not died and could still think normally. But he did not understand why his dark fruit ability had not worked. This powerful freezing ability rendered him unable to use brute force. To escape, he could only use dark water to absorb these ice blocks. Should we go help? Burgess asked Van Oka, noting that it seemed quite obvious that Blackbeard had lost. Don't rush. The Admiral won't lose so easily. Van Oka observed the situation on the battlefield, feeling terrified of YeFan's strength. Even more frightening was how the other party managed to nullify the effects of the dark fruit. As a sniper, Van Oka had very keen eyesight. YeFan watched as Blackbeard, after using his fruit ability to absorb the ice, emerged again. Clutching his chest and gasping for breath, he warily looked at YeFan. That last strike not only froze him, but also left a massive wound on his chest. His ability had not caused the other party's power to disappear. Oh, Teach, what are you doing? Are you going to surrender? Seeing Blackbeard's cautious demeanor, YeFan preferred his rebellious attitude. Killing him would leave no anomalies. The Marineford War would be over, which was one of the most passionate classic storylines from the past. Faced with YeFan's taunts, Blackbeard said nothing more. His dark fruit had completely lost its effectiveness. He realized he needed new abilities, even though he hadn't used all his strength. Blackbeard also knew that the other party hadn't used all their strength either, and his few subordinates were still too weak to be his opponents. However, it was fortunate that YeFan had left with Nami and the others. This relieved Teach, although the previous battle was not particularly intense. The area within hundreds of meters was completely flattened. Houses and palaces had been swallowed by Blackbeard's dark fruit. This was also the first time Blackbeard felt a sense of defeat, but his plans remained unchanged. Since that was the case, he had a new target. Ace had been looking for him, right? Then he would use Ace to exchange for the title of Warlord of the Sea. YeFan was very clear about the change in Blackbeard's approach. He knew that the other party would not change his subsequent plans. He understood who Blackbeard was, a person who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. Since he had already reached his objective, the next step was to head to the next location and conveniently acquire a corresponding pointer. Without that, he would struggle to make progress. Robin and Noki Gao, led by Cobra, arrived at the royal tomb. Looking at the surrounding ancient, yet magnificent tombs, Robin thought, no wonder this was one of the original member countries that built the world government. Beneath the tomb, Robin discovered the massive block that recorded history. Looking at the text above, there were not many people in the world who could understand it now, but she was one of them. Upon seeing the recorded text, Robin did not expect that the Pluton crocodile was seeking was indeed documented in Alabasta. After understanding this, Robin politely expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty. Cobra had no good feelings towards the former Baroque Works member. Now that we've seen it, can we leave? Please do not disturb the spirits of our ancestors. As the 21st king of Alabasta, Cobra felt deeply remorseful. What kind of king is he if he can't even protect his own country? Let's go. Noki Gao and Robin were very kind and did not linger any longer. The battle that had just erupted had made Noki Gao very worried. Although she knew about YeFan's strength, she still had her sister Nami with her. Nami had no combat power, only a little toy given by YeFan, which did not add much to her fighting ability. Noki Gao took Robin and flew up directly, heading to find YeFan. As long as everyone was safe. That was good. But who was this new little girl? After all, Kuru looked just like a little girl, which did not match her over 2,000 years of age. Who was this? Not just Noki Gao, Robin was also very curious about how a new member had appeared after just a brief separation. Everyone turned to YeFan, expecting him to explain. YeFan awkwardly scratched his head. He had almost forgotten about Nami, but now reminded by Noki Gao, he remembered. He had been delayed by the accident and now wondered how the other party would respond. His brain raced to find a good explanation. This is my sister, Kuru. Say hello to everyone." In the system's setting, they were all very obedient to YeFan. Everyone looked at Kuru, who resembled a vampire, and saw that YeFan was also a vampire. It seemed true. Kuru obediently came to YeFan's side, linking arms with him and sweetly saying, "Brother, hello everyone. You must all be my brother's girlfriends, right?" For YeFan, Kuru naturally had to coordinate, and a single sentence made the women present blush and shy away, turning their heads to look around, not daring to look at YeFan. Only Kuru tugged at YeFan and smiled at him, as if asking, "How am I doing? Hurry up and praise me." In response to her actions, YeFan could only say, "Well done. The system is truly powerful, absolutely cooperative." He gave her a look of approval and reached out to pat her head. This made Kuru feel very comfortable, revealing a happy smile. Thus, everyone accepted this identity. Robin also realized that YeFan's identity was that of a vampire, a race that truly existed. After obtaining what he wanted, YeFan did not choose to leave immediately. At Kabura's place, after sending off Robin and Nokigo, he thought he could finally breathe a sigh of relief and properly handle the rebel situation. Who would have thought that the soldiers below rushed in to report, "Your Majesty, there was a battle at the treasury just now, and all the treasures have disappeared." This made Kabura feel utterly unwell. He was well aware of how many treasures were in the treasury. Even if many people were involved, they could not move everything in just a few days, so how could it all be gone? Only someone with ability could do that. And he immediately thought of YeFan and the others. It must be them. He couldn't catch his breath and directly spat out a mouthful of blood. "Your Majesty." The guards around immediately sent someone to call a doctor to examine him. Now, with internal and external troubles, Alabasta was at a critical moment of life and death. If Kabura fell, the country would really be doomed. Vivi, in her own room, also learned about YeFan's identity as a pirate with a bounty of nearly 50 million. This led her to think of a not-so-ideal solution. It was the only way to save the country. She immediately ran out to find YeFan and the others. YeFan brought Nami and the others to the palace of Alabasta, saying he came to rest for a bit and then help them solve the rebel problem. After all, he had taken so much wealth from them, it would be rude to just leave. Seeing YeFan's kindness, the others looked at him in disbelief. After all, they had some understanding of who he was. As night fell, YeFan and his group rested there, preparing to help the royal army deal with the rebels the next day. When they returned, the guards were in a panic, as they had witnessed the deaths of their brothers. Although frightened, they still intended to defend the safety of the country. Just as they were about to take action, Wei appeared, stating her intentions, which averted a massacre. Given the strength of the other party, there was no need to lie, so Wei chose to trust them. Nami and Nokigo were in one room, leaving YeFan with no opportunity. The rest of the people each had their own rooms. This made YeFan feel very lonely at night. Such a great opportunity. Vampires are nocturnal creatures and become more excited at night. Now being alone. What kind of situation is this? YeFan looked towards the door, feeling someone approaching, and it was just an ordinary person. This made YeFan wonder who had come to find him so late. Creak. The door opened, revealing a woman who was wrapped up tightly. Seeing her blue hair, YeFan immediately knew who it was, and then she performed a very daring move. As she untied the bow in front, YeFan's blood began to boil. As the progenitor of vampires, YeFan had not drunk blood since acquiring this bloodline. No matter how powerful YeFan was, it couldn't change the fact that he was a vampire. Vampires need to drink blood, especially pure blood that still has its essence. That night, on a sunny morning, the surface of the sea sparkled and the waves gently lapped against the beach. Golden sunlight spilled over the sea like a golden ribbon, shimmering with warm light. The sea was tranquil, with only the occasional call of seagulls breaking the silence, echoing through the air. The sea breeze gently brushed past, carrying a hint of saltiness, fresh and pleasant. In the distance, where the sky met the sea, the horizon glowed with a reddish-orange light, gradually dyeing the entire sky. The morning glow was colorful, like a splendid oil painting, illuminating the entire sea with vibrant colors. It was a day full of beauty, and YeFan's mood was also quite good. It was definitely not because of what happened last night. YeFan had gained another kin. The feast that was delivered to his door last night was not to be missed, and this was not a big deal for YeFan. Of course, YeFan did not hold back. Just like with Nokigo, it was one drop of essence blood. The other party had undergone a transformation, and her current strength was enough to end this rebellion. YeFan and his group were now on the surface of the sea, having left Alabasta. Nami and the others were puzzled by YeFan's sudden decision. Weren't they supposed to help deal with the rebels? Why were they leaving so early in the morning? When leaving, YeFan asked Vivi if she wanted to come with him, but the answer was the same. She was the princess of this country and could not leave. Moreover, she told YeFan that what happened last night was just a dream and not to take it seriously. This was within YeFan's expectations. After all, the other party had gone through so much with the Straw Hat crew and had not left. Their relationship was just a one-night stand. It would be strange for her to come along. Fate had not yet arrived. There would be other opportunities in the future. New World. Marine headquarters at Marineford. The events that transpired in Alabasta had reached the Marine headquarters. This time, it was not announced by Brand New, but was directly in the hands of Fleet Admiral Sengoku. With frog-like glasses, a long beard braided like a twist, and a seagull-shaped hat, he looked at the information in his hand and felt a headache coming on. His expression involuntarily furrowed. Another formidable monster had appeared. What's wrong? A tall, broad-chested, muscular old man with short gray hair was eating snacks nearby. Seeing his good friend with such an expression was rare and immediately indicated that something significant had happened. Sengoku handed the information to Carp for him to read. He then prepared to discuss with others to make early preparations. They could not let the other party develop like this, especially since there was no hero's grandfather to intervene. Carp looked at the information. Ostrovsky D. YeFan had a brief encounter with Blackbeard's crew in Alabasta. He suffered no injuries, while Blackbeard Teach led his subordinates to flee, taking away a large amount of treasure from Alabasta. Thinking of that little brat, Carp's expression became serious. He was aware of the abilities of the dark fruit and knew that Blackbeard had been on Whitebeard's ship for a long time. He had also heard about the recent incident where the captain of the 4th Division was killed and defected. The other party is not an ordinary person, and even such a person has been defeated. Who exactly is this little devil named YeFan? The other party has nothing to do with Kapu, so if it has nothing to do with him, why care? He happily ate his own snacks. It was none of his business. The other party wasn't even his grandson. Compared to Kapu's indifference, Sengoku had found Akiji, Kizuru, and Akaina here, preparing to discuss who to send. The three of them had different personalities covered in tattoos, dressed in dark red suits, wearing navy caps, black leather gloves, and Akainu, draped in an admiral's coat, showed a disdainful expression. Kizaru, wearing yellow and white striped suits and sunglasses, stroked his chin with an interesting look. Akiji, tall and dressed in a white suit vest with a dark blue shirt, appeared very laid back. For him, it was better to sleep. He was only slightly interested when he learned that YeFan had freezing abilities. Which of you three will handle this? Sengoku looked at the three of them. As three admirals of the Navy headquarters, their personal involvement showed their recognition of YeFan's strength. That little devil is not simple. Blackbeard, who had the dark fruit, was defeated. This statement made all three pause. As admirals of the Navy, they were aware of much more than ordinary people. The same went for the fruits. The records of the dark fruit were among the top tier of fruits, even more powerful than the fruits of the three of them. Sengoku observed their reactions and continued. The son of the devil, Nico Robin, is also on the other party's ship. We must capture them alive. After saying this, it was unclear if he knew the reason behind it, but Sengoku glanced at Akiji. Leave this to me. I will handle it. After pushing the door open and walking out, Akiji's voice sounded, clearly indicating that he was going to deal with the matter. The three inside the room felt relieved that someone was going to resolve the issue, so there was nothing more to discuss. Kizaru would take it easy as long as there were no orders from above. Akainu wanted to go, but the other party was just a little devil. Going there would lower his status, so it was better to let Akiji handle it. The three of them were from the same batch, and Akainu had never thought highly of Kizaru. It was Akiji who was his real rival. Since the matter was resolved, Akainu left with an air of arrogance, as if someone owed him a few $100. At this moment, YeFan was still unaware that he had been targeted. Soon, a bounty on YeFan was announced, amounting to a staggering 500 million berries. The events in Alabasta were all pinned on him. This bounty made YeFan's name spread throughout the world in no time. A pirate with a bounty of 500 million berries was an existence the world government could no longer conceal, unless the entire nation of Alabasta was destroyed, which was obviously impossible. On YeFan's way to the Demon Suppression Valley, several days had passed since he and his group left Alabasta. The rebellion in this country had been suppressed, of course, through military force. Vivi, after becoming a vampire, initially thought she could have a proper discussion with the other party, but they were completely uncooperative. The moment she opened the city gates, countless rebels rushed into the capital like madmen. Faced with such a situation, Vivi received a strong shock. It was as if many voices were confusing her mind. Charge! Kill the King Cobra. Let him know his mistakes. What? Kill them. They're the reason our land hasn't seen rain for 3 years. Various stimulating voices left Vivi feeling utterly helpless. She couldn't help but crouch down, covering her head, suddenly feeling a severe headache. She appeared somewhat mentally unstable. Vivi felt an overwhelming surge of anger and stimulation within her. Her eyes turned red, burning with a fiery intensity. Her hair instantly transformed from blue to blood red, burning like flames, exuding a strange and terrifying aura. Her body was filled with power, her blood boiling like a hot wave, her breathing becoming rapid and heavy, as if she wanted to ignite the air around her. Driven by anger and stimulation, Vivi felt a beast-like impulse rising in her heart. She lost her rationality, leaving only a burning desire for madness and slaughter in her heart. Her gaze filled with rage and wildness, as if she wanted to crush everything that stood in her way. The people around her looked on in terror at this eerie and terrifying Vivi. They could sense the terrifying power and killing intent emanating from her. Her blood-red hair danced in the wind like a ghostly figure, causing unease. In this bizarre atmosphere, Vivi's eyes held only killing intent and madness. She had completely lost control, becoming an uncontrollable beast, ready to unleash her inner fury and violence. In an instant, various screams erupted, and even those far away were unaware of what was happening. She transformed into a red figure, mercilessly reaping the lives of these people. They were incredibly weak, mere ordinary people who couldn't resist at all. With each kill, the aura around Vivi grew heavier and stronger. It was truly a case of killing 10 people with every step, leaving no mercy, blood flowing like rivers. The air thick with the stench of blood. Various severed limbs and broken arms were too much for anyone to bear, causing immediate vomiting. As the number of dead increased, people finally realized the situation and began to panic and flee. Ultimately, it was because Vivi's father, Cobra, supported his weak body and arrived at the scene. Vivi, a heartfelt exclamation, made this uncontrollable killer stop. This pause gave more people a chance to survive. Although many had died, it was noticeable that the bloodstains were very few, indicating a clear imbalance. After stopping, Vivi glanced around. Her body appeared exceptionally tranquil among the astonished crowd. Under the gaze of everyone, a pair of massive wings suddenly spread from her back, shining with a blood-red light. As these wings unfolded, Vivi's body lightly lifted off the ground, soaring into the sky like a raptor. After Vivi flew away, a silence and atmosphere of astonishment remained. Everyone stood frozen in place, filled with confusion and disbelief about why she had suddenly displayed such eerie abilities and behavior. In the distance, Vivi quickly vanished from sight in the air. Her figure gradually blurred as the distance increased, ultimately disappearing into the horizon. Cobra watched his daughter's departing figure with a look of helplessness. Although he did not understand why she had become like this, it was undoubtedly related to that group of people, with Vivi having killed so many civilians. She was deemed a pirate and a highly dangerous existence. The Navy placed a bounty of 10 million berries on her. Although she had killed many people, they were all civilians, and her identity as a princess contributed to her high bounty. Everything happening here was also seen by YeFan, who was floating on the sea. YeFan was somewhat surprised, not expecting things to develop this way. Lying on a deck chair on the Imperial ship, Kuru was obediently massaging YeFan. Although Nami and the others initially believed YeFan's words, the more they thought about it, the more uneasy they felt. This vampire clearly had a complicated relationship with YeFan. There was definitely something between them. Over the past few days, they had been close to YeFan, and now they were even more intimate. Robin, like YeFan, was leisurely enjoying coffee under an umbrella. Seeing everyone in this state, Nami helplessly tapped her head and continued with her drawing task, sketching the sailing route to Alabasta. This was the daily life of YeFan and his companions. The sea was very boring, and there wasn't much to do. Robin hadn't enjoyed such a leisurely day in a long time. It was very comfortable, the sea breeze, the sunshine, reading her favorite book, and drinking her favorite coffee. This scene was quite warm. Speaking of which, Crocodile led his subordinates to Water City. As one of the 7 warlords, Crocodile found it convenient to be in that position, at least on the surface. The world government still needed the 7 warlords to maintain stability. When necessary, they even needed their help. The world government's secret intelligence agency, CP9, naturally received the news as soon as Crocodile set foot on the island. Since this matter involved one of the 3 ancient weapons, Pluton, nothing could go wrong. So, when Crocodile arrived on the island, he had a conversation with them. In a small, unknown tavern in Water City, the 2 sides were exchanging information, but the atmosphere was somewhat tense. Rob Lucci, dressed in a one-piece work outfit and a black top hat, with a pigeon on his shoulder, looked deeply at Crocodile as the leader of CP9. Crocodile, what are you doing here? They had been undercover here for 5 years and couldn't let him interfere. For the sake of this operation's secrecy, he came alone this time, without any partners. Crocodile looked at the CP9 members in front of him, knowing from YeFan that they belonged to the world government's intelligence agency. He didn't want to get involved with them for now. I don't need to explain my purpose to you. You do your thing, and I'll do mine. We have nothing to do with each other. From YeFan, Crocodile learned that the design of Pluton was here. With the ability of Mr. 2, Bon Clay, who could imitate others, he could quickly find the design, as long as he applied some pressure. Forcing the person who possessed the design to transfer it to someone they trusted, it would work. Looking at the man in front of him, Crocodile's inner thoughts had already turned into a small hook. Lucci maintained an expressionless face, and after receiving Crocodile's response, he said nothing more. Slowly getting up, he turned to leave. Seeing him walk out, Crocodile took a deep puff of his cigar and ordered, "Spread the news that the world government's intelligence organization CP9 is hiding in Water City, aiming to acquire the Pluton design. Playing schemes requires old sand, the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. After all, Pluton is one of the 3 ancient weapons, able to destroy an island with a single shot. With something so powerful in his hands, he wouldn't care about his position as a warlord. Yes, boss." His subordinate finally realized that Crocodile came to Water City for this. Suddenly, things seemed a bit off. After leaving, Lucci immediately reported the situation to his superiors. As Crocodile's men began to spread the news, the entire Water City learned of the matter. Upon hearing this news, the president of the World Economic News Agency immediately printed a large number of newspapers to spread across the world. The whole world was shaken. Pluton appeared in Water City, and many supernovas and pirates headed there. Even Luffy, the man who wanted to become the Pirate King, saw this newspaper. "All right, let's head to Water City," Luffy said, waving his hand as the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, always deciding on major matters. Zoro was just a little lost, going wherever. The others had no objections, and the journey went quite smoothly. So they immediately decided to go to Water City, enjoying the excitement. A small boat, the Mary, was moving forward with Luffy and his 5 companions. With YeFan's appearance, no one knew how their future would unfold or whether their strength would grow due to the early plot. After all, they were like protagonists in this world. On the Imperial ship, only Robin had the habit of reading newspapers. When she got today's paper and looked at the text, she seemed frozen, unable to move. This strange behavior made YeFan wonder what was wrong with her. Approaching her, he glanced at the information on the paper and understood what had happened. He didn't expect Crocodile to have the audacity to stir things up, attracting more people. Only then would he have a chance. Otherwise, as a warlord, it would be very difficult for him to obtain the Pluton design. After all, YeFan hadn't told him the exact location, only a rough idea. One had to admit that this old sand was indeed a schemer, using such methods. But that didn't concern him. It was just that the plot had changed again. Would there really still be a Marineford war? YeFan remained deeply skeptical. On an island near Alabasta, Ace encountered Blackbeard's crew, starting with a verbal exchange. Both sides had different paths and could not reconcile. In an intense battle, Ace and Blackbeard engaged in a thrilling confrontation. Ace wielded the flame fruit, unleashing scorching flames, while Blackbeard possessed the dark fruit, controlling and manipulating darkness. Ace swung his flames, which soared into the sky, enveloping Blackbeard in a destructive blaze. The heat from the flames distorted the surrounding air, as if everything would turn to ashes. Meanwhile, Blackbeard, using the powers of the dark fruit, released a powerful dark force, creating a swirling vortex of black energy that swallowed all light. Within the darkness lay endless power, making it feel irresistible. The 2 powerful forces collided in the air, creating a tremendous roar. Flames and darkness intertwined on the battlefield, continuously erupting with intense energy waves, engulfing everything around them. Ace remained calm and decisive, continuously unleashing the power of the flame fruit, trying to push Blackbeard back. Blackbeard, on the other hand, was ruthless, manipulating the dark forces, attempting to trap Ace in darkness. The entire battlefield was filled with flames and dark energy, saturated with the scent of battle. The confrontation between the 2 strong warriors showcased their respective powers and skills, causing the entire sea to tremble. Flame Emperor, accompanied by Ace's furious roar, his most powerful move emerged. A massive fireball appeared in Ace's hand, and Blackbeard did not dare to be careless, as black smoke continuously gathered around him. Then, the 2 forces collided violently. The entire island seemed to have experienced an earthquake, with one side ablaze and the other engulfed in darkness. Ultimately, the flames were devoured, and Ace fell heavily to the ground, unconscious. However, Blackbeard was not in good shape either, gasping for breath. Looking at Ace, he thought this was his ticket to becoming a warlord of the sea. YeFan, I remember you. Once I obtain the world's strongest fruit, I will come to find you. Ah ha ha ha. In his heart, Blackbeard did not forget that he was a person who held grudges. With the defeat of Fire Fist Ace, he turned him over to the world government. After all, Fire Fist Ace was the son of Whitebeard, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division, with a bounty exceeding 500 million, a fearsome pirate. Such a terrifying monster, the four emperors. Whitebeard would definitely not let this go unchecked. To all of his crew, Whitebeard regarded them as family and was very sentimental. Blackbeard Teach successfully became a warlord of the sea, rather than the 8th warlord, because Crocodile had already been expelled from the title by the world government. The reason was, for a long time, he had instigated the war in Alabasta and had slaughtered the navy, among other baseless charges. After all, such matters are written by the victors. Whatever they say goes. This world is ruled by them. However, the news had not been announced yet, as Ace's value clearly held greater significance. At Marine Headquarters Marineford, with the capture of Fire Fist Ace, he was imprisoned in Level 6 of the Infinite Hell. In the conference room, apart from Admiral Akiji, who was on a mission, the lowest-ranked individuals present were all rear admirals, and among them, the most outstanding. A meeting regarding Whitebeard was being held here. Everyone was very serious. After all, the other party was a four emperor, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. One of the four emperors in the New World, hailed as the strongest man in the world. The Tremor fruit user, possessing the power to destroy the world. This was well known to the older generation, including Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Carp, who understood the terror of the other side. Even though the other party was older, they could not be underestimated, so the plan for this operation had to be meticulous. The four emperors had always been a thorn in the side of the world government, and each one of them was not to be underestimated. Carp's mood was very complicated at this moment, torn between his commitment to justice and his grandson. He had watched the boy grow up since childhood. Like Luffy, he was his own grandson. Yet none of them were easy to deal with. They all wanted to be pirates. Only by becoming part of the Navy could he protect them. Now, as Fleet Admiral Sengoku stood at the forefront, he solemnly stated, "This operation is crucial, and the ensuing battle will surely be fierce." During this time, elite personnel would be dispatched from other bases, and all warlords of the sea would be summoned. The three admirals and all the warlords of the sea would gather, along with countless other Navy personnel, demonstrating Sengoku's emphasis on Whitebeard. Do you have any thoughts to share? Sengoku could only think of this, as he was not the Navy strategist. He then turned his gaze to a female elder on his right, with graying hair styled in a simple ponytail down to her shoulders. Her hair was all gathered at the back, leaving her forehead exposed, and she wore a pair of emerald green earrings. On her right hand were 2 gold bracelets, draped in a Marine Rear Admiral's coat, with a light blue shirt underneath and a white patterned purple tie. As the Navy strategist, Tsu, although only holding the rank of Rear Admiral, held a status in the Navy that was not inferior to that of an admiral. As an old Navy veteran, Tsuru had fought alongside Sengoku and Carp and had experienced many major battles. With exceptional wisdom, she was usually relied upon for significant military operations. Resting her arms on the table, supporting her head, Tsuru pondered for a long time and then said, "The original crew of the Great Whirlwind Spider, Squard, was destroyed by GOLD, Roger. Whitebeard concealed the fact that Ace is Roger's son from him. This could be used to our advantage. After all, Squard is currently a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. If we could turn him to our side, it could have unexpected effects at a critical moment." Sitting nearby, Akina spoke up, "Leave this matter to me. I know what to do." Upholding an absolute sense of justice, Akina believed that pirates were pirates. Since they were pirates, they must be completely eradicated. There was no need for them to survive, and they must be eliminated by any means necessary. What about the situation in Water 7? After all, this concerns the ancient weapon, Pluton. Many known pirates with bounties in the tens of millions are gathering there. This was a troublesome issue, and all eyes turned to Kizaru. Everyone had their tasks, and he did not want to seem lazy. Sengoku then spoke, "We don't need to worry about this. Someone above is handling it. Kizaru, you have a task now. The Celestial Dragon Roseward family is going to Sabedi Archipelago for a vacation. You are responsible for their protection." When it came to the Celestial Dragons, even Sengoku, as Fleet Admiral, felt helpless. If anything happened to them here, it would be troublesome. Of course, deep down, he viewed them as a group of scum, but appearances had to be maintained. In light of the various major events happening, Sengoku felt it was better to have Kizaru protect them. Alright, this task was not easy at all. Kizaru had dealt with celestial dragons before. They were difficult to serve, and he had no intention of getting involved. He just needed to do his own job well. Once the discussion was concluded, Sengoku announced the end of the meeting, and everyone stood up in unison. They shouted the slogan in unison, "Justice." Their demeanor was very righteous. Carp, absent-minded, felt he needed to check on his grandson. Ace was locked in the lowest level of Impel Down, where the most vicious pirates were held. Even though Carp knew his grandson had done nothing wrong, Ace's identity meant he could not intervene. After the others left, Tsuru and Sengoku exchanged glances and could only sigh helplessly. They both knew about Ace's situation and had turned a blind eye. However, now that he had been handed over by Blackbeard, the matter had become complicated. But they understood that Carp was likely the one suffering the most at this moment. What a situation this is. That kid Carp won't just go charging in, will he? Speaking of this Warring States period, I am very worried. If the other party betrays us, it would be a huge loss for the Navy. Crane looks at this old friend who is still talking without thinking even after growing up. Her rational analysis, along with her familiarity with her old friend, makes her know that Garp is not that kind of person. Stop thinking about it. You know he wouldn't do that. They know each other well and have fought together for so many years. YeFan and his group arrived at Magic Valley Town. As a small town where pirates squander money like dirt, everything here is based on strength. Basically, it is filled with pirates, and there are no constraints. As long as you have strength, you can do whatever you want. This is very suitable for YeFan. He needs money, and although each pirate crew has relatively little, there are so many of them. All of this belongs to him. In fact, YeFan and the others did not have a pointer to come here. It was thanks to the pirates they encountered on the way. After leaving Alabasta, YeFan and his group drifted at sea for quite a few days. They finally ran into a group of Marines, from whom they obtained a record pointer, allowing them to safely reach here without losing their direction. Of course, they also gained quite a bit, earning several tens of millions of berries. YeFan directly kept this small money on the ship as daily expenses. As for Kuru, the vampire, YeFan also devoured him during the journey. YeFan could only say that the other party was quite unique, completely different from Nokigao. It's really a matter of personal taste. Everyone is unique. However, Nami had no reaction to the other party under YeFan's hints, which left YeFan puzzled. It was very strange. One night, YeFan communicated with the other party and concluded that they wanted a wedding. Only after that would they give themselves to YeFan. This left YeFan both amused and helpless. He never expected the other party to have such a personality. However, YeFan was not in a hurry. With Nokigao and Kuru around, at least he did not have to worry about his physiological needs. Seeing various ships docked on the shore, it was clear they were pirate ships, each with a unique skull flag. The Emperor's ship appeared along the coastline, and since all the ships here were pirate ships, it did not cause any sensation. However, if YeFan appeared, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. A pirate with a bounty of 500 million is not to be underestimated, even in the New World. Everyone, this island is basically filled with pirates, so be careful. Nami reminded them, clearly forgetting the strength of the group. However, everyone accepted the kind reminder. Got it, don't worry, we will be careful. Nami, don't worry. I will protect you, Nokigao said as he looked at his sister, noting that the strength of the other party was slightly weaker. So, he just needed to focus on protecting his sister. Thank you for the reminder, Navigator, they replied. After docking the ship at the port, they all disembarked onto the island. In a room on this island, a young man with blonde hair, a long scar on his left eye, and wearing glasses looked at the bounty notice in his hand with an incredulous expression. YeFan, the pirate with a bounty of 500 million. How could he come to this place? Although Bellamy was arrogant and conceited, he was not a fool. In the world of pirates, a higher bounty indicates a stronger individual. This is the most basic consensus. The person he admired the most, Don Quixote da Flamingo, as one of the 7 warlords, had a bounty of only 340 million berries. This shows that YeFan's strength is even greater than that of his boss. Seeing their boss's terrified expression, the surrounding subordinates couldn't help but ask, "Boss, what's wrong? What happened?" They had never seen their boss like this, as if he had encountered some terrifying person. They all looked at the bounty notice in Bellamy's hand. These small characters were just new faces arriving at Magic Valley Town, but had no idea who the other party was. A vice-captain of the Hyena Pirates, Sachis, with blue medium-length hair and a Nepalese knife at his waist, knew a lot. After glancing at the bounty notice in Bellamy's hand, and then looking at the person who had just landed on the island, he realized it was the same person. He understood why Bellamy had such a dramatic change in expression. "Captain, the other party is not someone we can provoke. If the people below were not careful, the entire pirate crew would be wiped out. A pirate with a bounty of 500 million, who knows how strong he is." Once Bellamy regained his composure, he took a big gulp of alcohol and ordered, "Notify everyone to not provoke him." with the captain's orders. The others clearly realized the seriousness of the situation. Just by looking at the bounty, they understood the situation. Anyone who dared to trouble him was simply looking for death. Less than 1,000 meters from Magic Valley town, a middle-aged man was leisurely riding a bicycle on the sea. Yes, you read that right. The bicycle was on a narrow sheet of ice below, allowing him to ride on the water. Aokiji had accurately received the information from the Navy and found YeFan's group. They were about to meet. He wondered how Robin was doing. For Robin's safety, Aokiji had to take on this task himself and also to assess YeFan's strength. He was contemplating whether to accept YeFan's life. What if Robin tried to stop him? For such a complicated issue, it was quite a headache for the lazy Aokiji. Even so, he had to see if YeFan had the ability to protect Robin. YeFan was still unaware that an admiral was riding toward him, and a great battle was about to break out. After landing on the island, YeFan and the others, as usual, first looked for a place to eat and taste the local cuisine. However, there were always those who were oblivious. After all, YeFan was alone with several beautiful women, and this combination was quite irritating. Here, strength is the rule, and many bold people came forward to provoke them. This was the real world. Although the original One Piece did not describe it much, there were all kinds of subtle criticisms everywhere. The Sabaody archipelago had many hunters who specifically hunted valuable people to sell as slaves. Kid, you're alone with so many beauties. Can you handle it? Let me help you share the burden, someone said. Look at that skinny frame. He definitely can't handle it. Little girl, come with me for a good time. I guarantee you'll be comfortable. Facing these provocations, YeFan didn't even need to say anything. Nokigao knew how to handle it. At the same time, this made Kuru very disgusted. To her, she belonged to YeFan, and no one else could have her. A group of lowly people dared to have their eyes on her. They were simply looking for death. As fellow vampires, Nokigao and Kuru moved at lightning speed. And amidst the screams, the surrounding people realized that this group was not to be trifled with. They found a tavern, and, after entering, Nami and the others went to sit down. YeFan went to the front desk to order. Boss, give me a few servings of your signature dishes. Just like back on Blue Star, there was no need to specify what to eat. It was all the same. He wanted to taste the local specialties. The tavern owner was a middle-aged man who noticed that YeFan and his companions were outsiders. However, upon seeing YeFan's face clearly, he showed a look of surprise. In Magic Valley Town, where pirates were mixed with all sorts of people, running a shop required a keen-eye knowledge of many individuals, making the bounty notices a significant area of study. Recently, there had been a new bounty of 500 million for a notorious pirate, so he couldn't afford to be careless. All right, please wait a moment. The events outside had clearly not caught the attention of those here. Every time he brought a beautiful woman out, he encountered such situations. YeFan was starting to feel a bit annoyed. Sitting down at the table with Nami and the others, he thought about ways to gather the treasures in this town. Searching slowly would take too much time. If you don't want your eyes anymore, you can donate them to those in need. His plain yet commanding words drew the gazes of everyone in the tavern towards him. These were all pirates who had killed before. Who had given to whom? Immediately, someone stood up, their fiery gaze directed at the beautiful Nokigao and her companions. In a high-risk profession like piracy, the daily pressure was immense, and they needed to vent. These people were the real pirates. As for Luffy and his group, it was merely an adventure and couldn't be called piracy at all. Although someone stood up, there were also those who planned to observe the situation cautiously. A person bringing a few beautiful women and acting so arrogantly, if they had no backing, they could only be considered a fool. In this world, some relied on strength while others relied on their brains. Just as a fight was about to break out, the tavern owner hurried out. If a fight broke out, his tavern would be ruined. Everyone, please don't fight. This is just a small tavern that can't withstand your rampage. This person is a notorious pirate with a bounty of 500 million. YeFan. The tavern owner could tell that none of the pirates present recognized YeFan's identity. They were just a group of small fry. They had no real strength or knowledge, and dying had nothing to do with him, but destroying his tavern would mean ruin. Who would compensate him for his hard-earned money? He couldn't afford to offend either side. The person who had just stood up was now trembling, their legs shaking as they stammered. Is that true? At that moment, they felt like ants on a hot pan, unable to decide whether to flee or stay. Deep down, they already knew it was true, but were unwilling to believe it. Those who had not chosen to stand up felt a wave of fear and were relieved they hadn't. Watching the amusing expressions on those people's faces, they wanted to laugh, but could only stifle it given the current situation. A pirate with a bounty of 500 million was the most they had ever seen in their lives. Caught in a dilemma, beads of sweat appeared on the foreheads of the standing pirates. What were they to do? The tavern owner then brought the prepared food to YeFan and said, "Please enjoy." He had stated the situation, and what happened next depended on the other party's choice. After all, making decisions for someone else was akin to seeking death. The words you were teaching me to do things were a death sentence for the strong. With a thud, all those who had stood up to cause trouble knelt down as if they had made a silent agreement. Please, spare our lives. We can do anything you ask. Sir, it's our fault. Please let us go. Just moments ago, they had been arrogant, and now they were utterly humble. Faced with the danger of death, what was dignity? Everything could be discarded. Watching these people, YeFan tapped his fingers on the table, producing a rhythmic sound that made their hearts leap. Their lives were in his hands. These people had no value. Their lives were as fragile as ants. Killing them held no worth. However, he could indeed make them do some things. Nami and the others were unfazed by such events, enjoying the local delicacies. Nami, this cherry pie tastes great. You all should try it. After tasting the cherry pie, Nokigao shared it with her sisters. As for Kulu, she wasn't particularly fond of the food, having only tasted a bit of each. This was somewhat similar to Robin, who seemed to be avoiding gaining weight, as they were all drinking instead. Their nonchalant demeanor made it seem to the onlookers as if nothing had happened when faced with such a scene. This confidence was thought to stem from YeFan. YeFan's gaze swept over those kneeling, and his piercing look sent shivers down their spines, leaving them wondering what the outcome would be. The sound of swallowing saliva echoed loudly in the silence. Just when everything seemed predictable, an unexpected event occurred. Just as YeFan was about to speak, he noticed a powerful presence approaching the tavern entrance. His expression immediately turned serious, and so did Nokigao and Kulu, both sensing it. Only Nami and Robin looked confused, wondering what had changed the atmosphere so suddenly. Accompanied by the sound of footsteps, a tall man in a white vest and dark blue shirt, wearing a green eye patch, walked in. Upon seeing him, Robin's eyes widened and her body trembled. She didn't understand why an admiral of the Navy had come here. Was he there to capture her? As a Navy admiral, Akiji was highly recognizable, and the pirates present recognized him at a glance. This was a high-level force of the world government. First, there was a pirate with a bounty of 500 million, and now an admiral appeared in Magic Valley Town. What was going on? What had happened? The characters here bore no difference from those in the anime YeFan had watched, so upon seeing the Admiral Akiji, they were not panicked at all. Instead, they felt very excited because they knew exactly who he was. Originally troubled about how to replicate his aura, now the opportunity had come. Excitement, immense excitement, was reflected in Akiji's eyes as he saw the look in YeFan's. This took him by surprise. YeFan's next actions shocked everyone present. Amidst the astonishment, YeFan walked step by step to Akiji. Seeing the man's height, in the pirate world, taller individuals generally had greater strength. At a height of 8 meters, YeFan felt somewhat short in comparison. He didn't dare to breathe. The standoff between the Navy and pirates had now reached a critical point. YeFan extended his hand and introduced himself. Hello, my name is YeFan. At this moment, it wasn't just others. Even Robin and her companions thought, what the hell? The other party was a Navy admiral whose job was to capture pirates. And here he was trying to befriend him? Akiji looked at the young man in front of him, unsure how to respond, his mind filled with questions. This was not what he had expected. He had never imagined such a scene. However, he still extended his hand. Hello? The two hands clasped together, and such a scene was truly explosive. One was a notorious pirate with a bounty of 500 million, and the other was a marine admiral. It was abnormal in every way. The moment they shook hands, YeFan felt as if he had received a sudden insight, instantly grasping the usage of armament hockey. Even his observation hockey seemed to have been enhanced, likely due to the combination of the two abilities replicating each other. YeFan then released his hand. He wasn't that kind of person. He preferred beautiful women. He didn't know why the other party had come, whether it was for him or just to check on Robin. YeFan certainly didn't believe he had the kind of background like Luffy that would make the other party let him off. When Akiji encountered the Straw Hat crew, it was entirely because Luffy was Garp's grandson. Otherwise, the Straw Hat crew would have been completely wiped out and nothing else would have happened. The two did not choose to fight. Instead, they went to sit by Robin as if they were longtime friends. The ones most nervous about having Admiral Akiji sitting beside them were Nami and Robin. On the contrary, Nokigao and Kuru, perhaps due to their own strength, were not as fearful of the other party. Among the group of beautiful women, Akiji looked at YeFan with a peculiar gaze. There was only one male in this pirate crew. What kind of pirate crew was this? A lecherous pirate crew? Looking at the little girl he once knew, who had now grown so much, Akiji felt a sense of comfort in his heart. He couldn't express the mushy and caring words, only driven by the justice in his heart. Back then, so many innocent people died on O'Hare Island, not only because of his friend's request, but also because of the other party's innocence. Robin felt somewhat at a loss under Akiji's gaze. The one who had once let her go was now here to capture him. She felt awkward and uncertain. The atmosphere was very quiet. They had not checked the calendar before going out today and had encountered such figures. This situation was beyond what they could handle, and they quietly left. This left those kneeling people in a difficult position. What was this? Should they leave or not? Regardless of whether they fell into YeFan's hands or the Marines, there would be no good outcome. Was this considered throwing themselves into a net to lessen their crimes? To verify whether YeFan truly considered himself someone who could protect Robin, Akiji wanted to test him. A surge of battle intent emerged, and YeFan felt it. After locking eyes for a moment, it seemed they reached some sort of agreement. Under the watchful eyes of Nami and the others, they walked out together. This surprised them greatly. What was happening? How could they be so in sync, not caring about anything else? The few quickly followed to see what the two were up to. Led by Nokigao and Kurulu, they took to the air, chasing after YeFan and the others. The two moved quickly. Akiji chose a more remote location in Magic Valley Town to avoid the aftermath of their battle from destroying the town. Given their strengths, they moved at incredible speed. At this moment, Akiji still did not know that he had no way to defeat YeFan. The latter's ice magic could absorb any ice-related abilities, making it Akiji's nemesis. His ice fruit would have no effect except for elementalization. The only advantage of elementalization would also be ineffective under YeFan's recovery magic and armament hockey. Thus, the only way to determine the victor was through a competition of physical skills. Akiji suddenly unleashed his powerful ice fruit ability, and his momentum erupted. A wave of cold energy surged from him, rapidly spreading out. The surrounding air condensed into a thin layer of frost, which quickly turned into a solid layer of ice, covering the entire battlefield. The biting cold made people shiver involuntarily. The ground beneath his energy began to freeze rapidly, solidifying everything around into that coldness. Akiji's gaze turned cold and merciless as he used the power of the ice fruit to cover the entire battlefield in ice and snow. The chilling aura permeated the air, instilling a fear of an ice-encased world. Under his ability, everything around became cold and ruthless, as if time had come to a standstill. Akiji's display of power was shocking, making it hard to imagine just how terrifying his strength was. YeFan was already prepared for this move, showing no surprise. Instead, a smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. This caught Akiji off guard, sensing that something bad might happen. YeFan, faced with Akiji's powerful freezing ability, did not show panic or fear. Instead, he smiled slightly. His eyes revealed a calm demeanor, as if he had anticipated everything before him. Possessing the ice-nullifying ability, he could absorb any ice-related energy. YeFan slightly opened his mouth, and an invisible suction force surged from it, drawing the surrounding ice blocks into his mouth. The ice transformed into streams of energy that entered YeFan's body, allowing him to feel the cold power flowing freely within him, becoming part of his own strength. As he absorbed the energy, his body continuously strengthened, and his power grew. Seeing his illusion dispelled so easily by the other party, Akiji had never heard of such a capability. His expression became serious. The other party's strength was extraordinary, not an ordinary opponent. Faced with an unknown opponent's ability, he could not act recklessly. Knowing oneself and the enemy would ensure victory in every battle. Akiji extended his palm, releasing a powerful cold air shockwave that rapidly surged toward YeFan. This cold air shockwave traveled at incredible speed, freezing everything in its path into ice blocks. Even the air seemed to solidify. Watching the fast-approaching shockwave, YeFan wasted no time and once again absorbed it to strengthen himself. After consuming so much, YeFan felt his stomach was now bulging. How could he be so rude? He should let the other party take a shot at him too. Akiji understood that YeFan had the ability to absorb his attacks. However, he still couldn't determine what kind of devil fruit ability the other party possessed. It was somewhat troublesome. But in the face of hockey, there was nothing the marshal had indeed been correct. This YeFan was not simple. Akiji became serious and asked YeFan, "Who exactly are you?" Such strength could not possibly lack a background. Was this ability to absorb ice-related powers a special physique or a devil fruit ability? Given that he appeared beside Robin, was he trying to use her ability to read the poneglyphs? Was he treating her as a tool? Usually, Akiji used devil fruit abilities out of laziness, but now it seemed he had to resort to physical skills. Boom! Upon hearing the boom, Akiji's right arm suddenly became exceptionally hard, surrounded by a powerful aura of armament hockey. His right arm's surface shimmered with a metallic sheen, as if covered in an indestructible armor. This layer of armament hockey greatly enhanced the attack and defense of his right arm, allowing him to strike against the body of a Logia-type devil fruit user. Seeing Aokiji use armament hockey, YeFan knew that the other party was serious. His own fruit ability was ineffective, and he could only rely on physical combat. What followed was the most primitive type of battle. YeFan unleashed his armed color hockey, looking at his right arm, which emitted a black metallic sheen. Facing the incoming punch from the opponent, Aokiji, who was determined to defeat YeFan with his overwhelming power, YeFan stood his ground, ready to meet the challenge of this punch. When their fists collided, a powerful shockwave erupted, causing a distortion and trembling in the space between them, making the surrounding air feel heavy. The strong shockwave spread outwards, creating violent winds. Everything around them trembled under this immense force, as if on the brink of collapse. YeFan's body shook slightly, but he remained as steady as a mountain, not being pushed back even a step, with a determined light flashing in his eyes. He was prepared for a true confrontation with Aokiji. The two fists paused in the air for a moment before they both retracted, stepping back a few paces, signaling that their duel had only just begun. Both punches were merely tests, not yet showcasing their true strength, but the seriousness in their eyes was palpable. YeFan felt that if it weren't for Blackbeard's perverse ability to nullify devil fruit powers, Aokiji would be nothing more than a small fry compared to the pressure he was feeling now. At that moment, Nami and the others arrived just in time to witness the spectacular scene of the two exchanging blows. They both retreated a dozen steps, not distinguishing between friend and foe, while Robin felt deeply moved to see YeFan fighting for her. However, she couldn't let the opponent injure him because of her. After breaking free from Nokigao, she rushed towards the center of their battle. Seeing this, Nokigao shouted loudly, "It's dangerous over there. Don't go near, be careful." Everyone felt the earlier battle. While it wasn't earth-shattering, it was restrained. Otherwise, the people on this island would be doomed, and even the island itself might sink into the sea. YeFan's attention was diverted by the screams, and he saw Robin running towards him. This momentary distraction allowed Aokiji to see an opportunity. It was a test of whether YeFan truly considered Robin a comrade. He lunged towards Robin to attack, and under the overwhelming pressure of his hockey, Robin seemed paralyzed with fear. YeFan dared not gamble on Akiji's intentions, but hitting his woman was a provocation to his bottom line as a protagonist. What a foolish woman. Regardless of Akiji's motives, YeFan couldn't just stand by. He chose not to sneak up on Aokiji, but prioritized protecting Robin. Using the Flying Thunder God technique, YeFan inscribed a mark on Aokiji's clothing for the safety of the girls. In 0.01 seconds, he appeared in front of Robin, shielding her behind him, and conjured several ice walls to delay the opponent's assault, ensuring Robin was brought to safety first. YeFan's actions caused Aokiji to pause. The next battle had lost all meaning. Moreover, it seemed he couldn't overpower YeFan. The way YeFan suddenly appeared in front of Robin was not just incredible speed, but a manifestation of spatial power, something Aokiji, as an admiral, was aware of. The ice ability could absorb ice, and the mysterious spatial power left him wondering what other abilities YeFan possessed. Such a person, was he a boon or a bane for the world government? For now, he was satisfied to confirm that YeFan truly regarded Robin as a partner. YeFan brought Robin to a safe place, noticing the tears in her eyes, and he didn't know what to say. Initially, he wanted to scold her for being foolish, but now he could only gently say, "Okay, don't worry. It's fine now. I'm here." Seeing her so distressed, he embraced her, continuously patting her back. YeFan noticed that Aokiji had already left, seemingly having the same thought as him, which was to test his attitude toward Robin. Nokigao and Nami arrived, watching Robin sobbing in YeFan's embrace. This scene made Nami, his official girlfriend, extremely jealous. If she knew that the two beside her had already been taken by YeFan, she couldn't imagine how she would feel. This was the situation Nokigao had been hoping to see, and he felt very pleased inside. Kulu showed no change in expression. For her, as long as YeFan was happy, she was happy. Ultimately, YeFan carried Robin back to the Empress ship, allowing her to rest properly. The people of Magic Valley Town had felt a strong earthquake from the clash between YeFan and Aokiji, realizing it was a great battle. All the pirates trembled in fear. How could such a figure appear in the first half of the Grand Line? How would they survive? Fortunately, it was just a tremor, and nothing else happened. On the Empress ship, YeFan placed Robin in a room to rest for a while. When he came out, he saw Nami's reluctant, yet helpless expression. They didn't know what Robin had gone through, but it was clear she recognized Aokiji when she encountered him. Obviously, it was not a good sign, and there was nothing they could do about it. YeFan understood her discomfort and stepped forward to embrace her, comforting her. Meanwhile, Akiji leisurely rode his bicycle back to the Navy headquarters, having at least gained some insights from this trip. He knew he had to report these findings to complete his mission. He realized he couldn't take down YeFan. At Navy headquarters, Marineford, Akiji returned after 3 days aboard a naval vessel, empty-handed, which surprised everyone. Sengoku, Akainu, and Akiji were in a room together. The two looked at Akiji, clearly wanting an explanation. An admiral returning empty-handed could damage the Navy's prestige. Especially Akainu, who believed in absolute justice, couldn't tolerate Akiji's laid-back demeanor. When questioned by the two, Akiji maintained his relaxed demeanor, dozing off before sitting up properly. This serious expression was something the two had never seen before. "That guy is very strong. I fought him," he said. The few words, combined with his tone, conveyed a recognition of YeFan's strength. Sengoku covered his face, realizing that the worst had happened. Someone capable of defeating Blackbeard was not so easy to deal with. Now that Akiji had failed, he sighed deeply. This era was truly filled with monsters emerging from every sea. Moreover, a supernova capable of contending with admirals had appeared. "Tell me, what abilities does he have? What kind of devil fruit user is he?" From Blackbeard, they had learned that he possessed ice-controlling abilities similar to Akiji's. If that were the case, it was clear that neither Blackbeard nor Akiji would have failed, indicating that Blackbeard must have hidden something. Akiji also knew that he was a Marine admiral, and some things couldn't be hidden. He slowly spoke up. "The other party indeed possesses the ability to control ice and can absorb it. My ice fruit has no effect at all. Their martial arts skills are remarkable, having mastered both armament hockey and observation hockey. As for whether they have mastered conqueror's hockey, there is uncertainty." Moreover, Akiji felt a bit incredulous about the next statement. But it was a fact. Although their swordsmanship and observation hockey weren't very strong, they could still distinguish speed and space clearly. After a pause, Akiji looked up at Sengoku and Akainu and continued. "The other party also possesses spatial powers. Having such abilities in one person, especially a young boy, is simply monstrous. Back then, neither Akainu nor Akiji had YeFan's current strength at that age. The key question is how the other party acquired such power. Could it really be due to multiple devil fruits? The claim that a person can only obtain one devil fruit is widely accepted in this world. For thousands of years, no one has been able to consume 2 devil fruits simultaneously. Now, with someone possessing multiple abilities, such a person must be reported." The room fell into a deep silence. Even Akainu was greatly shocked. Akiji had no reason to joke about such matters. Despite being lazy, the other party knew the weight of such issues. Silence prevailed as the new era arrived, and the era of great evil began, with talents emerging one after another. 1 minute later, it was Akainu who stood up first to leave. For the absolute justice in his heart, Akainu needed to train and personally defeat that YeFan. He would imprison all pirates and impel down. The meeting concluded, and everyone went their separate ways. Sengoku felt that the position of Fleet Admiral was becoming increasingly difficult to maintain and could only report the situation upwards. The higher-ups sent him a specific order to report all news related to YeFan, regardless of its size. New World, Holy Land Mariewa, Power Hall. In a high-level conference room, 5 old men sat on the sofas in the hall. They were the existence second only to him in the power of the world government. Not only were they celestial dragons, but they also possessed formidable strength. Dressed in a black suit, with white curly hair and a fluffy white beard, wearing a flat cap, and a scar on his left cheek, Jagoro Lucia Satan looked at the intelligence sent from below. In just half a month, the situation seemed to have exceeded expectations. He then shared the intelligence with the others, resting his arms on his large head. The 5 overbearing men were currently very troubled, their brows furrowed. First with the Straw Hat Kid's legendary fruit. Although it had not yet awakened, it remained a hidden danger, and now there was someone with that surname still alive, possessing the strength of an admiral. Various methods kept emerging truly worthy of that family. Jagoro Lucia Satan looked at the other 4 and said, "We can no longer ignore this. We must report to Lord M. This has grown to such a level that we cannot overlook it. If the other party makes a comeback, it will mean the death of all royal families." All 5 votes were in favor, and they proceeded to the deepest part of Panga City in the Holy Land Mariewa to report to Lord M and let him decide. In the emptiness of the throne at the deepest part of Panga City in the Holy Land Mariewa, facing such a throne, the 5 peak elders of the world bent their legs and knelt down, offering their most loyal greetings. They then recounted the situation. A voice soon echoed, "Kill this person at all costs." A pair of blood-red eyes opened. Though no one was around, they would have seen the trembling figure. The The rulers of the world were terrified upon hearing the news, their bodies shaking in an eerie manner. The 5 elders didn't dare to lift their heads. And after hearing the command, they slowly withdrew. As the door closed and everyone left, Im collapsed to the ground, murmuring to himself, "He has returned for revenge. He has returned for revenge." After muttering a few words, he suddenly stood up, wanting to personally take action against the other party. However, this damned restriction made it impossible for him to act. He must kill the other party at all costs. After coming out, the 5 elders immediately ordered the Navy to mobilize the 7 warlords and the 3 admirals together, regardless of any other matters. Marine headquarters. Sengoku, who received the order immediately, could hardly believe his eyes. What on earth had happened? Everything had to be set aside. Who exactly was this YeFan? This was not a good omen. The 3 admirals and the 7 warlords moving together indicated a deadly intent. The news reached Akiji's ears, and this matter had exceeded his understanding. It seemed the other party was indeed extraordinary. However, he felt powerless. This was an order from above, and even as an admiral, he could not refuse. He could only let some water flow during the encirclement, hoping that the other party could survive. The order from above was a death warrant. In Magic Valley Town, YeFan spent half a day obtaining all the treasures in the town. Although it wasn't much, he still acquired over 300 million berries. This meant YeFan could once again recruit a partner. For such matters, YeFan felt it was best to proceed secretly. Kuru's appearance had already raised suspicions among Nami and the others. A chance encounter was necessary. In that case, joining his pirate ship would be no different than Robin, and there would be no issues. At the same time, it would allow them to act separately to develop their forces and collect treasures. Being together would maximize their efficiency. Fairy Tail, Lucy Heartfilia, Naruto, Kushina Uzumaki, Reboot Life, Clea, and Kill. Red-Eyed Isteth. YeFan knew that Kill. Red-Eyed Isteth was someone who loved to do such things. Although she harbored feelings for YeFan, when not by his side, she still exhibited her original personality. After the Akiji incident, Robin had lowered her guard towards YeFan and the others. They became as close as intimate partners, and their titles changed from Navigator Miss and Chef Miss to directly calling each other by name, including YeFan. This made YeFan feel that he was one step closer to his happy life. Moreover, a deep bond had formed, making it impossible for anyone to run off with them. The phrase deep feelings over time was certainly profound for YeFan. After leaving Magic Valley Town, YeFan obtained relevant items from Mont Blanc Hurriquet. Under friendly exchanges, the previous Monkey Pirate crew and Gorilla Pirate crew were leading the way for YeFan. After all, this was also their dream, whether Sky Island existed or not. Since someone now dared to venture into it, they were naturally very supportive. Nami approached YeFan, watching the excitement on his face, unsure of what he was so happy about. Little did she know that just last night, YeFan had summoned his death. When she appeared, she gave YeFan a big kiss. Then it developed naturally. The blue hair of the other person reminded YeFan of Wei Wei, and he wondered how she was doing. After a deep conversation, YeFan sent the other person to develop and establish their own pirate crew. They possessed the terrifying ice Imperial artifact, demon manifestation essence of the demon, and YeFan also inquired about the other person's strength. The other person had the strength of a general, very powerful. The fact that they had to part ways after this meeting naturally made his death very unhappy. To compensate, YeFan hadn't slept the night before. He only left when the sky was about to brighten, feeling satisfied. As for getting lost, that was out of the question. After casually capturing a pirate crew, he would know the next route. In the face of overwhelming military force, just staying alive was already good enough. Thinking of this, YeFan couldn't help but touch his waist. Even someone as powerful as him felt like his body had been hollowed out at that moment. It was due to excessive fatigue combined with lack of proper rest. Standing at the bow of the ship, looking at the surrounding sea scenery, with seagulls flying by from time to time, such days were really comfortable. Surrounded by beautiful women and with great strength, what more could he pursue? This was already the peak of life. Being without desires was unrealistic, and he had already accomplished 90% of his dreams. What remained was to establish a harmonious and loving world. Him had been the world ruler for hundreds of years. As the saying goes, emperors take turns. And it was YeFan's turn to sit on the throne. At the same time, YeFan wondered if the ability of the surgery fruit for immortality was real. The concept of eternal life was a strong temptation no matter where or in what world. If he could truly achieve immortality, even with great limitations, to be honest, YeFan couldn't refuse it. He would definitely find a way to make it happen. After using this ability, the user would die, but the fruit would not disappear forever. It would simply reappear somewhere in the world. As long as he could find it, and then control someone to eat the surgery fruit. That would create an unlimited cycle of immortality. This buff was something YeFan didn't know if anyone had ever thought of. Whoosh! Suddenly, no Kigo and Kururu appeared beside YeFan, looking ahead. YeFan thought something had happened and used his observation haki to see what was going on. Several powerful auras appeared, including Akiji, who had fought YeFan before. This made YeFan feel somewhat annoyed. Suddenly, so many people had shown up. Even though YeFan was confident in his strength, he instinctively thought about running away. The front line, the monkey pirate crew and the gorilla pirate crew, had already discovered the navy ahead. YeFan also noticed the navy behind them. They were surrounded. He took a deep breath. Fortunately, he had made a mark in Magic Valley Town earlier, or he would have been in real trouble. He wanted to see who had such a big hand to bring so many experts. After several days of sailing, they were far from the mark in Magic Valley Town. At this distance, YeFan didn't have enough confidence to take the ship through and could only abandon it. Otherwise, he was afraid of being drained, and the backlash was a threat he dared not attempt. It was just a ship, and it wasn't even his own. YeFan didn't value it that much. On the leading Navy warship, Sengoku, Vice Admiral Tsuru, and the three admirals stood at the forefront, looking through binoculars at the two ships ahead, which were not YeFan's. Akainu immediately took action upon seeing something troublesome, looking very displeased. "I'll take care of these pests." Akainu soared from the ship, his figure slicing through the night sky like a sharp blade, his body covered in magma, painting the entire sky red. He quickly condensed a massive lava fist, his arm melting into flowing magma, forming a gigantic lava fist. Then, he simulated the impact of a volcanic eruption, launching the giant fist, imbued with intense energy, towards the target. When the fist struck, a huge explosion occurred, and lava erupted like a fire dragon, spreading violent flames and instantly turning the surrounding sea into a blazing hell. After the eruption, countless volcanic rocks exploded in the air, each containing devastating power. They fell like meteors from the sky, instantly tearing apart the sea surface and completely destroying the monkey pirate crew and gorilla pirate crew ships. The sea was covered with lava, and the intense heat permeated the air, with smoke filling the area, making it impossible to escape the engulfing flames. Under Akainu's attack, the sea became a scorching hell, a striking descent. Such a casual strike caused such massive destruction, indicative of a general-level powerhouse. In the aftermath of the attack, YeFan used ice to protect the scattered small lava. Only at this level could his ice withstand it. However, the monkey pirate crew and gorilla pirate crew were likely completely annihilated. The gap in strength was vast. YeFan had no obligation to save them. His own situation wasn't good either. The collision between lava and seawater produced a large amount of steam, enveloping YeFan's ship, but he did not choose to flee. No Kigo watched warily ahead and asked YeFan, "What should we do?" This situation fell off. Even she sensed a significant pressure. Since setting sail, everything had been very easy, and the people they encountered were straightforward. It was only during their last encounter with that Navy admiral that no Kigo felt pressure. She was aware that in a life-and-death battle, she was not the opponent's match, but it wouldn't be that easy for the opponent to kill her either. Kururu had remained expressionless beside YeFan, with a slight furrow in her brow indicating her tension. Robin thought the other party felt guilty for coming. "YeFan, let me go. If sacrificing myself could ensure the safety of the four of you, I would be willing to do it." Listening to Robin's words, the four looked at her, sensing the tremor in her voice. She had been taken to the world government to prevent the secrets of the blank century from being discovered, and her fate was likely death. Choosing to sacrifice herself for her companions was a testament to Robin's resolve. Seeing Robin's choice, Nami had some doubts about her at first, but now it seemed nothing mattered. Only YeFan knew that this time Robin definitely didn't come because of him. Although few could decipher the poneglyphs, they weren't non-existent. Otherwise, she would have been captured long ago. The result could only be one, because of himself. But why? He stepped forward, embraced her, and comforted her. "Don't worry. I have a way. There's no rush. Just wait a bit." He still needed to clarify things. Otherwise, this kind of plot would continue. Who was behind all this? Was it her? Robin looked up at YeFan, whose face showed no panic and was filled with confidence. During this time, the Navy's warships had surrounded the Emperor, leaving no way for escape. Unless YeFan had some extraordinary ability, he wouldn't be able to get away. On the ship ahead, YeFan looked at the familiar faces, all high-ranking figures in this world. When he watched the anime back then, YeFan thought about how he would live a wonderful life if he ever crossed over. Even so, YeFan showed no signs of panic. Instead, he took the initiative. The three admirals of the Navy, the Marshal, and Vice Admiral Tsuru have come to find me. I am truly flattered." This arrogant demeanor made Akainu unable to bear it, and he wanted to take action, but was stopped by Sengoku. The orders from above were absolute, so they had to wait for the 7 warlords to arrive, giving the opponent no chance. Just wait a bit longer. At this moment, Sengoku was still the Marshal of the Navy, and faced with the Marshal's orders, Akainu had no choice but to comply. Looking at such a young person with such strength, it really was the next generation pushing the previous one away. As the Navy's Marshal, Sengoku did not know what had happened but still spoke justly. Ostrovsky D. YeFan, you are surrounded. Lay down your weapons and surrender immediately. YeFan knew very well the opponent's little schemes. There were several Navy and pirate ships quickly approaching from behind, gradually closing the encirclement. At this moment, YeFan extended his hand to hold Robin and Nokigao. Then Nokigao held Nami, who held Kuro. The vampires had a unique way of communicating, and this was how YeFan transmitted the message to the two. After verifying some words, they would run at the first opportunity. Or if the opponent was about to attack, they would also prioritize saving themselves. Ahaha, YeFan, we meet again. This rough voice was unmistakably Blackbeard's. It seemed the opponent had already captured Ace and become one of the 7 warlords. A pirate ship with 3 skulls appeared, followed by Doflamingo, Blackbeard, Gecko Moria, Mihawk, and Boa Hancock, as they drove their respective ships like phantoms to surround YeFan and his companions. Doflamingo stood on one side, his sinister smile seeming to herald disaster. Blackbeard sat on the other side, his gaze deep like an abyss, revealing incredible power. Gecko Moria's figure appeared even more eerie, with shadows around him twisting under the moonlight. Imanating a strange aura. Mihawk stood on one side, his gaze sharp like a blade, exuding an undeniable killing intent. The appearance of these several people froze the atmosphere on the ship, and the surrounding air seemed to grow heavy, as they surrounded YeFan and his group like a chorus of despair, making escape difficult. YeFan's gaze was fixed on the beautiful woman. Hancock stood at 191 centimeters. With an excellent figure, long black hair styled in a princess cut. Her slightly broad forehead was smooth and even, with deep blue eyes, the corners elongated and delicate. Almond-shaped eyes betraying a hint of aloofness, a high-nose bridge, a small nose, and soft lips without a wrinkle. She wore a pair of snake-shaped golden earrings and a Chong Sam-style outfit. She was indeed remarkable, unmatched even by the likes of Nokigao and Nami, exuding a certain aura. Facing YeFan's gaze, Hancock noticed the strong possessiveness in his eyes. This made her very angry, and she was about to take action, but YeFan interrupted. There are quite a few people here. With such a lineup, one might think the Navy was going to attack the 4 emperors. This joking tone made everyone present admire him. Such a luxurious lineup could not be overlooked even by the 4 emperors' pirate crews. The opponent remained so calm. Did they have some means? All eyes were on the man before them. YeFan looked at Sengoku and asked, Sengoku, did you receive orders from the Gorosei to kill me? Upon hearing YeFan's words, Sengoku's pupils visibly contracted, revealing the answer YeFan sought. Damn it, I didn't go looking for you. Yet you sent the Gorosei to kill me. You better have a physical form, or else. The opponent was also a beauty, still possessing charm. Keek. I understand. Pass on my message to him. Tell her to get ready. I'll find her in the deepest part of Panga City in Mariehua. Goodbye, everyone. The arrogant and unrestrained voice made Sengoku shout angrily, Rabbit, get going. But it was too late. Everything was too late. Under everyone's gaze, YeFan and the 5 of them disappeared without a trace. Even with powerful observation hockey, there was no sign of them. You look at me, I look at you. Big eyes staring at small eyes, with no way to do anything. Failure. The vast sea was extremely silent. The sound of wind, waves, and seagulls seemed to have vanished. At this moment, those standing at the top of this world widened their eyes, looking in disbelief at the empty ship. The 5 people who had just been alive had now vanished. After a minute of silence, they finally recovered from their shock. Sengoku's face was filled with apprehension, along with a trace of helplessness. With such abilities, how could they kill the opponent? This also represented the failure of this operation. He, the Marshal of the Navy, personally led the charge, along with the 3 admirals and the cooperation of the 7 warlords, and yet they merely encountered the opponent. Such a result was unacceptable to anyone. Who among them was not a powerful master? It could be said that the opponent had played them all. Sengoku turned and silently returned to the cabin. He needed to report this matter to the Gorosei. Escape the transponder snail. Far away in Mariehua, the Gorosei were waiting for Sengoku's report in the power hall. Brillu. The expression of the transponder snail was very serious, with a hint of worry, which had already made the Gorosei realize that things might have failed. Dressed in a dark green suit, bald, with 2 mustache curls, and a birthmark on his forehead, Topman watchily opened his mouth to ask, What happened? They were aware of this naval operation. With such a lineup, there was a certain possibility of hunting down the four emperors. The opponent was just a 20-year-old young man. But the state of the transponder snail still made him uneasy. Sengoku stood on the Navy's warship, with Vice Admiral Tsuru standing beside him. The latter remained relatively calm, having taught during Navy training that one must always remain calm. Emotions can affect your thinking. This young man had already made Sengoku feel a deep sense of helplessness. They were unaware of the opponent's spatial abilities. Listening to the Gorosei's questions through the transponder snail, Sengoku spoke. The operation failed. The opponent demonstrated spatial powers and left with his crew. The ship was left behind, likely due to its size. The Gorosei in the power hall all stood up, feeling extremely shocked by this result. Escaping from so many skilled individuals, it seems the opponent's abilities are quite tricky. Topman Vacheli closed his eyes and said, "Understood." Just as he was about to hang up the phone bug, the person on the other end spoke again. There were some things he wasn't sure if he should say, so he tentatively opened his mouth. "There are some things I'm not sure if I should say." What YeFan said before leaving was something everyone present, being adults, understood. However, that was the master of this world, who would dare to speak disrespectfully. Even the five elders would kneel before him. Topman Vacheli furrowed his brow. To say anything related to the other party directly. The other four also looked at the phone bug in Topman's hand, wanting to know what was going on. The soldiers on the Navy ship glanced at Admiral Crane, clearly understanding the implications. "I'll step out first." After saying that, Admiral Crane left. She didn't want to hear this a second time. Seeing the other party leave him alone, Sengoku felt very scared. If he spoke out, the other party would definitely be angry. However, this was something the other party wanted him to say. They instructed him to prepare himself among the flowers in the deepest part of Fan.He City in Mariewa for Lotteryand to come over. The moment the words fell, bang. ZZZZ. A cute phone bug died, instantly turned to dust. The phone bug in Sengoku's hand also closed its eyes, indicating the call had ended. Sengoku knew this was the result. The affairs of the celestial dragons had nothing to do with him. If they failed, they failed. He felt quite helpless in his position as admiral, constantly restricted, and now he envied his good friend Garp. Every day was just eating and going out for a stroll, living a very leisurely life. Just thinking about such a retirement life was delightful. He wondered when he could live like that, in the Hall of Authority. The five elders were very angry. How dare a little brat with some strength be so brazen? Let's take action ourselves and directly activate the teleportation array to find him. The agricultural martial god Shepherd T. Peter, dressed in a deep red suit without a bow tie, with golden hair and a golden beard and a scar on his chest, suggested. This was a last resort. They didn't dare to say this to Lotteryand. They didn't know how the other party would react, and the consequences could be very serious. This proposal was rejected by the other four. The Holy Land could not be left unguarded. Moreover, they could not act without Lotteryand's orders. With no way to proceed, the five old men were at a loss. Having lived for so long, they had never encountered such a situation. Ultimately, the financial martial god Izambaran V. Nejuro decided to inform Lord Malone, dressed in a white robe, bald, wearing glasses, and holding a samurai sword. He went alone to the deepest part of Fan.He City. After leaving the Navy warship, Sengoku looked around and saw that everyone had left, leaving only the Navy personnel. He went to the bow of the ship, feeling the sea breeze, which calmed his heart. The other party had not given any more orders, which relieved him. Crane looked at her old friend and asked, "So, is there anything else from above?" She understood the nature of the celestial dragons very well, but there were many things they could do nothing about. Sometimes, to maintain the overall situation, it required sacrificing a small number of people to allow more to live stably. Sengoku forced a smile. "It's fine. There's nothing. Let them deal with their headaches." Next, they still needed to prepare for Whitebeard. This matter could not stop. With ace in hand, Sengoku understood the opponent too well. This was not only the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, but also the son of the Pirate King. A fact known only to a few. Regarding Sengoku's decision, Crane felt there was no problem. Since they couldn't catch that kid, they should stick to their original plan. They couldn't waste ace as a card. Each member of the departing warlords of the sea had their own motives, especially Doflamingo. As a celestial dragon, he seemed to have seen that surname in a book in the library of Mariewa when he was young. A good idea appeared in his mind. He had been expelled because of the celestial dragons, and he had always wanted to bring them down from their pedestal. YeFan's appearance gave him a new partner to work with. When YeFan returned to Magic Valley Town with Robin and the others, the four women were all taken aback. What kind of ability is this? Looking at this small town, isn't it the place they were just 3 days ago? Just as they were about to ask, they saw YeFan crouched on the ground, panting heavily as if his body had been drained. Nokigao immediately stepped forward to carefully help YeFan up, asking with concern, "Are you okay?" Nami, equally concerned, didn't he think there was anything wrong? Her eyes filled with worry for YeFan without a second thought, not noticing the reactions of the others. YeFan felt really happy that everyone was so concerned for him. It would be even better if they could be together. However, he was currently exhausted. This was by far the most tiring experience since he gained his powers. The Flying Thunder God technique consumed about 90% of YeFan's overall state, nearly draining him completely. Supported by Nami and Nokigao, he could finally stand up. But a man can never say he can't, so he forced himself to say, "I'm fine, just a bit exhausted. I'll be okay after resting for a while." The consumption was indeed significant. There were ways to recover quickly, and looking at Nokigao and Kururu's necks, he really wanted to take a bite to replenish his energy. To be honest, YeFan still didn't know what it felt like to drink blood as a vampire. He had never experienced it before. Robin couldn't see through YeFan's abilities. But for now, she decided to let him rest. "Let us find a place for YeFan to rest first. Then we can plan where to go next." The most dangerous place was the safest place. The Navy probably never expected they would return to Magic Valley Town. The four of them found a hotel in the town for YeFan. No matter what they said, the owner refused to take their money, even offering the best room for YeFan and the others to stay in. Thus, YeFan rested at this place for a day, and he experienced that feeling. As a vampire, the first time he took blood made him tremble from deep within his soul, and he couldn't help but be captivated. This made things difficult for Nokigao. She felt like she was in bad shape. If it weren't for Kuru arriving in time, Nokigao might have met a tragic end. YeFan, realizing the consequences, was also filled with dread. Vampires were not immortal and could die just like anyone else. Seeing Nokigao's pale face and how much weight she had lost made him understand how much she had suffered. Fortunately, their powers were of the same origin, and Kururu and YeFan replenished each other a bit to feel better. "Sorry, I didn't notice. I'm really sorry." If his mistake had led to someone else's death, YeFan wouldn't forgive himself, let alone Nami. Seeing YeFan's fearful and apologetic expression, Nokigao reached out to touch his face. "It's okay. I'm feeling better now. We're not that fragile." Nami and Robin went out to get food and gather information. Otherwise, Nokigao wouldn't have dared to act so casually. Clearly, YeFan was overthinking. Things were not as he imagined. Nami and Robin walked around the town, bought some food, and also picked up the latest newspapers. They found that there hadn't been any major incidents, and the Navy's previous actions were not reported. From this, Robin deduced that the Navy had withheld information to avoid embarrassment. Therefore, YeFan's bounty remained at 500 million berries, while Nami and the others now had bounties of 10 million berries each, and Robin's bounty had risen to 100 million berries. It was obvious that Nokigao and Kururu's bounties were a bit low, still because they hadn't shown their strength. After learning this information, the two returned to the hotel. At this moment, both YeFan and Nokigao had recovered. Later, YeFan remembered that he could recover his magic. This was a bit awkward. YeFan still had Nokigao's resentful expression in his mind. His blood was wasted for nothing, and who wouldn't be frustrated with such a result? After Nami and Robin returned and told YeFan the outcome, they waited for his next move. As the captain, he had to make the final decision. After experiencing such events, it was clear that the Navy was preparing to execute Ace next. He wondered if going to Sky Island would delay the Marineford War, which had been agreed upon. Ace's death would be very painful for the kind-hearted Machino from Windmill Village, as he had once helped YeFan. YeFan was not the kind of person who would forget to be grateful. Nokigao and the others looked at YeFan, waiting for his decision. Especially Nami. Her treasures and the orange trees she transplanted in Cocoa Village were on that previous ship. But now, they were all gone, and that was her money. Thinking of this made her angry. The damn Navy had taken her hard-earned money. Let us go directly to Sabadi Archipelago. It's very interesting there, with a lot of commerce and presumably a lot of money. Most importantly, YeFan knows where Rayleigh is, and being able to replicate his Conqueror's Haki is crucial. Also, his physical techniques and enhancing his armament Haki and observation Haki, as well as the application methods of Conqueror's Haki and the techniques for wrapping and attacking with Conqueror's Haki. This is a standard configuration for top-tier experts. Sabadi Archipelago is indeed a place with many wealthy people. Just thinking about those big bucks made YeFan drool. Right now, YeFan and his group really needed money. It had been a long time since he had drawn a lottery, and he missed that feeling of opening blind boxes. Sabadi Archipelago, a place Robin knew well, was an island near the naval headquarters. YeFan chose to go there, but with such capabilities, Robin was not worried at all. This kind of spatial movement ability was simply insane. Looking at YeFan's vibrant appearance, one could tell. Upon hearing there was money, Nami's eyes immediately turned into dollar signs. Although she didn't know what YeFan needed money for, Robin and Nokigao didn't ask. Some things were better left unknown. They knew that YeFan was their close partner who would protect them, and that was enough. After simply eating something, YeFan found a very enthusiastic pirate crew that offered to help them for free to go to Sabaody Archipelago. This made YeFan feel that there was still a lot of kindness in this world. There are still many good people. The pirate crew, do they dare not agree? If they refuse, their lives will be at stake. This is a big pirate with a bounty of 500 million. What can they use to fight? They didn't know why the other party left and then returned, but that was not something they needed to worry about. Water City. Recently, Water City had experienced an unprecedented battle. Once a joyful and peaceful water park, it had turned into a wasteland and ruins after the battle. The streets were filled with broken houses and buildings, with shattered walls and broken pillars scattered everywhere, and the remaining structures were mostly charred and in disrepair. Smoke filled the air, giving off a strong, burnt smell, and the beautiful scenery of the past was long gone. The streets are filled with collapsed buildings, the ground covered in shattered glass and wood, with countless rubble and debris piled together, forming barriers. Bodies litter the streets, belonging to pirates, Navy personnel, and civilians, all in tattered clothing, their bodies marked by wounds and blood, the flame of life extinguished, leaving only silence and sorrow. The shops and restaurants on both sides of the street have been utterly destroyed, and the once brightly lit water park has become a scene of ruins, with amusement facilities and living areas devastated, leaving behind only chaos and destruction. The entire Water City resembles a wasteland, contrasting sharply with its former joy and beauty. The brutality and destructive power of the war have turned this city into a silent ruin, the only sound being the wind's mournful howls. In the end, the victor, Crocodile, received the design for the Pluton. The moment he got the blueprints, Crocodile immediately fled to prepare for the opportunity to build the warship. In fact, the person Crocodile should be most grateful to is YeFan. If it weren't for YeFan attracting the attention of powerful figures like the admirals, then those participating in the war wouldn't have just been pirates with bounties of over 200 million. The Navy wouldn't have sent vice admirals and admiral candidates, but actual admirals. Although he obtained the Pluton blueprints, Crocodile paid a heavy price. He was severely injured, and his subordinates suffered heavy casualties. Except for the top 3 numbered misses. All the others died in battle, leaving less than 10 crew members on the ship. Each one was injured to varying degrees, slumped on the ship with their hands over their chests. Especially Crocodile, as the captain, faced formidable opponents. The Water City weakened his combat power. With water, they could attack his physical form. This made the elemental nature of the sand fruit ineffective. Crocodile looked weak and lethargic, even refraining from smoking his usual cigars. Tall and muscular, with a shaved head, he has a scar running from below his hairline to his cheekbone on the right side of his face. And his eyebrows are thin and connected, belonging to Das Bones, also known as Mr. One. He had a significant dent in his chest, likely with several broken ribs, being the strongest among Crocodile's subordinates. He nearly died in the chaos of Water City. Cough, cough, cough. He covered his mouth and coughed up some blood. But now wasn't the time to think too much. Boss, where do we go next? They urgently needed a place to rest and heal, or they would really be done for. These injuries weren't fatal but severely impacted their strength. In this state, they would be finished if they encountered danger. The others looked at Crocodile, expecting him to come up with a way to help them through this difficult time. Facing the expectations of his subordinates, Crocodile squinted. The casualties this time were severe. After some thought, he said, "Let's go to Sabaody Archipelago." This conclusion had been on Crocodile's mind for a long time. The most dangerous place was the safest place. The Navy would never think they would go there. After all, the Sabaody Archipelago is very close to the Navy headquarters. Who would think of hiding there when being pursued? Crocodile's decision surprised the few people on the ship. Was he seeking death? As for the Pluton blueprints, Crocodile had already forcibly memorized them. It was for this reason that his subordinates, whom he had worked so hard to build up over the years, suffered heavy casualties, but the result was worth it. Bracing himself, Crocodile stood up, looking out at the vast sea, and couldn't help but smile. He was happy. After obtaining Pluton, he was one step closer to his dream of dominating this world. Just as Old Sand was dreaming of his ambitions, unexpected events always occurred. After the failure of the mission to capture YeFan, the 3 admirals returned to their duties. Kizaru went to protect the celestial dragons, Akainu remained at the Navy headquarters, and Akiji was dispatched to capture Crocodile, mainly to seize the Pluton blueprints. The intelligence of the world government was not to be underestimated. Crocodile believed that no one knew his escape route. In reality, it was right under their noses. Centuries of foundation are not that simple. As a warlord of the sea, Crocodile naturally felt this pressure. Cautiously, he said, "Enemies are coming. Prepare for battle." This statement made the few people who were resting feel uneasy. How could there still be a battle? They were already on the brink of exhaustion, having just recovered a bit, and now it was starting again. Supporting themselves against the side of the ship, they looked at the approaching navy. They were already surrounded. "Boss, what do we do? We're surrounded." That person seems to be the Navy's Admiral Akiji. "We're done for. We won't die, will we? Help us, boss." Compared to the others' panic, Crocodile himself showed little change in expression. But inside, he was turbulent. Looking at the person in front of him, if he were in his prime, he wouldn't be so afraid of the opponent. Now, it was hard to say. He was definitely not a match. "Crocodile, you should know my purpose for coming here." Akiji wasn't one to ramble, and he wasn't foolish. He came straight to the point. The Navy on the ship aimed their guns at Crocodile's crew, making Crocodile feel the danger. Clearly, the bullets were made of sea prism stone, which could threaten even those with natural-type fruit powers. There was no need to continue the fight. Crocodile readily threw the Pluton blueprints to them. Then, they were all arrested, willingly being handcuffed with sea prism stone, under the escort of the Navy's ship. They were taken to impel down, imprisoned at different levels based on their bounties and strength. Of course, there was our old friend, Buggy. After being defeated by YeFan and Luffy, he began his treasure-hunting journey with his subordinates. While digging, he stumbled upon a secret Navy base. Then, he was imprisoned and impelled down when his subordinates abandoned him. Because he did not expose his abilities, he was held in the first level. When Luffy came, it would be his moment to take off. And also the moment of awakening his lucky fruit. An unknown island in the Grand Line. This is a dangerous island filled with many ancient animals, somewhat similar to Little Garden. After losing control in Alabasta, Vivi found herself here without knowing how. When she woke up, she was terrified. She remembered the slaughter of those rebels when she lost control. They were all civilians from Alabasta. Vivi knew they were all people deceived by Crocodile, forced to resist. Such innocent people, whom she cruelly killed hundreds of. Helplessly, in a cave, hugging her knees, the expressions of those dead civilians appeared in her mind, one after another, constantly stimulating her nerves. Such repeated stimulation can really drive a person insane. Over time, a second personality was born. The originally calm and still Vivi suddenly seemed like a different person, her temperament undergoing a significant change. Just moments ago, she resembled a frightened fawn in need of care. And now she exuded an air of commanding authority. Queenly demeanor. Standing up straight, Vivi felt her body and couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. "Humph. This body is mine now. I'm the master of this body." The moment she was born, she gradually matured, and after understanding the situation of this body, became very interested in that YeFan. She was now so powerful, yet still someone else's subordinate. Such a situation was absolutely not permitted for her as a queen. She needed to break free from the ultimate constraints. With her red hair, Vivi looked imposing, resembling a true princess. On this island, Vivi set sail, seeking YeFan with the bond between vampires as her guide. When YeFan and his group of 5 were heading to the Sabeti archipelago, they learned about the situation in Water City from a newspaper published by the Seagull. After hearing the news, there was nothing surprising. After all, Crocodile's strength was still quite formidable. It was just that the protagonist's halo was too strong, causing him to be killed off early in the storyline. The journey from Magic Valley Town to the Sabeti archipelago would take a long time. Moreover, the ship's speed was too slow, requiring even more time. During these days, YeFan's life was relatively happy because he had finally won over Robin, the flower. Although her skin was quite healthy now, when the lights were turned off at night, it was all the same. Besides, after a while, no more than 2 years, she would turn pale. Previously, it was due to hiding in Alabasta and living a dodgy life, but now YeFan felt that she had changed a bit. She was no longer as chocolate-colored as when he first met her. Of course, YeFan chose not to hide this from her and did not want her to feel insecure again. The one most emotional about this was Nami. This was also within YeFan's expectations, but he did not want to hurt Robin because of this. At first, Nami was crying uncontrollably. However, after YeFan's improvements to her, she genuinely liked YeFan from the bottom of her heart. Now, YeFan could openly embrace both sides. Although it came at a great cost, YeFan felt that the flesh on both sides of his waist was about to be twisted into a pretzel. Although it wasn't particularly painful, there was still some discomfort. This made Noki Gao, who was behind, feel a kind of unspeakable envy, wishing he could join in as well. The pirates carrying YeFan looked at him, so young yet living such a wonderful life, feeling an indescribable envy. Strong and surrounded by beautiful women. The blue sky and white clouds, with a gentle sea breeze blowing softly, it was incredibly comfortable. Seagulls flew above, and upon seeing the ships here, they swooped down. After Robin subdued Bailey, she received a newspaper and, after looking at the news, handed it to YeFan, believing he would be quite interested in it. Lying on a lounge chair, enjoying Nami's massage and Noki Gao's fruit offerings, YeFan read the newspaper in his hand. He did not expect that Crocodile had indeed been captured and sent to impel down, and at the end of the newspaper, he saw a large-nosed buggy, who had been caught after invading a Navy secret base. YeFan couldn't help but laugh at this. Looking at it this way, the plot hadn't changed significantly. The next step for him would be to wait for Luffy to come to the rescue, but YeFan didn't hope it would be through the assistance of the Empress. This was also the reason why YeFan went to the Sabaody archipelago so early. When the Straw Hat crew arrived, he absolutely had to change the situation. He couldn't let Kuma send Luffy to the Amazon Lily. Otherwise, it would be like a little cabbage being pushed by a pig. Robin noticed YeFan suddenly smiling widely and was very curious. When did your mouth get so wide when you smiled? After having a deep conversation with him, Robin was truly impressed by YeFan's imagination. She had grasped the capabilities of the Hana no Mi quite well. YeFan had her use the fruit to sprout many hands and feet, and it was obvious what they were for. Her actions exceeded Robin's understanding, but the effects were very clear. After special training, Robin felt that her control over her fruit abilities had become much more proficient. The training methods were shocking. Suddenly, YeFan thought of something interesting. The last time he faced the Navy's encirclement, he saw the Empress Boa Hancock, who he felt was taller than himself. Standing at 1.8 meters, he was considered tall among ordinary people, yet he was still shorter than her. She was also older than Noki Gao and the others, exuding a grace none of them had. YeFan would never admit that he was smiling because he thought of someone else that would be looking for death. The journey ahead was relatively smooth, although they encountered some unruly pirate groups, all of whom were easily subdued. These were pirates with bounties in the tens of millions, not nameless individuals. It was evident that the further they traveled, the stronger the individuals they encountered would be. The pirates carrying YeFan were becoming increasingly fearful. If they delivered YeFan to his destination, how would they return without his protection? Clearly, they were somewhat intelligent. Otherwise, they wouldn't have survived this long. So they requested to join YeFan's pirate crew as a branch, seeking his protection. Initially, YeFan did not want to agree, as their strength was only at the level of a bounty of 10 million, which seemed unnecessary. However, after thinking it over, he agreed. After all, some chores still needed to be done by them. Sabaody Archipelago. As a decaying island, many illegal activities, including human trafficking, were tacitly accepted here. It was formed by the roots of the world's largest red tree, the Archimang red tree, floating on the sea. When YeFan and his group arrived at the Sabaody Archipelago, they saw that the shore was formed by tree roots, a truly marvelous sight. Everyone present was somewhat astonished by this unique island. The knowledgeable Robin knew about this, but seeing it with her own eyes was truly a testament to the wonders of nature. This was formed by the world's largest red tree, and the entire Sabaody Archipelago was made up of 79 such trees. Moreover, this kind of tree wood. This is what comes from reading more. Encountering new things becomes easier to understand. YeFan knew that this island was formed by large trees, and the forces inside were mixed. He needed to go to 41 to find Rayleigh and Shikuyaku. Both of their strengths were extraordinary, being rare experts of the current era, especially Rayleigh's Conqueror's Haki and the entangled attack methods. Listening to Robin's narration, Nami and Nico Robin both envied each other's knowledge. Time was like water in a sponge, and Robin loved to read books when she had nothing to do, which is how she learned so much. Wow, Robin, you know so much. After spending these days together, the relationships among the group had improved significantly, and there was no scene of chaos that YeFan had imagined. When Nami praised Robin, she just smiled and said nothing more. Upon landing on the island, YeFan looked at the numbers on the trees. They had arrived at island number 16. As soon as they landed, someone came to cause trouble, and what YeFan didn't know was that his luck seemed to be bad. Island No. 16 was a lawless zone, very chaotic, with all kinds of people. Many groups armed with swords and knives surrounded them, revealing malicious looks. Seeing the newcomers among YeFan's group, they immediately shouted, "Ha! So many beautiful girls. If we sell them, we can definitely make a lot of money. Why sell? Let's enjoy ourselves first, and then we can think about selling them later." Their blatant disregard for YeFan and the others was truly looking for death. The dark industries in the Sabaody Archipelago were numerous, with the most notorious being human trafficking. Ordinary people, fishmen, and mermaids were all very popular, especially mermaids and fishmen, who were favored by some merchants and nobles. YeFan was aware of such matters. Beautiful women could bring disaster, but he liked beautiful women. Don't come over. I was wrong, let me go. No. Accompanied by screams, YeFan and his group left the area, preparing to head to island number 13. Shucky ran a hotel in the 13th area of the Sabadi archipelago called Shucky's Bar, which was a hub for information. The information-gathering ability of the place was quite strong, knowing a lot of things. Rayleigh also lived there. YeFan wondered if he might run into him. However, there was no rush. They would be spending some time there, and he was sure Rayleigh would show up eventually. After a period of stable days, YeFan realized he had not really lived well since coming to this world. He was either on his way to a new destination or drifting on the sea. He had the ability to alter his and others' appearances, but he had not used it yet. With this ability, not to mention twins, triplets, and quadruplets were not dreams. However, YeFan was not that hypocritical. His upbringing did not support such actions. He could try it out when he was alone at night. As for the ship, he decided to abandon it. That thing was not worthy of his status. He would see whose ship was more suitable for him and could borrow it. They were all good friends, after all. The little brothers followed closely behind YeFan and the others. This was their first time in the Sabadi archipelago. Those small-time characters earlier were nothing to YeFan, but they were quite terrifying for them. When YeFan accepted them, they thought they had found the right person, but in YeFan's eyes, they were merely pawns that could be discarded at any time. They were aware of this, so they tried to stay close to YeFan for safety. Looking at the unique scenery, large bubbles floated on the island. At this moment, Robin began her popular science lecture again, truly like an encyclopedia. On the way, YeFan and his group encountered a very convenient tool, a bubble car. This very handy transportation tool was perfect for big kids who still had childlike hearts. It was precisely because of the unique environment of the Sabadi archipelago that the bubbles could function. Outside this island, they would become ineffective. With the help of the bubbles, YeFan's group speed was quite fast. After all, moving at high speed in such a place was somewhat ostentatious. Woo-woo. This is so much fun. Hurry up. With her strong physical abilities, Noki Gao rode the bubble car very fast, leading the way. Such a toy made Noki Gao very happy and excited. YeFan did not expect that Noki Gao liked such things. She would probably also enjoy riding a motorcycle. Isn't that just a biker girl? If he custom-made a suit for her, with her figure and looks, it would be perfect. As he thought about this, a sly smile appeared at the corner of YeFan's mouth. Fortunately, no one saw it. Otherwise, it would greatly affect his glorious image. Boss, where are we going? As little brothers, they had been following closely behind YeFan. Having crossed one island after another, they wondered where they were headed. YeFan didn't clarify, and someone finally couldn't help but send a representative to inquire. YeFan, who was lost in his own thoughts, was quite displeased at being interrupted. His good thoughts were suddenly interrupted. Who wouldn't be angry? What do you want? If you don't want to follow, just leave. Damn it. He had just figured out some outfits from his previous life and was preparing to look for where to find them. Now, being interrupted suddenly, he couldn't remember and had to think again. Bang, bang, bang. He knocked on the representative's head 3 times to make him remember. Seeing YeFan so angry, the representative clearly realized he might have disturbed YeFan, especially since YeFan told them to leave. Wasn't that looking for death? With their little strength, if they hadn't followed YeFan, they would probably have been eaten alive. They smiled awkwardly and stepped back, glancing at their teammates with frustration. It was all because they asked him to inquire, and now it seemed they had annoyed YeFan. After a while, everyone got used to the unique architecture of the Sabadi archipelago. Arriving at the 13th area, they inquired and headed straight to the hotel, Shucky's Bar. Looking at the bar before them, everyone looked at YeFan, wondering if this was the place he wanted to come to. Was there something special here? Nami and Noki Gao, who had been with YeFan all the way, knew he never went to places without a purpose. Coming here must have a reason. Let's go. Stop standing there. Let's go inside and rest and eat something. Seeing the people still standing around, YeFan spoke up. The new little brothers, unfamiliar with YeFan, felt speechless at this moment. Why did they have to come here when there were so many bars on the way? If it weren't for YeFan being the boss, they would have started complaining. Upon entering, YeFan saw a tall, thin woman with short black hair, styled upwards, wearing a spider-patterned top and smoking. Judging by her appearance, she should be Shucky, the former empress of Amazon Lily and the captain of the Kuja pirates. All these identities showed that she was not ordinary. She was a beauty in her youth. Despite the passage of time, she still had charm, but she had aged. Without the enhancement of a special devil fruit or unique physique, she was just an ordinary person. Shucky was sitting with her legs crossed, smoking a cigarette, and immediately stood up when she saw customers arriving. After seeing YeFan's handsome face, she was slightly stunned by such a handsome man. Beside him were also beautiful women, including the demon child Nico Robin. Xiaoqi already knew the identity of the other party. It was the currently very popular YeFan. As an intelligence organization, the Navy had sent 3 admirals and the 7 warlords to capture someone. Such a covert operation could only be kept from ordinary people. For organizations with a bit of capability, it was impossible to hide. What was the other party doing here? What would you like to order? Since we have guests, I must welcome you, Xiaoqi said. If someone like YeFan came here by coincidence, that would indeed be too coincidental. YeFan was thinking about how to shake hands with the other party. Let us have some local specialties. He first found a place to sit down, and then thought of a way, with the main target being Rayleigh. However, YeFan felt quite helpless about how to connect with the other party. After sitting down, it was still YeFan and his group sitting together. Noki looked at the female boss from earlier and quietly asked, "That boss lady is not simple. Who is she?" The others also looked at YeFan, assuming he knew the identity of the person who came here. Only Nami was a bit confused, not understanding what they were discussing. After all, her strength was limited. However, saying that YeFan came for the boss lady was obviously unrealistic. Facing everyone's inquiries, YeFan had to keep some things unsaid. "We came here to visit an elder. The other party is very strong, but it seems he is not here." YeFan expressed a look of regret, and what he said was indeed the truth. He came for the king of the underworld, Rayleigh, a world-class top powerhouse. Just then, Xiaoqi brought over the prepared food and placed it on YeFan's table. Although the conversation among the others was quiet, she still heard them. It turned out they were looking for Rayleigh. Although she didn't know how they found out Rayleigh was here, it seemed they had no ill intentions. As long as there were no troubles, that was good. "Please enjoy your meal." After saying that, she returned to the front desk to continue smoking her cigarette. Looking at the food, it seemed nothing special. Just as YeFan was about to taste it, the tavern door opened. An old man with long curly hair, a long chin with a beard, silver hair, glasses, and a straight scar on his right eye swaggered in and said, Xiaoqi, prepare me some wine, the usual." He scratched the back of his head, clearly a bit embarrassed. After all, he never paid and had no money. Xiaoqi was already used to the old man's shamelessness. After taking a puff of his cigarette, she slowly said, "You owe me so much for the wine and haven't paid it back. This time you need to settle the previous debts first. Otherwise, don't think about drinking here again." This old man was very cunning and never paid. Her shop was not a charity. Rayleigh was also used to her reactions. In the end, he would still get his drinks. Today was different. YeFan was here and looking at the old man in front of him. He was the one he was looking for. "Xiaoqi, don't be so heartless. I'll settle it all together next time." After 3 days with Roger, YeFan learned to be thick-skinned. As long as one had enough thick skin, there was no problem that couldn't be solved. Over the years, he had lived off this trick without spending a penny, and his life was still quite comfortable. In this respect, Rayleigh admired Roger very much. At least the crew wouldn't starve even if they had no money. Seeing this scene, YeFan knew his opportunity had come. "Uncle, if you don't mind, come here for a drink. Boss lady, serve me some good wine." YeFan stood up and walked to Rayleigh's side. Looking at YeFan who appeared, Rayleigh adjusted his glasses, feeling like he had seen him somewhere before. He asked in confusion, "Who are you?" Although he had seen him before, he couldn't remember due to his age. YeFan knew his chance had come and extended his hand. "Hello, uncle, my name is YeFan." Seeing YeFan's outstretched hand, Rayleigh was very polite. Upon hearing the name, he remembered. Wasn't he this the rookie who was captured by the Navy a few days ago? It was interesting that he came here. "Hello." Shaking hands with the other party, for a moment, the Conqueror's Haki and the way of wrapping the Conqueror's Haki intertwined. YeFan directly grasped it like a sudden enlightenment. The proficiency of observation Haki and armament Haki also increased again, significantly enhancing YeFan's strength. Just the technique of wrapping Conqueror's Haki was something not many people in this world mastered. Don't look at how strong the admirals are when facing super strong opponents. They could be killed before even seeing the other party's face. "Green Bull, I seriously suspect you are PUAing me." After all, during the Wano arc, Shank's long-range Conqueror's Haki attack made Green Bull, an admiral, beg for mercy. Having achieved his goal, YeFan was in a good mood and happily said, "Boss lady, I'll treat this uncle's wine bill. How much is it?" Having learned so much from the other party over the years, he thought it was reasonable to treat him to a drink. YeFan felt there was nothing wrong with this. Hearing YeFan's bold words, both Rayleigh and Xiaoqi were taken aback. The young man really didn't know the dangers of this society. However, seeing someone willing to pay, Xiaoqi was naturally very happy. But someone was unhappy, and that was Nami, who was very sensitive to treasure. Why should YeFan use his money to help this uncle pay off his debts? She immediately felt a sharp gaze directed at her, making YeFan feel a chill down his spine. In fact, when he said that, YeFan regretted it. He remembered that Rayleigh had been hiding on this Sabati archipelago for many years. The expenses over the years must have been quite substantial, and now YeFan only had a little over 10 million berries, which was still his younger brother's money. All his previous wealth was on the Oro Jackson, and he hadn't had time to take it. Xiaoqi took out a thick stack of ledgers from under the counter. There were at least 20 or 30 books, causing YeFan's blood pressure to rise, and his mouth twitched. How much had he eaten? While everyone on site was astonished, Rayleigh started drinking at YeFan's table. This familiar personality, he didn't know who he learned it from. Looking at YeFan's surprised expression, Xiaoqi decided to give this young man a lesson today. These are the debts that old guy has owed for the past 22 years. You can flip through them yourself. I have kept a record of the total amount. After saying that, she sat back in her chair, crossed her legs, and took a puff of her cigarette. YeFan tentatively asked if the amount was really too much. Could he back out? How much is it in total? 22 years. As the first mate of the Pirate King, a world-class powerhouse eating for free for 22 years, it was truly ridiculous. Regret, he truly regretted it. But whatever he said had to be fulfilled no matter what. Xiaoqi unexpectedly glanced at YeFan, not expecting this kid to be quite responsible. I also forgot how much it was in total. Given that you are so responsible, let's say it's 500 million berries. This price is very reasonable. After 22 years, if you really calculate it, it will only be more, not less. When Rayleigh, who was drinking, heard this price, he stood up directly and suspiciously asked, 500 million berries, is that true? Did I spend that much money? He only drank some alcohol every day, sometimes ate a bit, and most of the time went camping by himself. Eating some large animals or sea king meat was really delicious. Upon hearing 500 million berries, Nami stared at YeFan, wanting him to say something. Otherwise, he should forget about it in the future. Robin covered her face and laughed, finding it very interesting to see Nami staring at YeFan like that. However, the price of 500 million berries was indeed something they couldn't come up with at the moment. Shaki glanced at Rayleigh and said lightly, the accounts are all here. You can take a look yourself. Every transaction is very clear. The drinks he had were all good quality. He didn't drink ordinary alcohol, so the price was naturally a bit higher. Hearing Shaki say this, Rayleigh believed that she wasn't exaggerating. They had been good friends for many years, and remembering it so clearly was impressive. He turned to look at this junior with interest, since he wanted to pay for him. What would his thoughts be now that he knew the price? For a moment, all eyes turned to YeFan, who had suddenly become the center of attention. 500 million berries was enough for YeFan to draw 5 times. Right now, he couldn't even come up with 100 million berries, let alone 500 million. YeFan felt a bit awkward, but still spoke up. Can I owe it for now? The rest of the sentence was unnecessary. Everyone already knew what he meant. No money. Seeing YeFan's embarrassed expression, Shaki laughed. Rayleigh felt the same way. Young people are still young, and how could they let juniors pay back money? If this got out, how would he, Rayleigh, survive in the sea? All right, enough joking. He then changed the subject. If you have something to discuss, just tell this old man directly. Someone like YeFan coming here definitely knew he was here. As the right-hand man of the Pirate King, Rayleigh's identity was very sensitive. He was quite satisfied with his current life and didn't want anyone to disturb it. The person he was waiting for was not the one in front of him. It was the sun god Nika fruit, which belonged to the Straw Hat Kid. Rayleigh had been paying attention to Luffy's deeds. Only he could bring peace to this world. YeFan felt a jolt. Rayleigh indeed knew he had a purpose for coming. However, he never expected that his purpose had already been accomplished. Conqueror's Haki, wrapped in attack. Moreover, after copying the other party's observation Haki, YeFan's observation Haki also broke through, reaching the realm where he could briefly see the future. Listening to the old man's words, YeFan and his group looked at him. Could it be that the captain came just for him? Robin touched her chin. Deep in thought, the name Rayleigh seemed familiar. The next moment, Robin remembered and blurted out, "You're the former vice captain of the Roger Pirates." Nicknamed Dark King, known as the right arm of the Pirate King. This shocked everyone present. What? Is that true? Everyone widened their eyes, looking at the old man in front of them, realizing he was Silver's Rayleigh, the vice captain of the Pirate King's ship. No wonder YeFan brought them here. It turned out to be like this. This was a legendary figure, and they never expected to see him here. Seeing someone recognize his identity. Rayleigh looked at Robin and also recognized her identity. That meant the kid in front of him was also qualified to compete in the final rounds. After all, being able to understand the historical text was very important. No worries, just came to visit and see the legendary Dark King's demeanor. At his current age, facing Rayleigh, YeFan could engage in a prolonged battle to drag him down. Age was indeed a hard injury. The two exchanged glances in the air, and YeFan did not flinch under Rayleigh's gaze. Summer was truly unable to understand. Why were two grown men competing with a junior? The new subordinates were in awe of YeFan, standing up to such a legendary figure without losing ground. He was indeed their captain. Rayleigh smiled at YeFan's response. Those things were just empty titles. Only when one reached his level would they understand that there were some things they were powerless to change. After bidding farewell to Rayleigh, YeFan led the group to Area 1. After all, that place was the slave auction area, definitely full of wealthy people and treasures. First, they needed to find a place to settle down, then change their appearance. YeFan directly transformed from a handsome young man into a middle-aged uncle. Nami and the others looked at YeFan as transformation and couldn't help but step forward to touch him. So realistic, you can't tell it all. Yes, standing right in front of them, there was no change at all. This way, no one would know they had come to Sabay archipelago. Nami and the others were seeing YeFan's ability for the first time. They had already become accustomed to various abilities. I'll help you change as well. That way, the Navy won't discover us, and we can go out boldly, YeFan said. Their identities were quite sensitive, so they needed to develop for a while on Sabay archipelago. If they stayed there for too long, no one would be comfortable. It was best to go out for a stroll. Under YeFan's improved magic, they all underwent significant changes. The main change was their age and becoming more ordinary, making it easier to hide. This would avoid unnecessary trouble and not make them targets for hunting squads. Looking at themselves in the mirror, Noki and the others were quite satisfied. Being an ordinary person was also quite nice. For the next period, they would stay on this island. Although their appearance had changed, they still needed to pay attention to safety. YeFan knew that this improved magic still had flaws in the eyes of top observers. It wouldn't fool those people, so they still needed to be cautious. After all, according to the timeline, it was very likely that Admiral Kizaru was currently on this island protecting the celestial dragons. YeFan hadn't forgotten about the female celestial dragon from the Lilia Palace. He couldn't help but reveal a hint of a charming smile. Choose one. Do you want this stick or that stick? Did he also have a chance to let the other party choose? He was very democratic, allowing for free choice. After explaining, YeFan began his actions, going to make money. Since he was idle, he needed to lay a solid foundation for his future. When the changed YeFan came out, he startled the little brothers outside. But after hearing that voice was definitely YeFan's, they realized that the middle-aged man in front of them was their captain, YeFan. Seeing their surprised expressions, YeFan was truly speechless. However, it doesn't matter much. Seeing the other party's pitiful state and being able to handle some chores has some effect. After separating from YeFan, Isteth revealed her true nature. Her actions are the true essence of a pirate, upholding the principle of absolute power. Those who follow me thrive. Those who oppose me perish. Isteth has conquered countless pirate crews and towns along the way. She hasn't forgotten YeFan's instructions and has tried to collect enough treasures. Wherever she goes, she takes all the treasures from that place without leaving a single trace. In just a few days, her subordinates have gathered over 300 people, with a dozen or so ships of various sizes. This already constitutes a large pirate crew. This method has established Isteth's reputation. Due to her lack of notable battle achievements, the highest bounty she has defeated is only over 50 million berries, so she's been priced by the Navy at 70 million berries. Moreover, there is no information about her to be found. It's as if she appeared out of thin air. The Navy hasn't pursued this strange matter too deeply since she is already a pirate. The emergence of such talented young pirates has become a real headache for the Navy. Among the four seas, only a handful of pirates who have navigated the Grand Line can reach the Sabay archipelago, many of whom are pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million. These pirates are referred to as supernovas. At the Navy headquarters, facing these supernovas, they are still relatively young and insignificant. However, in 2 years, based on their talent and strength, they will see significant growth. Currently, these pirates are gathering towards the Sabay archipelago. This is a very good opportunity. It would be great if they could capture them all at once to eliminate future threats. However, with the upcoming execution plan for Ace being finalized, there simply aren't enough troops available. They can only let Admiral Kizaru step in to teach those arrogant little brats a lesson when the time comes. Now is the time to discuss serious matters. Besides Kizaru, the remaining Navy vice admirals and admirals are present, and after this meeting, there will be another meeting with the current warlords of the sea. Most of the elites from various branches have already arrived at the headquarters. All the drills have been practiced, and the results are good. The reports from below indicate that everything is well prepared for the upcoming execution of Ace, just waiting for the announcement. Kapu feels a heavy heart. Recently, he went to impel down to see his grandson Ace. The two had a long conversation, but Kapu cannot betray the Navy. Both of them had tears in their eyes, as this situation is not what they wanted to see. However, things have reached this point, and it's too late to say anything. Such a large-scale operation against the Whitebeard pirates does not allow for any accidents. That's why elites from the other 4 seas were called over. And all the warlords of the sea are participating. Vice Admiral Tsuru, after listening to the reports, knows that the situation is ripe for action. After exchanging a glance with Sengoku, he announces, in 7 days, Ace will be publicly executed and it will be live-streamed worldwide. This is a significant event for the pirate world. The clash between the Yonko pirate crews and the Navy will determine who is superior. Yes, everyone stands up to respond seriously. At this time, YeFan has already spent 3 days on the Sabaody archipelago. A thief has emerged in the Sabaody archipelago, specializing in stealing money. Some people have had millions of berries worth of property completely robbed. Even the wealth accumulated by slave auction houses over decades has vanished. And that vast treasure has disappeared without a trace. People are in a state of panic, fearing that they might be the next victim of theft. The Navy has dispatched many officers to investigate, but there are no clues. After all, this is a very sensitive period with celestial dragons on the island. So the priority is to protect the celestial dragons. Anything unrelated to them is considered a minor issue. It's just lost treasure, even if someone dies. It won't cause much of a stir. This is the absolute identity. In the eyes of the celestial dragons, money is merely a number, and human life is as insignificant as that of ants. YeFan lay on the recliner, emanating an atmosphere of fatigue and relaxation. He closed his eyes, feeling the gentle sunlight on his face, warm and comfortable. Beside him, Nami and Robin gently massaged his shoulders, applying just the right amount of pressure, infused with concern and warmth. Their movements were soft yet firm, as if helping YeFan release the fatigue and stress from his body. Nami handed him a piece of cool fruit, and YeFan accepted it with a smile, savoring the taste. The sweetness and juiciness of the fruit brought him a sense of coolness and satisfaction, allowing his body and mind to relax and rejuvenate. In this moment, there were no battles, no adventures, just a quiet enjoyment of their limited lives. Sunshine, a gentle breeze, shoulder massages, fruit, everything was so simple and blissful. Their bond grew closer, with warmth and love permeating the air, creating a harmonious and happy atmosphere. The treasures in this area had already been mostly collected by YeFan, amounting to over 700 million berries. This had given YeFan a small windfall, and although he was still far from 1 billion berries, he had no plans to exchange for characters just yet. Instead, he wanted to draw a lottery. He hadn't done so in a long time, and he felt a bit eager. Today was a sunny day, and with such good weather, the prizes must be exceptional. Congratulations, host, you have drawn Shokyuchi no Soma, Irina Nakiri, and obtained the cooking skills of Soma Yukihira. Congratulations, host, you have drawn One Piece, Boa Hancock, and obtained the devil fruit, bird fruit, mythical beast type, phoenix form. Congratulations, host, you have drawn Pokemon, Misty, and obtained a Pikachu. Congratulations, host, you have drawn Fox, Spirit Matchmaker, Tushan Yaya, and obtained Tears of the Void. Congratulations, host, you have drawn Zombie Taoist, Yubi Sheen, and obtained an ordinary zombie. Congratulations, host, you have drawn Irunji Xia, and obtained the ability, Usury. Congratulations, host, you have drawn One Piece, Princess Shirahoshi, and obtained her panties. After 7 draws, looking at the rewards, YeFan revealed an evil smile. He. If the Empress and Shirahoshi were exchanged directly, there would be 2 pairs of twins, which would definitely be amazing. At this moment, YeFan also forgot that Nami and Robin were beside him, and such a mischievous laugh naturally piqued everyone's curiosity. Hey, what are you laughing at? Yeah, what is so funny? One person tugged at YeFan's ear, while another grabbed the flesh around his waist, showing no mercy. They all knew that with each other's strength, this little force was useless. As long as it wasn't a vital part, everything else was quite strong. Realizing he had gotten carried away and forgotten about those around him, YeFan quickly began to explain, ouch. He pretended to be in great pain and then took out a fruit. I was wrong, it's nothing. I have a devil fruit here. Nami, it's for you. This fruit had a smooth, glossy exterior, resembling a beautiful and strange gem. The surface displayed fiery patterns, as if containing boundless energy. The light flickered on the fruit's surface, exuding a faint fiery aura, giving it a mysterious and majestic feel. The fruit's shape resembled a magnificent phoenix, with wings spread, its feathers delicate and splendid, radiating golden and red hues. The phoenix's head was exquisitely carved, its eyes bright and spirited, with its beak slightly open, as if joyfully singing. Although the Rygene fruit was very suitable for her, the phoenix fruit was also excellent, and there was no time to fight over it now. The phoenix fruit possessed near-immortal vitality and an incredibly strong instant regeneration ability. Even if vital parts like the brain and heart were damaged, it would not suffer injury. This was very suitable for Nami, who needed to protect her life and could even fly. Looking at this beautiful fruit, both Nami and Robin were very curious about what it was. For Nami, this was her first time seeing a devil fruit, and it was so beautiful. The pattern on it was that of a phoenix, making it clear that this fruit was extraordinary. Robin looked at the fruit and seemed to recognize it from the devil fruit encyclopedia. It was the bird fruit, mythical beast type, phoenix form. Such a matter should be left for Nami to choose herself. After informing Nami of the fruit's abilities, she fell into deep thought. It had to be said that this was indeed a very powerful fruit, but Nami had no desire for it. She shook her head. Forget it, with your protection. I don't want this fruit. It was a pity that there was no fate between them. If others saw this, they would definitely be envious, as the potential of this fruit was very high. The first division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates had eaten this fruit and had always played at high-end matches. This showed how powerful the fruit was, yet someone was actually refusing it, which was truly heartbreaking. Seeing that she didn't want it, YeFan could only look at Kururu and Nokigo to see what they would choose. After all, one person could only consume one devil fruit. Otherwise, there would be a risk of body explosion. YeFan didn't want any shortcomings, so it was best to keep things as they were. Kururu and Nokigo exchanged glances. Although the fruit's abilities were powerful, it was not suitable for them. They both possessed the bloodline of vampires and preferred the night, while this fruit had flames, which countered them. Eating it might even lower their strength. Thus, this god-tier fruit now felt like a hot potato that they could not pass on. Since that was the case, YeFan decided to keep it for himself. Since you all don't want it, I'll keep it for now and see who has the fate with it later. I have another gift here that I'm sure you will absolutely love. With a wave of his hand, a fluffy yellow creature appeared before the girls. It was small and cute, with a slightly larger head, big round eyes that were lively and adorable. Under its eyes were two red blushes, adding to its cute expression, and its body was yellow, giving a bright and lively feeling. Pikachu's ears were two rounded black ears with a golden lightning-shaped pattern on top, symbolizing its electric attribute. Its paws were also black, with 5 toes, allowing it to stand or run easily. The most striking feature of Pikachu was its tail, which was shaped like a golden lightning bolt with a black stripe. This tail could release powerful electric energy, making it a useful weapon in battle. Indeed, the moment they saw Pikachu, everyone was enamored with this adorable creature. They dropped YeFan and scrambled to hug it. Fortunately, YeFan had given it orders to cooperate and not release electricity casually. Wow, so cute. It's so fluffy. I can't believe there's such a cute animal in the world. YeFan, do you have any more? How we split just one? Yeah, it's so cute. We all want one. For things like this, women had the least resistance. Pikachu was a very popular Pokemon, always showcased with a cute image. This world has nothing like it. You could say it is truly a unique existence. If Charlotte Linlin, also known as Big Mom, finds out about this, she will definitely send someone to snatch it away. She is famously known for her obsession with collecting, particularly people from various races. She goes to great lengths to gather those rare races and keep them on her territory. Seeing how much she likes Pikachu, YeFan wasn't surprised, but he truly couldn't fulfill her request. Whether he could draw it depended solely on the system's luck, and the odds were pretty low. YeFan shrugged and explained, "There's only this one. I can't do anything about it." Upon seeing that there was only this one, the others also decided to raise Pikachu together, making sure it grew plump and healthy. At the same time, YeFan learned that Ace's execution day was in 7 days. He also knew that Luffy and the others were currently on this island to attend an auction. There would be a good show to watch then. The other supernovas arrived a few days earlier than Luffy and the others and were hiding in the shadows. Their strength was such that they couldn't hide from YeFan's observation. He also saw Trafalgar D, Waterlaw, the user of the Op fruit. Among the many supernovas, his strength was one of the best, possessing the ability to grant immortality. YeFan didn't know about the side effects, but he could find an opportunity to ask later. These days had worn YeFan out. He spent the nights borrowing money, making the nights pass in this manner. Therefore, he had very little time to interact with Nami and the others, and by the time he returned, they were already asleep. YeFan felt embarrassed to disturb them. He had been holding back all this time. He had to attend the auction tomorrow, and it was better for him to go alone in such situations. Also, with the upcoming Marineford War, it was more convenient to be alone. There were many experts present. If anything unexpected happened, he could use Flying Thunder God to get over quickly. Looking up at the sky, YeFan truly hoped it would get dark soon. In Area 1's auction house, the damn thief who stole money finally disappeared these days. Although a lot of treasures were lost, a grand auction was scheduled for tomorrow, with the celestial dragons attending. No one dared to cause trouble. In their eyes, they had been indoctrinated with the belief that celestial dragons are inviolable. No one would dare to touch them. The night was enchanting. The moon was covered by dark clouds, revealing only a sliver of light, as if it was shy and hiding for some reason. YeFan got up from bed in the morning, feeling a bit stiff. He stood in the middle of the room, stretching his limbs, gently rotating his shoulders and waist to get the blood circulating. Then, he raised his arms, stretched lazily, and let out a comfortable sigh. He closed his eyes, savoring the morning air and sunlight, as his body gradually relaxed. YeFan's stretch felt very pleasant, and his vitality slowly returned. He took a deep breath, opened the window, letting the fresh air fill the room, preparing for the new day. Last night had really worn him out. Noki Gao, Kuru, and Robin were bustling around. But in the end, he returned to his own room. Yesterday, YeFan had already told the others that something significant would happen today, but they shouldn't worry and just act normal. After all, their appearances had changed, and as long as those top-tier observation hockey users didn't come, no one would recognize them. Early in the morning, many merchants and wealthy individuals were heading to the auction in Area 1. It was said that there were many valuable items for auction this time, including a mermaid. Rare creatures like mermaids were extremely rare. Acquiring one would be a profit. Inside the auction hall, when YeFan entered, it was quite large, with a massive stage at the front. Behind the stage was a huge area for holding slaves. Each slave wore a collar around their neck. If they dared to escape, it would explode at any time, leading to certain death. If they didn't escape, their fate was already predictable. There was no good ending for slaves. The lights above twinkled, and many people had already taken their seats. Among them were 3 celestial dragons wearing oxygen masks. Seeing one of them, Shirulia, YeFan showed an excited expression. The high and mighty celestial dragons were transformed into very obedient beings, so the outcome was certainly going to be interesting. Soon after, the Supernovas and Sanji's group also arrived. And among the crowd, YeFan saw the new members replacing Nami and Robin. They were all beauties, and one had to admit that Luffy's protagonist halo was indeed quite powerful. Even though YeFan had taken them away, the arrangements were still clear. Interesting. The staff on stage noted as the guests had mostly settled in, and it was about time to start the auction. Dear esteemed guests, welcome to this auction. Today, we have many precious slaves for sale. I hope you all have a pleasant day. As the staff spoke, YeFan noticed that many gazes were directed at him. He attended the auction in his original appearance and did not hide, so his identity was recognized by quite a few who showed expressions of caution. Among the many supernovas, YeFan had the highest bounty, making him even more famous. Watching one auction item after another, all beautiful women or powerful slaves appeared, and whenever someone came out, it immediately sparked a frenzy among the crowd. Wealth could buy everything. Watching these people act crazily, YeFan really had to say that sometimes the most dangerous creatures were not the fierce beasts, but humans themselves. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item for auction is extremely rare. Those interested should take action. At the host's signal, under the shining lights, a figure appeared behind the red cloth, but it had a mermaid's tail. After all, it was locked in a huge, circular water tank, wearing a collar around its neck. The identity of the figure was unmistakably a mermaid, Cammy. Upon seeing the mermaid, the auction hall erupted with excitement. This was a mermaid, not a fisherman. There was a huge difference between the two. One was a symbol of beauty, while the other was a grotesque monster. Sanji and his crew also became excited upon seeing her. Although the evil dragon was defeated by YeFan, Little 8 encountered the pirate crew on the way home and was ultimately rescued by Luffy's group. Thus, the two sides became good friends. Sanji and his group recognized that the figure was indeed Cammy. Little 8 looked at her excitedly, now only able to place hope on the Straw Hat crew. They had over 200 million berries on their ship, which should be enough to buy Cammy. The atmosphere was so lively, and the auctioneer built suspense. That's right. The next item for auction is the extremely rare mermaid. As the red cloth was pulled back, the figure's face was revealed. With short light green hair and a peach-colored fishtail, she could still breathe in the bathtub. There was no doubt that she was a mermaid. Many merchants revealed lewd gazes, making Cammy very scared. However, she was locked up with chains, feeling extremely unsafe in the bathtub. curling up her body in an attempt to bring herself a sense of security. Seeing the fearful expression on her face, Sanji couldn't bear to see a lady like this and impulsively wanted to help, but Wendy and Chopper kept stopping him. In the audience were the celestial dragons, St. Roseward, St. Charlos, and St. Shalilia. St. Charlos, with snot running down his face, looked at Kami with an excited expression. After all, she was a mermaid. He thought it would be very interesting to buy her and have her compete in swimming against sharks. He turned to his father and said, "Father, I want to buy her as a pet." This statement was as casual as daily conversation, indicating that in the eyes of the celestial dragons, everyone except themselves was a slave. Even a marine admiral was just a slave with some freedom. St. Shalilia next to him showed a disdainful expression. She preferred stronger slaves. St. Roseward looked at his son and thought, "Isn't he just a slave? Just buy her." He didn't say much. The crowd below started to cheer. "Hurry up. I can't wait. I haven't tasted mermaid meat yet. Ha ha ha. Me too. Can I get a piece when the time comes? Hurry up. Start bidding. So many people are waiting." Fishman Island, located 10,000 meters deep in the sea, is the border between the first half of the Grand Line and the New World. Home to special races like the fishmen and mermaids. Only there can mermaids be found, so the capture rate is very low, and each one is a rare find. Every mermaid is a beauty. They are greatly favored by merchants. Those who understand know, and those who don't shouldn't understand too much. Such significant influence made the auction house very satisfied, sure to make a huge profit. Ahem, since everyone is so eager. The starting bid for this mermaid is 200 million berries, highest bidder wins. As soon as he finished speaking, the majority of those present sighed, helplessly. This price is too high. Even the Straw Hat crew was shocked since they only had a little over 200 million berries in total. Even so, they had to make a bid. "We bid." Before he could finish his sentence, St. Charlo stood up and directly bid 500 million berries. This amount was like pocket money, as each kingdom had to supply a large sum of funds for the celestial dragons every year. After spending it, it eventually comes back to them. This made everyone present gasp. Sanji's bidding paddle fell to the ground. The Straw Hat crew didn't know what to do. 500 million berries was more than enough to sell them all. Chopper knelt helplessly on the ground, and Papagu the starfish also looked at Kami in the tank and started to cry. After hearing this result, Kami helplessly knocked on the tank, trying to make some movement, but her strength was too small. Seeing that no one was speaking, the entire venue fell silent. St. Charlos jumped up happily and shouted, it's mine, my slave. I will keep you in my swimming pool to race with sharks. It'll be so much fun. La 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 la." His arrogant demeanor made everyone present hesitant to say anything. After all, he was a celestial dragon wearing an oxygen mask and special attire. Who would dare offend him? Even the hidden supernovas couldn't help but show fear, as he could draw the attention of an admiral. They weren't arrogant enough to think they could fight an admiral right now. The Straw Hat crew all showed expressions of anger. Treating their friend as a slave was simply unforgivable. The auctioneer on stage was about to finalize the deal. 500 million berries was far beyond their expected price. Since that was the case, then this mermaid would be. The moment the hammer was about to fall, a huge sound erupted. Boom! A flying fish ship broke through the wall and flew in, along with two figures. It was Luffy and Zoro. In an instant, all eyes were on them. YeFan looked at Luffy, realizing this was the first time he had seen him in this world, and he really did look like a monkey. At this moment, Luffy knew nothing. He only had exceptional talent and the abilities of the gum-gum fruit. Under the observation of Kin Bunchiko Haki, Luffy felt very weak to YeFan, frighteningly weak. Indeed, geniuses need time to grow rapidly. Shaking his head, once he came to his senses, Luffy immediately looked at Kami on stage and wanted to rush up to rescue her. Their purpose for coming was to save Kami. They acted freely and without restraint, which was Luffy's style. Everyone except YeFan was shocked by Luffy's actions. Clearly, the celestial dragons were here, and he dared to act so recklessly. It was like digging a hole in the head of a powerful figure, seeking death. And they all wore mocking smiles. Luffy rushed toward the stage, wanting to rescue her. Seeing him, Kami was also excited, finally showing a smile. Chopper hugged Luffy tightly to prevent him from doing anything reckless. After all, Kami still had a collar on, which could explode at any moment. Just as Chopper was trying to stop Luffy, a soldier's arm emerged from his sleeve, causing a huge uproar. It's a fishman, disgusting fishman. Someone come. There's a fishman here, get him out. Fishmen and mermaids may have their names reversed, but they are completely opposite extremes. People believe that fishmen are the dirtiest bloodline in the world, all monsters, and should not appear in human territories. They shouldn't be alive. Faced with endless insults, The crowd's numbers gave them power. Too many disgusting words could crush someone. Chopper was gasping for breath, feeling utterly helpless, not knowing what to do. Seeing this scene, YeFan couldn't help but show a mocking smile, realizing they truly thought they were superior, flattering the celestial dragons while treating fishmen with disdain. They wouldn't even share the same air with you, yet they were so servile. Treating the unrelated fishmen like this was truly pathetic. In the corridor, St. Charlos looked at the appearing fishman and directly pulled out his handgun. Bang! With a gunshot, Chopper fell to the ground, blood flowing from his chest. Father, look! I shot a fishman. Ugly monster, ugly monster. Ha ha! He bounced around happily, completely unaware of Luffy's grim expression. The surrounding crowd also wore mocking smiles, making Luffy clench his fists tightly. He didn't know what these people were cursing about. Zoro and the others behind him immediately prepared for battle, ready to fight at the first moment. They were a group of companions who didn't care much about the celestial dragons. Papaga looked worriedly at Chopper, while Luffy, without looking back, resolutely walked toward the celestial dragons. Behind him, Chopper, at this moment, struggled to hold onto the furious Luffy. He weakly said, "Don't go, I'm fine." Obviously, he was well aware of the consequences of offending the celestial dragons, having seen the fate of those slaves in Marie Joyce. So he didn't want his friends, including Luffy, to get involved. YeFan knew it was time for him to step up. After all, being handsome is a lifelong matter, and such a dangerous situation should be handled by him. YeFan stood up and calmly said, "Everyone, how about you give me some face and let this mermaid go? Doing such a thing to a beautiful lady, you really are something." After he said this, everyone looked at YeFan, who had suddenly stood up, puzzled as to why he had done so. YeFan sensed many emotions in the crowd's gaze: confusion, shock, ridicule, and surprise. St. Charlos turned around to look at YeFan and asked, "Are you talking about me?" His foolish demeanor would have gotten him killed long ago if not for his identity as a celestial dragon. Luffy looked up at YeFan, and, at that moment, YeFan standing up earned Luffy's approval. The other supernovas watched the scene unfold, wondering if both of them were really not afraid of offending the celestial dragons and provoking an admiral. Watching such a foolish person, YeFan was truly dumbfounded. This was too stupid. With no looks or brains, YeFan really began to doubt if this person was truly a sister Shiryu of the Rain. "What do you think, idiot?" Everyone gasped in shock. This was looking for death, daring to insult a celestial dragon. Normally, ordinary people wouldn't even dare to look at them. And now someone was looking for trouble. Daring to insult a celestial dragon was really courting death. Hearing the insult directed at him, an enraged St. Charlos pulled out his gun and shot at YeFan. Meanwhile, Summer Lily and St. Roswald maintained their arrogant demeanor throughout. The supernovas were watching to see how YeFan would counter such bullets. For ordinary people, bullets travel very fast and are nearly invisible. YeFan had yet to move, appearing as if he were paralyzed with fear. Luffy even warned, "Be careful." Amidst all the shock, YeFan twisted his head back and forth, dodging the bullets with ease. This fool was even aiming for YeFan's head. This nonchalant display let the supernovas know YeFan's strength, very strong, exceptionally strong. Some realized that YeFan must have mastered observation hockey to evade the bullets so easily. Meanwhile, Rayleigh in the back was also captured and had a collar locked around his neck. One must admit, Rayleigh really knew how to play. A vice admiral captured and sold as a slave truly reflected his character. Seeing his bullets missed, St. Charlos fired again, all of which YeFan effortlessly dodged. Then, light-footed, YeFan stepped closer to St. Charlos. As YeFan approached, he showed no signs of respect, which surprised Charlos. No one had ever dared to act this way towards him. He was a noble celestial dragon. "Do you know who I am? How dare you look at me like that without kneeling and becoming my slave? Then I will spare you." In his eyes, being his slave was the greatest honor for those commoners. At this moment, Summer Lily regained her composure. She had been shocked when YeFan first appeared, not expecting there to be such a handsome person in the world. She must have him as her slave for her amusement. So before YeFan could deal with St. Charlos, she arrogantly approached him and said, "I have my eye on you. Being my slave is your greatest honor." YeFan turned to look at her, and one had to admit she had some beauty. Being asked to be her slave was interesting. The situation was becoming amusing, and he couldn't help but smile. This smile made Summer Lily think he had agreed to her command, revealing a proud grin, as she could now boast about her new plaything. Within the celestial dragons, there was constant comparison, and they measured themselves against each other through their slaves. Doing it themselves was clearly not an act befitting their noble status. The atmosphere shifted again. It seemed this female, celestial dragon had taken a liking to YeFan. However, Those who knew YeFan's identity understood that a pirate like him could never become someone else's slave. Seeing someone trying to take his slave, St. Charles was very displeased. Even if the person was his sister, Lily, I saw him first. He is my slave. Looking at her brother, Lily didn't care about him at all and said, you can pick any of my slaves to exchange. To them, living beings were just items to be traded at will. Watching the two discuss his ownership in front of him, YeFan was very unhappy and furious. There were things he couldn't attempt with Nami and the others, but now. I say, didn't you ask me? I never agreed to be your slave. As the protagonist with a system, he had no such preferences as being someone else's slave. This was simply ridiculous. Watching YeFan stand up, the situation had become extremely interesting. No matter the methods, a celestial dragon's chosen slave would always be obtained. Even a warlord with such power and status was just a display of slaves. Everyone was anticipating what would happen next. Lily looked at YeFan, a tone of arrogance in her voice. What did you say? For me to take an interest in you, you should quickly kneel and thank me. As if her interest in YeFan was something he should be grateful for. What an honor, aside from those perverts. Who would want to be a slave? Smack. The sound of the slap rang out loudly in the quiet place. Lily covered her face. YeFan's slap shattered her glass dome and then hit her face. YeFan had never hit a woman before, but she really did not count. He was furious. Her self-righteousness was very annoying, and his hostility intensified. He reached out and grabbed her neck, pulling her up. Do you not see the current situation? Who do you think you are? You shine when given a bit of sunlight. St. Charles was terrified, sitting on the ground and looking at his sister in fear. You. How dare she do such a thing? They were noble, celestial dragons. Lily struggled wildly, feeling suffocated by his grip. She couldn't even speak and could only grab YeFan's arm. Then she turned around and kicked St. Charles away, sending him crashing into a pile of rubble. The sudden turn of events left everyone present staring at the young boy in front of them. Was he really not afraid of the Navy Admiral? The thought of an admiral appearing soon made some pirates sneak away. As for Charlo's father, watching such audacious behavior as publicly attacking a celestial dragon was nothing short of a provocation to the world government. What was happening here had already been reported to the Navy through a phone call. After receiving the notification, Kizaru on this island took immediate action. This moment of showing off was truly captured by YeFan. As for Luffy, sorry, you can stand aside. You have no ideas regarding the Empress anyway. Such matters were better handled by him personally. Aside from his supernovas, all the ordinary people left in chaos. A mark was made on the Leah Palace. He couldn't let the duck he had captured fly away. This was also quite secure. Even if the other party wanted to run, they couldn't. Everyone, do you want to watch more? Looking around, he saw familiar faces. These figures once had certain strength. But now that YeFan had come to this world, it was a different story. Luffy had now reached Kemi's side, smashing the large water tank to let her out. However, he couldn't do anything about the collar. If damaged by external force, it would explode directly. Although Luffy wasn't afraid of explosions that wouldn't kill him, this was on Kemi. It could be deadly. Sanji and the others came to help little Ba, and then approached Kemi, unsure of what to do, just as everyone was at a loss. The guard soldiers had already come in. As the crowd prepared to take action, there was a loud bang, and a hole appeared behind the stage. An old man with long curly hair, a long chin with a beard, silver hair and beard, wearing glasses, and a scar running vertically over his right eye slowly walked out. Rayleigh had just been caught and made a slave in the tavern a few days ago. The earlier explosion was from the collar blowing up, which was just the way it was for him. Upon appearing, he exuded a powerful conqueror's haki, precisely dealing with the surrounding henchmen. Luffy and the others at this time did not yet possess haki, so they couldn't treat everyone equally. Otherwise, they would all be knocked out. Such a high-profile act surprised everyone present. Who exactly was this old man, and how was he so impressive? Wow, so many people. It's quite lively. Looking at the figures in front of him, Luffy's straw hat reminded him of Shanks. That kid was now also a renowned Yonko. Once a mischievous little brat, now he stood on his own. His strength even made Rayleigh feel pressured. He was getting old and couldn't beat him now. Then he saw the young YeFan from a few days ago. His strength was indeed more abnormal than he had imagined. Trafalgar Law and Kid looked astonished at the old man before them, not expecting to see a legendary figure here. Things were getting interesting, and they couldn't help but smile. This trip to the Sabati archipelago was truly not in vain. Besides witnessing the battle between Whitebeard and the Navy, they could now also see the Pirate King's crew. Rayleigh looked at Kemi, who had been put in a slave collar, and casually reached out to touch her. This made Luffy and his group very nervous, as they had witnessed the explosion of the collar. YeFan looked at Rayleigh and thought it was better to let him show off. It wasn't his turn. He looked up toward the entrance. where a powerful aura was rapidly approaching. It should be Kizaru. Boom! Under everyone's gaze. Rayleigh used his Conqueror's Haki to directly remove the collar and threw it away. A huge explosion sound erupted, and Kimmy on the stage survived safely. Thank you. Luffy stepped forward to express his gratitude for saving his friend. The old man in front of him was clearly not simple. Simple-minded Luffy was just like that, with a pure smile on his face, without any change. Looking at Luffy, Rayleigh recalled something and said to him and the others, "Stay close. An admiral from a navy is on the way here and will arrive soon." This was also said to the others, all filled with youthful energy. In an instant, Rayleigh seemed to return to his younger days. After his home was burned down, he wandered around and, by chance, met the yet-to-debut GOLD, Roger. After a brief self-introduction, the young GOLD, Roger asked Rayleigh if he wanted to join him in turning this world upside down. Although Silvers Rayleigh found this idea laughable, he ultimately became Roger's first crewmate. He still vividly remembered Roger's smile back then, very similar to the straw hat boy in front of him. Such a young new era should not stop here. In response to Rayleigh's reminder, Luffy expressed his gratitude once again and then left with Sanji and Zoro. Meanwhile, Law and Kid, who were watching the show, also led their subordinates away, leaving only YeFan and Rayleigh. Looking at the handsome young man in front of him, Rayleigh felt he couldn't see through him. The young man's actions were quite carefree. He knew the consequences of offending a celestial dragon, but still dared to act. "We meet again. Is there something you want?" Seeing the other party looking at him, did he think his hairstyle and clothes didn't match today? He was the coolest person on the Pirate King's ship back then. "You stole my chance to show off. What do you say?" Honestly, YeFan really wanted to fight the man in front of him and have a spar. After all, having such powerful strength without using it felt like a waste. In an instant, a strong fighting spirit erupted from YeFan, surging like a tidal wave. The Conqueror's Haki's electric arcs covered his whole body, causing Rayleigh's pupils to dilate as he looked at the young boy before him. Conqueror's Haki. Release. The short 7 words were enough to instill awe in the people of this era. Strength was the best symbol. A sudden jolt in his heart. Who exactly was this? Rayleigh became serious, staring at YeFan, and solemnly asked, "Who are you?" Such strength at this age was truly a prodigy. The other party knew his background, but he knew nothing about the other party's background. Now that the other party had revealed their fighting spirit, it seemed they wanted to fight. In Area 1, after YeFan and the others came out, they quickly left to return to their ship and set sail. With news of the Celestial Dragon incident spreading in the auction house, all the pirates on the island were on edge, knowing someone had stirred up a huge mess. And Navy admirals would soon arrive. At that point, they would all be done for. Even the dozen supernovas were preparing to set sail and leave the island. When Luffy, Kid, and Law came out of the auction house, they found the outside already surrounded by the Navy. Many Navy soldiers were waiting with guns for someone to come out. Against these minions, the combat power of the 3 was still not a problem. A Navy warship approached the waters near the Sabaody archipelago and fired several shells towards the islands. Kizaru stepped on the shells and flew to the island, coincidentally crushing some pirates. With short black hair, slightly curly, wearing sunglasses, a stubbled face tall and slender, dressed in a yellow and white striped suit, a purple tie, a dark green shirt, and white shoes, he introduced himself. "I am Kizaru. I have arrived. Please respond." Kizaru was looking for his subordinate, Bartholomew Kuma, but seeing that no one replied, he had to move on to other matters. This was also Kizaru's highlight moment since his appearance. Taking down a supernova with a single kick, solidifying the strength and level of an admiral, which the current young people could not compare to. Luffy and his crew faced many attacks from the Navy and pacifists on their way through Area 1. After all, a pacifist was a significant danger to the Straw Hat crew. They desperately tried to escape to the dock and leave. In Area 7, they encountered Bartholomew Kuma, pacifists, and Admiral Kizaru, facing a large opponent with a robust physique resembling a wrestler, with a face and hairstyle like a girl. A scar from the eye to the corner of the mouth on the left side, wearing a red belly band with a pattern of 3 comma-shaped jewels in the middle. A massive knot around the waist and shorts, the enemy was clearly not simple. The sight of the defeated pacifists made Bartholomew Kuma very dissatisfied. Such a clone bear cost the price of a warship. With mastery of Haki, Kuma hitting Luffy was like hitting his younger brother, and it even made Usopp feel pain. These pacifists had put Luffy's crew in a desperate situation, not to mention the Admiral Kizaru joining the battlefield. Looking at Luffy, Kizaru recognized his identity as Dragon's son and knew such a person couldn't be left alive. He had to be captured today. His fingers began to glow yellow, ready to emit lasers. Luffy, seeing Zoro down and Usopp ineffective, shouted in despair. Zoro, Usopp. Luffy's mentality was about to collapse. This was the biggest crisis he had faced since setting sail. He wanted to protect his crew, but could not. The opponent was too strong. At that critical moment, YeFan appeared. How about giving me face, Kizaru? YeFan's body erupted with red Conqueror's haki, flickering like an electric arc, exuding a strong aura. His figure, illuminated by the red glow, seemed to transform into an indomitable war god, commanding respect. Kizaru turned around, looking in terror at the source of this power. What powerful Conqueror's haki? Did Rayleigh come? After recognizing who had come, he appeared incredulous, as it was YeFan, whom they had chased half a month ago. You. Seeing the other party stunned at this moment, Luffy urged Usopp to take Zoro and leave quickly. However, Kizaru could clearly see that it was impossible for them to leave right under his nose. As he was about to act, YeFan struck. The Conqueror's haki condensed into a powerful energy, charging directly at Kizaru. Kizaru was horrified to find himself firmly locked by this force, unable to move. As if bound by an invisible power, the red Conqueror's haki pierced Kizaru's body like a sword, causing his body to tremble violently, fear evident in his eyes. He struggled desperately to break free from this power, but it was futile. He was completely controlled by the Conqueror's haki. The power of the Pika Pika no Mi was suppressed and could not be used. Watching YeFan save him, Kizaru was now rendered immobile by an unknown force. In that instant, the entire battlefield fell silent, everyone staring in shock at this scene, astonished by the incredible power emanating from YeFan. The might of the Conqueror's haki left everyone deeply shaken, as if witnessing the power of a true war god. Aren't you all leaving? YeFan looked at their stunned faces and kindly reminded them. Seeing Luffy reminded YeFan of that kind older sister. She should be doing well in Windmill Village. Thank you. Luffy and the others expressed their gratitude and immediately ran towards the port. As Kuma watched them try to leave, he wanted to chase after them. YeFan said, "Don't move, or I can't guarantee Kizaru's safety." If he exerted himself, it would be unwise to let Kuma interfere, which would be counterproductive. Otherwise, Kuma might just swat Luffy's crew away. Seeing Kizaru's painful expression and fearing YeFan's strength, Kuma reluctantly gave up. The overwhelming Conqueror's haki pierced through Kizaru's body, leaving him unable to move, instilling fear in the Admiral. This was no simple strength. It was strength surpassing that of an Admiral. And the opponent was so young, what a monster. As YeFan walked step by step towards him, this Admiral, who had fought for many years, felt very apprehensive. Who are you? Kuma was continually shocked, unable to recover from the astonishment. Kizaru, as a superior and the highest combat power in the Navy, was now easily taken down by a young man. It was terrifyingly strong. The powerful Conqueror's haki radiating from him was astonishing. Meanwhile, at the auction house in Area 1, Rayleigh was sitting there, panting. He had just had a brief clash of Conqueror's haki with YeFan. Although neither had used their full strength, Rayleigh, being old and weak, was far behind the young YeFan. Observing the Conqueror's haki in that direction, he felt that the new generation was pushing the older generation aside. Like waves crashing on the shore, the older generation were indeed aging. With the arrival of a new era, it was time for them to retire. Looking at Luffy's uncle, YeFan was very aware of his water-resistant abilities. Resolving him here was pointless. YeFan never made a losing deal. With a thought, he retracted his Conqueror's haki, and Kizaru fell, cautiously looking at YeFan. This cautious demeanor was far from the coolness of kicking supernovas moments ago. Seeing Kizaru's careful look, YeFan felt quite relaxed. Just stay here, don't act rashly. At this moment, his strength in this world was truly only something a few could counter. The vast majority of people wouldn't even have the chance to make a move, just like Kizaru before him. Kizaru had indeed performed well with the Pika Pika no Mi, but in terms of haki cultivation, he was far inferior to Aokiji and Akainu. Therefore, among the numerous admirals, he seemed to be the weakest. However, even the weakest admiral was still an admiral, far from being comparable to those vice admirals. Faced with the other party's domineering behavior, Kizaru realized that the opponent didn't intend to take his life. Otherwise, they would have acted long ago. This is really unfortunate. He originally came to stretch his muscles, but unexpectedly encountered such a freak as YeFan. This powerful Conqueror's haki is truly terrifying, akin to the feeling one gets when facing one of the four emperors. He raised his hands and said, Okay, I won't move. He also did what he had to do. This was due to an irresistible force, and he had no choice. Being able to preserve his life was already quite difficult. Seeing how understanding the other party was, YeFan used the Flying Thunder God technique to return directly to the auction area number 1. Kizaru was used to YeFan's abilities, But the nearby Bartolomeo was quite surprised. He quickly approached Kizaru and asked, "Admiral Borsellino, what should we do next?" They were here to protect, right? Thinking of this made Kizaru very troubled. They still hadn't confirmed the safety of the celestial dragons. Just thinking about the actions of the other party would inevitably lead to a scolding. However, clearly, Kizaru had experienced such things before. He would just treat it as being bitten by a dog and let the other party rant. As long as he didn't retort, that was enough. Sigh. He let out a helpless sigh and slowly said, "You go handle the pirates still on this island. I'll check on the current situation of the celestial dragons." They had just wasted the most crucial time. Those pirates might have already set sail. There was nothing he could do about it. Who could have expected someone with strength surpassing that of an admiral to suddenly appear and disrupt the Navy's plans? Upon hearing Kizaru's instructions, Bartolomeo immediately led the remaining pacifistas to eliminate the pirates still on the island. In fact, Kizaru was right. During the previous time, those supernovas had all left Sabeti Archipelago one after another. After all, without the pacifistas and some powerful Navy officers around, those ordinary Navy soldiers struggled against devil fruit users, let alone the supernovas. Luffy and his crew, who had escaped, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, someone had stepped in to save them. Otherwise, they would have absolutely faced a terrible fate. They still didn't know where to go, but this problem could be considered slowly. When YeFan returned to the auction house, there was no one left. He looked at the unconscious Saint Relia. As for the other two, their lives or deaths had nothing to do with YeFan. Just bringing someone back suddenly, Nami and the others would definitely not be able to accept it for a while. However, it was fortunate that he had secretly rented a house a few days ago and left a mark there. He could just take the other party there and use modified magic to properly train her. Encountering me is the greatest fortune of your life. After doing so many bad things, you will have to repay them in your later years. If Relia were awake now, she would definitely scream these shameless words. Moreover, didn't YeFan think these words were a bit far-fetched? Even if it was for redemption, was it really worth sacrificing his entire life just for her? Taking Relia with him, YeFan disappeared from the auction house. By the time Kizaru arrived, he only found Saints Roseward and Charlos. As for Relia's whereabouts, there was no trace to be found, and there were no eyewitnesses around. He immediately arranged for doctors to treat the two of them. Losing a celestial dragon was a significant matter, and Kizaru still had to report it to Sengoku, as well as the matter regarding YeFan's strength. Such a young person growing up would be a hidden danger for the world government. No one knew how high the upper limit of such a person could be. It was definitely very high. Brew brew. Ding. After the transponder snail was connected, in Admiral Akainu's office in Marineford, Sengoku received Kizaru's call, indicating that the situation in Sabeti Archipelago had been mostly handled. An admiral stepping in to face those supernovas was like bullying children, Sengoku knew. However, seeing the expression of the transponder snail being very serious, Sengoku felt that something big had happened, and it was a significant matter. Ever since the recent events, the Navy hadn't encountered anything smooth. They were really facing setbacks everywhere. But what kind of storms had they not seen? Seeing that the other party was silent, he took the initiative to ask, "Kizaru, how is the situation in Sabeti Archipelago? There is nothing wrong with the celestial dragons, right?" He really was afraid of something happening and asked about it. Kizaru reported honestly, "Marshal, we discovered YeFan's presence on this island, and I have already engaged with him." Saying this, Kizaru felt his face heat up. Indeed, he had engaged. He had been completely defeated by the other party. Upon hearing this, Sengoku knew that it was indeed related to YeFan, so something big must have happened. The other party exhibited powerful conqueror's haki, which had already reached the level of being able to be emitted externally. Also, the two celestial dragons suffered minor injuries and won. At this point, Kizaru paused, and Sengoku could tell from the look on the transponder snail that he was already prepared for criticism from above. "Speak. What happened to the other celestial dragon?" He pinched his head, hoping it wasn't dead. If it were, then his position as marshal would be over. The Gorosei would definitely dismiss him. Kizaru knew that it was too late. He had already sent someone to search, but the chances were slim. Instead, he cast a suspicious glance at YeFan. After all, when he first met the other party, there were several beautiful women around him, and given the other party's audacity, it was certain that he had taken Relia away. After hanging up the phone, Sengoku slumped in his chair. They had lost a celestial dragon right under the nose of the Navy. Where was the Navy's authority? And where was the face of the world government? This really gave him a headache. Who exactly was YeFan? Such terrifying power of conqueror's haki had already reached the level of being emitted externally. It was clear that Kizaru's so-called engagement meant he had been killed in an instant. Kizaru was too good at hockey matters. That was no secret. And it was YeFan again. Thinking of this, he took out the transponder snail for the Gora CI and began to report. As for YeFan, he had returned to the rented room with Relia. The house was not big, just enough for 2 people to live in, and he placed her on the bed. He still didn't want to wake her up. After all, YeFan did not want to see her original face. As for modifying her personality in memory, YeFan directly referred to Freya for inspiration. As for her appearance, he could hide her identity as a celestial dragon. The color of her hair was like this. The main thing was her face. YeFan thought of a very powerful technique from his previous life, AI face swapping, and for YeFan, he had always had a wish, which was our big secret. Don't blame me. I'm not a good person. The touch was dry, and YeFan's hands glowed as he shaped them according to his memory. His eyes were slender and slightly curved, resembling peach blossom petals, with a hazy gaze that exuded charm. His face was also intricately detailed. Finally, after 3 minutes, looking at this familiar face, YeFan felt as if he had returned to the very beginning. At this moment, Lilia Palace also woke up, touching her head as if she had just had a dream. She dreamed of becoming a celestial dragon, doing whatever she wanted, free and unrestrained. As soon as she opened her eyes and saw YeFan, she rushed forward, wrapping her arms around his neck affectionately. She burrowed into YeFan's embrace, and he dared to say that such moments were definitely the pinnacle of his life. However, a fake is still a fake. But the dream in his heart was still satisfied. A lot of details are omitted here, so please imagine it yourself. YeFan came out of the room 3 hours later. He told the other party that when there was nothing to do, they could just wander around and not run off randomly. This reminded YeFan that since celestial dragons liked to give devil fruits to slaves to please themselves, he should also give the bird fruit, mythical Zoan type, phoenix form to the other party. After all, she would need to undergo a lot of trials in the future. The powerful recovery ability of the phoenix fruit would better solve this problem. At that moment, YeFan felt even more like a celestial dragon than the celestial dragons themselves. To give such a divine fruit to a slave was truly a big move. Even the 4 emperors would be surprised. A typical prodigal son, while also very suspicious of where Mimi's phoenix fruit came from. In the world of pirates, there's a consensus that only when a user of a devil fruit dies does their fruit reappear. This is an unchanging principle. The same devil fruit will not appear again. Now that such a similar fruit has appeared, the matter is happening with YeFan. What special ability does YeFan have? This indicates the possibility of having other similar fruits. If it were someone else, they might not be considered a hot commodity. But YeFan now had absolute confidence in his strength. Not at all flustered. Even if Shanks came, he would still exchange a few moves to give him some face. In a good mood, YeFan walked down the street humming a little tune. Even with the recovery ability of the phoenix fruit, Mimi still needed time to rest. What YeFan didn't expect was that when he reached Area 8, he encountered Kizaru. He walked past Kizaru without any detection or suspicion from him. Only some Navy soldiers inquired and then let YeFan go. This admiral, with enemies right beside him but unable to detect them, truly was the most incompetent admiral. Little did he know that Kizaru was currently exhausted. Sengoku had ordered him to hurry and search, and he had just been shamelessly insulted by the celestial dragons, losing all dignity. But that was inconsequential. He just treated it as barking. Watching a middle-aged man walk past him, Kizaru couldn't sense anything unusual about him. By the time YeFan returned to Nami and the others, he already knew that the Navy had come to check 3 times. They were still searching house by house. The girls had no real worries about YeFan's strength. They were more concerned that he might be out flirting again. As soon as he entered, Nami stopped YeFan and questioned, "Tell me, that female celestial dragon named Lilia Palace, did you take her away and hide her?" Noki and Robin also looked at him. This made YeFan break out in a cold sweat. This woman's sixth sense was truly accurate, as she had guessed it. However, how could he admit to such a thing? That would be walking into a trap. As long as they had no evidence, it was just suspicion and slander. In response, YeFan displayed his Oscar-level acting skills and sincerely said, "How could that be? How could I be that kind of person? You all know my character, right?" It was better not to mention character at all. Once he did, all he received were a few eye rolls. To lie without a blush or a heartbeat was truly impressive. Because YeFan's strength had severely affected the world's peace, at the Navy headquarters in Marineford, Sengoku issued an order that in the future, if they encountered YeFan without orders from above, they should not engage him. This treatment had already reached that of the 4 emperors. Additionally, YeFan's bounty had directly risen to 10 small targets, 1 billion berries. Although he was very strong, he did not have as many powerful subordinates as the other 4 emperors. Just like Dracul Myhawk, He was a powerful individual, but used to being alone. A massive earthquake suddenly struck the pirate world, shaking the entire world. The celestial dragon Lilia Palace mysteriously disappeared, which was shocking news. It should be known that celestial dragons are like gods, and even the kings of various kingdoms treat them with utmost respect, like a father. They can do whatever they want, completely unrestrained. Meanwhile, the bounty of the supernova YeFan also broke unprecedented numbers, reaching an astonishing 1 billion berries. This news was like a heavy bomb, causing a sensation throughout the entire pirate world. With his incredible strength, YeFan became the focus and legendary figure of the pirate world, his name remembered by countless people, becoming a figure of awe. The earthquake and the surge in YeFan's bounty plunged the entire pirate world into chaos and unrest. People were discussing endlessly, with various speculations and rumors circulating, as the pirate world was about to face an unprecedented transformation and turmoil. The Navy had searched the Sabati archipelago back and forth many times without any discoveries. They ultimately concluded that Lilia Palace was not on that island. YeFan's flying thunder god technique was utilized to its fullest, wasting no time. When Mimi saw YeFan suddenly appear beside her, she directly rushed forward and hugged him, then obediently offered him a sweet kiss. This was YeFan's setting. When they met without outsiders, it had to be like this. "Master, you came half an hour late today. Usually, he would have arrived by this time." "So?" Mimi looked up at YeFan with some confusion. YeFan looked down at her familiar face, reaching out to touch it, his heart still racing. There was nothing to say. He directly proved it with his actions. Truly, when given a little favor, she could be quite domineering, saying, "Do I need to explain why I came late?" Sometimes, when YeFan looked at this face, he nearly forgot her true identity. The celestial dragon Lilia Palace. And now she was just a slave. Every time he came out, YeFan felt that the emotions he had previously suppressed, as well as the negative feelings, were being released. Sometimes, people shouldn't live too exhaustively. It's okay to reward themselves appropriately. Of course, if you have the conditions, that's fine. If not, you can create conditions yourself. There are always more methods than difficulties. There's no problem that cannot be solved. The day of Ace's execution is approaching. After just 2 days of good days, it's time to get back to work. Thinking about this, YeFan couldn't help but sigh that it would soon be over. After the war at the top ends, there would be 2 years of rest. YeFan understood the principle of bitterness before sweetness, and he didn't find this initial bitterness so hard to bear. Before that, he thought he could let Nami and the others set sail for the New World first and wait for him at Fishman Island. Each time he had to solve some issues himself, it was time for them to stand on their own. By the time he arrived at Fishman Island, he hoped it would already be his territory. "You want us to go first, but what will you do?" Nokigao and the others looked at YeFan, puzzled by his decision. They were used to traveling together, so why did they need to go alone this time? They had become accustomed to YeFan being by their side, feeling very secure. Seeing their confused expressions, YeFan couldn't just say it was because he didn't want to move. Young birds can only grow by flying solo, so I want to see how you handle things. Besides, it lays the groundwork for the future. You go to Fishman Island to make it my territory. There are secrets of the Sea King there. Since they were all his people, YeFan had no need to hide anything. He directly revealed that the Sea King was indeed at Fishman Island. After hearing this, Robin first showed an interesting thought. Nokigao was no longer the clueless person from the beginning. She had read many books about the pirate world on Robin's recommendation during their journey. She understood a lot and knew the power of the ancient 3 great weapons. And now she learned that the Sea King was at Fishman Island. Such a great opportunity could not be missed. Nami was not so naive either, but you haven't said what you want to do. The change of topic did not escape Nami's keen insight. This made YeFan feel that she was indeed the hardest to fool, asking questions until the end. "Next, I have something very important to do. You all know my friend Ace's brother, right? He is about to be executed, so I want to go save him. Back when he was in Windmill Village, he had to repay the kindness of the good-hearted Makino. Not to mention, YeFan had always felt that Ace's death in One Piece was truly regrettable. He had fantasized about saving him if he ever crossed over. Now that he had the ability, it was naturally time to realize that dream. Hearing YeFan's words, Ace, who was about to be executed, had been very lively these days. Nami said with concern, "Then you have to be careful. We'll wait for you at Fishman Island." This meant that Nami agreed. The others, including Nokigao, naturally followed suit, feeling secure with Nokigao and Kururu around. YeFan had no worries about their safety. As for Robin's devil fruit ability, there would be no accidents with 2 of them in the Grand Line. "Yes, you must be careful. Many strong people will definitely appear." This casual remark made Nokigao glance at Nami and breathe a sigh of relief when he realized she was not paying attention. Seeing how much the others cared about him truly made YeFan feel that this trip was worthwhile. Don't worry, you all know my abilities. As long as I want to leave, no one can stop me. YeFan spoke with great confidence. Space ninjutsu was just that abnormal. At least for now, no one could restrain him or prevent the use of such abilities. Speaking of which, after the Straw Hat crew left Sabadi Archipelago, the normal plot was altered due to their protagonist Aura, and they would naturally encounter new challenges. Knowing that his brother Ace was about to be executed, Luffy was determined to save him. An hour after they set sail, a massive figure appeared on Luffy's ship. A tall figure, wearing frameless glasses and a trapezoidal white hat with scattered brown spots and 2 bare ears, dressed in a black coat with a crosshair pattern, brown gloves, and white pants with brown spots and brown boots. Seeing this familiar figure, Luffy and the others thought he was a pacifist. Just as they prepared to take action, unexpectedly, the figure spoke. "Where do you want to go?" Only this one sentence, nothing else, left Luffy very puzzled. Sanji stepped forward and loudly asked, "What do you want to do?" The others kept a wary eye on the suddenly appearing Bartholomew Kuma, ready for battle in case he attacked unexpectedly. They thought he had come looking for trouble. "Who are you? Are you with the Navy?" He seemed just like the laser-spouting things we encountered on the island, identical. At this point, Kuma had not been modified and still retained his own consciousness. He knew that Luffy was Dragon's son and that he did not yet have enough strength and needed to grow. His mission was to help Luffy and the others reach suitable training grounds. Kuma did not answer Luffy's questions, but continued, "Where do you want to go?" Seeing him repeat this phrase, Sanji pondered. Anyway, it was just a casual remark, so there was no problem. Under the disdainful gazes of Wendy and others, he said, "I want to go to an island where only women live and I am the only man." As a gentleman, Sanji's lifelong dream was to be with beautiful women. As long as they were female, he would treat them with the best food and drinks. Sanji's words made Kuma's CPU smoke, and then he seemed to think of something. In an instant, Kuma appeared beside Sanji, and, upon touching him, Sanji disappeared, sent flying to Kamabaka Kingdom. After all, that kingdom only had women, perfectly satisfying his needs. Seeing his partner vanish, Luffy immediately sprang into action. "Sanji, what have you done to my partner?" Gum Gum Gatling. He unleashed a barrage of rubber punches at Kuma, only to be sent flying in return. Regarding Luffy's training ground, Kuma thought for a long time, but ultimately decided it would be best to send him to Dragon. Then, one by one, he sent the remaining crew members flying, and even the ship was sent flying along with Frankie. After doing all this, as he fell into the sea, Kuma gave himself a shot too. Not only could he send others flying, but he could also send himself, which was very useful for traveling. After Nami and the others left, YeFan completely let loose. He was constantly intimate with Dammy Me, and many previously unthinkable ideas could now be tried. Just as YeFan was indulging in pleasure, the pirate world was stirring with undercurrents. The subordinate pirate crews of the Whitebeard pirates were setting off towards the Navy's headquarters, Marineford. Such a huge commotion attracted many people preparing to watch Ace's execution tomorrow. Live broadcasts of this event could be seen all over the world. It wasn't necessary to go to Sabadi Archipelago. As one of the 4 emperors today, Edward Newgate, also known as Whitebeard, has grown old and is injured. Even so, if one of his small crew members were captured, he would still give his all to save them. As night fell, Whitebeard sat alone on his ship, reflecting on the past in the silence. He closed his eyes and recalled the moment he first met Ace, as if time had flowed backward, taking him back to that stormy day. In his memory, Ace's figure burned like a flame, unforgettable. A wave of warmth and pride surged in Whitebeard's heart as he remembered Ace's determined face and passionate eyes, evoking a sense of emotion. He thought of Ace's bravery and steadfastness in his youth, and his loyalty and trust toward him. In that moment, Whitebeard felt a deep sense of pride and affection, knowing how fortunate and honored he was to have such an outstanding son. As the night deepened, Whitebeard quietly gazed at the distant sea, filled with deep longing and reflection. Margao, with his golden punk hairstyle and dagger at his waist, noticed his father's demeanor and felt very worried. Given that Whitebeard was already injured and hadn't he properly recovered over the years, he planned to minimize his father's involvement in tomorrow's battle. Having already communicated this to the captains below, if they could avoid having their father fight, they would. Each time Whitebeard engaged in battle, it would exacerbate his internal injuries. Although he appeared fine on the outside, that was due to his strong physique. However, too much accumulation of injuries could be life-threatening, no matter how strong he was. Suddenly, Whitebeard burst out laughing. "Ha ha, bring me some wine. It's been a long time since I've had a drink. Tomorrow will be a great battle. I don't know when I'll have the chance to drink again." Whitebeard knew that tomorrow's fight would be brutal, and he wasn't sure he would survive. He understood his injuries well. He was relying solely on his immense strength, but he had already damaged his heart and lungs. If he were in his prime, he would definitely turn the Navy's headquarters upside down. For now, saving Ace was the priority. Everything else could wait. Seeing his father still wanting to drink, Margao, who had been advised by the doctor not to drink, urged gently, "Dad, the doctor said you can't drink. Let's rescue Ace first, and then we can celebrate together." As the 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Margao always gave a carefree impression, but deep down, he was the most sensitive one, having received much protection and affection from Whitebeard. He valued this big family as much as anyone else. Looking at Margao's confident demeanor seemed to inspire Whitebeard as he squinted his eyes. He looked up at the sky and said, "All right, after we rescue Ace, let us celebrate properly and not leave until we're drunk." On this sunny morning, the sun shone brightly, a gentle breeze caressed the face, and the sea sparkled like a beautiful painting unfolding before the eyes. The blue sky was high, and the white clouds floated, as if the sky was also bathed in warm sunlight. Seabirds soared freely in the air, chirping sweetly, seemingly welcoming this beautiful day. At the Navy headquarters, Marineford, a Navy officer responsible for observation stood on a high platform, holding a telescope and peering into the distant sea. His eyes were vigilant and focused, scanning the surrounding waters for any possible threats. Suddenly, several large ships appeared in his line of sight, their flags prominently displaying the pirate crew's emblem. His brows furrowed slightly. He knew this was a powerful pirate team, part of the Whitebeard Pirates. "They're here. The Whitebeard Pirates have arrived," he shouted loudly, his voice carrying far in the sea breeze. He quickly handed the telescope to a colleague and ordered all reconnaissance personnel to prepare, reporting to superiors and getting ready to repel a potential pirate invasion. On the sea, the Whitebeard Pirates' ships gradually approached with great momentum, and the alarm at the Navy headquarters sounded, putting the entire base on high alert. These were subordinate pirate crews, totaling 43 pirate ships, each captain quite famous throughout the world. As for Whitebeard and his captain-level figures, they were on the Moby Dick, ready to enter the bay directly. After all, it was more fitting for them than to waste time with the low-ranking Navy soldiers outside. The Moby Dick, the ship of the Whitebeard Pirates, intruded directly into the inner bay. Some of the Navy recognized the ships that had entered the bay as belonging to the Whitebeard Pirates. Whitebeard and the captains had always lived on this ship. With the background music playing, Whitebeard arrived at the bow of the ship, instantly becoming the most eye-catching figure on the scene. The surrounding Navy soldiers showed astonished expressions as they witnessed the world's strongest man appear. Behind him were his sons, 14 captain-level figures, each a top-tier expert. Standing at the bow and observing the surrounding situation, Whitebeard remained calm, without any sign of disturbance. "Sengoku, long time no see. Is my son all right?" Ace, on the execution platform, saw his father come to rescue him and felt no surprise. He excitedly said, "Dad, everyone." I ignored the advice and ran out. "Why didn't you abandon me? It was my own recklessness that caused this." Ace didn't want to see his friends get hurt or even sacrificed because of him, so he said this intentionally. Sengoku, on the side, felt emotional. They were indeed old friends, but their positions were different. Paths diverge, and respect for each other is important. In response to Ace's words, Whitebeard, as a parent, naturally replied, "It was I who sent you, my son." Standing on a ship, Whitebeard used the tremor fruit, his gaze sharp as he focused on the Navy headquarters. Even the air cracked, showcasing the power of the tremor fruit, which is why Blackbeard has always wanted to seize Whitebeard's fruit. He manipulated the power of the tremor fruit, releasing a tremendous shockwave that altered the structure of the seabed. With his intent, the seabed began to tremble, causing the water to surge violently. Massive water columns erupted from the seabed, instantly forming tsunamis several meters high, like moving mountains crashing toward the island where the Navy headquarters was located. Personnel at the Navy headquarters gasped in shock, immediately responding to the emergency, trying to prevent the tsunami's attack. However, Whitebeard's tremor fruit ability was too powerful. The island's crust continued to change, and the sea level kept rising. If the island's buildings and facilities were submerged, it would suffer severe damage. Meanwhile, the warlords of the sea showed no changes, instead expressing admiration for Whitebeard's strength, especially Blackbeard, whose eyes were filled with greed. One of the 3 admirals of the Navy, Akiji, as a user of the ice fruit, saw the tsunami approaching without hesitation, leaping into the air, showcasing his impressive freezing techniques. His figure moved as swiftly as lightning, and a frozen energy surged from his hand, condensing into a massive ice wall that stood before the tsunami. The violent force of the tsunami instantly froze upon the ice wall, forming a block of ice that turned the raging seawater into a gigantic iceberg. Everyone present couldn't help but marvel at this scene. Akiji's freezing ability was truly formidable. However, Akiji did not stop there. With a flick of his hand, 2 ice spears instantly formed, sharp as ice blades, heading straight for Whitebeard. Seeing this, Whitebeard frowned slightly, but did not show weakness. A shockwave of power was released from his hand, attempting to counteract Akiji's attack. At that moment, the entire sea area was engulfed in a tense atmosphere as the top fighters of the Navy and the Whitebeard pirates engaged in a fierce confrontation. Akiji, who had been struck down by Whitebeard, fell into the bay, instantly freezing the entire surface of the water and creating a massive skating rink. This was just a minor skirmish. The real battle was yet to come. Meanwhile, YeFan, who had arrived earlier, was hiding very well using his powerful observation hockey. He was admiring the Empress's figure, and it had to be said that she was indeed stunning. None of the women related to snakes were unattractive. And looking at Whitebeard's strength, the Tremor fruit truly possessed immense power, granting the ability to destroy the world. On the contrary, Whitebeard glanced over in his direction, and YeFan was not surprised. The other party had the strength to notice him. At the same time, Sengoku, Garp, and a few others also detected his presence. However, since YeFan did not take any action, no one came to interfere with him. The members of the Whitebeard pirates on the outer perimeter were continuously advancing towards the bay, trying to reunite with Whitebeard. Although they were from the Whitebeard pirates, the Navy was also composed of elite members drawn from various branches, led by a vice admiral from the Navy headquarters. For a time, both sides were exchanging blows, with neither able to gain the upper hand. On the edge of the bay, the 7 warlords stood by. A few of them were among the most powerful pirates, and for the moment, no one chose to take action. There was little camaraderie among them, and just now, Whitebeard's strike had intimidated several of them. Whitebeard looked up at the few youngsters above. The current youth indeed had some skills. However, they still lacked experience and needed training to grow. With short black hair, eagle-like sharp yellow eyes, a short beard, wearing a black top hat adorned with white fur, a wine-red patterned shirt, a black trench coat, and white trousers, along with black short boots. A small cross knife hung from his chest, and on his back was the world's strongest black sword, Uru. As the world's strongest swordsman, Dracul Myhawk, also known as Hawkeye, knew that the Whitebeard in front of him was also a master with a blade. Since they were not taking action, he decided to strike first. He had long wanted to duel with this strongest man in the world. Gripping the supreme blade, Uru, he casually slashed, and instantly, a blade aura condensed from thin air, majestic and powerful, cutting towards Whitebeard like a storm. His blade aura was exceptionally sharp, containing unparalleled swordsmanship. The blade aura tore through the sky, the light of the blade flickering, and the fierce aura spread across the battlefield, repelling many members of the Whitebeard pirates along the way. In the face of such a slash, Whitebeard showed no sign of disturbance. As if he did not see the attack at all, he stood firmly at the front of the ship, gazing into the distance at Ace. At that moment, a figure appeared in front of the slash, tall and muscular, with a broad chest and dark skin, usually clad in armor. As the captain of the 3rd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, the Paramecia-type Shining Fruit user known as Diamond Jozu suddenly flashed and blocked Hawkeye's slash. His body quickly hardened like diamond, becoming an indestructible barrier that instantaneously blocked Hawkeye's lethal strike. Jozu let out a loud roar, using his strength to redirect Hawkeye's attack into the sky, the blade aura erupting like lightning, clashing with Jozu's diamond body and igniting dazzling sparks. This scene amazed everyone. Jozu's ability to transform his body into diamond exhibited absolute defensive power. Meanwhile, Hawkeye steadied himself in the air, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, not expecting such a formidable block. The surrounding pirates and Navy members recognized Jozu's identity upon seeing the man almost entirely covered in diamond. Sengoku on the execution platform and Vice Admiral Tsuru, who was behind the scenes, saw this scene, and it only strengthened their resolve. Whitebeard's injuries had not fully healed and were even somewhat serious. Otherwise, these captains would have intervened to block this attack, allowing Whitebeard to refrain from acting. It must be said that as the Navy strategist, Tsuru's intelligence was indeed impressive. She could deduce much from Whitebeard pirates' actions. With a move, seeing that the opponent had blocked his slash, Hawkeye retreated. He had a guess in his mind. He did not want to take advantage of someone in a precarious situation. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates were not simple. Although only a few possessed the strength of a Marine admiral, the rest could still hold their own against one. Jozu stood in front of Whitebeard, protecting his father from harm. Marco remembered their words and knew that his father's condition was somewhat serious, so he couldn't act lightly. YeFan looked at Josu's shining physique, and this ability's defensive power was indeed formidable. It reminded him of a diamond mammoth, and he felt it could rival Josu. At the same time, he stood up to look at the distant sea. When would Luffy arrive? Was he still not here? YeFan was quite curious about what had happened after leaving Sabeti Archipelago. Did he cause a ruckus and impel down? Not far from the Navy headquarters, a ship of moderate size was sailing towards this direction. After being sent flying by Bartholomew Kuma, Luffy met his father at the Revolutionary Army's headquarters. However, it was somewhat unexpected that Sabo was out on a mission, which was indeed very unfortunate. This plot unfolded in such a way that left him with regrets. He couldn't rescue Ace. This was Luffy's first time meeting his father, and he did not forget that Ace was about to be executed. After borrowing a small boat from the Revolutionary Army, he rushed over immediately. As the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon had many considerations and did not send high-ranking officers to assist Luffy, only providing ordinary personnel and a small boat. From a distance, Luffy could hear the sounds of battle coming from the island, and his heart was filled with anxiety. YeFan's observation, Haki sensed that someone was heading this way. It should be Luffy at this moment. Watching the fierce battle below, although it was grand, to YeFan, it was still like a child's play. As long as Whitebeard did not act, it was just that. Seeing Aokiji and Hawkeye both make their moves, it seemed inappropriate for him not to act. Lest others say he was just slacking off. Kizaru, Admiral, leaped into the air, transforming into photons and soaring upward. He then softly chanted Yada no Kagami, instantly firing countless dazzling light bullets at Whitebeard. These light bullets shimmered with brilliant light, twinkling like stars. Whitebeard, facing this attack, did not retreat. Instead, he raised his palm to shield himself slightly. With a clear, crisp bird call, a figure appeared, spreading its wings, surrounded by ethereal blue flames, exuding mystery and majesty. This was Marco, the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates and ship's doctor, a Zoan-type devil fruit user with the ability to transform into the mythical phoenix. He appeared before everyone, directly confronting Kizaru's attack. How could I let you disturb our king right from start? Marco's voice was steady and powerful, revealing an undeniable authority. His appearance instantly heightened the tension in the battlefield, with everyone watching this unexpected confrontation. Then, Marco's gaze turned towards Kizaru. With a mysterious transformation, he shifted into the legendary phoenix form, radiating blue flames, resembling a mythical beast of grandeur and mystery. He soared towards Kizaru, the blue flames tracing a magnificent arc in the air, fiercely flying towards Kizaru. Upon seeing the opponent's attack, Kizaru quickly released a barrage of yellow energy spheres as his means of attack. However, these energy spheres could not stop Marco, the phoenix. As the phoenix reached Kizaru, it suddenly reverted to human form and kicked fiercely at Kizaru, sending him flying, his body crashing hard against the distant naval base. A massive shockwave ensued, but as the smoke cleared, Kizaru stood unharmed before everyone. Clearly, Marco's previous strike was merely a casual hit and not a serious one. His mission was to protect his father and prevent anyone from ambushing him. Seeing this scene, all the members of the Whitebeard Pirates were stunned by Marco's immense strength, and they erupted into cheers. They excitedly waved their weapons, chanting Marco's name, their spirits high as if victory was already within reach. Witnessing this, Josu, the Diamond Josu, felt his muscles tense, veins bulging. With his massive hands, he grasped the enormous ice beneath him and lifted a chunk of ice as if it were a mountain. His colossal body and boundless strength let out a deafening roar that echoed across the battlefield. The soldiers at the naval base felt a surge of fear as they stared in disbelief at Diamond Josu effortlessly lifting the massive ice block. As if facing a moving iceberg, they were overwhelmed by an indescribable fear, sensing the immense pressure emanating from Diamond Josu. With a furious roar, Diamond Josu threw the ice block towards the naval base with all his might. The ice block whistled through the air with astonishing momentum. The surrounding naval soldiers hurriedly retreated in terror, knowing that if hit by the massive ice block, the consequences would be unimaginable. Diamond Josu's actions plunged the entire battlefield into panic, and the immense power he displayed was irresistible. Facing such an attack, Akainu, who had remained still, looked up at the sudden shadow. He stood up and arrogantly said, "If we all charge over, who'll protect this place?" Akainu's right hand first shimmered with a crimson glow, and then his entire arm began to emit scorching molten flames. He was a magma fruit user, and a wave of intense energy rapidly gathered on his arm. With a forceful motion, his entire arm transformed into a massive magma limb, spewing smoke and flames, radiating scorching heat. Magma fist. Akainu's magma arm swung violently towards the gigantic ice block. Instantly, the ice block melted under the high temperature of the magma, turning into a wave of heat and steam, completely disappearing above the sea. This scene shocked everyone present. The terrifying power Akainu displayed was unimaginable. His magma abilities showcased immense might at that moment, completely destroying the obstacle before him, demonstrating the Admiral's dominance and authority. This made the ordinary pirates of the Whitebeard pirates witness the strength of an admiral. That massive ice block was melted in one move. Is this what the three admirals are capable of? As Akainu's massive fist split into dozens of pieces, they transformed into small meteorites, rapidly heading towards the members of the Whitebeard pirates. Each meteorite was like a gigantic bomb, carrying devastating power, instantly changing the battlefield's dynamics. The speed at which the meteorites fell left people with no time to react. Their impact was so great that it could destroy everything in their path, filling the air with smoke and a burning scent. The members of the Whitebeard pirates retreated in fear. However, the meteorites fell too quickly for them to dodge, and many were hit and seriously injured. Each meteorite's descent brought immense destruction and casualties, plunging the battlefield into chaos and terror. Standing at the bow of the ship, Whitebeard looked at the attack and couldn't help but mock. Go light the candles on the birthday cake, Magma Brat. This attack is no different from playing house. Facing Whitebeard's ridicule, Akainu's expression darkened, vowing to make the opponent pay a price, a bloody price. Meanwhile, the battle outside Magnet Bay had progressed significantly. A figure, several times larger than a giant, charged into the bay wielding a massive sword. The Berserker Demon, Oz, a member of the giant race, yet several times larger than ordinary giants. His enormous antennae and powerful physique made him unstoppable, easily destroying the Navy's defenses. Step by step, he murmured about rescuing Ace, who was a gentle person. Whitebeard watched this scene and couldn't help but feel a headache. This fool Oz really can't be stopped. Reckless bravery is not the same as courage. After all, there were many powerful fighters yet to make a move. It was too dangerous for him to go alone. The opponent's strength was purely brute force, without any special means. Such a person could only fight against ordinary people in the pirate world. If he encountered a magician, he would be a sitting duck with no means of counterbalance. In response to Whitebeard's advice, Oz did not choose to stop. Instead, he continued forward, determined to save Ace as quickly as possible. On the execution platform, Ace looked at Oz's massive figure, knowing his strength. The 7 warlords and admirals present were not opponents he could contend with. He shouted loudly, "Oz, go back. Don't come here, it's dangerous." By the time his words fell, it was already a bit late. As a warlord, Bartholomew Kuma was already charging his attack. He had agreed to cooperate with the world government, willing to give up his own consciousness entirely, solely for the sake of his daughter, Bonnie, to grow up safely in her own country after her illness was cured. Ursus shock. Using the bounce of his paw to exert pressure on the air, he formed a large air mass, creating a massive shockwave upon release, with devastating destructive power. The massive shockwave hit Oz's enormous body, causing it to cave in. The powerful force made this giant spit out blood and fall down. Oz, seeing his good friend like this, Ace on the execution platform shouted loudly. The members of the Whitebeard pirates, who were paying attention to the situation, also shouted Oz's name, eager to help, but sadly, the distance was too great. Moreover, they were intercepted by the Navy and the 7 warlords, leaving them with no chance to assist. Watching the scene unfold, YeFan felt a pang of concern. He admired Oz's friendship with Ace, but lamented that despite his massive size, Oz lacked a clear understanding of his own strength. At most, he was at the level of a rear admiral, and challenging the 7 warlords was akin to courting death. After falling, Oz recalled the wonderful time when Ace had given him a straw hat. It would keep him cool under the sun in the future, just like the one he was wearing now. Struggling to hold himself up, he staggered to his feet. His weakened body had been injured by a blow from the 7 warlords, and he couldn't compare to the physical resilience of Luffy and those freaks. He felt as fragile as a cookie. Facing the enormous shockwave, Oz felt like his bones were about to shatter, and he was on the verge of losing consciousness. However, thinking about how dangerous the situation was for Ace, he felt he had to do something to save him. He couldn't just fall down without doing anything. Bad luck followed those who were arrogant. Everything they did turned out poorly. Don Quixote da Flamingo, with his blonde hair, sunglasses, pink feather coat, and pointed shoes, was originally standing there watching the show. He hated this world, and his goal was to take revenge on the celestial dragons of Mariewa, to bring them down from their pedestal. For this purpose, he had operated in both the underworld and the official realm for many years, having connections with both legal authorities and dark forces. He secretly ran an illegal human auction house, providing slaves for the celestial dragons and wealthy nobles, and kidnapped various races. In the underground world, he engaged in arms trading, with his influence spreading across the globe, acting as an intermediary in the underworld, secretly nurturing the evil scientist Dr. Caesar Clown, producing artificial Zoan-type devil fruits known as Smile, and privately selling these artificial fruits to the Yonko Kaido, all to create chaos in the world. Seeing the giant approaching to attack him, Doflamingo laughed. He. Such courage, a mere giant dares to strike at me. If he wants to seek death, then I'll oblige. The other 7 warlords, like Gecko Moria and Boa Hancock, had already joined the battle. As 7 warlords still holding a naval identity, they needed to maintain appearances. Moria, one of the Shichibukai, was particularly excited the moment Oz entered the scene. As a shadow fruit user, he couldn't help but want to turn Oz into a zombie soldier. Struggling to support himself, Oz roared, wanting to take down at least one of the 7 warlords before he fell. That way, he wouldn't have come in vain. However, Oz was clearly overestimating himself. Without the necessary strength, it was like courting death. Oz pushed himself up, letting out a deafening roar, standing tall without retreating. He swung his enormous fist toward Doflamingo with great force. However, Doflamingo easily dodged Oz's punch, nimbly leaping to avoid the attack, landing beside Oz, and revealing his devil fruit ability. A thread appeared out of thin air, instantly condensing into a sharp blade that sliced toward Oz's left leg. The speed of the blade was so quick that it was impossible to react. The blade struck Oz's left leg. It was like cutting tofu, and in an instant, Oz's left leg was severed, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Losing his balance, Oz supported himself with one hand on the ground, his body swaying, gasping for breath, but still not discouraged. Despite losing his left leg, his eyes shone with a fierce determination. He was resolved to save Ace. Moria, seeing his beloved toy being destroyed by Doflamingo, angrily waved his hands, and hundreds of dark shadow bats flew out from his body, quickly forming a long spear in the air. This spear emitted a chilling aura, filled with evil power. With a sharp, piercing sound, the spear struck Oz's throat, penetrating his body and knocking him to the ground with relentless force. Oz trembled all over, blood gushing from his mouth, his eyes filled with endless despair and pain. Even in this state, his enormous hand reached out towards Ace on the execution platform. Ace's face was already drenched in tears. His friend had fallen before him, and no one could accept such a result. YeFan, witnessing this touching scene, felt deeply moved. He regretted not going to save Oz earlier. But since things had come to this, it was now his turn to act. He wanted to see just how strong the legendary hero Garp truly was. How much future lay within those loving fists. Doflamingo, watching the battle unfold, was filled with madness. He laughed, he. Pirates are evil, and the Navy is just. This notion has been rewritten countless times. The values of those who know nothing about the world and war are different. Only those at the top can define good and evil. Justice will prevail, of course. Only the victors are just. When has history not been written by the victors? That blank 100 years of history was buried, wasn't it? At this moment, Doflamingo appeared like a philosopher who had seen through the world, speaking harsh truths. What he said was factual. Whoever wins is the just victor. Victor's justice, the two are firmly tied together. In the shadows, Vice Admiral Crane observed that the time was ripe and knew it was time to proceed with the battle plan. She then took out a din mushy and instructed. All fleets can begin to take action. Looking at his future wives, YeFan couldn't help but gaze. Hancock, with her 191 centimeters tall, well-proportioned figure, had long black hair styled in a princess cut. Her slightly broad forehead was smooth and flat, with deep blue eyes that were long and elegant at the corners, revealing a hint of coldness. She had a high-nose bridge, a small nose, and soft lips without a wrinkle. She wore a pair of snake-shaped golden earrings and often dressed in cheap house-style outfits. Tina's characteristic is her refreshing light pink shoulder-length hair styled in a middle part, along with purple-tinted sunglasses perched on her head, and she has a habit of smoking. Although she isn't as tall as Hancock, her height of 181 centimeters is still considerable. From YeFan's perspective, her fair skin and alluring figure make her an exceptional beauty. Compared to Hancock, she doesn't fall short, and her smoking adds a unique flavor. She is also a user of the Kankank fruit's abilities. The combination of a prison and a beautiful woman truly embodies the essence of a small, carefree life. She enjoys using her fruit's powers to restrain others, though it's uncertain what thoughts she has while binding them. Yeah. In the midst of battle, Tina suddenly felt a chill down her back, as if sensing an ominous premonition, though she couldn't pinpoint the cause. After taking a drag from her cigarette and calming down, the feeling vanished. Still, she was unsure of what was happening. At that moment, little Ors was in a life-and-death situation. He had been frozen through, and if he didn't stop the bleeding in time, even the strongest person would bleed to death. The wound was in a very vulnerable and critical area, his throat. Kapu walked heavily to the execution platform beside Ace. Meanwhile, Sengoku became tense, fearing that his old friend might take action. He was all too aware of the other's strength. No one present could stop him. Unable to help himself, he asked, "What are you doing here? Do you have objections to the operation?" Ace looked at Kapu, who had come to his side and called out, as usual, "Old man, not grandpa." Kapu stood there watching the chaotic battle below, feeling very emotional. However, he lifted his head to glance at a nearby spot where there was a powerful monster. No, the opponent was a pirate, not worthy of sympathy. Kapu knew this wasn't his true feeling, but it was all he could say. Seeing his grandson right beside him, about to be executed, but being unable to act was a pain that no one else could understand. He had become strong to protect his family. How ironic. Well, Sengoku's words were abruptly interrupted by Kapu. To be honest, Kapu was feeling very conflicted about whether he was wrong, comparing justice to family ties. "Shut up. What does it matter if I stay here?" He wanted to accompany his grandson on his final journey, but that was also not allowed. He then sat down next to Ace, and the atmosphere suddenly became very harmonious. It was as if the battle below had also paused, as both recalled their childhood memories. Seeing how they spoke to each other, Sengoku didn't say much more. After all, the plan for today was already in motion. As long as Kapu didn't take action, the rest could do as they pleased without interference. What followed was a heart-wrenching scene, as Kapu lamented Ace's disobedience to his arrangements, insisting on going to sea as a pirate. Otherwise, such a situation wouldn't have arisen. A heroic old man was now crying like a child, which was heartbreaking. Moved as well, Ace looked at Kapu and found himself unable to speak for a long time. Just as the grandfather and grandson were feeling emotional, a voice startled them both into silence. "Ace, I'm here to save you." It was a youthful voice, yet filled with powerful determination. After landing on the island, Luffy, accompanied by the Whitebeard pirates, rushed straight to the bay. From a distance, he saw Ace on the execution platform and couldn't help but shout loudly. It was as if he wanted to be the most eye-catching person there, and he truly succeeded. This shout made everyone momentarily cease their attacks and turn to look at Luffy. Many recognized him as Monkey D, Luffy, the Straw Hat Pirate, who now had a bounty in the hundreds of millions and was quite well known. Upon seeing Ace, Luffy disregarded everything else and rushed forward to rescue him. In the blink of an eye, he covered a significant distance. On the high platform, Kapu and Ace were both stunned upon seeing Luffy. Why was he here? They knew how dangerous this place was, and, given Luffy's current strength, he was essentially walking into a death trap. Yet Sengoku was quite pleased, pulling out a transponder snail and saying, "What are you dawdling for?" The newly emerged pirate, Straw Hat Luffy, is the most notorious criminal in the world, a descendant of Monkey D, Dragon. As the amplified voice spread, both pirates and Navy were astonished, not expecting him to have such an identity. YeFan observed Luffy approaching and realized that with his current strength, he would undoubtedly have trouble getting through. In the original story, he had received much help to rescue Ace. YeFan couldn't help but wonder who would appear this time to assist the protagonist. Sometimes, the protagonist's halo is terrifying. No matter what, they just won't die, and help always arrives in times of danger. Now, with Jinbei, Crocodile, and Ivankov absent, who would take action, the Whitebeard pirates were unlikely to intervene, as Marco needed to stay by Whitebeard's side for his safety. The other captains were also obstructed by Navy admirals, elite vice admirals, and warlords of the sea. The Empress Woon T helped after YeFan's interference, and Kuma, due to his daughter's situation, would never assist the Navy. The only helper, YeFan, seemed to have thought of something. At the same time, everyone suddenly turned around, only to see several powerful auras appearing on the battlefield. Moreover, a massive red ship was docked at the shore of Marineford, flying a pirate flag marked by a scar over the left eye. Those who knew recognized it as the ship of the red-haired pirates, captained by Shanks. As a strong ally of Luffy, the opportunity that YeFan interrupted now rested solely on the red-haired pirates to help him. The scene became extremely quiet. Those who felt it understood the terror contained within. However, the powerless onlookers were left confused, glancing around, unsure of what was happening. What is going on? Why is everyone looking back? Who's coming? What happened? Can someone tell me? Each expression was serious, creating an atmosphere of tension. Compared to everyone else's shock, Luffy seemed unaffected, continuing to run forward. He wouldn't miss such a great opportunity with no one stopping him. Kizaru, appearing nonchalant, smiled as he looked at the newcomers, saying yo yo yo. It seemed like a big shot has arrived. Things just got complicated. Akiji remained silent, his expression grave. Akainu found it unbelievable. Dealing with one Yonko was already tough enough. And now another one had come, something he had never considered. After all, this was the Navy's business with the Whitebeard pirates. How could another Yonko crew be involved? The generals need orders from above to engage in battle with the 4 Emperor's pirate crews. They cannot act recklessly without commands. Each of the 4 emperors is called the Emperor of the Sea for a reason, possessing immense strength that the world government greatly fears. Otherwise, they wouldn't be referred to as 4 emperors. Originally, the plan was going well, but now, with the intervention of the new 4 Emperor's pirate crew, things are heading in an unpredictable direction. Vice Admiral Tsuru has even directly suspended the actions of the major fleets, keeping them on standby. YeFan looked at the incoming person with an interesting expression, noting the powerful conqueror's haki and the technique god avoidance that he had acquired. Hey. As one of the current 4 emperors, Shank's strength is indeed formidable. Compared to the first generation of the 4 emperors, he is now in his prime. Others like Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin, and Kaido have aged. This is no longer their era. Shanks is at the peak of his power, which is why the red-haired pirates are seen as the most threatening pirate crew by the world government and the Navy. Looking long-term, in another 20 years, the other 3-4 emperors might all die of old age, while the red-haired pirates will still retain their formidable combat strength. The main crew and officers are still in their prime fighting age. With the intervention of the 4 emperors' pirate crews, the situation has become interesting. Facing 2 4 emperors' crews at once, the current configuration of the Navy means that if they were to act, it would be tantamount to seeking death. 2 paths lay before them. The first is to refrain from acting recklessly. With Ace as a hostage, the enemy wouldn't dare to act rashly. The second path is to continue gathering strong allies to come here, as the world government has more than just the admirals as powerful figures. The consequences are clear. The entire Marineford Island might sink, and who knows how many lives would be lost here. With only a short time to think about this issue, should they fight or retreat? As the Navy strategist, Vice Admiral Tsuru's mind raced. Now is not the time for battle. Even gathering reinforcements quickly is not feasible. They can only retreat. It is not the right time to engage 2 4 Emperor's crews. The older generation knows the terror of the 4 Emperor's pirate crews. They are beings that can stir this sea with just a stomp, possessing some of the strongest powers in the world. Sengoku, upon receiving the news, thought the same. They cannot fight. Whitebeard looked at the red-haired Shanks beside him, somewhat surprised at how suddenly he appeared here. Dressed in a white shirt with half-buttoned, draped in a black long cloak, wearing brown cropped pants with patterns, flip-flops on his feet, and a famous sword griffin at his waist. One must admit he carries a certain flair, befitting a man who can converse with the Gorosei. Watching Luffy rush forward, Shanks had been keeping an eye on Luffy's activities. He knows about the things Luffy has been doing lately. He has now become a bounty of 300 million. However, it is not yet the best time. This is a very good phase to let him understand the true power of this world. Along with him are some of his main officers. First Mate Ben Beckman, the right-hand man of Shanks, possesses a clear mind and high combat strength accumulated over a long sailing career. As a figure who can rival Red-Haired, even the strong of the New World tremble upon seeing him. He silently supports from behind the lively crew, truly deserving of the title of First Mate. Sniper Jesus Burgess. The sniper of the red-haired pirates is Luffy's friend and Usopp's father. Chef Lucky Roo, a plump figure wearing small sunglasses, always holding meat. Ship's doctor, Tontada, has long hair, a scar on his left forehead, and is very clean as a doctor. Navigator Bendik Sneck, wearing sunglasses, grayish-blue hair, a white shirt, and a red dragon tattoo on his right neck. Musician Brook, the Soul King, a skeleton. Each of them is a capable pirate in their own right, a testament to Shanks' years of accumulation. At the same time, Luffy was influenced by such a configuration when he set out to sea, looking for partners based on this standard. Marco looked at these people, unsure of how this matter relates to Shanks. Why would he lead his crew here? It seems he still came to help them. If that's the case, then that's much better. If he helps voluntarily, then their father won't need to act, making the situation even more favorable. Just rescue Ace, and that'll be good. You've come. Whitebeard was somewhat surprised by Shanks' appearance. The red-haired pirate looked at Whitebeard and smiled slightly. I told you back then. Blackbeard Teach is not someone Ace can stop. Now, see how it is. Speaking of Blackbeard, he gained the Yami Yami no Mi, known as the most evil ability in the history of devil fruits, possessing the infinite gravity of a black hole. When using this ability, his hands turn black, and his body emits black smoke. He can absorb everything that comes into contact with darkness, compressing and crushing it infinitely. This is a god-tier fruit. Although Ace's Mara Mara no Mi is powerful, Ace's own strength still falls short. So, the result that Shanks was worried about back then has indeed happened. Shanks also knows Ace's background. As the son of Pirate King Roger, he feels he should take care of him. Whitebeard scoffed. I will save him. He is my son. What are you here for? The man who was once a mere errand boy is now the renowned for Emperor Shanks. Whitebeard never expected him to develop so quickly over the years. Others may not know, but as a powerhouse of the same level, Shanks knows very well that Whitebeard is now gravely ill. Every action he takes worsens his condition. You probably guessed it, that Straw Hat. It's not their time to make an appearance yet. It's too early. The arrival of a new era, wouldn't it be such a pity if they died here? Shanks came here partly to see Luffy and ensure his safety. The second reason is to exchange a favor. He received plenty of help from Roger when he was young, traveling across many places with him. So, since Roger's son is about to be executed, it is only natural for him as an elder to step in to help. Whitebeard looked at the running Luffy, grinning widely, then at Ace on the execution platform. Indeed, in this new era, he is already old. Even those with the ability of the Tremor fruit, capable of destroying the world, will eventually grow old. The two chatted for a while, reminiscing about the joyful days from decades ago. Time flies, and it never returns. Chatting so casually in front of the Navy headquarters like this truly takes the confidence only a 4-emperor can have. Sengoku watched the two without any tense atmosphere, his mouth twitching. If it were not for the fact that he couldn't defeat them, he would have transformed into a giant Buddha and attacked. Carp, who was standing nearby, seemed to have changed without even noticing it. At this moment, Carp felt both happy and complicated. It seemed that his grandson might be saved, and he wouldn't have to take action himself. However, he was also worried that Sengoku would go all the way and start a war, in which case he would have to join the battle. Stretching his old bones, the feeling of being ignored was clearly not pleasant. But since the opponents were 2 of the 4 emperors, Sengoku didn't dare to say much. After all, there was no live broadcast now. It was better to save face than to lose one's life. In this brief moment, Luffy had already charged to the base of the execution platform. He stretched out his rubber arm and quickly grabbed the edge of the platform. His goal was to reach Ace as soon as possible and save him from danger. Holding tightly to the execution platform, he showed a determined expression on his face and moved forward without hesitation. Whoosh! He was about to rush up. Ace, I'm coming. The once quiet battlefield came alive with Luffy's loud shout, and everyone snapped back to attention. Looking at Luffy, who had reached the execution platform, Sengoku, as the fleet admiral, watched the kid flying up. Since Carp wasn't going to take action, he decided to step in himself. The fleet admiral had the strength of a marine admiral. With a Zoan-type human fruit, mythical beast form, after consumption, he could transform into a giant golden Buddha statue capable of emitting powerful shockwaves. But its true effect was to grant the user the strength, wisdom, and spirit of a Buddha, combining the massive body of the Buddha with a clever mind and perfect technique, turning oneself into the ultimate being with both heart and skill. Transforming into the Buddha form made him look like a little golden statue. Ace looked at his brother and Sengoku, who was about to take action, and shouted loudly, Luffy, run. You're no match for him. Sengoku believed that Whitebeard and Shanks had no connection to Luffy. Since Ace couldn't move, he would use Luffy as a pawn. After all, he was also a descendant of bloodline sin. Such a person could not be allowed to grow, as they posed too great a threat to the future world. Damn it. Carp didn't expect them to take action against his grandson. This was his own grandson, and to act against him in front of him showed a complete disregard for their relationship. Luffy looked at the giant Buddha in front of him with surprise. Shanks and Whitebeard, seeing Luffy about to be harmed, weren't as worried as everyone imagined. Old man, please save Luffy, Ace shouted loudly, seeing Carp's conflicted expression. Watching his brother about to be hurt, Ace desperately wanted to save him, but he was currently shackled by sea stone handcuffs and couldn't exert any power. Sea stone was the nemesis of natural-type ability users, and even weaker devil fruit users would become paralyzed upon contact. Powerful users wouldn't become paralyzed, but their abilities would disappear. This was one of the tangible abilities of the dark fruit. Carp watched his grandson about to be harmed, and, as a marine, he pondered whether to intervene. In that moment of hesitation, YeFan acted. This was a great opportunity. If he saved Luffy, he would have the chance to shake hands with Shanks. The latter would definitely express gratitude, and if he took the initiative to shake hands, it would make YeFan seem very purposeful. Boom! YeFan suddenly appeared in front of Luffy, his powerful armament Haki blocking the blow. With one strike, he forced Sengoku back a step, while YeFan landed steadily. It's you. Luffy looked at the person who saved him. He had saved them during the Sabaody Archipelago incident. Now, he appeared again to save him. Who was he? Seeing YeFan appear, Carp, Whitebeard, and Shanks showed a hint of surprise on the battlefield. He had been hiding here for so long. But now he showed up to save Luffy. Did he have any connection to Luffy? Shanks looked at YeFan's appearance. His strength was definitely very impressive. He had heard of what YeFan had done, daring to attack the Celestial Dragons, and now he appeared at the Marine headquarters. However, he couldn't find any traces of this person. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air. First in the East Blue, then many stories about him spread. Having never had the chance to meet, seeing him now was just like the young man on the bounty poster. Do you know that kid's background? A powerful little guy like this was unheard of, so he asked Whitebeard. Having lived so long, he must know something. It was clear that Shanks was overthinking. Whitebeard had never seen such a young kid either. I don't know him, but it really marks the arrival of a new era. I wonder who raised such kid. That speed earlier was as fast as lightning. And with such powerful armament hockey, forcing Sengoku back with one blow showed his strength. Even Whitebeard didn't recognize him. Shanks rubbed his chin and thought for a moment, revealing a somewhat inscrutable smile. He thought of a good idea, definitely a very good idea. Sengoku felt the immense power in his body, forcing him to take a big step back to steady himself. He focused and confirmed that it was indeed YeFan before him, and he couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart, wondering why he had appeared here. Carp was just glad to see his grandson safe, but he couldn't help but wonder why this excessively handsome kid was saving his son. Who sent him? Could be his son? If YeFan knew Carp's thoughts, he would undoubtedly scoff at them. You really think too much. When Kizaru saw YeFan, he started to retreat mentally. Clearly, the impression left by him last time was too deep. That feeling of being helplessly penetrated by Conqueror's hockey and being unable to do anything was truly overwhelming. Aokiji knew that his abilities were ineffective against YeFan. He also realized that YeFan could use Conqueror's hockey for attacks. He had shown mercy back in Magu Town. The only one who was really unhappy was Akainu, whose facial expression already proved everything. For the sake of his absolute justice, pirates were still pirates. Hellhound. He quickly extended his lava-like arm to attack the enemy. This move not only had a very fast attack speed, but also extraordinary power. A mere kid dared to be so arrogant. Akainu showed no mercy. Without any warning, he suddenly attacked, choosing to ambush as YeFan landed. This was truly consistent with his character, adhering to absolute justice. With a straightforward personality and cruel methods, he left no room for sentiment, and he would not allow even a trace of evil to exist. To complete his mission, he could ruthlessly target both colleagues and ordinary civilians. The power of an Admiral S attack was indeed different. Akainu, who had fought against Kizaru and Aokiji, felt that YeFan's strength was slightly stronger than Aokiji's, but Aokiji and Akainu were a little ahead of Kizaru. The opponent's ruthless ambush behavior made many people secretly exclaim, shameless. As a Marine Admiral, he actually did such a thing. Those familiar with Akainu were not surprised at all. Aokiji merely turned his head away, choosing not to see. The current situation, with 2 Yonko pirate crews exceeding expectations, was critical. At this moment, Akainu swore to take action, but it can only be said that he was the only one seriously working. The rest were either slacking off or on their way to do so. The opponent's magma fruit was relatively effective against YeFan's ice attribute magic due to its inherent countering relationship. He had no choice but to use a new ability he drew a few days ago, Tears of the Void. YeFan didn't need to cry for it. It could flow directly from his eyes. Tears of the Void. The tears from his eyes looked light and airy, but they were deadly. Tears of the Void was the most powerful treasure between heaven and earth. Wherever it went, time and space would distort. And it could also alter space to cut through it. Amidst everyone's shock, a pale blue liquid flowed from YeFan's mouth, transforming into a large human-shaped sphere that rushed towards the charging Akainu. This was the Tears of the Void, capable of slicing through space. And its oppressive aura changed the expressions of those around. Especially Sengoku and Garp, the two felt the surrounding space beginning to distort. Such a powerful move, if it hit, would either kill or severely injure. They immediately shouted, Sakazuki dodge. This light ball can affect space. It's very powerful. In fact, without their reminder, Akainu could already feel the approaching light ball's effects as it got closer. The nearer he got, the more he could sense the surrounding space becoming void, as if everything was disappearing. Even the air became thin. This strange attack ability made Sakazuki instinctively want to evade. However, he was in midair with no leverage points, making it impossible to dodge. It seemed he could only brace for the attack. He activated his haki to prepare for the incoming blow. Meanwhile, YeFan, having released his attack, had already appeared on the ground using the Flying Thunder God technique. He had thrown a marked coin beforehand, which was very convenient. It was something YeFan had prepared earlier. He was not used to using shuriken-like things. Seeing Akainu prepare to block the tears of the void with his haki, YeFan could only think it was a joke. This was a power that could devour space. Nothing could withstand it. Courageous, yes, but it would still come with a price. Such a battle was rare, a Marine admiral fighting against a supernova. The appearance of the Tears of the Void made even top-tier experts like Whitebeard and Shanks show signs of concern. Any attack related to spatial manipulation was not to be underestimated. This kid named YeFan truly had an abundance of mysterious techniques. It completely did not seem like abilities achievable by a devil fruit. Akainu's painful scream echoed in the air like thunder, his face showing extreme pain and terror. He saw that his haki was futile against the attack of the Tears of the Void, as if it had crashed against an indestructible wall, with no effect at all. The light ball of the Tears of the Void began to distort, and the surrounding space twisted as if everything was being devoured. The dark cracks inside the light ball began to expand, drawing everything around it closer. Even the air became heavy, as if an invisible force was consuming everything. Akainu realized the situation was dire. He resolutely decided to sacrifice an arm to save his life, having no choice but to sever one hand to gain a chance for survival. Without hesitation, he cut off his arm, blood gushing out like a fountain, as if the blood from his body became one of the targets for the Tears of the Void. In that moment, he felt the breath of death. A wave of helplessness surged in his heart. However, the instinct to survive forced him to make this difficult choice. His body was surrounded by pain, but he knew this might be the only way to survive. The moment Akainu severed his arm, his body lost balance and began to fall from midair. As he fell rapidly, the light ball of the Tears of the Void above him also shrank quickly, stabilizing instead of distorting, as if it had reached some balance in the consumption process. Gradually, it disappeared, as if it had never existed, and the severed arm vanished as well. The speed of his fall increased, and the surrounding wind howled past, as if narrating the fate that awaited him, crashing heavily to the ground. The Marines were shocked and astonished by Akainu's sudden situation. After all, as a Marine admiral, Akainu had always been seen as an invincible existence. His sudden injury was unbelievable. Some Marines exchanged glances, a wave of unease and fear rising in their hearts, for this meant some incredible power was emerging, capable of injuring a strong man like Akainu. However, the Marines' emergency rescue measures were immediately put into action. Some medical personnel rushed to Akainu's falling position, starting first aid treatment. They used advanced medical equipment and drugs to alleviate Akainu's pain, stop the bleeding, and try to stabilize his injuries. Other Marines were on guard around, protecting against possible unforeseen circumstances. The pirates' reactions to Akainu's injury were entirely different. They cheered excitedly, with some even shouting, "YeFan." This sudden shift transformed the atmosphere on the scene into a lively celebration. They cared nothing for Akainu's injuries and instead viewed this incident as their victory and the Marines' weakness. Some pirates joyously embraced each other, celebrating the joy and hope this unexpected turn had brought them. Some even eagerly prepared to launch an attack, hoping to further weaken the Marine strength. They believed it was an excellent opportunity to challenge the Marines, showcasing their pirate crew's power and courage. In an instant, the pirates' enthusiasm and passion reached a peak. They excitedly discussed how to proceed next and how to take advantage of this opportunity for their benefit. The entire pirate crew was immersed in the joy of victory, carelessly cheering as if they had already won. Seeing this scene, Garp and Sengoku felt utterly disheartened. The opponent's arrogance suddenly surged. The current situation was somewhat unacceptable for the Marines. One of their high-ranking members had not died, while one of their own admirals had lost an arm. While losing an arm might not significantly impact a master, it still had its effects. Akainu Sakazuki was not a top-tier master. His strength was at least reduced by 10%. This situation had exceeded the expectations of Whitebeard and Shanks. They originally wanted to see this kid's strength, but did not expect YeFan to be so fierce that he directly incapacitated an admiral. They immediately rushed to the front lines, realizing they could not let this continue. If they really provoked a full-scale war, it would not end well for either side. Especially for people like Whitebeard and Shanks, they knew that the Marines had more than just this level of strength behind them. Shanks knows that the 5 elders in Mary Geos possess the ability to teleport, and now is not the time. He is eagerly waiting for Luffy to awaken the Nika fruit, wondering if he is the warrior who can bring liberation. For hundreds of years, countless people have obtained the Goma Goma no Mi, but no one has been able to awaken it. Luffy is someone Shanks has high hopes for, so he has placed his bets on him. Losing an arm in the East Blue is inconsequential. In fact, while reading the original work, YeFan felt that Shanks appeared very kind-hearted and took great care of Luffy. Characters like Blackbeard, Kaido, and him are already confirmed enemies. However, is there a possibility that the ultimate big boss is actually red-haired Shanks? Like the iron-blooded god, he could be hiding very deeply, revealing his ambitions at a crucial moment. Perhaps he has his own secrets that require an opportunity to come to light. The appearance of Shanks and Whitebeard instantly made the atmosphere under the execution platform tense and exciting. Admirals Akiji and Kizaru quickly arrived, their eyes fixed on these two legendary pirates, both vigilant and full of awe. Akiji's eyes flashed with a serious light. There was no smile on his face, replaced by a demeanor of seriousness and calm. He took a deep look at Shanks and Whitebeard, then ordered the surrounding Navy soldiers to be on high alert and prepare for battle. Kizaru also had a grave expression, scanning the surroundings warily, ready to respond to any possible emergencies. Meanwhile, Shanks and Whitebeard stood there, smiling, showing no concealment of their confidence and authority. Their presence made the entire scene tense and thrilling, as if foreshadowing an impending peak confrontation. Every move they made tugged at the heartstrings of everyone present, making it impossible to predict what would happen next. Whitebeard stood there, his voice loud and firm. "Release Ace, and we will completely resolve our differences. Otherwise," he paused slightly, a look of determination flashing in his eyes. "Otherwise, we will have to resort to violence." Sengoku and Garp's expressions immediately became grave. They knew Whitebeard was not joking. The cadres of the two Yonko pirate crews gathered beside Whitebeard, their gazes sharp and resolute, silently conveying a warning to the Navy. Now is not the time to engage with us. The atmosphere became tense and heavy, as if an inevitable confrontation was about to arrive. The standoff between the Navy and pirates reached its peak, with everyone feeling the tension and pressure in the air. Suddenly, a loud, thunderous laugh shattered the tense atmosphere of the battlefield, drawing everyone's attention to the source of the laughter. Following that, a man appeared with a thick beard growing on his chin, dressed in a bright red shirt, a long black coat, adorned with two exquisite necklaces around his neck, and a green bandana tied on his head. Most notably, he wore a black captain's hat and was missing a few teeth. Blackbeard had suddenly appeared on the battlefield, making the atmosphere even more tense and filled with uncertainty. His deep and mocking laughter seemed to declare his control and influence over the entire situation. "Ha ha ha. It seems the atmosphere here is too tense. Why can't we get along? How about we join forces to keep these two Yonko crews here?" He greedily looked at Whitebeard, yearning for the power of the Gura no Mi within him, while also warily glancing at YeFan, not forgetting their last battle in Alabasta. Now that YeFan was also here, he extended an invitation. "What do you say? How about we team up to keep these two Yonko here? Then a new Yonko position will open up." Blackbeard's words shocked everyone present, especially Sengoku and the others. After all, wasn't he one of the Shichibukai? And did he think he was qualified to partner with the Navy? Sengoku replied, "Blackbeard, don't forget your identity." Just then, Sengoku's transponder snail rang, and upon hearing the news from the other side, he felt overwhelmed. This is too insane. Blackbeard actually had the audacity to release those monsters from Impel Down and recruit them for himself. Realizing Blackbeard's ambition had reached its peak, Sengoku recognized that decisive measures must be taken to curb his expansion. Sengoku's action of answering the transponder snail made Blackbeard aware that the other party already knew about the Impel Down situation. Blackbeard immediately began his performance, shouting, "Come forth, my crew!" Amidst the thick fog, the ships on the sea were shrouded in mist. At this moment, a tremendous presence, accompanied by the deafening sound of sails, gradually approached. As the fog dispersed, a massive silhouette began to reveal itself, resembling a moving mountain, shimmering with mysterious light in the darkness. Some people present began to feel their hearts race, for they recognized it as San Juan Wolf, the giant warship. Dressed in heavy makeup, eccentric clothing, and with a long nose, he was a pirate akin to a witch, known as the most vicious female prisoner in history, Catherine Deem, locked away in the deepest layer of the underwater prison. A jester-style hat, a drunken face, and a prominent sausage nose were especially striking. Always carrying a large wine jug, Baskerville Choate. Dressed in a long white and deep brown fur coat, wearing a light purple necklace, Abelo Pizarro. Each one was a ruthless pirate, which is why they were imprisoned in the 6th level of Impel Down. Their deeds had even been erased from history. Now that they reappear, it is unknown what kind of storm they will stir. "Ha ha." Blackbeard laughed maniacally, then once again extended an invitation to YeFan. "What do you say? If we, the Blackbeard pirates and the Navy, join forces today, we can definitely keep these two Yonko crews here." Blackbeard truly seems inflated with confidence, blinded by his greed for Whitebeard's Gura no Mi. To think he could say such things, believing he could take down two supreme pirate crews in this manner. The greatest ability of the Yami Yami no Mi is ineffective against red-haired Shanks, as he is not a devil fruit user. The devil fruit's nullification has no effect, and Haki is the nemesis of all devil fruits. YeFan does not know how strong Shanks is, but based on the situation before he crossed over, the later characters introduced tend to be stronger. Shank's strength is undoubtedly more formidable than people imagine. The former Yonko pirate crews are left with only the red-hair pirates. Whitebeard, Big Mom, and Kaido have all been defeated, leaving the red-hair pirates firmly seated in the Yonko position. They rely on their immense strength. Kid and Law teamed up to defeat Big Mom, but Kid, who trained for so long in Wano, was taken down by Shanks in one move. Moreover, Shanks possesses the ability to threaten an admiral from extreme distance with his Conqueror's Haki, showcasing such power. YeFan guessed that the opponent was stronger than the peak Rayleigh. Although he couldn't reach Roger's level, he was not far off. Teaming up with you, YeFan felt like he was walking to his own death, and he wouldn't team up with the other party. What level are you to team up with me? YeFan really wanted to laugh. With so many super strong individuals gathered together, the main character Luffy felt nothing at all. He only remembered that he had encountered the person with the 3 skull hats before. The rest of the people, except for those from the red-haired pirates, he did not recognize. Shanks. Luffy approached Shanks, looking at him. All these years, he had not forgotten their initial promise. Shanks looked at the child from back then, who had grown into a captain of a pirate crew capable of standing on his own. His face was full of pride. Luffy. After greeting, Shanks came to YeFan's side, extending his hand. Thank you for saving Luffy just now. Nice to meet you. The powerful ability was right in front of him, and YeFan's heart trembled. Red-haired Shanks not only had exceptional Haki, but was also a skilled swordsman, recognized by Mihawk. His swordsmanship was even comparable to Mihawk's. Such an opportunity was offered by the other party voluntarily, and it had nothing to do with YeFan. It was all fate. Hello. YeFan was not at all inferior, showing no signs of timidity. This alone surprised many pirates around him. After all, this was Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, possessing the most powerful strength in the world. YeFan truly had his own confidence. The moment he grasped the other person's hand, YeFan felt a lot of things: swordsmanship, physical skills, Haki. Each one was extraordinarily powerful, and the quality of this Haki was truly outrageous. Even stronger than when he copied Rayleigh's Haki back then. To prevent the other party from overthinking, YeFan let go right after copying it. Blackbeard watched YeFan ignore him again. Although he was very angry inside, he knew it was not the time to offend the other party. He felt he needed to retreat now. Seeing the handshake between YeFan and Shanks, it was clear that the other party would not cooperate with him. This meant that even if the Navy agreed to cooperate with him, the scales of victory had tilted in the other direction. The situation had developed to this point. Not only did Ace not get dealt with, but even the red-haired pirates had arrived. Now even the notorious pirates imprisoned and impelled down had been released. Following Blackbeard and joining his pirate crew, the situation became more complicated. Compared to this, the Navy was the weakest side. Disregarding the 7 warlords, it was evident that the top ranks of the Navy were very scarce. Pirates were still pirates. Even the 7 warlords actually had a mutually beneficial relationship with the Navy. It was a tripartite balance, but the strength of the 3 parties varied greatly. Whitebeard knew his purpose for coming was to rescue Ace. Now with Shanks and a kid helping, things seemed to have become much simpler. Sengoku, you understand the current situation. Both sides have many injured who need treatment. If you release Ace, we will leave directly. Looking at Sengoku, not far away, who had just been forced back by YeFan with a single move. Although he had not suffered serious injuries, he had lost some face. It was truly embarrassing for the dignified Marine Admiral to be pushed back by a kid, which affected his momentum. Now hearing Whitebeard's words, he felt truly trapped. He couldn't win a fight, but if he followed the other's words, what face would the Navy have left? It was a dilemma. They had ample layout to target the Whitebeard pirates, but now 3 Emperor-level pirate crews had appeared, which was a natural disaster. Damn it. If it weren't for the inappropriate occasion, Sengoku would have cursed. Being an admiral was truly frustrating. Above him were the 5 elders and celestial dragons, and below him were so many formidable pirate crews. Although the Marine Admiral seemed very imposing, it was all a facade. Nothing was genuine. Nowadays, the young generation was more monstrous than the last, and with the arrival of the new era, talents were emerging one after another. However, in the Navy, aside from Akiji, Kazuru, and Akainu's generation, he hadn't found any good prospects. On the contrary, the pirates had various supernovas, each more powerful than the last. It was really concerning to think about how much of a threat they would pose in a few years when they grew up. For geniuses, the most lacking thing is time. Give them a year, and their growth speed would be several times that of ordinary people. Beyond the Navy's control, any force that wasn't the Navy posed a threat. The scene was momentarily quiet, both sides staring at each other. YeFan didn't have time to waste with them. Since red-haired Shanks had arrived, his purpose had been achieved, so there was no point in staying here. Ace wouldn't die, so it would be better to return to Sabeti Archipelago and have fun with Shirahoshi. Then in a couple of days, he would go to Fishman Island's Dragon Palace. The underwater world was very wonderful and rich. There were many valuable things, and YeFan planned to scavenge a bit to replenish his small treasury. Good things are never too many for anyone, and YeFan was no exception. Everyone, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first. Bye. He vanished into thin air, disappearing without a trace. After returning to Sabeti Archipelago, YeFan enjoyed a few days of peaceful life. Later, he learned through newspapers about what had happened in Marineford after he left. Ace was rescued, but the Navy had killed quite a few pirates, which somewhat restored the Navy's face and authority. However, for those forces with some strength, they knew the Navy had lost, and it was a crushing defeat. YeFan and Blackbeard's names became well known, and their bounties changed. YeFan's bounty reached a terrifying one: 5 billion berries. Blackbeard's bounty, due to the absence of the Tremor Fruits enhancement, was not as high as in the original story, becoming 2 billion berries. This was mainly because he had caused chaos and impelled down and released many notorious pirates, who then became his subordinates. Although they were strong, they still had not been crowned as 4 emperors. There were no significant achievements to prove themselves. After learning about these matters, YeFan felt a bit excited. Would Blackbeard challenge Whitebeard in the days to come, leading to a fierce clash between their pirate crews? After all, he was clearly coveting the Tremor fruit, and YeFan was well aware of that. Blackbeard wanted to obtain the world's most powerful devil fruits. He had a special ability to directly extract the fruit's power from the body of the user. This made it unnecessary for them to struggle to find where the fruit would appear in the world after the user's death. It was very convenient. They only needed to hunt those users. After all, not everyone could fully utilize the power of a powerful fruit after obtaining it. Master, what are you thinking about? Xiao Mimi stared at YeFan in a daze, a bit curious as she approached to ask, rubbing her face against YeFan's arm. She behaved very obediently, just like a little kitten. Stroking the other's hair and looking at that familiar face, she felt an overwhelming sense of sentimentality inside. Fake is fake, but the key is to quench the thirst. It's nothing, just thinking about some things. By the way, how have you been practicing those moves I taught you these past 2 days? Show me now. Let us see if you've been slacking off. High difficulty moves require strong body flexibility and continuous practice. All of this is for the good of the other. In this world, one cannot survive without a skill. To preserve one's life, one must strive to realize their own value. Fishman Island is located 10,000 meters beneath the Holy Land Mary Geos and is a necessary stop to reach the New World. It is also the birthplace of most fishmen and mermaids. Known as the undersea paradise, a dreamlike heaven. For many, traveling 10,000 meters underwater to Fishman Island through coding technology is very dangerous. However, for YeFan, it's a piece of cake. The Flying Thunder God technique is simply an essential skill for home and travel. Space ninjutsu is incredibly powerful. When Nami and the others left, YeFan had already marked their ship, ready to go to them at any time. A distance of 10,000 meters is just a trivial matter for YeFan. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. This is the principle of space shuttling, which is very fast. Before that, YeFan needed to deal with Xiao Mimi first. He certainly couldn't take her with him right now, at least not temporarily, to find Robin and the others. So he had to send her back to the Holy Land Mary Geos, relying on his celestial dragon identity to help collect wealth for YeFan. Ahem, of course. If necessary, if there are some beautiful women, he could also have them keep an eye out. Do you understand what I'm saying? Looking at her reluctant expression, YeFan knew it was because he had changed her. If she were still her original self, she would probably want to kill him now. However, YeFan didn't change her original memories. He just added some. This way, she could return as an undercover identity without being exposed. YeFan, I don't want to leave you. Xiao Mimi's eyes were filled with tears, her tone revealing helplessness and reluctance. We've been through so much together. I don't want to part like this. YeFan gently patted Xiao Mimi's shoulder and smiled, saying, we once fought side by side, but now our paths are different. You have your own responsibilities and missions, and I have my own path to walk. Be good, remember what I said. I will come to see you when I have time. YeFan marked her, allowing him to find her any time, as long as she wasn't too far away. YeFan could go find her to have fun together. Xiao Mimi raised her head, her eyes shining with determination. Yes, I understand. No matter how long we are apart, we will always be friends. She took a deep look at YeFan, then turned and left, her back revealing perseverance and maturity. After Xiao Mimi transformed back into Lilia, she returned to her original appearance. Now that she was gone, YeFan should prepare to set off. Before that, he felt it was necessary to loot some more on Sabati archipelago. After all, after this short half-month, those unscrupulous merchants must have accumulated a lot of wealth. All of it is ill-gotten gains, and who knows what kind of bad things they would do within their hands, so it must all be confiscated. An hour later. Where's my money? Who stole my money? That was my dowry. My money is gone too. That was my savings to buy a slave. My 30 million berries. How am I supposed to live without you? YeFan looked at the system's over 400 million points and felt very pleased. Their essay reason why many hands make light work. In just this short half-month, they had accumulated so much ill-gotten wealth, and he gladly accepted it. In the underwater world, Fishman Island is a vibrant and lively place. In the crystal-clear sea, all kinds of fish swim, shining like colorful jewels under the sunlight. Colorful sea creatures inhabit the coral reefs, resembling a splendid underwater garden. Mermaids gracefully weave through the coral clusters, displaying their glamorous scales and flowing tails, showcasing the unique charm of the aquatic race. Fishmen are tall and strong, possessing various fish-like features such as sharks, octopuses, and sea turtles, exhibiting the diversity and magnificence of marine life. The underwater scenery is colorful, with coral reefs, seaweed patches, and rocky cliffs forming a rich and diverse seabed landscape. As sunlight filters through the sea surface, the underwater light and shadow intertwine, resembling a dreamy painting. Various marine creatures swim freely in this natural environment, creating a vivid and magnificent underwater landscape. When Nami and the others arrived at Fishman Island, they were amazed by everything here. Many things were very novel. This underwater world is truly different. The attitudes of the fishmen and mermaids towards outsiders varied. However, this made little difference to the group, as they were all full of confidence and ready to make a big move. When they left, YeFan had assigned them a mission to turn this place into his territory. But this was Whitebeard's territory, so the locals had no worries. Anyone daring to cause trouble here would face Whitebeard, who was delayed due to the events of the Marineford War. No one came to protect Fishman Island, and Noki and the others conquered it directly with their powerful strength, turning it into YeFan's territory. Although they conquered it, Nami and the others did not do anything else. This left Neptune, the king of the Ryugu kingdom on Fishman Island, known as the Great Knight of the Sea, puzzled about what they were planning. After reporting the events to the Whitebeard pirates via Den Den Mushi, they said they would send someone to check, asking them to remain calm and not worry. Inside the palace, Neptune wore a crown with aquamarine eyes and a red nose. He was sturdier than the average mermaid, with thick, fluffy orange woolly curls for hair and beard, flame-like tattoos on his arms, thick body hair, and metallic arm guards adorned with jewels. Sitting on the throne, he was flanked by his 3 sons, Shark Star, Emperor Star, and Flip Star. It must be said that these 3 sons are indeed quite different: a shark mermaid, an emperor fish mermaid, and a red flip fish mermaid. As the saying goes, dragons give birth to 9 sons, each different. And this is true for the king of Fishman Island as well. Neptune is a mermaid of the Lophiiformes species, and his wife is a goldfish mermaid. It's likely that the rest of his offspring came from other women, which is why they all look different. Except for Shark Star, the other 2 are essentially powerless. Xing Sha. Father, are we just going to watch those 4 humans play around on Fishman Island? He still has some minor injuries on him, all caused by those women. As the prince of Fishman Island, it's really embarrassing for a male to not be able to defeat a single human woman. The other 2 brothers also looked at their father. They had been here for the past 2 days, not daring to go anywhere. Although the other side said there was nothing to worry about and that they could live normally, how could they dare to do that? Neptune himself was also troubled, but the other side didn't kill anyone. They just taught them a lesson. They didn't seem like bad people. As for that person named YeFan, they had never heard of him before. They only learned about him after the Marineford War. With a bounty of 5 billion berries, they felt that Fishman Island really had no sovereignty at all. This is still Whitebeard's territory. Don't they fear the Whitebeard pirates? He sighed deeply in resignation. Well, Whitebeard's pirates had said they would send someone over to help deal with this, and they would arrive soon. Neptune still had a lot of trust in the Yonko. Seeing his father say this, the 3 brothers had no choice. They couldn't fight back. What else could they do? They had already lost face at home. YeFan, after using the Flying Thunder God technique, arrived at Fishman Island. He appeared on the ship that he had marked. At this moment, The ship was docked in a place that YeFan didn't know. After stepping out, he found that this place didn't seem much different from the surface. It wasn't the ocean, but rather the ship was in the sea. Saying that, isn't the ship in the sea? But the scene beneath the sea was indeed quite magical. After stepping out and looking around a strange place, YeFan walked around, observing a completely different style of environment. There were also many beautiful young women, each not to YeFan's taste. Among mermaids and fishmen, YeFan could only accept the appearance of mermaids. The others were a no-go. It was really hard to make a move. Mermaid CAF. YeFan arrived at a familiar place. It seemed like he had seen this scene in an anime. With the enhancement of his strength, YeFan could recall memories of places he had seen before, even if they were quite vague. A human walking around in this place was inherently abnormal. However, just a few days ago, 4 women appeared here and gave a serious lesson to the so-called guards and royals of Fishman Island, making everyone afraid to meddle with humans. They were also scared that the humans were there to capture them and sell them as slaves. Pushing open the door, YeFan saw a very familiar shark man. Sherry's physique was considerably larger than other fishmen and humans. She had black short hair covering her right face, cold blue eyes, pale skin, and a quite ample bosom. The front half of her tail was deep blue, the back half was white, and she had a dorsal fin and a pair of small fins near her tail, with the tail fin shaped like a crescent moon. She wore a deep purple hoodie, only buttoning the middle button, revealing her curves and belly, smoking a pipe, and painted her nails purple with red lipstick. Upon seeing a handsome human, Sherry did not reject him. In fact, she encouraged the children of Fishman Island to see humans for themselves rather than listening to others. YeFan looked at the shark man in front of him, really not expecting to have such a connection with her. Previously, YeFan had fought the evil dragon in Cocoa Village, and she was the sister of the mermaid in front of him. She still had charm, making YeFan's heart flutter. To be honest, he had not. Hello, what would you like to drink? As the host of the establishment, the visitor is the guest. This enchanting figure was very mature and sexy. Although Nojiko was also very beautiful, she still lacked the depth that comes with age. On the way here, YeFan had heard about the 4 women. He knew that Nami and the others had already taken care of things here. Just something unique to try. After casually speaking, YeFan sat down, lost in thought. Because of his appearance, Fishman Island was still under Whitebeard's territory. He had occupied it. He didn't know how the other side would react. To be honest, after replicating Red-Haired's abilities, YeFan really felt that Whitebeard wasn't that impressive. He still had injuries. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he could solo the Whitebeard pirates now. Aside from Whitebeard being a bit of a threat, the rest, like the strongest Marco, posed no threat at all. They had no powerful offensive capabilities. Sherry swayed her voluptuous figure, bringing a drink to YeFan's table. This is our specialty drink from Fishman Island. You could give it a try. A handsome human male like this was truly rare. It's not just men who are lecherous. Some women are not any less than men. Fishmen and mermaids have a longer lifespan compared to humans. 29-year-old Sherry is still unmarried. She had never met someone suitable. YeFan looked at her, also pondering the question Luffy had asked when he came. How did they handle bathroom issues? Which is quite a private matter. Just like in his previous life, when someone on the internet said that fairies also fart. After all, they are all human. Even if they are more beautiful, some things are no different from others. They all need to eat, drink, and use the bathroom. YeFan picked up the cup, looking at the colorless, tasteless drink that looked just like ordinary water. What was so special about it? He took a slight sip. It was a bit sweet, but otherwise, it seemed quite ordinary. Boss, can I ask you something? Do you know where those 4 human girls are now? YeFan had forgotten to mark the things on Nami and the others initially. Otherwise, he could have appeared right next to them. Now he really didn't know where they went to play. He wasn't worried about safety. Even the strongest new Fishman pirate crew leader, Hody Jones, was just a small fry. He was like that, completely relying on drugs to enhance his strength. The drug ES, full name energy steroid when taken, would double the user's strength. Taking 1 would double it. Taking 2 would quadruple it, and so on. And the user's eyes would turn red with white pupils during the effect, but the cost was a reduction in lifespan. Taking too much of the drug could cause bodily mutations and extreme pain, ultimately accelerating aging. Hody Jones greatly enhanced his strength through ES. But the final cost was turning into an aging, weak person. Otherwise, he wouldn't even qualify to compete with Luffy, who had trained for 2 years. Such trash is only something he would treasure. In the CAF, there were no other people, just YeFan alone. Otherwise, it would definitely have caused a commotion. Not everyone is like Shaylee, who doesn't dislike humans. Most fishmen and mermaids really hate humans. Ultimately, this is because humans killed Fisher Tiger, the captain of the Sun Pirates. Such a hero who rescued slaves was killed by humans, which many fishmen and mermaids cannot accept. You mentioned those 4 human women? They might be playing around in Mermaid Bay right now. Shaylee still remembers the 4 of them. Although they declared that this place belongs to YeFan and injured some people, they did not take any lives, so she knows they are not bad people. For the past few days, they have been wandering around Fishman Island, going wherever it's fun. When she saw YeFan, she suspected that he was also with those few people. Not paying much attention to the bounty notice, she didn't realize that the man before her was YeFan, the owner of Fishman Island. YeFan downed the sugary drink, which was acceptable to him. Thank you. After expressing his gratitude, YeFan didn't rush to find Nami and the others. Instead, he wanted to go to the palace to see the beauty, Shirahoshi. Besides her beauty, she is also one of the 3 ancient weapons, the Sea King. She possesses the power to destroy the world and controls the Sea Kings. This is a world of oceans where 80% of the world is covered by water and countless Sea Kings live. All of them are Shirahoshi subordinates, who can be commanded at will, who wouldn't be afraid of such power. A person walking alone is like an army. He could directly cause a tsunami with the Sea Kings to flood an island. Watching YeFan leave, Shaylee pondered. She just realized that he hadn't paid yet. Eating without paying is like dining and dashing, a huge loss. As for the palace's location, YeFan knew where it was without asking for directions. It was definitely the most luxurious and largest place. After all, Shirahoshi is very large, and her residence must be much bigger to accommodate her body. Stop. The shrimp soldiers and crab generals saw a human trying to enter the palace, thinking it was a joke. Who do you think you are? YeFan knew he would encounter such a situation. They wouldn't let him in easily. His eyes turned red, and he released the Conqueror's haki, causing the 2 guards to faint without warning. It was as if he had to act first and then walk in openly. Being intercepted on his own territory was truly a special treatment for him. Inside the palace, Shirahoshi was unaware that a bad person was plotting against her. The mermaid princess of the Dragon Palace Kingdom on Fishman Island, her beauty is legendary, and she is said to be able to compete with the pirate empress in terms of looks. Like her mother's dream, she hopes that the merfolk and fishmen can live on the surface and coexist peacefully with humans. However, she is very timid and often cries. To avoid being targeted, Shirahoshi stayed in the hardshell tower for 10 years. She couldn't even attend her mother's funeral, and usually, soldiers could only deliver meals or report to her for no more than 5 minutes. Thus, her pet shark Maikaro became her only confidant during her time in the hardshell tower. Maikaro is the largest among all mermaids, with flowing pink curly hair, wearing a taiyaki-shaped hairpin. She has shell-shaped earrings, bright blue eyes, stunning beauty, and a voluptuous upper body, with a pink fishtail of varying shades. It was Shirahoshi who was frightened by Bantam Dakin 9 back then, which led her to be fearful and worried about anyone, making her prone to crying. She had been here for several years, although she knew her father was protecting her. But the only one she could talk to was Maikaro. Maikaro, when can I go out? This soft and delicate voice clearly belonged to a very timid person. Despite having a body comparable to a giant, she was so timid. YeFan entered the palace, and under the powerful Conqueror's haki, it was as if he had stepped into uninhabited territory. With just this move, everyone on Fishman Island, except for Shirahoshi, would faint. Your Majesty, it's bad. A human has broken in. A fisherman rushed in to report, panicking. The person didn't even have to fight. Everyone who came into contact with him fainted. When King Neptune heard that someone had intruded into the palace, a serious expression immediately appeared on his face. He knew this meant the intruder had a purpose. He immediately ordered to protect Princess Shirahoshi and ensure nothing happened to her. Sent someone to call the first, second, and third princes to guard Princess Shirahoshi. His ministers quickly took action, setting up heavy defenses around the palace to ensure its safety. At the same time, some elite fisherman warriors were dispatched to key locations, ready to respond to any potential threats. Despite this, the worry on his face remained serious. After all, it was a matter of strength. He lacked confidence. YeFan swaggered through the palace, effortlessly taking down any shrimp soldiers and crab generals with his Conqueror's haki. There was no need to fight. It was too troublesome. Just like how red-haired Shanks had the ability and strength to protect Luffy from falling into the sea in the East Blue. It was all arranged by the plot to evoke a sense of emotion in the protagonist's heart. Looking at this massive castle, it was far more splendid than those on the surface. The underwater castles were more colorful and beautiful. He didn't even know where Princess Shirahoshi's hardshell tower was. It was too big here. He needed to find someone to ask for directions. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how long he would have to wait. The shrimp soldiers and crab generals discovered the intruder YeFan and hurriedly gathered together, cautiously looking around, afraid that YeFan had accomplices. Who are you? Why are you here? Surrender. Perfect, YeFan just needed someone to guide him. And this person showed up. Looking at these individuals, they truly resembled shrimp soldiers and crab generals, clearly minor characters with pitiful strength. Kik. YeFan willed it, and his powerful conqueror's haki surged forth, forming a red current that surrounded his body. The current emitted a strong energy wave, like an insurmountable barrier, causing the surrounding air to distort. These fishmen and mermaids living underwater had never seen such a situation. Their eyes rolled back, and they fainted. The only one still standing was an octopus, probably a relative of Little 8. At this moment, it was trembling, watching everyone around it faint, not knowing what to do. YeFan stepped closer to it. Using a recovery spell, he forcibly implanted memories into it. It had no strength to resist. Let's go. Take me to the hard-shell tower. The octopus obeyed YeFan's command without any doubt, leading the way ahead. The powerful conqueror's haki displayed by YeFan earlier had instilled great fear in Shing, who was currently in the hard-shell tower. She sensed a powerful force approaching and, being very timid, curled up and began to cry. Father, brother, where are you? I'm so scared. Outside the hard-shell tower, King Great Knight of the Sea Neptune, along with his 3 sons and many elite soldiers, stood ready to protect Shing's safety. It wasn't just Shing who felt the overwhelming conqueror's haki. Nojiko, who was out for fun, felt it too. Suddenly standing up while soaking in the hot springs at Fisherman's Bay, Nojiko's perfect curves made Nami beside her very envious. Not to mention men, even women were mesmerized. Robin, seeing Nojiko stand, curiously asked what happened. Since her current strength wasn't that high, Robin didn't sense the earlier fluctuations. Nami felt the same, enjoying the comfort of the hot spring bath. Kuru also felt it, but she had been in a bad mood since coming here because she was an airship captain, which was quite humiliating. However, there was nothing to be done about it. Everyone had different physiques. At the same time, she was wondering whether she should ask YeFan for a drop of ancestral blood to see if it could improve her body. Although she was also an ancestor, she was still somewhat inferior compared to YeFan's ancestral blood. Her strength was only slightly stronger than Nojiko's, highlighting the significant gap between ancestors. They hadn't forgotten the tasks YeFan had assigned them. With the emergence of a new and powerful force, it was nothing short of a provocation to them. Nojiko spoke up. A powerful force just appeared at the Dragon Palace. It's very impressive, but I don't know what it is. I think we need to check it out. They had never seen YeFan use his conqueror's haki, so they didn't recognize it as his. Seeing the serious expressions on Nojiko and Kururu's faces, Robin and Nami realized that the force's wielder was not simple. They couldn't help but voice their concerns. Since the other party is so powerful, why don't we wait until YeFan arrives before making a move? Nojiko shook her head at Nami's suggestion. Relying on YeFan for everything would render her becoming a vampire meaningless. Now she was strong too and couldn't depend on YeFan for everything. The other party wasn't omnipotent either. Even if they couldn't help, they shouldn't hold YeFan back. Kururu and Robin also opposed Nami's decision, with a 3-to-1 majority. The 4 of them headed toward the Dragon Palace. In a sea area near Fishman Island, the flag of the Whitebeard Pirates was flying. These were the ships of the Whitebeard Pirates. After receiving a distress signal from Fishman Island, Whitebeard had sent Captain Marco to check the situation. YeFan's territory had gained tremendous fame during the Marineford War, establishing his worth. Now he was a 1.5 billion berry pirate, even surpassing Marco. When they arrived, Whitebeard instructed them not to engage in conflict but to assess the situation on Fishman Island. If the other party hadn't committed any acts of destruction or exploitation, they could take charge and make Fishman Island their territory. However, if there were any other harmful actions against the fishmen, they wouldn't let it go easily. Even if they had helped them during the Marineford War, matters had to be settled fairly. Standing at the bow of the ship, Marco recalled YeFan's capabilities displayed during the Marineford War. He truly was a terrifying monster. Now, Admiral Akainu had become a one-armed admiral. Such achievements were enough to look down upon others. What was that blue energy sphere, and what kind of dangerous ability did it possess? Marco wondered if his phoenix fruit could provide any immunity. When YeFan stepped into the hard-shell tower, he immediately sensed a slightly stronger guard force. Shrimp soldiers and crab generals were densely packed, standing ready to defend this important location at any moment. In the distance, towering figures appeared, exuding an imposing presence. They were King Neptune of Fishman Island and his 3 sons, the brothers of Princess Shirahoshi. The shrimp soldiers and crab generals stood in formation, their eyes flashing with vigilance and hostility at YeFan's arrival. King Neptune and his 3 sons stood further back, their gazes deep and cold, as if they had already seen through the intentions of the visitor. A tense atmosphere pervaded the entire hard-shell tower, as if a fierce battle could erupt at any moment. YeFan looked at the crowd before him with a blank expression, his tone calm and firm. "I just came to see Shirahoshi, with no other intentions. Please let her come out to meet me." Hearing YeFan's request, King Neptune frowned slightly and responded sternly. "You, human, dare to cause trouble on Fishman Island. Our affairs do not require your interference." The three sons echoed, "Leave quickly, or you will bear the consequences." Facing their warnings and pressure, YeFan did not back down, calmly stating, "I only came to see Shirahoshi and will not cause you any trouble. However, if you block me, I won't hold back." The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, filled with a latent sense of combat. The appearance of Nokigao and Kuru broke the tension, slightly easing the situation. Nami and Robin stood by YeFan, displaying the same confidence and determination as usual. "YeFan, we're all here," Nokigao waved, expressing the team's support. YeFan nodded slightly, gratefully looking at his companions, knowing their support would make him more resolute in the face of the pressure from Fishman Island. Upon seeing Nami and Robin, King Neptune and his three sons realized that the situation was no longer so easily controllable, temporarily easing the standoff. "In that case, let's go meet Shirahoshi." King Neptune took a deep breath and made a concession. Everyone followed Nokigao into the hard-shell tower, facing unknown challenges and adventures. Princess Shirahoshi was tall and graceful, her long pink fishtail swaying in the water, radiating a faint glow. Her face was beautiful, her eyes sparkling with wisdom like pearls, and her long hair flowed like silk, dancing dreamily with the waves. Her body was covered in scales of varying shades of pink, each glimmering softly, as if she were a fairy emerging from a dream. Princess Shirahoshi's arms were long and slender, with pink scales glimmering between her fingers. Upon seeing YeFan and the others arrive, she was filled with panic and fear. Trembling, she called out the names of her father and brothers, her eyes filled with fear and curiosity. "Father, brothers, strangers have come." Her voice trembled, as if startled by the sudden situation. She tightly grasped her fishtail, her body slightly shaking, unable to conceal her fear. However, amidst the fear, there was also a glimmer of curiosity in her gaze as she involuntarily scrutinized YeFan and the others, wanting to understand who these strangers were. YeFan and Nami, upon seeing the large and beautiful figure of Princess Shirahoshi, couldn't help but feel a sense of shock and awe. They were amazed by the beauty of the underwater creatures. "Wow, this mermaid is so beautiful," Nami couldn't help but exclaim. YeFan was also captivated by Princess Shirahoshi's aura. Though it was his first time seeing such a gigantic mermaid, he did not show too much surprise, instead maintaining his composure and politeness. King Neptune of Fishman Island, upon seeing YeFan and the others, immediately spoke. "Please let this gentleman and his friends leave. My daughter is a bit scared of strangers, and we do not wish to disturb her." His tone revealed a hint of pleading and concern. Despite being a king with immense power, Neptune displayed a father's tenderness and protective instinct in front of his daughter. He wanted to provide Shirahoshi with peace, free from outside disturbance and harm. YeFan understood that the road ahead was still long, so he did not rush to stay, leading Nokigao and the others away, deciding to find another opportunity for deeper contact with Fishman Island later. Upon learning YeFan's identity, Neptune's eyes widened in shock, fine beads of sweat breaking out on his forehead. He took a deep breath, tried to remain calm, and respectfully inquired of YeFan, "Lord YeFan, what brings you to Fishman Island? Is there anything we can assist you with?" His tone conveyed a mix of fear and respect. YeFan calmly replied, "King Neptune, don't worry. I only came here to claim a territory with no other plans for Fishman Island. I will take responsibility for matters here in the future and won't cause you too much interference." His tone was honest and firm. Marco walked past a group of unconscious shrimp soldiers and crab generals, his brow slightly furrowed, with a hint of worry and tension in his gaze. He quickly navigated through the chaos, his footsteps echoing in the empty street. Suddenly, he heard a commotion coming from the direction of the palace. Marco stopped, cautiously looking around to confirm his direction before moving forward again. His expression revealed urgency and determination, as if driven by a sense of responsibility and mission. He frequently glanced around, warily observing for potential dangers. As he approached the palace, he saw more shrimp soldiers and crab generals lying on the ground, making him even more anxious. Marco quickened his pace and reached the palace entrance. What happened here? He muttered to himself, his face showing anxiety and tension. He quickly scanned the surroundings, trying to find an entrance to the palace. Marco knew that now was not the time to hesitate. He had to enter the palace quickly to ascertain the situation and take action. YeFan stood in the palace, his gaze sweeping calmly over his surroundings. His face showed no signs of surprise or tension. Instead, it exuded a sense of composure and calm. His companions behind him also maintained a vigilant posture, unmasking their powerful aura. King Neptune of Fishman Island stood nearby, his expression serious, watching YeFan and his companions. He understood the visitor's intentions, but did not show panic or anger. Instead, he appeared calm and collected. His eyes revealed a deep contemplation and observation, as if assessing the current situation and possible developments. YeFan did not speak, only nodding slightly to acknowledge the arrival of the other party. His gaze passed through the halls of the palace, looking towards Neptune, seemingly conveying a sense of tacit understanding. At that moment, the entire palace was filled with a tense yet calm atmosphere, as if a storm was about to erupt at any moment. Marco. YeFan was somewhat surprised to see that the person who had arrived was Marco, the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. What brought you here? He wondered. Could it be because he had taken over Fishman Island? After all, YeFan had just declared Fishman Island as his territory, and no one in the pirate world knew about it. So, some things required you to demonstrate sufficient strength. YeFan's current strength was beyond question. The bounty notice was the best proof. What is missing is the subordinate pirate crew. With YeFan's current reputation, as long as he raises his hand, many pirate crews will come to pledge allegiance. However, YeFan does not have that intention for now. He does not want things to get too complicated. He has the system, so he doesn't need to worry about lacking powerful partners, and with sufficient funds, he can continuously draw out capable subordinates, each one of whom is impressive. King Neptune of Fishman Island felt a sense of security upon seeing Marco's arrival. Marco approached YeFan and the others, noticing that Neptune's family had no serious injuries. The fainted fishmen were also not in serious trouble. They would recover after some rest, having only been stunned by the conqueror's haki. Marco walked up to YeFan, his expression solemn and respectful. He bowed deeply to express his gratitude. Following the formal greeting, he said, YeFan, thank you for your help during the Marineford War. We are very grateful for your assistance. YeFan nodded slightly, smiling, with a friendly and sincere attitude. He replied, Captain Marco, that was the least I could do. For various reasons, I would certainly lend a hand in such moments. Their conversation was filled with a sense of mutual understanding and camaraderie. They had fought side by side during the Marineford War against formidable enemies, thus establishing a special bond and trust between them. Marco nodded in acknowledgement and agreement, knowing that YeFan is a man of courage and insight, and his gratitude was genuine. At that moment, a harmonious atmosphere filled the palace, suggesting that the relationship between the two sides had further solidified and deepened. Marco spoke with trust and recognition, addressing King Neptune. Lord Neptune, after this period of understanding, I can confirm that YeFan has not caused any harm to the fishmen here. He is a very good person, and with him protecting Fishman Island, we can rest assured. After hearing this, Neptune felt somewhat relieved. He glanced deeply at YeFan, then nodded in agreement. Thus, Marco officially announced the decision to transfer the territory of Fishman Island to YeFan, which was also Whitebeard's intention. This decision meant that YeFan would guard and manage Fishman Island, marking a new beginning for the island and reflecting trust and cooperation. YeFan and Marco held a grand celebration on Fishman Island, drinking and chatting together, creating a joyful and harmonious atmosphere. They discussed explorations of the ocean, adventurous experiences, and future plans filled with mutual respect and recognition. During the lively event, King Neptune ordered an immediate preparation for a banquet, insisting on exquisite arrangements. Consequently, busy preparations began in the palace, with chefs meticulously preparing various delicious dishes, and the fishmen eagerly joined in the decorations, hoping to add more joy and happiness to the celebration. Once the banquet began, delicious dishes filled the dining tables, and various drinks were neatly arranged. YeFan, Marco, and other important guests sat together, enjoying a wonderful time. Everyone raised their glasses to toast, blessing the friendship and cooperation between Fishman Island and YeFan's pirate crew, filling the banquet with laughter and a happy atmosphere. This celebration was not only a commemoration of the beginning of a new era, but also an anticipation of a bright future of cooperation. As night fell, YeFan had consumed quite a bit of alcohol. Initially, he wanted to use the power of alcohol to achieve his wishes, but ended up needing to sleep on the street alone. His well-laid plans turned out like this, and YeFan truly regretted it. However, those who thought they could trouble YeFan this way were gravely mistaken. YeFan used the flying thunder god technique and arrived at the residence of the celestial dragons, Marieahua, specifically at the Lilia Palace. Upon seeing YeFan, Lilia Palace was very happy. "Master, you're here," she exclaimed, rushing into YeFan's embrace. Surprised by his swift arrival. Feeling her warmth, YeFan was quite pleased. The thought of suppressing him was simply out of the question. Meanwhile, on Fishman Island, Nojiko, Nami, and others had agreed not to bother YeFan that night, allowing him to reflect on himself. They had noticed the glint in his eyes when they saw Princess Shirahoshi, indicating he was up to no good. Subsequently, Lilia Palace took him to her treasure vault. This vault had a vast amount of precious treasures, stacked high: gold, silver, jewels, rare items, antiques, and art, all in an extraordinarily extravagant display. YeFan couldn't help but express his admiration, praising Lilia Palace for her astonishing collection. Lilia Palace put on a demure demeanor, waiting for YeFan as compliments and praise. She watched him with eager anticipation, hoping he would affirm and praise these treasures. This scene was filled with a sense of fantasy and mystery, as the two engaged in a joyful and adventurous exchange in the treasure vault. YeFan focused and utilized spatial power, employing the Flying Thunder God technique. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in the Panga city of Mariehua. His sudden appearance seemed to cause a stir, especially with the presence of the king of the world. One of the most mysterious beings in this holy land, stood in the temple among the flowers, exuding unparalleled majesty and a mysterious aura. When the fluctuation from YeFan's Flying Thunder God technique reached her, M's gaze seemed to sweep over in an instant. She stood there quietly, musing to herself, spatial power. Whose power is this? Her voice was deep and profound, like an elusive force. The atmosphere among the flowers in Panga City was filled with a mysterious yet peaceful aura. Large expanses of flowers swayed gently in the breeze, their faint fragrance telling tales of ancient legends and guardianship. With standing among them, the sense of mystery and weight in this space was further heightened. YeFan was still unaware that had discovered him. Smiled, fully aware of her limitations, unable to leave Panga City. However, YeFan's proactive approach in coming before her seemed to give her an opportunity, a chance to break free from her constraints. Her smile revealed a profound wisdom and cunning, as she understood how to leverage the current situation to achieve her goals. Despite being in a predicament, she did not feel despair but rather saw a glimmer of hope. Perhaps this was fate's arrangement, she pondered. She knew it was time to act. YeFan's arrival provided her with an opportunity, a chance to break free from her limitations. Her smile contained a deep meaning, and a glimmer of cunning shone in her eyes. At this moment, she decided to take the initiative, using YeFan's power and resources to loosen her restraints and regain her freedom. This smile seemed to mark the beginning of a strategy, the onset of an action that appeared calm, yet harbored significant variables. She had entered a new phase, and it all began with YeFan's arrival. YeFan was engaged in a deep exchange with Lilia Palace. Seeing each other after a day apart feels like 3 autumns, thought YeFan, as he took in the fact that after gathering all the treasures, they had over 1.3 billion berries. Watching the other person's competence, YeFan felt he must reward them well. YeFan's gaze suddenly sharpened, as he sensed a distortion in the surrounding space. It felt as if a powerful force was approaching. He set aside his tasks and cautiously looked around, feeling a sense of alertness within. Such sudden spatial distortion was rare and usually indicated that a strong presence was nearing, possibly an unwelcome guest. YeFan did not act immediately, but quietly waited, wanting to determine who was approaching and their intentions. His perceptive abilities allowed him to notice anomalies right away. However, he also knew he must not act rashly, as the approaching entity might not be hostile. Spatial distortion was not an ordinary phenomenon. YeFan pondered and began to scan the surroundings carefully, preparing to respond at any moment. Lilia noticed YeFan suddenly stop, and a hint of confusion flashed in her eyes. She approached him and asked with concern, "What's wrong? Why did you stop? Is something off?" YeFan did not respond immediately, but focused intently on his surroundings, seemingly searching for something. His expression was serious, with a slight furrow in his brow, clearly contemplating something significant. "I sense a distortion in the space." YeFan slowly spoke, his tone revealing a hint of vigilance. "It's possible someone is approaching, but I can't determine the specifics yet." Upon hearing this, Lilia's eyes also flickered with caution. "Spatial distortion?" she murmured, her gaze becoming grave. "That's unusual. What should we do?" YeFan remained silent for a moment, then said, "Let us stay vigilant and not alarm anyone else. We'll assess their intentions before making any plans." Lilia nodded, understanding that acting recklessly now could cause greater chaos. Thus, she decided to follow YeFan's advice and wait for developments. The two worked in tandem, continuing to observe their surroundings, waiting for any changes in the aura of spatial distortion. Under YeFan and Lilia's watchful gazes, a vortex began to form not far away, distorting the space. From the vortex, a woman slowly emerged, her features obscured by a layer of hazy light. Only her blood-red eyes revealed a mysterious aura. The woman's figure was vaguely visible. She seemed to emanate a powerful and ancient presence that inspired awe. Her attire was splendid and archaic, as if from a distant past, exuding an extraordinary aura. Both YeFan and Lilia felt the pressure from each other, their hearts instinctively alert. The arrival of this mysterious woman was clearly not a simple coincidence. She came with a purpose. "Who is this?" Lilia whispered, curious yet somewhat astonished by the woman's identity. Although she was a celestial dragon, she was not qualified to know or meet Emu. YeFan gazed intently at the mysterious woman, his expression grave, as an indescribable pressure emerged in his heart. "I'm not sure, but her aura is indeed unusual," he said softly. The mysterious woman emerged from the vortex, stopping at a distance, her gaze fixed on YeFan and Lilia, remaining silent but observing intently. Yet, in her blood-red eyes flickered an indescribable emotion, as if searching for something. YeFan remained vigilant, but did not rush to act, knowing that a hasty move might provoke her. So he chose to stay alert and wait to discern her intentions. The entire scene fell into a tense and eerie atmosphere, as if the air had become heavy due to the arrival of this mysterious woman. Indeed, although YeFan faced a powerful and enigmatic woman, he did not panic. He felt a sense of confidence, as he possessed the powerful spatial ability of the Flying Thunder God technique, allowing him to escape or handle unexpected situations at any time. YeFan's attitude was both confident and relaxed. Looking at the person before him, he unabashedly stated her identity and began the conversation in a teasing tone. "Oh, isn't this the celestial dragon's ruler, Emu? Up so late without sleep? Is there something on your mind?" His tone revealed a hint of mockery and ease, as if Emu's identity did not instill in him excessive fear or reverence. On the contrary, he treated Emu with casualness, as if she were just an ordinary person. Upon learning the identity of the woman, Lilia appeared very surprised. Her expression quickly turned serious and slightly fearful, as Emu, being the ruler of the celestial dragons, wielded unmatched power and authority far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Hence, Lilia's astonishment and fear were perfectly natural reactions. Seeing YeFan beside her, Lilia felt a sense of reassurance. Perhaps it was the confidence and determination YeFan displayed that made her feel a sense of safety in being protected. Emu did not answer YeFan's question, but seemed somewhat surprised by Lilia's attitude towards him, disregarding YeFan. "What method did you use to make her become like this?" Such means to make a proud celestial dragon willingly become another's servant were unfathomable. YeFan did not believe a word of it, knowing that previously the Navy had pursued him with the 7 warlords. Without the orders from the 5 elders and Emu, the Navy would not have acted with such magnitude. It was known that even dealing with the 4 Emperor's pirate groups would not warrant such a scale at that time. YeFan was merely a newcomer back then. Have you ever seen a newcomer treated like this? There must be someone behind the scenes pushing for it. Seeing the other party seemingly indifferent, yet possessing an incredibly powerful observation hockey that reached the level of predicting the future, YeFan thought it a joke to try and deceive him. YeFan said to Emu in a weary tone, "Who are you? Why should I tell you?" His tone sounded slightly disdainful and impatient, as if he did not care about her identity and was unwilling to engage in conversation. Upon hearing YeFan's response, although Emu maintained a calm expression, the powerful aura emanating from her made it clear that she was displeased and dissatisfied with his answer. When YeFan casually inquired about Emu, her aura surged like a sudden storm rising from the ocean, carrying an overwhelming sense of pressure. Her gaze, though indifferent, revealed an undeniable authority and determination. Her body trembled slightly, as if hinting at the seething anger within her. The entire atmosphere under her presence became tense and oppressive, like the prelude to an impending storm. Emu coldly threatened YeFan, "You'd better give me a satisfactory answer, or be prepared to face the consequences." Her tone carried an unshakable authority, as if a disagreement could bring the world to upheaval. YeFan did not wish to clash with Emu. He was well aware of her strength, so he opted for the strategy of retreating as the best plan. He calmly responded, "I'm sorry, but I cannot answer that question. I have other matters to attend to." At the same time, he noticed that the identity of the Lilia Palace had been exposed and began to consider how to protect her safety in this situation. YeFan decided to use the Flying Thunder God technique to take Lilia Palace away from here and immediately set the plan in motion. He concentrated his thoughts, preparing to unleash the power of space. Meanwhile, Also saw through YeFan's intentions and realized that he wanted to escape. Just as YeFan was about to disappear, waved her arm, releasing a powerful force that twisted and destroyed the surrounding space, trying to stop YeFan's escape. The deafening explosion echoed throughout the area, and a brilliant light erupted from Im's hand, completely tearing apart the distorted space, as if time itself paused for a moment. The air around seemed to solidify, then collapsed into countless fragments amidst the violent spatial distortion. Under the impact of this powerful force, the entire area was devoured. The original scenery vanished without a trace, turning into a vast emptiness. Amidst the surging massive energy, it seemed to reshape everything. The brilliant light quickly disappeared after a brief moment, leaving behind a pitch-black darkness. YeFan and Lilia Palace lost their traces in this vortex of power, their whereabouts becoming a mystery. Im stood in place, her indifferent gaze sweeping over the surrounding debris, seemingly unconcerned about everything that had just happened. The five elders saw Im appear and immediately realized the significance of what had occurred here. They dared not delay, immediately kneeling on the ground, their heads touching the floor, expressing their respect to Im. Their figures were pale and emaciated amidst the ruins and dust, but their feelings of reverence were overflowing and sincere. They understood Im's power and status, an existence wielding the title of world creator, absolutely not to be underestimated. Im did not speak, only coldly observing the actions of the five elders, showing no signs of emotional fluctuation. Her gaze was profound, as if she could see through everything, making the five elders feel an invisible sense of oppression. The entire scene turned solemn and heavy, with only the echoes of the explosion resonating in the air. The five elders faced Im's expression, feeling a sense of pressure and unease. They knew the mysterious power and status of this world king. Therefore, even though they had doubts in their hearts, they did not dare to act rashly. They quietly knelt on the ground, waiting for him to speak or give instructions, knowing that at this moment, only her orders mattered. The atmosphere was filled with tension and anticipation, as if a storm was about to arrive. The five elders faced the empty ruins, their hearts filled with confusion and unease. They did not know what had happened, but Im's sudden departure brought them a sense of relief from pressure. They exchanged glances, silently contemplating what to do next. This ruin had once been prosperous, but now it was a scene of destruction, making one lament the fickleness of fate and the terror of power. However, the five elders knew they had to act quickly to resolve this sudden situation. Otherwise, it could lead to even greater chaos and crisis. After understanding that this was the place of Lilia Palace and that she had disappeared, YeFan returned to Fishman Island with Lilia Palace, filled with awe and vigilance towards Im's strength. He had not expected the other party's power to be so terrifying, mastering the power of space, capable of destroying an area in an instant. Such power was daunting. However, YeFan also knew one of the other party's weaknesses. It seemed she could not leave the Holy Land Marigios, having limited mobility. Lilia Palace appeared relatively calm, although she also felt Im's terrifying strength. But with YeFan by her side, she did not feel afraid. Now, what troubled YeFan more was the arrangement for Lilia Palace. If Nami and Noki saw each other, they would definitely give him a roll of the eyes, and he was unsure how to arrange things properly. Conflicts between women could indeed be very intense, especially when it involved personal feelings and interests. Even if YeFan possessed powerful strength, he could still feel troubled and confused when facing disputes and conflicts among women. Seeing YeFan's frowning expression, Lilia Palace couldn't help but be curious and asked, "What's wrong? Is there something bothering you?" She thought YeFan was worried about him, which made her anxious. YeFan knew she wouldn't care too much about these issues, but the difficulty lay with Nami and the others. "Oh, it's nothing serious. Just some trivial matters on my mind." YeFan arranged for Lilia Palace to a secluded place, where the environment was quiet, suitable for resting and thinking. He told Lilia Palace that she could take a good rest during this time and also think about future plans. YeFan expressed that he would find an opportunity to let Lilia Palace meet his companions, including Robin. Lilia Palace was satisfied with this arrangement. As long as she could be by YeFan's side, she was happy. With the end of the Marineford War, Luffy began his training with Rayleigh. Meanwhile, YeFan started his happy life on Fishman Island. The world also knew that Fishman Island now belonged to YeFan. After a few days, YeFan realized it was time for him to leave, to go to the daughter island to find the Empress Hancock. He also did not know how Esther's was doing. He had sent her to the Marineford War to find him. Without seeing her, the two giants in the small garden had also not arrived. YeFan knew that if nothing unexpected happened, she would definitely arrive accurately. Since he couldn't see her, YeFan still didn't know what had happened. "Ah, you're leaving again." Nami looked at YeFan, who was about to leave after only a few days, very displeased. Noki and Robin nearby also felt very reluctant. After all, the two of them had only shared a meal with him once in these few days. It was really hard to settle down again after such a short time. Seeing the resentful expressions of the few, YeFan felt helpless. After all, his ambitions were very great. Such stability was not in his character. You have to understand me. There are many things I need to do. Now Fishman Island is our territory, but there are still many forces eyeing it. YeFan spoke with righteousness. All for everyone's future. This left no doubts for Robin and the others, as YeFan was right. The situation in this world, with YeFan now having a bounty of 1.5 billion and a territory like Fishman Island, was something many people were coveting. When YeFan decided to leave Fishman Island, Robin and the others showed their reluctance. They knew YeFan had his own matters to handle, but still found it hard to part with his friendship. At the moment of farewell, they gathered together. Their expressions serious, yet filled with anticipation. Robin spoke gently, "YeFan, we will miss you. We hope you can complete your mission smoothly and return soon." Her eyes revealed deep reluctance and expectation. Nami joined in, "Yes, YeFan, if you have the chance, come back to find us soon. We will all be waiting for you." Her smile had a hint of tears, yet was filled with hope for the future. Though they all knew this separation was for a greater goal, it still couldn't cover up the reluctance in their hearts. Vivi is a young woman dressed in a bright red outfit, with long, thick red hair cascading over her shoulders, dancing in a breeze. She has a charming face, her determined and yearning expression revealing a sense of passion and resolve in her sparkling eyes. Her tall and slender figure exudes confidence and grace. Her fair and delicate skin radiates a healthy glow. There is a powerful aura about her, as if she harbors unknown strength. Vivi's attire also showcases her taste and style. The red clothing highlights her enthusiasm and vitality while reflecting her royal status. The exquisite and luxurious outfit, adorned with golden decorations, enhances her elegance and nobility. She strides confidently towards Fishman Island, her gaze revealing her desire and determination to break free from her constraints. Finding YeFan is of utmost importance to her, and she is willing to go to any lengths to seek liberation and freedom. Just as YeFan is about to leave, he suddenly feels the bond of bloodline pulling him, and he looks into the distance, where Noki Gao and others also gaze, spotting a woman in red approaching them with a smile. It is Princess Vivi, her eyes shimmering with desire and determination. YeFan feels her presence and cannot help but feel puzzled. However, he does not want to be bound by the ties, so he steps forward. Princess Vivi does not shy away, walking straight towards YeFan. At this moment, the atmosphere on Fishman Island seems tense yet filled with anticipation. YeFan and the others are surprised by Vivi's transformation, feeling somewhat confused. YeFan speaks first, asking, "Who are you? Why are you here?" Upon hearing YeFan's question, Vivi smiles and replies, "I am Vivi. Don't you remember? We have gone through a lot together." This statement only deepens YeFan and the others' confusion as they begin to scrutinize Vivi, trying to find familiar clues. They still do not recognize her. After all, her transformation is quite drastic. Her once blue hair is now blood red, and her demeanor has changed from lively to proud and aloof. It is only through the bond of bloodline that YeFan recognizes her as Vivi. "I came to find you, and you should know why. To break this damn bond." Vivi's cold voice echoes in the air, as if frost has brushed against the skin. She mentions the bond of bloodline, expressing her intent to free herself from YeFan's control. This calm yet resolute tone, coupled with her unique aura and altered appearance, makes her seem even more extraordinary. The feeling of having her fate controlled by others is deeply unsettling for her. YeFan looks at the unfamiliar Vivi before him, feeling a sense of confusion. Although her appearance and strength have changed significantly, her personality has also become excessively proud, seeming entirely different from the Vivi he once knew. He secretly speculates whether she has developed a second personality. "Are you Vivi?" YeFan tentatively asks. Vivi coldly gazes at YeFan, her voice icy and resolute. "Yes, I am Vivi. I want to break the bond of bloodline and free myself from your control." YeFan furrows his brows, surprised by Vivi's determination. This change catches him off guard, but he does not feel any inclination to retreat. In the face of Vivi's transformation, he decides to remain vigilant, as the bond of bloodline is not a simple matter. Nami, noticing the tense atmosphere between YeFan and Vivi, cannot help but ask, "What happened? Why does it feel like something is off here?" Noki Gao, however, understands the situation well. She knows that YeFan and Vivi's relationship is complicated, being part of YeFan's bloodline herself and aware of the reasons behind it. She gazes deeply at Vivi, maintaining her vigilance. YeFan, listening to Nami's curiosity, is relieved that she does not know what the bond of bloodline entails. Robin is also very curious, as it is her first time hearing this term. YeFan's expression turns serious as he takes a deep breath, his tone slightly stern. It's impossible, Vivi. You know that the bond of bloodline cannot be easily broken. It's ridiculous to think you can make me release this bond. It's not as easy as a cooked duck flying away. And it seems this second personality has quite the character. Vivi's expression darkens upon hearing YeFan's words. She coldly gazes at him, her eyes reflecting a determined and resolute light. She no longer speaks, silently gathering her strength, her body gradually radiating a powerful aura. Her red hair flows in the air. Black patterns begin to show on her skin, and her nails become sharp, as if she is about to unleash some formidable power. Then don't blame me for acting. Vivi's voice is cold and firm, revealing disdain and a threat towards her challenger. At this moment, her eyes sparkle with blood-red light, as if proclaiming her strength and resolve as a vampire. The entire atmosphere becomes tense and heavy, as if an intense battle could erupt at any moment. YeFan calmly observes Vivi, a hint of disdain and mockery in his eyes. To him, the bond of bloodline means that no matter how powerful she is, she cannot inflict any substantial harm on him. He smirks contemptuously, his words filled with confidence and authority. What you're doing is meaningless. The bond of bloodline means you can't harm me no matter how powerful you become. Instead, it will lead to your demise and loss of power. YeFan's tone is calm and resolute, showing no fear of her threat. His understanding and control over the bond of bloodline give him absolute confidence. He does not shy away from Vivi's challenge. Rather, he appears even more composed and calm. Upon hearing YeFan's words, Vivi's expression slightly changes. Although she is reluctant to admit it, what he says is indeed the truth. A surge of anger and helplessness rises within her, her pride dimming slightly but becoming even more steadfast. YeFan, noticing her momentary dip in momentum, secretly rejoices, thinking it a joke to challenge him, truly turning the tables. All her power originates from him, and she still wants to confront him. When Vivi realizes she cannot compete with YeFan, she decides to voluntarily fall asleep, allowing the real Vivi to regain control of her body. At this moment, Vivi's body gradually calms down, her hair and clothing colors returning to blue, indicating her return to her original state. When Vivi's first personality regains control of her body, it is as if she is in a confusing dream. Her consciousness feels hazy, like she is in a strange dream. When she opens her eyes again and sees YeFan and the others, she feels utterly confused and disoriented, not knowing what she has experienced or why her hair and clothing colors suddenly changed. She tries to recall what just happened, but her mind is still blank, leaving only an indescribable sense of chaos. YeFan looks at the familiar, bewildered expression before him, understanding everything. He knows that this is the real Vivi, while the one earlier was her second personality. Vivi glances around, her expression filled with confusion as she asks, "Why am I here?" Her voice carries a hint of bewilderment and doubt. She recalls that she should have been in Alabasta, having killed many innocent people, then unable to bear so much. She didn't know where she went, and then she forgot everything. When she woke up, she found herself here. To make a long story short, another version of her appeared inside you. It was she who brought you here, and you can refer to it as your second personality. YeFan didn't expect that his good intentions would lead to such a result. However, this problem is indeed difficult to solve. There are people with dual personalities, and they tend to be very extreme. Glancing around, he sighed at the magnificent scenery before him. The environment of Fishman Island is quite unique. The underwater world is colorful, with vibrant coral reefs and various forms of marine life, creating a stunning underwater landscape. She exclaimed in amazement, "Is this the underwater world? It's so beautiful." She curiously admired this mysterious and beautiful underwater world. Immediately, she returned to her previous cheerful and lively self. After enjoying the beauty of the underwater world, she excitedly jumped around, poking at the bubbles around her, and said with a bright smile, "It's so beautiful. I really want to play with the marine life here." Her eyes were filled with curiosity and joy about the unknown world, as if she were in a fairy tale-like underwater realm. During their days on Fishman Island, Nami and Vivi fully experienced the wonders of the underwater world. They first visited the spectacular underwater city on Fishman Island, with its towering coral buildings, magnificent aquariums, and well-arranged underwater gardens, allowing them to feel the unique charm of the Fishman civilization. Next, they interacted and communicated with the fishmen, learning about their lives and customs. Vivi was particularly curious about the underwater creatures. She discovered various marvelous marine life during her underwater adventures, from colorful tropical fish to giant sea turtles and whale sharks. each one leaving her in awe. In addition, Nami and Vivi participated in the underwater banquet and celebration held on Fishman Island, tasting various delicious seafood dishes, enjoying underwater dance and music performances, and feeling the joyful and peaceful atmosphere of Fishman Island. During this delightful time, Nami and Vivi established a deep friendship with the residents of Fishman Island and created many wonderful memories. Their underwater adventures deepened their understanding and love for the ocean, leaving them with valuable experiences and insights. After the wonderful time on Fishman Island, YeFan and Vivi set off on their journey to leave the island together. At the farewell, Robin, Nami, and others gathered together, showing a hint of reluctance in their expressions. Nami gently patted Vivi's shoulder and said, "Vivi, these past few days have been so much fun. Your experiences on Fishman Island must have given you a deeper understanding of the ocean." Vivi nodded with a smile and replied, "Yes, I've learned a lot here and felt the ocean's infinite charm. Thank you all for your care and companionship." Robin gently wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes and smiled, saying, "Although parting is regrettable, it is also for a better reunion. Vivi, I hope to see you again." YeFan then showed a determined smile to his companions and said, "Don't worry, we'll see each other again soon. Now it's time to take Vivi home." After everyone bid farewell to each other, YeFan and Vivi set off to leave Fishman Island and embark on a new adventure. What YeFan regretted was that he still hadn't captured Shirahoshi before leaving Fishman Island. After all, the gap was too great, leaving YeFan feeling somewhat powerless. This made YeFan wonder if he should find a devil fruit that could make him grow larger or smaller. As night fell, a tranquil and mysterious atmosphere gradually enveloped the sea surface. The moonlight spilled onto the calm sea, illuminating the slight ripples. It was as if silver satin was spread across the boundless ocean. In the distance, the twinkling lights flickered in the dark, outlining the silhouette of distant islands and offering a hopeful view. A bit of sea mist drifted over the sea surface, and the thin mist swayed gently with the breeze, adding a touch of mystery to the night. Some seabirds soared in the night sky, emitting faint calls, intertwining with the sound of waves crashing against the rocky shore to create a symphony of the night. On the distant horizon, a silver light band formed under the moonlight, resembling a mysterious passage leading to an unknown world. The glimmering light on the sea sparkled in the moonlight, as if the ocean was narrating endless stories, drawing people into reverie. As the night deepened, the scenery on the sea gradually faded away from the daytime hustle and bustle, becoming tranquil and mysterious. This sea area under the night seemed like a serene and enigmatic painting, attracting people to explore its mysteries. Indeed, the situation at this moment was also attracting YeFan to explore its wonders. Looking at the alluring Vivi before him, with only the two of them on the ship, it was almost time for bed. "What do you want to do?" Seeing YeFan step closer, the blue-haired Vivi felt a bit scared. For some reason, his smiling face made her feel that he had ulterior motives. And why was he in her room at this hour? YeFan gently said, "A day as husband and wife brings 100 days of affection. Back when we were in Alabasta, you were quite. Some words are better left unsaid. Saying too much brings no benefit." YeFan's words reminded Vivi of that night when they were together. Back then, she had to do it to protect her country. And now she didn't want to. "I'm going to sleep now. Please leave." Sitting on her bed, she turned her head away and issued an eviction order. In fact, she was very anxious inside. What if he forced her? She wasn't his match. So she began to call for her other personality in her heart. "Are you there? There's a situation. Come out and take control of the body." I have to say, Vivi really was cautious when she encountered a problem. She wanted her other self to come out. Her conscience was greatly compromised. Unknowingly, the red-haired Vivi came out and saw YeFan walking toward her, which made her realize that something was wrong. With blood-red long hair and a red outfit, YeFan noticed her transformation and didn't expect her to call her alter ego out. He couldn't help but tease, "Oh, isn't this the very domineering Vivi? Did you come out to help her?" The mocking tone made her, as the vampire queen, unable to tolerate it. Without hesitation, she immediately attacked, transforming into a black-red light, rushing towards YeFan. Seeing that she was going to make a move, YeFan became interested, since she had made a move. Then he shouldn't be blamed. He grabbed her fist with one hand, rendering Vivi unable to move. The speed and strength were a bit lacking. Sigh, why bother? Don't you know what level you're at? Watching her still look unhappy, YeFan reached out and pinched her cheek. The red-haired Vivi knew she was no match for him, so she frantically called out to the blue-haired Vivi in her heart, wanting her to come out and take over the body. But how could the blue-haired Vivi know what the other side was planning? She simply refused. As night fell, the quiet sea surface was tranquil, and the moon slowly rose, casting its gentle light. However, at this moment, a thin layer of clouds quietly drifted by, like a light veil, gradually enveloping the bright moonlight. The moon seemed like a shy girl, sensing the approach of the clouds, and quietly hid within them. As the density of the clouds increased, the moonlight gradually dimmed, and the light and shadows on the sea became hazy. The originally clear moonlight was blocked by the clouds, casting indistinct patches of light, while the shimmering waves on the sea disappeared into the misty night. In the morning, the sea was sprinkled with sunlight, shining like countless jewels sparkling in the water. The surface of the sea shimmered, with each ripple resembling a golden light band, shining in the morning light. A gentle breeze swept across the sea surface, lifting a thin layer of sea mist, making the golden sunlight appear even softer and warmer. The entire sea was cloaked in golden radiance, reflecting a scene of tranquility and beauty, lifting one's spirits. YeFan felt quite good, refreshed, and invigorated. There are always those who do not obey, but in the end, they must yield obediently. After safely delivering Vivi to Alabasta, he felt a bit relieved. The adventures and uncertainties of this period had drained him. Now that he could safely send Vivi home, he also breathed a sigh of relief. At the port of the Alabasta Kingdom, YeFan bid farewell to Vivi. Vivi looked at YeFan, her eyes filled with gratitude and reluctance, and said, "Thank you, YeFan, you helped me break free from the bonds of my clan." YeFan smiled and shook his head, saying, "You're welcome, it's what I should do. Take care of yourself in the future, and don't let those constraints hold you back." Vivi nodded, her expression gradually firming. "I will thank you for your blessings. I hope we can meet again in the future." After bidding farewell to Vivi, YeFan set off on his journey back. As for the events of last night, they were all easily forgotten since it was not her. YeFan's journey to Daughter Island was not long, but it was filled with anticipation and contemplation. On the ship, he stood at the railing, looking at the blue sea and the distant sky, his heart filled with expectations and challenges for the future. In the vastness of the ocean, there lay a mysterious and unique island, Amazon Lily. This island is also known as Daughter Island because it is inhabited only by women. Here lives a female warrior tribe called Nine Snakes, known for their bravery and wisdom. The scenery on Amazon Lily is picturesque, with colorful lilies blooming in every corner of the island, adding a touch of mystery and beauty to the land. The architectural style of the island is filled with ancient and mystical charm, as if telling long-forgotten legends and stories. The people live simply and happily, relying on rich natural resources and wisdom, creating a unique and harmonious society on this land. They are brave and determined, skilled at navigating boats through the turbulent seas, defending their homeland and the dignity of their nation. In the calm zone, the sea presented a tranquil and vast scene. It was originally a peaceful sea surface, without surging waves or gentle breezes, surrounded only by distant clouds gently drifting. But with YeFan's arrival, this tranquil sea area was about to undergo a tremendous change. YeFan concentrated his mind and began to release his ice magic. He raised the staff in his hand and began to chant a spell. As his voice echoed through the sky, the surrounding temperature rapidly dropped, and a thin layer of ice began to form on the surface of the sea. As his magic continued to be released, the ice layer gradually thickened, covering the entire sea surface, forming a solid ice sheet. The ice crystals on this ice surface sparkled with a light blue glow, appearing exceptionally dazzling under the moonlight. The ice surface was flawless, smooth as a mirror, as if a giant ice mirror lay across the sea. YeFan stood on the ice surface, walking lightly, and the ice made crisp sounds beneath his feet, like music that was pleasing to the ears. Around the ice surface, the previously windless sea area was also covered with ice and snow. The seawater beneath the ice surface froze, forming ice pillars and ice blocks. These ice blocks shimmered with silvery light under the moonlight, contrasting beautifully with the surrounding ice surface, creating a spectacle of ice and snow. YeFan's ice magic not only froze the sea surface, but also laid down a solid ice road for him, allowing him to proceed without obstruction. The appearance of this ice surface transformed the originally calm sea area into a mysterious and magnificent realm, as if one were in an ice kingdom. The ice magic YeFan released not only affected the sea surface, but also caused the surrounding weather temperature to drop sharply. The originally peaceful calm zone began to fill with a chill. The extent of the ice and snow coverage rapidly expanded, sealing off the surrounding sea area. The cloud layer above the sea surface also condensed into ice crystals in the cold air, falling down like snowflakes, as if nature was responding to YeFan's power. The sudden drop in temperature made the surrounding environment bone-chilling, and a thin layer of ice began to appear on the sea surface, gradually forming a silver-white world of ice and snow. This vast change instantly transformed the originally tranquil sea area into an ice kingdom. as if one were in a fairy tale world frozen in time. YeFan's power was not only displayed on the sea surface, but also influenced the surrounding weather changes, affecting the entire environment. This powerful force showcased YeFan's superb mastery in the field of ice magic, leaving people in awe of his strength and control. The guards of Daughter Island, who were patrolling the sea area, suddenly saw the ice spectacle on the sea surface and couldn't help but stop, staring in astonishment at the scene before them. They had never seen such a large-scale frozen sea area, where even the originally warm sunlight was covered by ice and snow, plunging the entire sea area into a frozen state. The guards looked at this abnormal phenomenon in disbelief, their eyes filled with shock and surprise. Some even rubbed their eyes, doubting whether they were seeing it right. But when they confirmed that this scene was not an illusion, they immediately realized that this was a significant event and quickly reported what they saw to Empress Boa Hancock. The guards hurriedly left the scene, rushing towards the Empress's palace to report this sudden situation. They knew that this anomaly could not be ignored and must be promptly communicated to the Empress, allowing her to make the appropriate response and decisions. The entire Daughter Island fell into a tense and uneasy atmosphere due to this unforeseen event. The guards hurriedly entered the palace, their faces showing a mix of urgency and excitement, and quickly walked towards Boa Hancock, respectfully reporting, "Your Majesty, just now a pirate from the outside world used powerful ice magic to freeze the sea area and walked directly across the sea towards Daughter Island." Boa Hancock sat on her throne, her tall and slender figure standing proudly, resembling a noble statue. Her long legs were elegantly crossed, showcasing her perfect body proportions, while her slim waist tilted slightly, further accentuating her graceful curves. Her golden hair fell on her shoulders, styled in an exquisite updo, enhancing her noble aura and making her appear even more untouchable. She wore a gorgeous cheapao-style outfit, the fitted cut highlighting her perfect body lines, while the design of the cheapao emphasized her dignified and graceful temperament. The golden snake-shaped earrings beneath her ears shimmered with a faint light, complementing her outfit and highlighting her noble status and elegant taste. Against the backdrop of the throne, Boa Hancock's figure appeared particularly majestic and noble. Her face radiated confidence and coldness, with deep, indifferent eyes that seemed to conceal endless power and wisdom. She sat with a steady and elegant posture, resembling a queen who commanded all, making it hard for anyone to underestimate her. Boa Hancock's expression shifted slightly, but she maintained her composure and calm as she asked, "Is there more information about this pirate? What is his purpose?" The guard replied, reporting to Her Majesty the Empress, according to eyewitnesses, "This pirate is quite skilled and seems to possess great strength. As for his purpose, it is currently unclear, but his actions do not appear to be malicious. It seems more like he is simply heading to Amazon Lily." After listening to the guard's report, Boa Hancock pondered for a moment and immediately made a decision: notify the guards on each island to raise the alert level and ensure the safety of Amazon Lily. "I will personally go to check on this pirate." Upon hearing this, the guard respectfully bowed and quickly left to carry out the orders, while Boa Hancock stepped outside, her eyes flashing with determination and coldness, ready to face the unknown challenge. Boa Sandersonia is characterized by her long green hair and a head that is twice the size of her body. She wears a green bikini, along with a green long sock and high-heeled boots on her left leg. Boa Marigold has orange long hair and a plump figure. According to the creator Eiichiro Oda, after breaking free from the celestial dragon's control, she ate a sumo hot pot to gain strength and build muscle, completely different from her previous slender appearance. And her weapon of choice is a kanabo. The two sisters follow Hancock closely. Their tragic childhood experiences have forged a strong bond among the three sisters. Therefore, they support Hancock in whatever decision she makes. When the guards saw the Empress personally approaching, they immediately felt a powerful aura coming towards them. Hancock's appearance made the entire scene solemn. She walked steadily towards the palace, each step seeming to tread on the hearts of her enemies, and her confident, indifferent gaze exuded an invisible pressure. The guards quickly made way, respectfully bowing and stepping back, not daring to show any negligence. They understood that the Empress's arrival signified that something important was about to happen, and her elevated aura indicated that this confrontation would be serious and solemn. Boa Hancock led the guards to the edge of Amazon Lily, her gaze falling upon the frozen sea, a wave of shock washing over her. She had originally anticipated the distant ocean, only to witness such a scene, leaving her at a loss for words. Standing before the frozen sea, Hancock's eyes sparkled with disbelief. She couldn't help but recall her past experiences, thinking of Admiral Akiji, the opponent who often challenged and pressured her. She knew that Admiral Akiji was no ordinary foe. If they discovered the ice-locked Amazon Lily, it would undoubtedly attract a large-scale attack from the Navy. Is this Akiji's doing? Is the Navy coming to attack us? A hint of anxiety and worry seeped into Hancock's tone. She was well aware of the Navy's terrifying power, especially once they set their sights on Amazon Lily. The consequences would be unimaginable. The guards felt tense as well, their eyes fixated on the frozen sea, seemingly ready to respond to any impending crisis. Hancock led the guards, standing there amidst a tense atmosphere that enveloped the entire scene. The once peaceful and harmonious Amazon Lily now seemed to be shrouded in a layer of gloom, with a crisis quietly approaching. When Hancock saw YeFan appear on the ice, her confusion deepened. A hint of vigilance flickered in her eyes. After all, this unknown man had demonstrated formidable strength during the Marineford War, making him hard to gauge. She pondered in her heart about what he had come to Amazon Lily for. YeFan, what is your purpose here? Hancock's voice carried a hint of coldness as she did not immediately signal the guards to take action. However, she clearly adopted a cautious attitude towards this sudden appearance. The guards also became vigilant, their eyes flashing with wariness and caution. They did not underestimate the man who had intruded into Amazon Lily. YeFan stood on the ice, smiling, appearing relaxed and free of hostility. He raised his hand to greet Hancock and the guards, his voice revealing a casual ease. Haha, Hancock, I'm just here to enjoy the scenery of Amazon Lily. His tone was filled with joy and carefreeness, as if he were entirely unconcerned about the tense atmosphere surrounding him. His demeanor and expression seemed very natural, as if he were merely visiting a friend's house rather than intruding. Hancock and the guards relaxed slightly upon hearing YeFan's explanation, but they remained vigilant. After all, this suddenly appearing man had unknown strength and could not be ignored. Hancock smiled slightly, a hint of teasing in her tone. Oh, so you came here for a visit. It seems our reputation precedes us. Her smile and tone conveyed a sense of amusement and mockery, while she remained alert to YeFan's attitude. In this subtle atmosphere, YeFan appeared even more relaxed, as if he had come here to unwind. Hancock smiled at YeFan and said, Mr. YeFan, Amazon Lily does not welcome male visitors. This is a realm for women, and a male presence could disrupt the balance and tranquility here. I hope you can understand this and leave as soon as possible. Although her tone was gentle, it conveyed a sense of firmness and resolve, expressing Amazon Lily's rejection of foreign males. At the same time, her gaze carried a hint of warning, suggesting that YeFan should not linger here for too long. YeFan was very firm in his attitude towards Hancock. He smiled and said, Empress Hancock, I am not here for a casual visit. I have important matters to discuss with you. His tone revealed a determination and confidence, indicating that he was not someone who would easily back down. He knew his purpose and would not retreat simply due to her refusal. Hancock's expression darkened slightly at YeFan's resolute attitude. She was not accustomed to males intruding into Amazon Lily and was even less willing to deal with them. Thus, she decided to express her stance through action. Since you are unwilling to leave, then please accept my fist, Hancock said coldly, exuding a powerful sense of pressure. Her eyes glimmered with determination and resolve, seemingly not intending to be polite. At this moment, the guards of Amazon Lily also entered a combat state, evidently acting under the Empress's orders, their gazes revealing seriousness and vigilance. The confrontation was about to begin. Hancock gathered her power, lightly touching her lips with her fingers, and a sweet atmosphere enveloped her surroundings. Her eyes sparkled with decisive light, locking onto YeFan. Then her arms suddenly pulled back, as if drawing a bow. A massive, heart-shaped substance glowing with pink light appeared in her palm. Without hesitation, she released this substance. The heart-shaped material instantly spread in the air, transforming into a rain of pink arrows that swiftly flew toward YeFan. The arrows not only possess incredible speed, but also emit a powerful pink energy. Each one is imbued with the power of Boa Hancock's sweet fruit. Whether physically or mentally, anyone struck by these arrows will succumb to a fate of petrification. A resolute determination flickered in Boa Hancock's eyes as she vowed to subdue her opponent with this skill, mercilessly showcasing her majesty and power as the Pirate Empress. YeFan sensed the formidable rain of arrows released by Boa Hancock, a flicker of caution crossing his eyes. However, instead of retreating in the face of this impending danger, he gathered a powerful force. An aura that was both profound and majestic began to surge around his body, a symbol of conqueror's haki. In that moment, the space around him seemed to solidify, an invisible sense of oppression enveloping the scene. He raised his arm, silently unleashing his powerful conqueror's haki. This momentum surged forth like mountains and rivers, instantly shattering all of Boa Hancock's pink arrows, making them disappear. The pink energy dissipated under the might of the conqueror's haki, transforming into countless tiny particles of dust that scattered in the wind. YeFan's expression remained calm, but his eyes revealed an unmatched majesty and power, as if he were the ruler of this sea. No challenge could shake his resolve and strength. The outcome of this battle had already become apparent. So, do you know what to do now? YeFan looked at her. Faced with the astonishing conqueror's haki unleashed by YeFan, Boa Hancock's face displayed a look of disbelief, her eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment and reverence. All onlookers, including the guards and other residents of Amazon Lily, collectively gasped. They looked at the powerful aura surrounding YeFan, resembling a monster, far beyond their imagination and expectations. The pressure of the conqueror's haki made them feel an irresistible force, as if they were ants standing before a giant. A sense of awe rose in their hearts. They no longer had any doubts or thoughts of challenging YeFan's strength, only reverence and admiration for this powerful figure. Indeed, Amazon Lily has strict rules prohibiting men from entering. Boa Hancock firmly upheld this, as it was not only her personal wish, but also the tradition and rule of the entire island. Behind this rule may lie a long history and cultural heritage, protecting the unique status and rights of women on the island. The powerful conqueror's haki evoked not only fear, but also respect and acknowledgement for the rules and traditions. They understood that there were profound reasons for the existence of these rules, and facing a strong figure like YeFan further underscored the necessity and importance of these rules. Even though Boa Hancock and others felt fear, they steadfastly defended the rules of Amazon Lily without wavering. This loyalty to tradition and adherence to rules also represented a respect and protection of their own culture and values. Boa Hancock said, "YeFan, you are strong, and I sense the conqueror's haki within you. But this is Amazon Lily, and men are not allowed to enter. Even if you are powerful, I cannot violate the island's rules." YeFan replied, "Haha, I understand your resolve, Pirate Empress Boa Hancock. But that does not prevent me from coming here to find something. And I mean no harm. There is no need for us to fight." Boa Hancock responded, "I'm sorry, YeFan. This is not just my resolve, but the resolve of Amazon Lily. Regardless of your purpose here, men cannot stay. I will use every means to uphold the rules of Amazon Lily, even if you are stronger than me." YeFan said, "All right, since you are so resolute, let us have a spar. But please believe, I have no intention of harming Amazon Lily. I am just here to find some information." Boa Hancock replied, "I understand your words, but I cannot back down. Let's begin." This conversation showcased Boa Hancock's adherence to the rules of Amazon Lily, while also reflecting her serious attitude towards her identity and responsibilities. Although both sides were powerful, this did not hinder their mutual respect and confrontation. A determined light flickered in Boa Hancock's eyes. She knew this was her final stand against the formidable opponent YeFan on Amazon Lily. She gazed at YeFan, her finger lightly touching her lips. Suddenly, a small peach-colored heart-shaped substance formed, hovering like a tiny pink pearl on her fingertip. Then, Boa Hancock treated this peach-colored heart-shaped substance as a bullet. Aiming at YeFan with her finger as the gun's barrel, her eyes sparkling with decisiveness and determination. A powerful aura emanated from her, like a storm that was about to arrive. She smiled lightly, as if she was already assured of victory in this battle. Then, she quickly pulled the trigger, and the peach-colored heart-shaped substance burst forth with dazzling light, shooting towards YeFan like a magnificent star. The bullet of this kiss gun was incredibly fast. YeFan barely had time to react, as the peach-colored heart-shaped substance rushed towards him with overwhelming pressure, as if it would pierce through any obstacle. The entire scene froze, with only the rapidly approaching kiss gun shimmering with enchanting brilliance, resembling an incredible gem. Boa Hancock's gaze was filled with confidence and resolve as she awaited whether the kiss gun would hit its target and petrify him before her. Like a divine judgment, it broke through all rules, neutralizing Boa Hancock's attack. The kiss gun shot forth rapidly, the peach-colored heart-shaped substance cutting through the air. However, at that moment, the Red Conqueror's haki surrounding YeFan moved as if alive, forming an indestructible defense. The peach-colored light of the kiss gun collided with the red lightning, producing a piercing hum, as if two powerful forces were clashing in the air. YeFan's figure seemed to transform into a red lightning bolt, flashing with blinding light as he gazed at Boa Hancock, his eyes revealing an unwavering will. Under his control, the red lightning began to spread, charging towards the kiss gun released by Boa Hancock with an unstoppable force. The red lightning, carrying unparalleled destructive power, struck the kiss gun in an instant, creating a dazzling spark. The red energy completely engulfed the peach-colored light of the kiss gun, like a massive red wave swallowing the tiny kiss gun. The entire battlefield fell silent for a moment, only the echoes lingering. YeFan stood there, still composed, while Boa Hancock was left dumbfounded. She hadn't expected YeFan to easily neutralize her ultimate move. This confrontation had already showcased the invincible might of the Conqueror's hockey. YeFan appeared before Boa Hancock like a red lightning bolt, his gaze reflecting admiration for the beautiful woman before him. The strength of the Pirate King is not only embodied in battle. His sensitivity and appreciation for beauty are also significant traits. He gazed at Boa Hancock, his eyes shimmering with a unique light, as if admiring a piece of art. The red lightning surrounded his body, emanating an unparalleled majesty. But in that moment, this majesty also blended with a hint of tenderness. His gaze lingered on Boa Hancock, meticulously observing every detail of her, as if savoring a fine wine. Boa Hancock felt YeFan's gaze and was stirred within. She had long heard of YeFan's conqueror as hockey prowess, but at this moment, she felt more of a unique charm from him. It was a charm that was different from mere strength. It was a unique temperament and beauty seen in his eyes. YeFan's admiration was not frivolous, but filled with respect and appreciation. In this sea area, beauty was not just an external display, but also a radiance from within. At this moment, there seemed to be a special tacit understanding between YeFan and Boa Hancock, transcending simple confrontation, turning into mutual recognition and appreciation. Boa Hancock felt a strange emotion rising within her, developing a certain fondness for YeFan. A complex emotion flashed in her eyes, as YeFan's actions reminded her of her past experiences. In her childhood, she was enslaved by the celestial dragons, bearing an everlasting mark on her back, which represented her shame and longing for freedom. She was well aware of the brutality and arrogance of the celestial dragons. Their authority instilled fear. But at this moment, someone dared to challenge the celestial dragon's authority, which greatly surprised Boa Hancock. This person actually dared to oppose the celestial dragons, and such courage and determination made her feel admiration. Perhaps this was exactly what she had longed for, someone who could challenge those arrogant celestial dragons and fight for freedom and dignity for the enslaved. A warmth surged in Boa Hancock's heart, and she began to develop a certain fondness for YeFan. The actions of this pirate king made her see hope and courage, and also made her feel a special emotion. Perhaps this was fate's arrangement, bringing them together in this sea area, their existence becoming a source of strength and support for each other. Boa Hancock decided to temporarily cease fighting. She realized that no matter how powerful she was, she could not defeat the pirate king before her. She extended an invitation to YeFan, inviting him to visit Amazon Lily. This was an unusual invitation, as the island was closed to men. But Boa Hancock recognized the importance and uniqueness of the pirate king before her. She smiled and said, "YeFan, I admire your courage and determination. As the Empress of Amazon Lily, I would like to invite you to visit our island. Although this goes against our rules, I believe you will understand that the strength and belief you have shown have made me develop a certain fondness for you. Please follow me and see the unique aspects of Amazon Lily." Her tone revealed a sense of respect and curiosity, filled with anticipation for this pirate king from outside. YeFan felt very gratified to see that Boa Hancock could understand and accept his attitude. He knew that avoiding conflict was best, as it could prevent unnecessary confrontation and harm. So, he nodded in agreement and followed Boa Hancock into Amazon Lily, ready to explore this mysterious and unique place. The other guards, seeing the interaction between Boa Hancock and YeFan, showed a very supportive attitude. They knew the rules of Amazon Lily, that men could not enter. But as Empress, Boa Hancock's choice was fully trusted by them. They expressed their approval of Boa Hancock's decision and indicated that they would support any decision made by the Empress. This atmosphere of unity and support made the guards of Amazon Lily appear even more united and strong. Boa Hancock began the tour of Amazon Lily with YeFan. She first took him into the island's unique flower sea, where various flowers bloomed in vibrant colors, fragrant and contrasting beautifully with the azure sea, resembling a fairyland. Boa introduced to YeFan the characteristics and legends of different flowers here, allowing him to better understand the cultural connotation of Amazon Lily. Next, they arrived at the palace area of the island, where the architectural style was unique, blending classical and modern elements. With intricately carved beams and a dazzling array of decorations that opened YeFan's eyes, Boa explained the history of Amazon Lily and the royal heritage, giving him a deeper understanding of the island's political system and cultural traditions. Subsequently, they arrived at the art area of the island, where the artistic talents of the people of Amazon Lily were displayed. Paintings, sculptures, handicrafts, and various art pieces showcased the creativity and aesthetic taste of the islanders. Boa explained the stories and meanings behind these works, allowing him to feel the unique charm of the island's artistic atmosphere. Finally, they reached the beach of Amazon Lily, where white fine sand, clear seawater, and a blue sky created a breathtaking beach landscape. Boa and YeFan enjoyed the sunshine and sea breeze on the beach, admiring the distant sea view and the nearby coconut grove, feeling the natural beauty and tranquil atmosphere of Amazon Lily. The entire tour allowed YeFan to gain a deeper understanding and feel for Amazon Lily, filling him with curiosity and respect for this island. During this time, YeFan stayed on Amazon Lily for several days. He was in no hurry to leave because he had his own goals in mind, and that goal needed time to achieve. During his days on the island, he often spent time with Boa Hancock, and their conversations and interactions quickly warmed their feelings for each other. They explored various attractions on the island together, enjoying the unique food and culture of the island. Every night, as dusk fell, YeFan would walk along the beach with Boa, chatting and sharing their stories and experiences. YeFan admired Boa's strength and bravery. Boa, in turn, admired YeFan's displayed strength and determination. They also participated in the island celebrations and cultural festivals, experiencing the unique cultural atmosphere of Amazon Lily. In these activities, YeFan and Boa's relationship grew increasingly close, and their tacit understanding deepened. Although YeFan knew he could not stay on Amazon Lily forever, the time spent together made him emotionally attached to this island and its people. He understood that no matter what happened in the future, Amazon Lily and Boa Hancock would remain in his heart, becoming a part of his memories. Boa Hancock was a tall and stunningly beautiful woman, with charming long hair that was as black as night, smooth and soft to the touch, seeming to exude a subtle sheen. Her forehead was slightly broad, the lines graceful, with slightly raised eyebrows revealing a sense of confidence and calm. Her deep-set eyes were as clear as lake water, sparkling with wisdom and determination, with slightly upturned corners giving her a charming aura. Her nose was high and delicate, with gently flared nostrils, enhancing the three-dimensional lines of her face. Her pink lips were soft and tender, slightly upturned, exuding a natural charm. Her chin was long and well-defined, showcasing her resoluteness and decisiveness. Boa Hancock's figure was flawless, with graceful and powerful curves, skin as smooth and delicate as snow, emanating a faint fragrance. Her attire was also filled with feminine allure, the cheap house-style clothing accentuating her elegant figure, with every detail showcasing her nobility and grace. She radiated an aura of inviolability, evoking awe and admiration. Her beauty was not just her external appearance, but also the strength and resilience deep within her. Such a Boa Hancock was undoubtedly a captivating woman. YeFan felt that his time on Amazon Lily had been long enough, and it was time to leave. He knew he was not someone easily tempted by beauty. Although he appreciated Boa Hancock's charm, he had not fallen deeply for it. He was clear about his goals and responsibilities, and he could not forget important matters for the sake of momentary pleasure. After spending a few pleasant days with Boa Hancock, YeFan decided to bid farewell to Amazon Lily and continue his journey. He knew he had more important things to do and could not afford to delay any longer. Despite leaving behind beautiful memories, his sense of mission compelled him to set off on the journey of departure without hesitation. A hint of reluctance flashed in Boa Hancock's eyes as she softly said, "YeFan, are you really leaving? I've enjoyed our time together, and I wish I could accompany you for a little longer." YeFan smiled and replied, "I'm sorry. Amazon Lily is a beautiful and mysterious place. I am grateful for your hospitality and companionship, but I have unfinished business to attend to. I cannot delay any longer." Boa Hancock nodded, understanding, and said, "I know you have your responsibilities and missions. I won't force you to stay. I will just miss you." YeFan gently patted Boa Hancock's shoulder and said, "We will meet again, I believe. Take care of yourself. Amazon Lily will always remain in my heart." The two exchanged smiles, although they were about to part ways. Their friendship and understanding were eternal. Finally, YeFan turned to leave, leaving Boa Hancock swaying gently in the wind. Standing on the shores of Amazon Lily, YeFan gazed at the vast ocean, filled with emotion. He took a deep breath, focused his mind, and began to unleash his powerful ice magic. Cold air surged, and frost quickly formed, creating frozen structures on the sea surface as the ocean began to freeze under his control. The chilling atmosphere spread, and the sea gradually turned into a vast ice field. YeFan lightly leaped onto the ice surface, moving swiftly like lightning, heading towards the New World in the distance. The New World was a place where strong individuals gathered, and only true powerhouses could survive there. YeFan was filled with a thirst for the unknown and a passion for challenges. He believed in his strength and determination to carve out a place for himself in this challenging new world. The ice beneath his feet creaked, and the sea breeze howled past. Yet, YeFan's gaze remained firm and resolute. He knew the road ahead was still long, but he was ready to face all challenges. Boa Hancock watched YeFan's departing figure, her eyes revealing a deep affection and reluctance. She was aware of her past with the celestial dragons, a heavy experience. However, in YeFan's eyes, she felt no disdain or disgust, but rather more understanding and affection. The wind tousled her long hair, and the sea breeze carried a faint salty scent. The sparkle in her eyes mirrored the waves, and her heart seemed to be caressed by the gentle sea breeze. The other person's tolerance and acceptance brought her an inexplicable warmth and reassurance. She knew she was not alone and had a partner who understood and supported her. Silently praying for his safety and success in her heart, Boa Hancock quietly watched the figure growing distant on the sea until it completely disappeared from view. Only then did she slowly turn and embark on her journey back, her heart filled with emotion and hope for the future. On his way to the new world, YeFan encountered an unexpected situation. A pirate crew swept across the sea, led by a captain who had consumed the stone fruit. This captain possessed a unique ability to turn his body into hard stone, becoming an unmovable defensive fortress. As YeFan's ship approached, the pirate crew immediately signaled a challenge, showing no mercy to any ships they encountered. The captain stood at the bow of the ship, his body slowly hardening, standing like a rock sculpture, exuding an unstoppable momentum. YeFan's crew felt a bit nervous. They did not know the strength of their opponents, but YeFan remained calm. He knew he was facing a devil fruit user with defensive powers. In this situation, he needed to respond cautiously, looking for weaknesses and employing the most effective tactics. The captain shouted at YeFan's ship, "Who are you? Dare to intrude into our territory. Prepare to die." His tone was aggressive, as if victory was already in his grasp. YeFan stood at the bow, facing him with a steady and calm gaze. He knew this battle was inevitable, but he also believed his strength and experience would allow him to resolve this crisis. A subordinate stood next to the captain, smugly introducing him to YeFan. "Our captain is Grava the Stone Fist. His bounty is no joke, reaching 30 million berry. You intruders dare to enter our territory, and you'll pay the price." He spoke with an arrogant expression, as if he could already foresee YeFan's defeat. YeFan looked at this subordinate without saying much, merely casting him a dismissive glance. A bounty of 30 million berry was not considered high in the pirate world. However, it was enough to attract many greedy individuals to this pirate crew. Seeing the disdainful expression on YeFan's face, Grava's anger erupted. He roared and swung his fists, ready to unleash the power of his stone fruit, gathering energy within. His stone fist transformed into a massive rock fist, heading straight for YeFan. A hint of indifference flashed in YeFan's eyes. He boldly met the rock fist attack. Surrounding his body was the aura of Conqueror's Haki, and he threw a punch, condensing a fierce momentum into a red lightning bolt that collided with the massive rock fist. Boom! A tremendous impact echoed across the sea, stirring up towering waves. The rock fist attack was shattered by YeFan's strike, and Grava was sent flying, plunging directly into the deep sea. The other members of the pirate crew gasped in shock at this scene. They had thought their captain's devil fruit ability was invincible, but they never expected him to be so easily defeated by an outsider, leaving them in disbelief and fear. YeFan did not linger. His cold gaze swept over everyone before he turned and left. The powerful strength he displayed made everyone present feel an overwhelming pressure that was impossible to overcome. This sudden battle also instilled a sense of awe towards this pirate captain from the New World. Dressrosa Kingdom. As the base of the warlord, Don Quixote Doflamingo, it established a factory to produce the artificial Zoan-type devil fruit smile and ruled the entire kingdom. With blonde hair, wearing sunglasses, and a pink feather coat over cropped pants, accustomed to wearing pointed shoes, he is a celestial dragon. However, his dream is to bring those high and mighty celestial dragons down into the abyss. Therefore, he has committed many heinous acts, collaborating with the Yonko Kaido, hoping to leverage his power. Since witnessing YeFan's strength during the Marineford War, Doflamingo has been considering collaborating with YeFan. The fact that YeFan dared to strike against the celestial dragons is crucial. He is not someone who fears others. Near the coastline of Dressrosa, a subordinate of Don Quixote Doflamingo hurriedly came to report that someone had appeared and that they had dispatched people to drive them away. However, to everyone's surprise, the expulsion team was defeated in front of the opponent, leaving the subordinates shocked and bewildered. Don Quixote Doflamingo sat upright on his grand throne, raising an eyebrow in suspicion, revealing an interesting expression. As the overlord of Dressrosa, he found it hard to believe such a defeat. "Who is so bold as to cause trouble in my territory?" Doflamingo frowned deeply, filled with indignation and anger. His voice was stern and cold. as if declaring his authority to the world. The subordinates exchanged glances, falling into silence. The strength of the opponent exceeded their imagination, easily defeating their elite troops, which left them feeling incredibly frustrated and ashamed. Immediately gather all elite forces. I will personally go check it out, Doflamingo ordered, determined to solve the problem himself. When YeFan arrived at Dressrosa, his appearance immediately caught the attention of some people. A subordinate dressed in splendid and luxurious attire stepped forward, a look of disdain and arrogance on his face, and said to YeFan, "Oh, which little shrimp has leaped onto our Don Quixote ship?" YeFan's expression remained unchanged. He coldly looked at the subordinate and calmly stated, "I am YeFan, here to discuss some matters with Don Quixote Doflamingo." The subordinate's arrogant expression became even more pronounced as he mockingly laughed. "Oh, YeFan, I've heard you are a complete clown. Come here to ask for some money for fun? Ha ha." His words were filled with provocation and contempt. YeFan's brows slightly furrowed, but he remained composed, saying in a deep voice, "Please show some respect. I am not here to play around. Inform Doflamingo that I have important matters to discuss." However, the subordinate laughed derisively. "Oh, you have important matters to discuss? A person like you is worthy of meeting our captain? That's laughable." His words were full of disdain and ridicule. A glimmer of cold light flashed across YeFan's face. He had reached his limit of tolerance. Without hesitation, he reached out and unleashed a powerful aura, sending the subordinate flying and crashing heavily to the ground. Seeing this scene, the other subordinates instantly became terrified, realizing they had provoked an extraordinary opponent. YeFan stood there, his eyes flashing with a cold light, waiting for Doflamingo's arrival. Doflamingo stepped into the scene and immediately spotted YeFan. The apprehension in his eyes was almost evident. He hadn't expected that the troublemaker would be YeFan, which surprised him. However, the subordinate beside him was not wise and impulsively stepped forward to fan the flames, claiming that YeFan was causing trouble, urging Doflamingo to quickly resolve this issue. Doflamingo frowned, a hint of dissatisfaction and anger visible in his eyes. He knew that being overly impulsive in such situations would only lead to greater trouble. He raised his hand to stop the subordinate's actions, signaling him to quiet down. "Calm down," Doflamingo said to the subordinate, his tone revealing a sense of composure and authority. The subordinates exchanged glances but still followed Doflamingo's wishes, stepping aside to quietly observe the situation's development. Doflamingo then fixed his gaze on YeFan, waiting for his response. Doflamingo did not respond to YeFan's words. Instead, he launched an attack, kicking a subordinate beside him away. This sudden action shocked everyone present, and the subordinate was sent tumbling, groaning in pain. "Hey, shut up." Doflamingo's voice was icy and domineering, his gaze seemingly capable of piercing through one's thoughts. "Who do you think you are, causing a ruckus in such a situation? Do you want to die?" Doflamingo's authority and dominance made the subordinates instantly quiet down, fearing they would anger their leader. Doflamingo looked at YeFan again, waiting for the other's reaction. YeFan's words made the atmosphere even more tense. Doflamingo coldly stared at YeFan, not responding immediately. A hint of vigilance flickered in his eyes, as YeFan's identity and strength made him somewhat apprehensive. "What do you want to do here?" Doflamingo asked, his tone carrying a hint of threat. YeFan, however, appeared relaxed and unperturbed, smiling as he replied, "I just passed by here and heard that Dressrosa is a very interesting place. I wanted to come and take a look." Doflamingo snorted coldly, not fully believing YeFan's intentions, but also not pursuing the matter further. He remained silent for a moment before finally speaking. "Since that's the case, come in and sit down, but it's best not to cause any trouble." YeFan nodded and followed Doflamingo into a building in Dressrosa. Although this encounter had some twists and turns, it also resolved a potential conflict. Doflamingo observed YeFan's demeanor and expression, sensing no hostility from him, so he temporarily lowered his guard. Although he still harbored doubts about YeFan's true intentions, the current situation showed no obvious signs of danger, which allowed him to feel somewhat reassured. Upon entering the building, Doflamingo led YeFan through the hall, frequently glancing back at him, cautiously observing his every move. At this moment, Doflamingo was filled with curiosity and inquiry about YeFan's strength and origin. "Where are you from?" Doflamingo suddenly asked, his tone carrying a hint of exploration. YeFan smiled lightly and replied, "I'm a traveler from the sea, filled with curiosity about this land." Doflamingo nodded, choosing not to delve deeper into YeFan's background. After all, in a world of pirates, many strong individuals have mysterious identities and origins. He decided to temporarily set aside his suspicions about YeFan. as this individual had not shown any hostility nor caused any trouble for Dressrosa. Doflamingo nodded, signaling to his subordinates to step back for a moment. At his instruction, the accompanying subordinates retreated to the side, leaving Doflamingo and YeFan alone together. "Please, take a seat." Doflamingo gestured for YeFan to sit down, and he found a position for himself as well, his gaze calmly resting on YeFan. In this spacious room, apart from the two, no one else disturbed the relatively private and quiet atmosphere. Doflamingo began to break the silence. "You came to find me. I wonder what matters you wish to discuss." YeFan's attitude seemed firm and calm. "I'm sorry. I feel sympathy for the experiences of others, but I do not agree with the opposition of justice and evil. All I know is that doing my best is the most important." Hearing this, a hint of admiration flashed in Doflamingo's eyes. "You are right. Everyone has their own beliefs and stances. Justice and evil are merely relative concepts. Only by being true to oneself can one truly go further." Although their dialogue was brief, it expressed mutual understanding and respect. The other side's current state can only be said to be the world's fault. From the other's perspective, they're not wrong. Who would admit to being wrong? Only the victors have the right to speak. The confrontation between the two was like a storm between heaven and earth. The conqueror's haki stirring the surrounding air, raising a tempest. Every strike they made felt as if it could tear the world apart. The roof collapsed with a thunderous crash during their battle, instantly transforming the surroundings into an open ground filled with scattered debris and rising dust. Doflamingo utilized the awakened abilities of his string fruit to create a myriad of string attacks, seemingly aiming to slice the very fabric of space into fragments. Meanwhile, YeFan unleashed his conqueror's haki, his imposing aura erupting like collapsing mountains and churning oceans. The powers of both intertwined, forming a terrifying confrontation that threatened to engulf the entire island. When their attacks collided, a powerful wave of energy erupted, causing the ground beneath them to crack as if it were about to disintegrate. This clash of haki caused the surrounding air to solidify, as if time itself had come to a standstill. YeFan appeared to handle the confrontation with Doflamingo effortlessly, easily countering the awakened abilities of the string fruit. As he was not fighting with all his strength, he knew that his power far exceeded that of his opponent. Thus, he was merely toying with Doflamingo, currently only utilizing a third of his full strength. Despite not going all out, every one of YeFan's attacks was filled with the might of Conqueror's haki, each step seeming to convey to his opponent, "You are far from enough." His figure deftly evaded Doflamingo's attacks, and every counterattack was precise and powerful, applying considerable pressure on Doflamingo. Doflamingo sensed the immense aura emanating from YeFan and began to realize that this confrontation was not as simple as he had imagined. YeFan's strength was beyond his expectations, leaving him feeling somewhat powerless. He exerted himself to unleash the awakened form of his fruit ability, yet it still could not compare to YeFan, filling him with frustration and anger. YeFan's strength, even at 1/3 capacity, was enough to make Doflamingo feel pressure and helplessness. He understood that if YeFan fought with all his might, he might not be able to withstand it at all. This confrontation was moving towards an unpredictable direction, while YeFan maintained the upper hand in this dangerous game. YeFan performed excellently in the Marineford War, showcasing extraordinary strength and skill with every attack. Doflamingo observed all of this, feeling a strong curiosity and desire for challenge arise within him. He wanted to personally experience the gap between himself and YeFan, to see if he could match his opponent in this battle. In their exchange, every one of YeFan's attacks was precise and powerful, each move imbued with the formidable aura of Conqueror's haki. His movements were fluid and swift, mercilessly forcing Doflamingo into a corner. Although Doflamingo was extraordinarily powerful, he felt unprecedented pressure and challenge in his duel with YeFan. This battle was not just a contest of strength, but also a confrontation of wills. Doflamingo craved challenge and breakthrough. He wanted to know what shortcomings he had in front of top-tier opponents to better improve himself. As he witnessed the development of the situation, Doflamingo realized he had to utilize the awakened abilities of his string fruit. He gazed at everything around him, transforming them into thin, thread-like forms, creating a world of strings under his control. Then, Doflamingo unleashed his ultimate move, 16 holy snakes, a divine execution. 16 massive waves of tightly entwined armed color rose from the ground, racing towards YeFan at incredible speed. These threads surged like an angry tide, each containing devastating power that should not be underestimated. YeFan also sensed the tremendous threat from Doflamingo and prepared himself, tense and focused, to meet this lethal onslaught. The waves of white strings were unstoppable, as if they would pierce through and destroy everything in their path. At that moment, the atmosphere on the battlefield reached its peak tension, with both sides' confrontation becoming the ultimate clash of awakened fruit abilities. In this deadly collision, who could gain the upper hand? And who would emerge victorious? Everything would be revealed in that instant. YeFan faced Doflamingo's wave of white strings with clarity in his heart. Although Doflamingo had awakened his string fruit ability, he had yet to showcase the hockey-infused entangling attacks. In contrast, while the armed color's entangling attacks were powerful, they still paled in comparison to the Conqueror's hockey. Determined to respond to this attack, YeFan utilized the martial arts he inherited from Roger, divine avoidance. He gathered the Conqueror's hockey within him and unleashed it in the form of a shockwave. This move had an extensive range, and the powerful energy swept across the entire location of the Kid Pirates in the blink of an eye. The shockwave surged like a violent tide, destroying everything in its path, unstoppable. Doflamingo's wave of white strings appeared feeble in the face of this force, crushed like insects. Doflamingo's body flew backward like a kite with its string cut, sent flying by YeFan's divine avoidance shockwave. His body tumbled through the air, spinning several times before being hurled backward. Leaving behind a phantom, he rolled through the air, completely out of control. After being flung a distance, Doflamingo's body crashed hard on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust and debris. He fell like a meteor, crashing into the ground with a resounding impact that shook the earth. Doflamingo's subordinates, witnessing his disheveled state, were immediately struck with shock and fear. They were used to having unwavering confidence and admiration for Doflamingo, believing him to be invincible. But the scene before them shattered that belief completely. Some subordinates were dumbfounded, their eyes filled with disbelief as if they were witnessing the apocalypse. Others showed expressions of terror, unable to believe what they were seeing. A few even recoiled in horror, fearing they might be caught up in this sudden battle. A wave of unease and fear surged within them, realizing they were facing not an ordinary opponent. The power and skill YeFan exhibited surpassed their imagination, filling them with immense terror and helplessness. This scene revealed the vulnerability of the powerful Doflamingo to everyone present, causing them to doubt the figure they had worshipped, their hearts filled with uncertainty and hesitation. This moment became a profound shock and stirring of their spirits, leaving them uncertain and fearful about the future. Doflamingo stood amidst the ruins, surrounded by rubble and broken walls. He brushed aside the debris around him, revealing a face full of laughter. His laughter conveyed disdain and madness, as if being injured was merely trivial. He was the true monster. Standing there, covered in wounds and tattered clothes, his eyes sparkled with fervor and determination. These injuries did not bring him down. Rather, they ignited an even greater power within him. Accompanied by his laughter, the surrounding air seemed to solidify, and those watching his back were filled with awe and admiration. Doflamingo exhibited a strength and willpower beyond the ordinary, leaving people profoundly shocked and in awe. In this rubble, he resembled a raging beast, still imposing and undefeated even with severe injuries. The ruins behind him seemed to symbolize his victory, proving his strength and unwavering will. This scene made everyone present feel the terrifying power of Doflamingo, and they couldn't help but be moved, realizing they were facing not an ordinary person, but a true monster, a legendary existence that could not be defeated. Doflamingo stood amidst the ruins, aware of YeFan's true strength. He extended an invitation to YeFan, expressing a desire for cooperation and proposing an enticing condition, a price of 2 billion berries per year. This amount would tempt any pirate, let alone a strong figure like Doflamingo. His gaze was firm and resolute, not hiding his respect and expectations for YeFan. This was not just a business cooperation invitation, but also an affirmation of YeFan's strength and a hope for a shared future goal. Doflamingo hoped that YeFan could join him in bringing the celestial dragons down from their pedestal. This was not only a challenge to the celestial dragons, but also a subversion of the entire world order. He believed in YeFan's strength and courage, confident that their cooperation could reach unattainable heights. This invitation shocked everyone present and sparked countless discussions and expectations. The collaboration of these two powerful figures signified uncertainty and challenges for the future, but also brought infinite possibilities and hope. YeFan pondered for a moment, ultimately nodding his head and accepting Doflamingo's invitation. This decision would change the entire world landscape and open a new legend. When the Navy learned of YeFan and Doflamingo's alliance, it immediately caused a huge uproar. The partnership between these two strong figures meant a significant change and challenge. For the Navy, this was an unprecedented test and pressure. High-ranking officers held an emergency meeting upon learning this news to discuss how to respond to the situation. They realized that the alliance of YeFan and Doflamingo would have a massive impact on the Navy and that effective measures must be taken to mitigate this threat. The Navy deployed more fleets and elite troops, strengthening monitoring and patrols in various sea areas. They also began closely tracking the movements of YeFan and Doflamingo, trying to gather more intelligence and information to formulate more effective countermeasures. Meanwhile, the Navy also strengthened internal training and preparations, getting fully ready for potential conflicts. They knew that facing such a powerful coalition, any negligence could lead to catastrophic consequences. The entire Navy was enveloped in a tense atmosphere, with everyone realizing that this partnership would trigger an unprecedented war or confrontation, and the outcome would affect the entire world order. Admiral Sengoku voluntarily stepped back and resigned from his position, which sparked widespread discussion and speculation within the Navy. He had been a leading figure in the Navy for many years, and his decision indicated that the Navy would usher in a new leadership and strategic adjustments. Admiral Akiji, as the new admiral, immediately faced immense pressure and challenges. He was an experienced leader with exceptional military talent, widely regarded as the hope and guide for the Navy's future development. After taking office, Admiral Akiji launched a comprehensive investigation and assessment, striving to stabilize the Navy situation and effectively respond to the potential impacts of YeFan and Doflamingo's alliance. Admiral Akiji implemented a series of measures, including strengthening management and supervision of various Navy departments, enhancing military skills and equipment levels, and fostering cooperation and alliances with other forces. He also formulated special countermeasures against YeFan and Doflamingo, enhancing intelligence collection and analysis, and improving the Navy's response speed and adaptability. The Navy also quickly adjusted its organizational structure and command system to adapt to the new leadership and strategic changes. Admiral Akiji's appointment boosted the morale of the Navy, with all officers and soldiers rallying under his leadership, ready to face any potential challenges and tests. The entire Navy's transformation and adjustment were proceeding in an orderly manner, and people were filled with confidence in Admiral Akiji's leadership and decisions, looking forward to the Navy meeting future challenges under his guidance and achieving even greater accomplishments. Akainu, having lost an arm to YeFan's void tier during the Marine Ford War, undoubtedly faced a heavy blow. He lost part of his strength in battle, and this injury deepened his resentment towards YeFan. After Akiji became the admiral, Akainu felt disappointed with the changes within the Navy. He had hoped to contend for the position of admiral, but it had become even more difficult now. His resentment and determination made him more resolute and cold-hearted, while also making him more vigilant and cautious, not easily showing weakness. After YeFan received a large sum of money from Doflamingo, he chose not to stay but instead reached an agreement with him. Both parties agreed on future communication methods and left a phone bug to facilitate easy communication when needed. This also ensured that their relationship could continue to develop, allowing for more cooperation and transactions. YeFan left the Dressrosa Kingdom and embarked on his journey to the New World. However, he soon encountered a series of thrilling challenges. First, there was extreme weather. A massive storm suddenly swept in, with wind and rain pouring down, thunder cracking, and waves surging, nearly swallowing his ship in the vast sea. The storm howled with fierce winds, tossing the ship among the towering waves as if it would be devoured at any moment. However, YeFan remained calm. He stood at the bow of the ship, using his immense strength to grip the railing, almost countering the wind and waves. His figure was like a solid mountain, unmoved in the face of the storm's assault. Suddenly, a large pirate crew emerged from the storm, the Hurricane Pirates. Their flag bore a swirling vortex, symbolizing their power to ravage the seas. The Hurricane Pirates fleet attacked YeFan's ship with ferocity, arrows raining down and cannonballs booming as the crew shouted battle cries, attempting to destroy YeFan's fleet. However, they had no idea that YeFan was no ordinary pirate. The Conqueror's haki radiating from him acted as an invisible barrier, blocking the enemy's attacks one after another. YeFan's eyes sparkled with sharpness as he waved his hand, sending sword energy slashing toward the Hurricane Pirate ships. The sword energy swept through like a tornado, cutting the enemy ships in half. At the same time, his Conqueror's haki coalesced into a massive energy vortex that swallowed the waves of the stormy sea. The Hurricane Pirates fleet retreated in the face of YeFan's overwhelming power. They dared not oppose this Conqueror's haki user and could only choose to withdraw. After the Hurricane Pirates fleet was destroyed by YeFan's strength, they began to feel panic and despair. One of the captains of the Hurricane Pirates roared, "This is impossible. He is just one person. We are a whole pirate crew. How can we lose to him?" Another crew member chimed in, "That's right. We are the Hurricane Pirates, known as the Invincible Overlords. How could we be defeated by a lone pirate?" However, As YeFan's conquerors' hockey grew stronger, their resistance became weaker. Some crew members began to mutter, "Who is this guy? How is he so strong? We can't fight against him at all." The leader of the Hurricane Pirates gradually lost his previous arrogance and trembled as he shouted to YeFan's fleet, "Stop. We surrender. We will not attack you anymore. Please spare us." YeFan stood at the bow, his gaze cold and resolute. He calmly replied, "Just a group of self-proclaimed overlord pirates dare to disturb my path. Since you've surrendered, get lost. Next time we meet, I won't show mercy." The Hurricane Pirates fleet quickly retreated, leaving behind a trail of destroyed ships and terrified crew members. YeFan's strength once again shook the entire sea, and he alone was enough to make the entire pirate crew tremble in fear. YeFan stood at the bow, watching the enemies leave, his strength once again displayed, bringing more peace to the surrounding waters. After leaving YeFan, Ostrovsky established her own pirate crew in the West Sea. With her immense strength and the terrifying power of her ice-emperor gear, she now commanded over 3,000 subordinates. Ostrovsky did not forget the task YeFan had given her to collect treasures. Now, her wealth had surpassed 1 billion berries. Ostrovsky was a tall and powerful woman with long black-blue hair, her eyes revealing an incredible sharpness and coldness. Although her face bore a hint of cruelty, it radiated an impeccable authority and presence. Her attire often consisted of black leather armor and trousers, paired with her sharp ice-emperor gear, showcasing an unparalleled dominance. At this moment, Ostrovsky was leading her 3,000 subordinates to Fishman Island to meet YeFan. Her steps were firm and strong, her eyes glinting with a cold light, as if she intended to shake the entire sea. She was filled with anticipation and challenge for her reunion with YeFan, determined to showcase her strength and leadership, becoming one of the most powerful pirate captains in the West Sea. In Ostrovsky's famous battle, she faced 3 Navy vice admirals and numerous Navy soldiers. It was a world-renowned battle. Standing at the center of the battlefield in her black leather armor, holding her ice-emperor gear, her gaze was sharp and resolute, as if she intended to freeze the blood of all her enemies. The Navy soldiers shouted challenges, and the vice admirals exhibited their top-tier strength, their eyes revealing fear and respect for Ostrovsky. Ice-emperor gear, manifestation of the demon god. Ostrovsky's voice echoed on the battlefield, and a powerful, icy energy surged forth. The ice-emperor gear in her hand emitted a dazzling light, and a blizzard swept in, enveloping the entire battlefield. Ostrovsky's fighting style was highly intimidating. She conjured countless ice cavalry from the icy energy, appearing as imposing frozen knights. These ice cavalry not only possessed combat power unmatched by ordinary soldiers, but could also store energy from the emperor gear. Under the might of the ice general, Ostrovsky released days' worth of stored energy, creating a massive blizzard. The blizzard contained the power of frost, instantly freezing the 3 Navy vice admirals and numerous soldiers in place. Covered in cold ice and unable to move, Ostrovsky stood in the ice and snow storm, commanding and dignified. The energy released from her ice-emperor gear, instilling absolute fear and helplessness in everyone. This famous battle became the legend of Ostrovsky, as she single-handedly defeated the powerful forces of the Navy, becoming the undisputed overlord of the West Sea. Ostrovsky stood at the bow, gazing out at the distant sea, feeling a surge of longing for YeFan. Her gaze pierced through the sea breeze, looking towards the distant waters, as if she could see YeFan's figure tumbling among the waves. "YeFan, where are you now?" Ostrovsky murmured softly to herself, her voice carrying a hint of tenderness and longing. In the vibrant morning light, Ostrovsky led her thousands of pirate crew members, proudly sailing towards Fishman Island. Clad in a black cloak, wearing a wide-brimmed hat, and holding her ice-emperor gear, she gazed at the surging waves ahead, her eyes revealing determination and resolve. The pirates on the ship were filled with lofty aspirations, brimming with enthusiasm and desire for battle. They were the most elite warriors under Ostrovsky, possessing unparalleled loyalty and combat power, always ready to fight for their captain. The sea breeze brushed against their faces, lifting the splashes of waves, accompanied by the gentle sound of the waves, as if heralding the impending battles and adventures. Ahead was Fishman Island. Get ready to face the challenge. Ostrovsky shouted at the bow, her voice containing an unparalleled authority and dominance. The members of the pirate crew were invigorated by the words, raising their weapons and shouting in unison, their morale high. As the pirate fleet gradually approached, the outline of Fishman Island became clearer, with distant cities and ports coming into view, seemingly waiting for the arrival of this powerful pirate crew. At this moment, Ostrovsky's eyes sparkled with a sharp light, filled with anticipation and challenge, confident about the upcoming battle. "YeFan, no matter where you are, I will prove my strength and determination," Ostrovsky vowed silently. leading many members of the pirate crew to stage an unprecedented feat and battle on Fishman Island. During the stealthy journey to the 10,000-meter-deep Fishman Island, YeFan's pirate crew encountered some difficulties and challenges. The darkness and pressure of the deep sea frightened and unsettled many of the junior members. The fleet moved slowly through the deep sea, surrounded only by darkness and silence. The underwater pressure also made it hard to breathe, causing some pirates to panic and feel uneasy. "This is terrifying. I'm afraid of the deep sea." One member of the pirate crew trembled, his voice filled with fear and anxiety. YeFan was not surprised by this situation. She knew that the deep sea was a highly threatening environment for ordinary people, and not everyone in her pirate crew was a brave and fearless warrior. "Don't be afraid. We are prepared. Our goal is right ahead. As long as we work together, we can definitely reach Fishman Island." YeFan's voice conveyed determination and encouragement. She began to inspire the pirates, helping them believe in their abilities and courage. Although some junior members still felt scared, under YeFan's encouragement, they gradually rallied their spirits and resolved to continue forward. Facing the fear and reluctance of some junior members to head to Fishman Island, YeFan displayed her dominance and strength. She would not tolerate anyone's cowardice and timidity, especially at critical moments when unity and courage were needed. "Is there anyone among you who still does not wish to advance?" YeFan's voice was authoritative and cold. One junior member hesitated and said, "General YeFan, the deep sea is too terrifying. I really can't go to Fishman Island." YeFan looked at him coldly, her eyes showing no pity. "Cowardly scum." As soon as she finished speaking, she kicked the junior member hard, sending him flying. The other members of the pirate crew watched this scene in shock, knowing YeFan's temperament. However, this direct method of handling the situation still surprised and frightened them. "I will not allow anyone to retreat at a critical moment." YeFan's voice was cold and severe, her gaze preventing anyone from daring to voice any dissent. This scene made the other junior members understand that YeFan was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Her dominance and strength made the entire pirate crew afraid of any negligence or slackness. Although some still harbored fear, they knew that only by following YeFan's command could they survive in this deep sea and complete their mission. On Fishman Island, the experts Nokigo and Kuru sensed a powerful aura approaching. This aura came from a large pirate crew that was stealthily making its way toward Fishman Island. Nokigo frowned. She knew this was not a friendly visit. As one of YeFan's confidants, her sense of responsibility and loyalty to defend Fishman Island was exceptionally strong. "Kuru, do you feel that? A huge force is approaching us. Their momentum is extraordinary, and they seem to have significant intentions." Kuru nodded with a frown. Her perception was also very sharp, able to detect changes in external auras. She took a deep breath, her eyes flashing with determination. "This is not an ordinary pirate crew. They might be here to cause trouble. We must be prepared to welcome them. Regardless of who they are, we cannot let them act recklessly." The two exchanged glances, silently deciding to prepare for battle. When YeFan was not present, they represented the power of Fishman Island and would not allow anyone to challenge their bottom line. The pirate crew that had arrived would face intense opposition. On the way to infiltrate Fishman Island, YeFan's pirate crew received no hints. They were unaware of the situation on the island. Meanwhile, Nokigo and Kuru relied on their perception to sense the pirate crew's aura, but were unclear about the true intentions of the other party. As the pirate crew approached Fishman Island, the two teams met in a certain sea area. "It's the enemy. They discovered us." YeFan's subordinates immediately became alert. After all, their stealth operation in the deep sea required great concealment, and the feeling of being discovered made them tense. On the Fishman Island side, Nokigo and Kuru also mistakenly believed that this pirate crew was an enemy here to provoke them. They had not seen YeFan's figure, so they were suspicious of this suddenly appearing pirate crew. The battle erupted in an instant, with both sides engaging in intense confrontation. YeFan's pirate crew displayed formidable combat strength, while Nokigo and Kuru employed their skills to try to stop this seemingly hostile team. Nokigo, these guys are not simple. Their strength far exceeds that of ordinary pirates. Kuru sensed the terrifying aspects of the enemy during the battle. She knew she could not let her guard down, or they would fall into a passive situation. This blunder of a battle arose from mutual misunderstanding and lack of knowledge about each other's situations, but was destined to be an intense conflict. Both sides consisted of relatively strong individuals, and in YeFan's eyes, everyone except YeFan was merely an ant. However, Kuru and Nokigo had the advantage in numbers. YeFan, leading her pirate crew, finally arrived at the deep-sea Fishman Island after a long, stealthy journey. She stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the scene before her. her eyes sparkling with wonder and admiration. Fishman Island, located 10,000 meters beneath the sea, was surrounded by a massive bubble, resembling a brilliant gem embedded in the deep blue sea. The light from the water penetrated the bubble, casting a dreamlike glow that illuminated the entire island. Colorful coral reefs surrounded the island, and various unique marine creatures swam among them, forming a vivid underwater tableau. "This is truly unbelievably beautiful," Esteth marveled, having never seen such a peculiar sight before. Her subordinates were also stunned by the scene before them, stopping to observe. For these pirates who had long drifted at sea, the beauty and mystery of Fishman Island were incredibly novel. "Lord Esteth, is this Fishman Island?" One subordinate could not help but ask. Esteth nodded, a hint of determination flashing in her eyes. "Yes, this is our destination. Remember, we are here to complete Lord YeFan's mission. Do not let this beautiful scene distract us from our goal." Her tone was filled with authority and determination, immediately restoring calm among her subordinates. They knew that despite the breathtaking sight of Fishman Island, their purpose was not sightseeing, but to complete an important task. As they entered Fishman Island, Esteth remained vigilant. She led the pirate crew through the bubble and into the interior of the island. The scenery on the island was even more enchanting, with various unique buildings and exotic streets dazzling their eyes. The fishermen were bustling back and forth on the streets, their lives busy yet orderly. Esteth couldn't help but exclaim that this place was not only beautiful, but also full of vitality and life. She silently thought to herself how wonderful it would be to jointly rule such a place with Lord YeFan. However, she knew that now was not the time to immerse herself in the scenery. She turned around to look at her subordinates, her eyes revealing a firm conviction. "We have arrived at Fishman Island. It is time to complete our mission." Her subordinates nodded and followed her deeper into the island. Despite their curiosity and awe for everything here, they maintained a high level of vigilance and readiness for battle under Esteth's leadership. Fishman Island, a place filled with mystery and beauty, was about to welcome an unusual storm. The arrival of Esteth and her pirate crew would undoubtedly bring an extraordinary experience to this place. As Esteth and her pirate crew advanced through the streets of Fishman Island, two beautiful figures suddenly appeared ahead. Their appearance caused the entire team to tremble. Noki Gao walked in front. She had long blue hair cascading over her shoulders, and her deep blue eyes were as calm and profound as the deep sea. Her features were exquisite, exuding a tranquil aura. She wore simple yet form-fitting clothing that accentuated her curvaceous figure, showcasing a natural beauty. Standing there, she seemed to blend seamlessly with the surrounding ocean scenery. Beside Noki Gao was Kuru, who had long black hair that was smooth and silky like black satin. Her eyes were a vibrant red, radiating a mysterious and enchanting glow. Her skin was as white as snow, and a faint smile lingered on her face. She wore a black dress, the hem swaying gently with her steps, radiating a cold and noble aura. Behind Noki Gao and Kuru were the guards of Fishman Island, some shrimp soldiers and crab generals. They wore matching armor, wielding weapons, and appeared vigilant, evidently there to protect the island's safety. Esteth looked at the two beautiful women before her eyes flashing with interest and appreciation. She smiled slightly and spoke first. "Hello, I am Esteth. We are here to fulfill Lord YeFan's mission." Noki Gao's eyes revealed a hint of caution as she nodded slightly and calmly said, "Esteth, we have heard your name. However, this is Fishman Island, Lord YeFan's territory. Please do not cause any unnecessary destruction." Kuru then smiled slightly, her voice laced with mockery. "You pirates, are you here to cause trouble? Or do you really have something important to discuss?" Esteth's smile remained, but her gaze became sharp. "I am here to meet with Lord YeFan and bring the treasures he needs. If you do not believe me, you can check." Noki Gao and Kuru exchanged glances. Although they were suspicious of Esteth's intentions, they decided to clarify the situation first. They did not believe Esteth's words at all. After all, Lord YeFan had been with them recently and had never mentioned this woman before. Noki Gao frowned slightly, her eyes showing a hint of doubt. "You say you are a friend of Lord YeFan, but he has never mentioned you. How can we trust you?" Kuru also glared coldly at Esteth, a trace of disdain flashing in her eyes. "Lord YeFan has been with us recently. If you are truly his friend, why has he never mentioned you? That makes me doubt your motives." Esteth's smile gradually faded, and her gaze became stern. She knew that mere words would not earn her trust. Thus, she took out a special transponder snail from her bosom, which bore Lord YeFan's unique emblem. "This is the transponder snail that Lord YeFan personally gave me," Esteth said, her tone firm. "You can use this transponder snail to contact him and verify my identity." Noki Gao and Kuru exchanged glances. Although they still harbored doubts, they decided to temporarily trust Esteth's words. Noki Gao reached out, took the transponder snail, and dialed YeFan's number. The transponder snail emitted a series of low sounds, and soon, YeFan's voice came through. "Noki Gao, what is the matter?" Noki Gao briefly explained the situation. "Lord YeFan, a woman named Isteth claims to be here with her pirate crew to find you. And she brought a special transponder snail." YeFan's voice showed some surprise. "Isteth? She's here? Let her take the call." Noki Gao handed the transponder snail to Isteth, who took it and softened her expression a bit. "YeFan, it's me, Isteth. I have completed the task you assigned and brought the treasures." YeFan's voice carried a hint of relief. "Thank you for your hard work, Isteth. Noki Gao, Kuru, they're my friends. You can let them in." After hanging up, Noki Gao and Kuru's expressions softened somewhat, but they remained vigilant. Noki Gao nodded. "Since Lord YeFan has confirmed your identity, we will tentatively trust you. However, any unexpected actions will be regarded as hostile." Isteth smiled and nodded. "Understood. I also do not wish for any conflict. We are only here to complete our mission." On the sunny deck, YeFan stood at the bow of the ship, gazing out at the vast seas of the New World. Suddenly, the transponder snail in his pocket rang. YeFan took out the transponder snail, and seeing the special emblem, a slight smile appeared on his lips. "Noki Gao, what's the matter?" YeFan answered the call, curiosity in his voice. On the other end, Noki Gao's voice sounded somewhat tense. "Lord YeFan, a woman named Isteth has arrived at Fishman Island with her pirate crew. She claims to be looking for you and brought a special transponder snail." Hearing Isteth's name, YeFan raised his eyebrows slightly, showing some surprise. He quickly adjusted his mood and calmly said, "Isteth? She's here? Let her take the call." "Wherein." Isteth's familiar voice came through the phone. "YeFan, it's me, Isteth. I have completed the task you assigned and brought the treasures." A smile appeared at the corner of YeFan's mouth, his voice filled with relief. "Thank you for your hard work, Isteth. I knew you wouldn't let me down." Hearing YeFan's affirmation, Isteth's voice also carried a hint of tenderness. "It's nothing. It is my honor to help you complete the task." YeFan nodded slightly. Though the other side couldn't see, his tone was full of trust and gratitude. "Noki Gao, Kuru, they're my friends. You can rest assured. They will not have any hostility towards you." After hanging up, YeFan put away the transponder snail, feeling joyful. He knew that Isteth had not only completed the task, but had also successfully brought her pirate crew. Such a powerful ally would undoubtedly be a tremendous asset for future plans. He walked into the cabin, ready to share the good news with the crew. YeFan's crew looked at his smiling face, all curiously gathering around. "Captain, what happened?" A young crew member couldn't help but ask. YeFan patted the young crew member on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Our friend Isteth has successfully completed her mission and is now heading to Fishman Island with her pirate crew. We will have a powerful ally joining us." The crew members showed excited expressions upon hearing the news. YeFan secretly decided to hurry to Fishman Island to meet Isteth and formulate the next plan. Standing at the bow of the ship, facing the sea breeze, he was filled with anticipation. He knew that the road ahead would still be full of challenges. However, with a strong partner like Isteth, the hope of victory became clearer. He gazed steadfastly into the distance, filled with confidence and determination for the future. In these days, YeFan's journey resembled an epic adventure as he traversed many places in the New World. Each battle was a challenge, and each voyage was full of uncertainties. Yet, every step was continuously strengthening his Emperor pirate crew. First, YeFan led his crew to Penglai Island, a place shrouded in mystery. Known for its beautiful scenery and dangerous labyrinths, YeFan and his crew not only explored the island, but also defeated a pirate crew that attempted to seize the treasure. The island's residents were grateful for YeFan's help and expressed their desire to join his crew. Next, YeFan went to Sky Island, a fantastical land floating in the sky. The inhabitants of Sky Island were highly intelligent scientists and warriors who were impressed by YeFan's courage and wisdom, with many voluntarily requesting to join his pirate crew. However, YeFan did not accept every applicant blindly. He had strict standards for new crew members, particularly focusing on their character and motives. Once, a notorious pirate captain, along with a group of followers, expressed their willingness to join YeFan's crew in exchange for protection and resources. YeFan resolutely rejected them and even expelled them from the island. "There is no place for villains in my pirate crew," YeFan said firmly. "We fight for freedom and justice, not for intimidation and plunder." Subsequently, YeFan's journey brought him to a sea area blocked by the Navy, where he successfully broke through the blockade and rescued many trapped civilians. This feat showcased YeFan's strength and benevolence, leading more oppressed people and righteous warriors to request to join his crew. During a voyage to Ghost Island, YeFan and his crew encountered extreme weather. In the midst of a storm, the ship was capsized by massive waves, but YeFan, with his immense ability and perseverance, led the crew to safety. His courage and leadership earned him even more respect and trust from his crew. Finally, YeFan arrived at the abandoned war ruin island, which had once been a battlefield between the Navy and pirates, but was now deserted. On the island, YeFan discovered many abandoned orphans and injured individuals. He not only rescued these people, but also recruited some willing young individuals to fight for justice. In every adventure, YeFan adhered to his principles. He made it clear that only those with kind hearts and fearless spirits could become members of the Emperor Pirate crew. "We are not an ordinary pirate crew. We fight to change this world," YeFan told the new recruits. "Villains are not welcome. We seek those who can fight for justice and freedom." YeFan's strict requirements and benevolent heart gradually made the Emperor Pirate crew a force to be reckoned with in the new world. Every new crew member underwent rigorous testing, not only needing to possess great strength, but also having firm beliefs and pure hearts. YeFan stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the distant horizon. He knew that the road ahead would still be filled with challenges. However, with these like-minded partners, his Emperor Pirate crew was destined to write their glorious chapter in the new world. In just a few days, YeFan's Emperor Pirate crew rapidly expanded, with the guardians of Fishman Island, Noki, and crew, along with Estef's 3,000 subordinates, and the thousands of new crew members YeFan had recruited, bringing the total number of his followers to over 10,000. This news quickly spread across the world, causing a stir in reactions from various forces. The higher-ups of the world government also fell into tense discussions. One of the 5 elders, an elderly man with a face full of wrinkles, frowned and said, "YeFan is no longer an ordinary pirate. His power threatens our rule." Another elder coldly replied, "We need to leverage all available forces, whether it be the 7 warlords or other powerful pirate crews." Major news outlets rushed to report on the latest developments of YeFan's pirate crew, and people all over the world were discussing this rapidly rising powerful force. Some small pirate crews expressed their willingness to ally with YeFan, while certain maritime powers began planning how to counter YeFan's expansion. In this brief period, YeFan's Emperor Pirate crew had become the hottest topic in the New World. As their power grew, YeFan's name would resonate even more across the seas, and his journey would be filled with more challenges and opportunities. With the conclusion of the Marineford War, the entire pirate world entered a new era, with powerful pirate crews and supernovas emerging like mushrooms after rain, bringing immense pressure to the Navy and the world government. The aftermath of the Marineford War sparked unprecedented turmoil and change in the pirate world. The injury of Whitebeard and the retirement of Fleet Admiral Sengoku marked the end of an old era and heralded the arrival of a new one. The Marineford War was not just a battle, but a significant turning point in the structure of the pirate world. With the exit of Whitebeard and Sengoku, new forces began to rise. Many young pirates, such as Luffy and his Straw Hat Pirates, who had made a name for themselves during the Marineford War, quickly became powerful forces in the New World. More supernovas, such as Kid, Hawkins, and Apu, also engaged in fierce competition in the New World. The new Fleet Admiral, Aokiji, and senior officers faced unprecedented challenges. With the increase in pirate activities, the pressure on the Navy also grew. Although admirals like Akainu and Kizuru remained powerful, they had to confront an increasing number of formidable opponents. Aokiji pondered during a meeting, "The situation after the Marineford War is far more complex than we anticipated. Emerging forces are continually expanding, posing a serious threat to the Navy and the world government's rule." Akainu angrily remarked, "These new upstarts are all incredibly arrogant. We must take more severe measures to suppress these destabilizing factors." Kizuru lazily commented, "The turmoil in the new world is an inevitable result, but we need to find more effective strategies to cope." The world government was also closely monitoring everything. The 5 elders discussed the current situation in a high-level meeting. "We can no longer respond passively as we did in the past," one elder stated. "We must take the initiative to weaken these emerging pirate crews." Another elder added, "Perhaps we can utilize some special means, such as the 7 warlords system, to balance these forces." Meanwhile, the Revolutionary Army was also intensifying its actions. Monkey D. Dragon realized that this was a rare opportunity to find a breakthrough amid the chaos of the pirate world. He told his subordinates, "The new era brings not only chaos but also opportunities. We must seize this moment and accelerate our pace." In the new world, new strong figures continued to emerge. Red-haired Shanks, Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, and Kaido of the Beasts, the 4 emperors, are closely watching these new forces. Shanks smiled and said, "The new era is always full of uncertainties, making it exciting." Big Mom ordered her subordinates, "Keep a close eye on these newly emerging pirate crews, especially YeFan. His rise is astonishingly fast." Kaido, drinking heavily, laughed heartily. "The stronger the opponent, the more it ignites my desire to fight. Let them come. In this turbulent era, YeFan quickly rose to prominence with his powerful strength and exceptional wisdom. He not only demonstrated formidable power during the Marineford War, but also secured a foothold in the New World through the rapidly expanding Imperial pirate crew. Standing atop Fishman Island, YeFan looked down at his subordinates, filled with confidence and determination. "This is our era," he whispered. "Neither the Marines, the four emperors, nor any other force can stop our progress. The arrival of the new era has made the entire pirate world more complex and tumultuous. Various powerful pirate crews and supernovas have emerged, putting immense pressure on the Marines and the world government. In this situation, YeFan and his Imperial pirate crew rapidly grew, becoming a significant force in the new world that could not be ignored. All factions are closely monitoring the developments of this new era, and the future of the pirate world is filled with uncertainty and challenges." YeFan embarked on a journey to Zoa Island, aiming to witness the legendary Mink tribe. Boarding his flagship, the Imperial, he gazed at the distant horizon, filled with anticipation and curiosity. "Let us set sail," YeFan said to his crew as the sails quickly rose and the ship began to cut through the waves. After sailing for several days across the azure ocean, the crew began to sense changes in the air. Zoa Island is an island resting on the back of a colossal elephant, with the sea undulating with the giant steps. In the distance, YeFan saw the mysterious island, resembling an oasis floating on the sea, shrouded in mist. At last, the ship approached the elephant's leg of Zoa Island. YeFan, accompanied by a team of elite subordinates, climbed up the elephant's leg, struggling with the slippery moss and strong sea winds. However, these difficulties did not hinder their advance. When YeFan and his party finally reached Zoa Island, they were awestruck by the sight before them. In the dense forest, tall Mink tribe residents could be seen moving about. These towering and powerful minks, draped in thick fur, cast alert glances at the unexpected visitors. "I've heard that the Mink tribe are natural warriors," YeFan said softly, his eyes sparkling with excitement. They ventured deeper into the forest and were soon surrounded by a group of Mink warriors, led by a burly dog-type warrior clad in simple battle gear, wielding a sharp spear and staring intently at YeFan. "Who are you? Why have you intruded into our territory?" the dog warrior asked in a commanding voice. YeFan stepped forward calmly and replied with a smile, "I am YeFan, the captain of a pirate crew from the New World. I have come to visit." Having heard of the bravery of the Mink tribe, the dog warrior scrutinized YeFan, his eyes filled with suspicion but also respect. They understood that anyone daring enough to come alone to Zoa Island was no ordinary person. "All right, since you come with such sincerity, I can take you to meet our chief," the dog warrior said. YeFan nodded and followed the Mink warriors through the forest. They passed by village after village, each with the Mink's eager gazes. Those looks were a mix of vigilance and curiosity, clearly indicating that YeFan's arrival had disrupted the tranquility of the area. Eventually, they arrived at a massive treehouse, covered in thick bark and vines, resembling a natural fortress. The dog warrior signaled for YeFan and his team to stop, then approached to announce their presence. Moments later, the dog warrior returned and told YeFan, "Our chief is willing to see you. Please follow me." YeFan entered the treehouse with his subordinates, greeted by the rich scent of wood and warm lighting. In the center of the treehouse sat an elderly Mink elder, his eyes bright and full of life, his face marked by the passage of time, yet still exuding an aura of authority. "Youthful pirate, why have you come to visit?" The chief's voice was deep and powerful. "I am YeFan. Having heard of the bravery and wisdom of the Mink tribe, I came to pay my respects." YeFan replied respectfully. The chief nodded slightly, gesturing for YeFan to sit. The two began a long conversation, during which YeFan learned about the history and culture of the Mink tribe and felt their pride and resilience. The Mink tribe remained highly vigilant against external disturbances, but also held respect for true strong beings. As YeFan departed Zoa Island, he was filled with admiration for the Mink tribe. He knew that in the future journey, the Mink tribe could become an important ally. And the starting point of all this was today's respectful visit. After leaving Zoa Island, YeFan stood at the bow of the ship, the sea breeze brushing against his face, his thoughts drifting back to his time with the Mink tribe. Zoa Island, situated on the back of a giant elephant, was surrounded by dense forests and extraordinary natural scenery. The trees on the island towered into the clouds, their canopies like giant umbrellas blocking out the sun, with sunlight filtering through the leaves to create dappled shadows on the ground. The air was filled with the fresh scent of earth and the fragrance of plants, accompanied by the cheerful singing of birds and the rustling of leaves in the wind. On this magical land, YeFan encountered many diverse Mink tribe members. They were groups with animal characteristics, each possessing different types of fur, ears, tails, and sharp claws. Some were agile and lithe like leopards, while others were tall and robust like bears. Each mink had unique abilities and personalities, leaving YeFan in awe of their diversity and strength. During his time with the mink tribe, YeFan met their leaders, Duke Inuarashi and the Viper Boss. Duke Inuarashi was a tall and imposing dog type, with snow-white fur and sharp eyes, leading the daytime guardians of the mink tribe. The Viper Boss was a boisterous snake type, clad in black fur, leading the nighttime warriors. Under their guidance, YeFan toured the mink tribe's villages and training grounds, learning about their unique culture and way of life. YeFan also witnessed the immense power of the mink tribe. On full moon nights, mink tribe members could harness the power of the moon to evolve, becoming stronger and more ferocious. Their eyes sparkled with silver light under the moonlight, with significant boosts in strength and agility. In this evolved state, the mink tribe displayed incredible combat abilities and unmatched intimidation. Throughout his interactions with the mink tribe, YeFan felt their warmth and hospitality. The minks were curious and respectful towards him, the outsider warrior. They not only invited him to their feasts, but also enthusiastically demonstrated their unique combat skills and traditional rituals. YeFan was deeply interested in their culture and learned a lot of useful knowledge from it. Recalling his time on Zoe Island, a faint smile appeared on YeFan's face. The bizarre natural scenery and the hospitable mink tribe left a profound impression on him. He knew that this experience not only enriched his knowledge, but also strengthened his belief in continuing to explore and seek adventure. In the conversation, the patriarch also mentioned a special ability of the fur tribe, the power of the full moon. Every full moon night, members of the fur tribe can harness the power of moonlight to enter a special moonlion form. This form not only significantly enhances their strength and speed, but also boosts their self-healing abilities, making them nearly indestructible in battle. The power of the full moon is a talent of our fur tribe, but it also requires a high level of control. Untrained young tribe members may lose control on a full moon night. Therefore, we have always strictly trained and managed this ability, the patriarch explained. YeFan was deeply interested in this, understanding the immense potential of this ability in combat. When leaving Zoe Island, YeFan was filled with admiration for the fur tribe. He knew that in the future journey, the fur tribe could become important allies, and the starting point for all of this was today's respectful visit. After leaving Zoe Island, YeFan and his fleet continued their journey to the land of harmony. However, as their ships sailed deeper into the new world, they encountered unprecedented severe natural disasters. The fleet was hit by a fierce thunderstorm. Dark clouds gathered, lightning split the sky with dazzling flashes, and thunder roared as if the heavens were raging. YeFan stood at the bow, gripping the helm, directing the crew to quickly adjust their course. His expression was calm and composed. Even in the face of such a breathtaking scene, he remained steady, as usual. Lightning struck around him continuously, but with his exceptional reflexes and precise judgment, he dodged one deadly strike after another. Just when they thought the storm was about to pass, massive waves suddenly rose on the sea. The surging waves reached several meters high, threatening to swallow the entire fleet. The crew clung tightly to the ship's fixtures, struggling to maintain balance. YeFan waved the flag in his hand, releasing a powerful force that cleaved through the oncoming giant waves, opening a path for the fleet. A few days later, the fleet encountered a terrifying tsunami. The sea surface suddenly shook violently, and the enormous tsunami rushed in with unstoppable speed. The wave seemed like a moving high wall, overwhelming. YeFan decisively ordered full speed ahead, knowing that only by surging over the top of the tsunami could they avoid being engulfed by the waves. Under his firm command, the fleet exerted all its strength to sprint forward, ultimately successfully leaping over the massive wave. However, the natural threats were not over. Just as they had escaped the tsunami's threat, a cold current swept in. The seawater quickly froze, trapping the ships on the ice surface, unable to move. YeFan furrowed his brow, knowing that this cold current was unusual. He waved his hand to condense his power into a strong shockwave, directly shattering the ice layer, allowing the ships to regain their mobility. Next, they encountered a vortex area. Countless whirlpools spun on the sea's surface, forming deadly traps. The fleet carefully navigated through them, with each turn requiring high skill and YeFan's precise command. With his outstanding sailing experience and sharp intuition, he led the fleet successfully past one whirlpool after another, ultimately navigating through this dangerous sea area smoothly. The various dangers along the way tested not only YeFan and the crew's courage and wisdom, but also honed their teamwork and adaptability. Under YeFan's leadership, the fleet overcame one natural disaster after another, steadfastly advancing toward the land of harmony. Every night, when the fleet temporarily docked at sea, YeFan would stand at the bow, gazing at the distant starry sky. The sea breeze brushed against his face, filling his heart with unwavering faith in the future. No matter how many unknown challenges lay ahead, he would face them fearlessly, leading his fleet onward until they reached their destination, the Land of Harmony. Meanwhile, Kaido of the Land of Harmony was unaware that YeFan was about to arrive in his territory, preparing to borrow some money from him. As one of the four emperors and a powerful figure of the Beast Pirates, he stood at the pinnacle of this world. However, he still did not know how terrifying YeFan's strength was, as he was not an ordinary person. It's like he's cheating. As YeFan's ship approached Wano country, he saw a magnificent landscape, as if entering a completely different world. Wano country was once a beautiful and prosperous land, rich in cultural atmosphere, known for its bustling cities, lush countryside, and majestic castles. Before Kaido's arrival, Wano was a peaceful and tranquil land. The people here lived a self-sufficient life, farming the land, excelling in crafts, and their architectural style was ancient and dignified. The buildings in Wano were mainly wooden structures, with high, curved eaves and exquisite carvings, while the streets were lined with prosperous shops and lively tea houses. The residents wore traditional kimonos, treating each other with politeness, and life was filled with harmony and peace. Among the many grand buildings in the city, the most famous was the Kazuki Castle, which stood atop a high mountain, overlooking all of Wano. The castle's courtyards were winding and secluded, with flourishing flowers and grass, and clear lakes where koi swam. The rulers of the Kazuki clan were known for their kindness and wisdom, beloved by the people, making Wano a land filled with hope and happiness. However, everything changed drastically after Kaido's arrival. Kaido, one of the powerful four emperors, conquered Wano with his ruthless iron fist and endless desires. He brought not only terrifying power, but also endless oppression and suffering. The peace and prosperity of Wano were completely destroyed after his arrival. Kaido's subordinates occupied Kazuki Castle, turning it into a symbol of his power. Tall iron fences were erected around the castle, heavily guarded and filled with intimidation. Kaido established a harsh ruling institution within the castle, forcing the people to pay heavy taxes and work day and night just to satisfy his greed. The once lush countryside turned into barren land, with many farmers forced to leave their homes and become displaced. The exquisite crafts of Wano were no longer seen, as artisans lost their passion and motivation under Kaido's oppression. The streets were devoid of laughter, replaced by heavy footsteps and low sighs. The residents lived in fear, having to be extremely cautious, afraid to show any signs of resistance. Kaido's subordinates patrolled everywhere, ready to suppress any dissent. The people's hope was gradually replaced by despair, and the entire Wano fell into darkness. Standing at the bow of the ship, YeFan looked at the distant Wano, feeling a surge of anger and determination. He knew how beautiful and prosperous this land once was, but now it was ravaged by Kaido's iron-fisted rule. He made a silent vow to change all this with his own strength, to help the people of Wano rid themselves of Kaido's oppression and rebuild the former glory. As the ship gradually approached the shores of Wano, YeFan's mood became even more resolute. He understood that the road ahead was filled with danger and challenges, but he was unafraid. YeFan believed that as long as he had unwavering faith and powerful strength, he could bring about change and let Wano see light and hope again. In Wano, this land tightly controlled by the Beast Pirates, any movement could not escape the eyes and ears of Kaido's subordinates. Under Kaido's rule, Wano had become a fortress where every action of outside forces would be detected. On this day, YeFan's ship quietly approached the coastline of Wano. Although they tried to keep a low profile, in this land closely monitored by the Beast Pirates, no intruder could escape the eyes of the scouts. A scout hidden nearby keenly noticed YeFan and his crew's unusual presence. This scout, agile and concealed among dense foliage, kept a close watch on YeFan and his team. He quickly observed that this group of people was extraordinary in both momentum and equipment. The scout knew that such a discovery could not be delayed and must be reported to his superiors immediately. The scout swiftly traversed through the jungle and hills, returning at the fastest speed to an important base of the Beast Pirates. Along the way, his heart raced, fully aware that he carried crucial information. Upon arriving at the base, he immediately rushed to the command center. Inside the command center, one of the Calamities, Queen, was handling daily affairs. Queen was a burly giant, exuding a strong sense of oppression. He was in the command room, his mechanical arm moving up and down, busily coordinating the actions of his subordinates. "Master Queen," the scout gasped as he burst in, immediately kneeling on the ground, his hands supporting himself, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Queen looked up, his sharp gaze locking onto the scout, coldly asking, "What is it?" "Master Queen, we have detected an unidentified pirate crew approaching our coast," the scout quickly reported. "From their equipment and momentum, they are definitely not an ordinary pirate crew. They seem very powerful." Upon hearing this, Queen narrowed his eyes, showing a hint of displeasure and vigilance. Interesting, he muttered. Someone dares to stir trouble on our beast pirates' territory. He ordered, sent out a reconnaissance team immediately to closely monitor their every move. Queen stood up, his mechanical arm emitting a low hum. We cannot let our guard down. Prepare for any possible threats. The scout took his orders and left, while Queen began to mobilize more of his subordinates in preparation for the challenges that might come. The territory of the beast pirates had never allowed outsiders to tread easily, and YeFan's arrival would undoubtedly stir up a storm. Inside Onigashima, a complex structure made of gigantic rocks and ancient buildings existed. The stone walls were engraved with majestic patterns, and the ground was covered with heavy iron plates. Everywhere were members of the beast pirates, either training or patrolling, each exuding a brutal aura. At the center of Onigashima stood a massive stone hall. Inside the hall, Kaido sat on a huge throne. His figure was enormous, towering over several meters, with solid muscles resembling a moving mountain. Kaido's face was marked with hideous scars, revealing countless traces left by battles. His eyes were deep and sharp, filled with endless dominance and madness. Kaido's long hair flowed wildly like a beast's mane over his shoulders, and his black skin complemented the gigantic dragon tattoo, making him appear even more ferocious. He was bare-chested, with his chest and arms covered in dense, scale-like patterns, showcasing extraordinary strength and wildness. A huge iron chain was tied around his waist, ready for battle at any moment. Kaido held a massive wine jar, tilting his head back to drink deeply, the liquid spilling from the corners of his mouth and dripping onto his heavy chest. He laughed heartily, his voice booming like thunder, shaking the entire stone hall. Every time he drank deeply, the whole Onigashima seemed to tremble with his wild laughter. Ha ha! What fine wine! Kaido put down the wine jar, wiped the wine stains from his mouth, and his eyes sparkled with wild light. His voice was rough and deep, like the roar of a giant beast. Who dares to run wild on my territory? No matter who it is, they will pay a heavy price. He stood up, his massive body exuding unparalleled pressure, like a volcano about to erupt. Every movement of Kaido carried an undeniable force and dominance, showcasing his supreme authority and terrifying strength as one of the four emperors. Under Kaido's rule, Onigashima had become a place filled with terror and despair. His existence cast a shadow over the entire Wano country, and no one dared to easily challenge his authority. At the highest point of Onigashima, Kaido sat on his throne, holding a massive wine jar. In front of him was a broad view that overlooked the whole of Wano. Just as Kaido was about to drink again, his expression suddenly changed, and his sharp gaze turned to the distance. He put down the wine jar and slowly stood up, his gigantic figure casting a heavy shadow. This aura, a hint of surprise and interest flashed in Kaido's eyes. It had been a long time since someone dared to approach Wano. As one of the four emperors, Kaido's observation haki had long reached a high level. He could sense the powerful aura from afar, sweeping toward him like a tsunami. This aura was filled with strong fighting spirit and undeniable power, distinctly different from ordinary enemies. Kaido closed his eyes, concentrating to feel the source of that aura. His observation haki extended like invisible tentacles thousands of miles away, capturing every subtle change in that aura. In his perception, it seemed he saw a figure approaching Wano at an astonishing speed. It seemed that another interesting character had arrived. A wild smile appeared at the corner of Kaido's mouth. It had been a long time since such a powerful enemy had set foot in Wano. Kaido's laughter echoed in the stone hall, and his gaze pierced through the thick walls, as if he could see the approaching YeFan. His laughter was filled with excitement and anticipation, as if a slumbering giant dragon was about to awaken, ready to embrace a new challenge. Kaido turned around and loudly commanded his subordinates, "Send a message down. Everyone prepare for battle. A strong enemy is coming, and I want to meet him personally." Upon hearing this, his subordinates immediately took action, and the entire Onigashima was soon enveloped in a busy and tense atmosphere. Kaido's orders spread, like a stone sinking into the sea, quickly reaching every corner, and members of the beast pirates began to gather, preparing for the impending battle. Kaido stood high in the stone hall, his gaze sharp as he looked into the distance. He could feel that powerful aura growing closer, filling his heart with anticipation and excitement. For him, every powerful opponent was an opportunity to prove his strength, and this time, it seemed even more promising. "Come on, let me see your power." Kaido's voice was deep and powerful, like a beast about to hunt. "Let's once again stir up a monumental battle on this sea." As YeFan approached, the storm over Wano was about to arrive, and Kaido, one of the four emperors, was ready to face all challenges. Standing at the bow of the ship facing Wano's massive waterfall, YeFan gazed at an astonishing natural barrier before him. The towering waterfall rushed with turbulent waters, flowing upstream like a giant dragon, filled with endless power. Above the waterfall, clouds and mist swirled, resembling a fairyland. Every drop of water sparkled in the sunlight, creating countless rainbows. YeFan's gaze was resolute. He knew this path was the only way to Wayno. He took a gold coin from his pocket, flicked it with his finger, and the coin flew through the air, tracing a beautiful arc toward the top of the waterfall. Then, YeFan quickly formed seals and murmured, flying thunder god technique. Just as the coin was about to fall into the waterfall, YeFan's figure vanished from his spot. In the next second, he appeared at the top of the waterfall, standing next to the gold coin. The instant movement of the flying thunder god technique allowed YeFan to avoid the impact of the waterfall, and he stood high above, looking down at the waterfall, filled with confidence. He glanced back at his crew members struggling below the waterfall and couldn't help but admire their courage and perseverance. Although they did not possess his abilities, each of them was doing their utmost to overcome this natural barrier and fight alongside YeFan. Everyone, keep it up. We're almost at Wayno. YeFan Lude. He knew this was not just a challenge for himself, but also a test for the entire team. Only by uniting could they overcome all difficulties and reach their ultimate goal. YeFan's encouraging voice spread throughout the crew below the waterfall, inspiring every member of the struggling pirate crew. Taking a deep breath, YeFan stood at the top of the waterfall, ready to face the upcoming challenge. He knew that while the road to Wayno was treacherous, it was exactly this kind of adventure that made him feel incredibly excited and expectant. Just as YeFan stood at the top of the waterfall, overlooking the magnificent scenery of Wayno, a terrifying pressure emanated from afar. This pressure pierced through layers of space like thunder, rushing toward YeFan. This power came from one of the four emperors, Kaido. Kaido's powerful conqueror's haki swept across the world like lightning, overwhelming everything in its might, as if it would destroy everything. YeFan felt the approach of this conqueror's haki. Instead of feeling any fear, it ignited his inner fighting fervor. A spark of excitement flashed in his eyes, and a smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he shouted, "Bring it on." He instantly released his own conqueror's haki, and that power surged from within him, sweeping out like a flood breaking through a dam. YeFan's conqueror's haki collided with Kaido's in the air, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The two unparalleled forces intertwined, creating a violent energy vortex. At the moment of collision, the sky seemed to tear apart, opening a massive rift. Thunderous roars echoed throughout the world, and the entire area above the waterfall trembled from this force. YeFan and Kaido's conqueror's haki clashed continuously, like two giant beasts fighting in the sky, with each collision sparking countless flashes of lightning and fierce winds. YeFan stood at the top of the waterfall, his figure unwavering, his haki standing firm like an insurmountable mountain, steadily resisting Kaido's attack. Although Kaido's conqueror's haki was powerful, YeFan's strength was not inferior, and the two haki were evenly matched, difficult to distinguish. The surrounding crew members were intimidated by this terrifying pressure, halting their actions and gazing up at this earth-shattering duel. Each person was filled with shock and awe, having never witnessed such a powerful clash of forces. In that moment, they truly felt the gap in power among the four emperors. YeFan's figure appeared resolute amidst the intertwining haki, responding to Kaido's challenge with his own strength, showcasing the invincible demeanor of the captain of the Emperor Pirates. The rift in the sky gradually closed, but the lingering shock of the collision still echoed through the world. "Kaido, your power is nothing but this," YeFan declared loudly, his voice filled with endless fighting spirit and confidence. Kaido, far away on Onigashima, sensed YeFan's response, and a slight smile appeared on his face, a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes, although they were separated by a great distance. The hearts of the two strong individuals had already connected, both knowing that this duel had only just begun. Hearing YeFan shout, Kaido on Onigashima laughed heartily, his voice thunderous and echoing through the world. Excitement and fighting spirit shimmered in his eyes. This was the opponent he had long desired. Since that's the case, come on. Kaido's body began to undergo violent changes as he activated his strongest fruit ability, the fish fruit, mythical Zoan type, Azure Dragon form. With a deafening roar, his body rapidly expanded, scales emerging on his skin, each one as hard as steel. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a giant dragon form hovering in the sky, his massive body covering half the horizon, sending chills down people's spines. Kaido's dragon form was fearsome. As he spread his enormous wings, it stirred up a violent wind, causing the surrounding clouds to roll and churn. His scales gleamed with a cold light under the sun, each one seemingly containing boundless power. His razor-sharp dragon claws could tear through the air with a mere swipe, producing a piercing whistle. YeFan, Let me see your true strength. Kaido roared, his voice filled with endless battle intent and fervor. With a roar, Kaido's mouth suddenly opened wide, a deep red glow gathering in his throat. In the next second, a scorching energy erupted from his mouth, forming a massive heat wave. Wherever the heat wave passed, the air was scorched and distorted, as if even space itself was about to be incinerated. The heat wave surged like a fire dragon, rushing towards YeFan with the power to annihilate everything. The powerful shock wave instantly compressed the surrounding air to its limits, creating an incredibly terrifying pressure that was suffocating. YeFan saw Kaido's heat wave attack, and a glimmer of excitement and battle intent flashed in his eyes. He knew he could not underestimate this attack, but it also ignited the bloodlust within him. "What, Kaido?" YeFan shouted, unleashing the power within him in an instant. He clasped his hands together, condensing his haki to the utmost, forming an invisible barrier that compressed the surrounding air, causing it to roar. He suddenly pushed his hands forward, and a powerful haki shockwave surged from his hands, directly meeting Kaido's heat wave. The two massive energies collided violently in the air, erupting with a deafening boom. The clash of the shockwaves and haki created wild energy ripples, tearing the sky apart as if it were an apocalyptic scene. The temperature in the air sharply rose, and the scorching airflow and violent wind whipped up huge waves in the surrounding sea. YeFan stood firmly at the top of the waterfall, the haki shockwave continuously resisting Kaido's heat wave attack. His eyes sparkled with determination. He was sure he would win this battle. Kaido's giant dragon form circled in the sky, his massive body appearing particularly majestic under the sunlight. He looked down at YeFan, a smile forming at the corner of his mouth. This opponent had indeed not disappointed him. The battle had just begun, and the clash of the two powerful beings was destined to unleash a tremendous storm. YeFan's heart surged with immense excitement as he felt the passion and blood of battle. The demon wings behind him suddenly spread wide, their dark feathers shimmering with a cold light under the sun. He soared into the air, flying swiftly towards Kaido. His enormous wings flapped in the air, creating a gust of wind that caused the surrounding clouds to tremble. Upon seeing YeFan flying closer, Kaido's battle intent intensified even more. The two powerful beings engaged in an intense duel in the sky, each unleashing their strongest powers without reservation. YeFan's speed was incredibly fast. He was like a black lightning bolt, tracing a graceful arc in the air as he rapidly approached Kaido. He swung his fist, his entire body brimming with haki, carrying the power to destroy everything as he struck fiercely at Kaido. The airflow generated by his fist seemed capable of tearing the air apart, producing a piercing roar. Kaido snorted coldly, swiping his dragon claw to meet YeFan's attack. The enormous dragon claw carried terrifying power, as if it could rip the earth apart. The collision produced a deafening explosion, and the powerful shockwave scattered the surrounding clouds. YeFan and Kaido engaged in a fierce back-and-forth duel in the air. YeFan's fists, infused with haki, were like a relentless tide, while Kaido retaliated with his claws and tail, equally terrifying in strength. The pace of their battle was so fast, it was dazzling. YeFan wielded his demon wings, skillfully dodging Kaido's attacks, while looking for opportunities to counterattack. His body was like a black shadow, sometimes appearing at Kaido's side, other times at his back, each strike filled with immense power and precision. Kaido was not to be outdone. His giant dragon form circled in the air, his claws and tail wielding terrifying destructive power, constantly attacking YeFan. The dragon tail swept across like a steel whip, creating a whirlwind that made the surrounding air tremble. Each swing of the dragon claw carried the force to tear space apart, forcing YeFan to respond with all his might. In the sky, the battle between the two powerful beings was intense and spectacular. Each collision was accompanied by booming sounds and lightning-like flashes, as if the heavens and earth were shaking. Every attack from YeFan was as swift as thunder, while every counterattack from Kaido was as forceful as a landslide. The intensity of the battle shook the surrounding seas, causing towering waves to rise, with dark clouds and lightning filling the sky. The fight between YeFan and Kaido resembled a clash of gods and demons, leaving all witnesses in awe. YeFan and Kaido battled fiercely in the air, their moves clashing continuously, creating a breathtaking spectacle. YeFan's demon wings provided him with unparalleled speed and agility, while Kaido's giant dragon form granted him immense strength and defense. The collision of the two powerful beings was destined to become a legend over this sea. One of Kaido's three disasters, Queen, stood on the lookout tower of Onigashima, his eyes wide open, fixated on the two figures engaged in fierce combat in the sky. Queen, who was usually arrogant and believed he was among the top combatants in this sea, felt deeply shocked by the scene before him. How is this possible? How can that kid's strength be so abnormal? Queen cursed under his breath, his expression darkening. The cigar in his hand nearly dropped, his eyes filled with disbelief. YeFan appeared to be just a young kid, yet he could face Kaido head-on. It was simply hard to believe. Jack stood beside him, his expression grave, tightly gripping his weapon, cold sweat dripping from his face. Boss, this kid's strength is beyond our imagination. He can actually fight evenly with Lord Kaido. What kind of monster is this? Queen gritted his teeth, feeling both shocked and unwilling. I didn't expect this newcomer to have such terrifying power. It seems we really underestimated him. Lord Kaido has met such an opponent. Jack nodded, his brow furrowed, filled with complex emotions. Yes, I didn't expect such a young kid to have such terrifying strength. I really don't know how he cultivated to this level. Queen took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. He knew that the key now was how to deal with this sudden turn of events. We must be vigilant. Although Lord Kaido is powerful, if this kid really has any special trump cards, we cannot let our guard down. Jack nodded in agreement. Yes, Queen, we must remain alert and not give this kid any opportunity to threaten Lord Kaido. A fierce glint flashed in Queen's eyes. No matter how strong this kid is, we must fully support Lord Kaido. Once Lord Kaido deals with him, we will eliminate his forces in one fell swoop. We cannot allow such a threat to exist. Just then, the battle in the sky intensified, with the clash between YeFan and Kaido shaking the entire Onigashima. Queen and Jack exchanged glances, seeing determination and battle intent in each other's eyes. They knew that facing such an enemy, they must go all out and not slack off in any way. The aftermath of the battle continued to reverberate, and the shock in Quinn and Jack's hearts grew stronger. YeFan's immense power completely overturned their understanding, forcing them to reassess the opponent before them. They realized that future battles would be even more difficult and intense. But they also believed that under Lord Kaido's leadership, they would surely overcome all enemies. In the sky, thunder flashed, and the sea breeze whipped up giant waves as two figures fought fiercely like two enraged dragons. Kaido's dragon form rolled in the air, his massive body exuding unparalleled pressure. Every swing he made brought forth a destructive force. YeFan, like a bolt of lightning, moved swiftly, his demon wings spread wide, skillfully dodging and searching for opportunities to counterattack. This was the battle. This was the opponent I wanted. Excitement flickered in YeFan's eyes as he shouted, his Conqueror's Haki erupting like a colossal wave from within, violently clashing with Kaido's Conqueror's Haki in the air. The two Haki forces intertwined, bursting forth with intense light, tearing a massive rift in the sky. Kaido laughed heartily, letting out a roar. Ha ha ha. YeFan, you truly haven't disappointed me. Come on, let us settle this. As he spoke, his enormous dragon claw lunged toward YeFan, sharp claws slicing through the air with a chilling gleam. YeFan quickly dodged while simultaneously delivering a punch, his fist infused with Conqueror's Haki, directly striking Kaido's dragon claw. The moment they collided, a tremendous shockwave erupted, affecting the entire Onigashima. The rocks on Onigashima shattered, the ground trembled, an enormous crack spread, as if the island was bearing endless pressure from the battle. Quinn and Jack, watching from a distance, turned pale. Quinn's voice trembled. This is simply earth-shattering. An island as large as Onigashima can't withstand the aftermath of their battle. Jack swallowed hard, his eyes filled with horror. This kid YeFan, he's really too strong. I didn't expect Lord Kaido to encounter such an opponent. In the air, YeFan and Kaido's battle entered heated phase. YeFan suddenly soared into the sky, his demon wings flapping powerfully as he darted toward Kaido like a bolt of lightning. His fist carried devastating power, striking Kaido's dragon head directly. Kaido's dragon form was sent rolling by the punch, his massive body twisting in the air, creating strong gusts of wind. Kaido roared in anger, his dragon tail whipping toward YeFan like a steel whip. YeFan quickly evaded, simultaneously using the flying thunder god technique to appear on Kaido's other side, striking again with a punch. This punch hit Kaido's dragon scales, producing a loud bang that caused Kaido's body to tremble slightly. Ha ha ha, good, bring it on. Kaido's laughter was deafening as he opened his massive dragon mouth. A torrent of scorching dragon breath surged forth, heading straight for YeFan. Excitement flashed in YeFan's eyes as he charged toward the dragon breath, his Conqueror's Haki forming a shield to withstand the onslaught. He rushed in front of Kaido, swinging both fists violently, clashing again with Kaido's dragon claws. The two powerful forces collided in the air, creating earth-shattering sounds that made the entire Onigashima tremble. This was the battle I wanted. YeFan's heart was filled with fighting spirit. This was the first time he faced such a powerful opponent and experienced such exhilarating combat. He knew that this battle was not just for victory, but also to prove himself. The battle between YeFan and Kaido lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. The heavens and earth seemingly losing their color. Every collision between them was like a meteor striking the earth, bringing enormous vibrations and shockwaves. Onigashima had become unrecognizable due to the battle, with mountains collapsing, the sea flooding back, as if the apocalypse had arrived. On the first day, YeFan and Kaido engaged in fierce aerial combat. YeFan relied on the agility of his demon wings to constantly evade Kaido's attacks, while waiting for the right moment to counterattack. Kaido, in his dragon form, used his massive body and unparalleled strength to try to suppress YeFan. However, both YeFan's haki and Kaido's dragon breath showcased exceptionally high combat skills and endless fighting spirit. On the second day, their battle gradually moved to the ground. Kaido transformed into a giant dragon, sweeping his dragon tail and tearing with his claws, launching wave after wave of fierce attacks. YeFan relied on his speed and strength to continuously clash head-on with Kaido, each punch landing with lethal intent. Every collision left massive craters in the ground, and each attack caused the earth to tremble. By the third day, both sides had exhausted a significant amount of stamina and haki, but the intensity of the battle showed no signs of waning. YeFan was covered in wounds, yet his eyes still sparkled with fighting spirit and an indomitable spirit. Kaido had also sustained numerous injuries, his dragon scales shattered and bloodied, but his fighting spirit remained rock solid. YeFan, you are indeed powerful, Kaido panted, laughing. But I have not yet used my full strength. Kaido, neither have I, YeFan replied, a fierce glint in his eyes. Come on, let us continue. Kaido opened his dragon mouth again, a torrent of scorching dragon breath surging forth. YeFan flapped his demon wings, charging toward the dragon breath, his conqueror's haki forming a shield to withstand the onslaught. He quickly closed in on Kaido, swinging both fists fiercely, striking again against Kaido's dragon claws. The two forces collided in the air, producing earth-shattering sounds that made the entire Onigashima shake. As the battle reached a fever pitch, both sides held nothing back. Revealing all their trump cards, Kaido unleashed the Dragon Breath Storm. A massive torrent of dragon breath swept in all directions, melting rocks and igniting the ground. YeFan, on the other hand, executed Tears of the Void, warping space as the rifts in the void sliced through everything around them. 3 days and 3 nights passed, and neither side could determine a victor. Both YeFan and Kaido were exhausted, but the passion for battle had not faded. They stood amidst the ruins, gazing at each other, their eyes filled with mutual respect for each other's strength and reverence for the battle they fought. YeFan, you are indeed formidable, Kaido said, his tone carrying a hint of exhaustion, but more admiration. This is a thrilling battle I haven't encountered in years. Kaido, you are also a worthy opponent, YeFan responded, though weary, his eyes still gleaming with determination. But this battle is not over. Our contest must continue. The two exchanged smiles, knowing that although the battle had yet to determine a winner, this experience would become one of the most unforgettable moments of their lives. Around the battlefield of Onigashima, members of the Beast Pirates had long since become accustomed to the spectacle. They witnessed the clash between the two monstrous powerhouses, Kaido and YeFan. Though their hearts were still filled with shock, they gradually became accustomed to the astonishing sights. My God, these two are not even human. They are simply monsters. One member of the Beast Pirates couldn't help but mutter. Thank goodness we were standing far enough away. Otherwise, we would have been swept in. Looking at them, it seemed they had no sense of fatigue at all. YeFan and Kaido gradually realized during their battle that their strengths were comparable, and neither could completely defeat the other. As time passed, both sides were exhausted, yet their fighting spirit remained undiminished. Finally, they tacitly stopped their attacks, looking at each other and smiling as if they shared a deep understanding. That's enough, Kaido. If we keep this up, we're just wasting our energy, YeFan said, panting but smiling. Although his body was weary, his eyes sparkled with satisfaction. Ha ha, YeFan, you're indeed a worthy opponent. Kaido laughed heartily, retracting his dragon form and returning to his human shape. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, appearing somewhat tired but filled more with excitement and appreciation. The two then sat on a giant rock on Onigashima, gazing at the devastated landscape caused by their battle, feeling a sense of nostalgia. Kaido took out a jar of liquor from his pocket and generously handed it to YeFan. Come on, let us have a drink. YeFan took the jar and took a hearty swig. The strong liquor burned in his throat, but it was exactly what he needed at that moment. He laughed. Kaido, this liquor is quite good. However, fighting like this doesn't seem to have much meaning. Why not sit down, drink, and chat instead? Kaido also laughed heartily, raising his jar to clink with YeFan's. You're right, YeFan. Your strength has truly impressed me. Let us toast to this exhilarating battle. The two drank together, the scent of the liquor wafting through the air, while the members of the Beast Pirates looked on in astonishment. They couldn't believe that two monstrous powerhouses, who had just been fiercely battling, were now sitting together drinking. This is unbelievable, Quinn muttered in surprise. These two guys can actually sit down and drink in this situation? YeFan, why did you come to Wano? Kaido asked, a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. YeFan smiled slightly, looking up at the distant sky, and said, I've heard that Wano has a rich history and culture, along with some unknown secrets. I'm quite interested in these, and of course, I also wanted to witness your strength as one of the four emperors. Haha, you really are an interesting kid, Kaido laughed. But the secrets of Wano are not so easily discovered. YeFan nodded, saying, that's true. I didn't expect to encounter you here, but this battle has taught me a lot. Kaido raised his jar again, clinking it with YeFan's. Indeed, meeting an opponent like you is indeed a fortunate thing. Cheers! The two drank heartily, chatting away as if they had forgotten the fierce battle that had just taken place. Despite their differing stances at that moment, they felt like old friends discussing life and sharing each other's experiences. The members of the Beast Pirates gradually accepted this scene. They understood that perhaps it was through such battles between strong individuals that true respect and friendship could be established. They looked at Kaido and YeFan with growing admiration. That night, the clamor of battle faded from Onigashima, replaced only by the laughter and boisterous conversations of the two strongmen. In this realm, the friendship between YeFan and Kaido gradually formed after their battle, knowing that more challenges awaited them in the future. But at that moment, they were each other's most respected opponents and friends. As the night deepened on Onigashima, the conversation between YeFan and Kaido became more profound and candid. After a round of hearty drinking, YeFan put down the jar, a thoughtful look passing through his eyes, and spoke. Kaido, there is something I want to discuss with you. Kaido lifted his head, raising an eyebrow with interest. Oh? What is it? Tell me. YeFan pondered for a moment before speaking directly. I want to propose an alliance. If we join forces, we can achieve more goals and break the existing pattern. Kaido was silent for a moment, then burst into laughter. YeFan, you are truly an interesting kid. Tell me, what is your plan? YeFan smiled slightly and continued. It's simple. I know you have your own ambitions and goals. I can help you achieve these goals and provide the strength and support you need. In exchange, I only need treasures. I don't want anything else. A hint of surprise and appreciation flashed in Kaido's eyes. Just treasures? YeFan, your appetite is not that big. But you should know that I want more than just treasures. YeFan nodded. I understand. What you want is power, territory, and influence over the entire world. You want to overthrow the existing order and establish a new world that belongs to you. And I just need treasures and resources to continue my journey. Kaido thought for a moment, then seriously nodded. Your proposal is quite interesting. If you can really help me achieve my goals, then an alliance is not out of the question. YeFan smiled, then it settled. Our goals may differ, but we can support each other and achieve our wishes together. Kaido raised his jar, toasting to YeFan. All right, let us toast to our alliance. YeFan also raised his jar, clinking it with Kaido's. Some of the liquor splashed out onto the ground, but neither of them cared. At that moment, the fates of the two strong men were tightly intertwined. They knew that this alliance would bring more power and resources, but would also usher in greater challenges. Yet, regardless of the road ahead, they were both prepared. Kaido put down his jar, revealing a satisfied smile. YeFan, now that we are allied, let us talk about specific plans. What I want is, YeFan nodded, listening carefully to Kaido's plans while quickly contemplating how to implement them better in his mind. He knew that this alliance would change the landscape of the entire pirate world, and he would be a key part of it. As the night deepened, the two strongmen on Onigashima continued their conversation, planning the blueprint for the future. Their alliance was destined to stir up a massive storm that would change the fate of the entire world. At the center of this storm were YeFan and Kaido, two strongmen driven by relentless pursuit and unwavering belief. As night fell, Onigashima was enveloped in a tranquil atmosphere. The silvery moonlight spilled over the sea, shimmering like countless pieces of silver. The distant waves gently lapped against the shore, producing a soft sound that harmonized with the starlight in the night sky, adding a touch of mysterious and serene beauty to the entire Onigashima. As soon as the news of the alliance between YeFan and Kaido spread, the entire pirate world was thrown into a frenzy. The union of these two powerful figures not only shocked various major forces, but also sparked an unprecedented wave of piracy. People realized that a brand new era of chaos was about to arrive, and countless adventurers, filled with dreams and ambitions, chose to set sail to embrace the impending tumultuous times. The leaders of various pirate crews convened emergency meetings upon hearing the news to discuss how to respond to the upcoming changes. Some ambitious new generation pirate crews viewed YeFan and Kaido's alliance as an opportunity, eager to make their mark in this chaotic world and win their own territory and reputation. On the Grand Line, pirate ships set sail, their flags fluttering in the wind. Young pirates looked resolute, their hearts filled with a longing for unknown adventures. They believed that as long as they had courage and strength, they could create their own legends in this new era. The Navy headquarters also responded quickly. The newly appointed Admiral Aokiji urgently convened a high-level meeting to discuss how to deal with the great upheaval in the pirate world. Within the Navy, opinions were divided in the face of two powerful enemies, YeFan and Kaido. Some advocated for a proactive approach, while others believed in strengthening defenses to avoid unnecessary losses. Meanwhile, newsbirds busily flitted between islands around the world, spreading this shocking news to every corner. Newspapers extensively reported on the alliance of YeFan and Kaido, depicting various scenarios that might unfold in the future. People passionately discussed the collaboration of these two legendary figures in taverns, squares, and markets, with some expressing excitement and others voicing concerns. Amidst this heated discussion and chaos, more pirates and adventurers began to ponder their own futures. Countless ships left the ports, heading toward uncharted waters. Each person harbored a dream, hoping to find their place in this chaotic world and realize their aspirations. However, whether supporters or opponents, they all knew that YeFan and Kaido's alliance was just the beginning. The future pirate world would be filled with even more challenges, conflicts, and legends. In the face of the impending storm, everyone had to be prepared to meet this new era of catastrophe and glory with their own strength. In Wano country, YeFan decided to stay for a few days to deeply understand this mysterious and historically rich land. During his time in Wano, he explored its unique culture and scenery, engaged in further discussions with Kaido, and met Kaido's daughter, Yamato. Wano country is a place steeped in samurai spirit, where ancient buildings and traditional lifestyles intrigue YeFan. Although the residents lived under the rule of the beast pirates, they still retained their tenacious fighting spirit and unique cultural traditions. Walking through the streets of Wano, YeFan saw skilled craftsmen making weapons and armor, and some samurai seriously practicing swordsmanship in training grounds. One day, Kaido took YeFan to his residence, where his daughter Yamato lived. Although Yamato was Kaido's daughter, she held beliefs completely different from her father's. She admired Kazuki Oden and aspired to be a samurai like him, always hoping to liberate Wano and allow its people to live free and happy lives. Yamato was striking in appearance, with long hair cascading over her shoulders, a tall figure, and dressed in samurai attire, exuding an air of heroism. Her eyes were filled with determination and unyielding will. When YeFan met her, Yamato was practicing swordsmanship in the courtyard. She wielded her long sword with clean and precise movements, each strike brimming with power and resolve. "This is YeFan," Kaido introduced. "He is my ally and an extraordinarily powerful warrior." Yamato put down her long sword and approached YeFan, her eyes filled with curiosity and respect. "Are you the YeFan who shone brightly during the Marineford War?" she asked. YeFan nodded with a smile. "That's right. I've heard of your deeds, Yamato. You are impressive." Yamato replied with unwavering determination. "I will fight for the future of Wano. Although my ideals differ from my father's, I respect the beliefs of every strong warrior." YeFan nodded in understanding. He knew that Yamato's goal was similar to his own, both aiming to change the status quo and pursue their ideals. In the following days, YeFan and Yamato engaged in more exchanges. They shared their experiences and dreams, discussing the challenges and opportunities that might lie ahead. During his days in Wano, YeFan and Yamato's relationship gradually deepened. They resonated with each other's thoughts and decided to understand each other's strengths through practical combat. Yamato had long heard of YeFan's reputation and was filled with curiosity and fighting spirit, so she proposed a duel with YeFan. YeFan gladly accepted Yamato's challenge, and they decided to hold the match in the backyard of Kaido's residence. The backyard was a spacious training ground surrounded by tall bamboo forests, with the morning sunlight filtering through the bamboo leaves, creating a particularly tranquil atmosphere. However, the battle that was about to unfold would inevitably shatter this serenity. Yamato launched the first attack. She decisively activated her devil fruit ability, transforming into a powerful wolf form. She had consumed the Inu no Mi, mythical Zoan type, which granted her tremendous strength and speed. Yamato's figure became a white flash, rapidly closing in on YeFan. YeFan stood still. His eyes narrowed as he quietly observed Yamato's movements. Just as her claws were about to reach him, he moved in an instant. YeFan's speed was equally astonishing. He flashed out of the way of Yamato's attack while delivering a swift hand strike toward her shoulder. Yamato immediately stepped back to evade YeFan's attack, then turned and executed a spinning kick aimed at his head. YeFan raised his arm, easily blocking the strike, and then pushed back, deflecting Yamato's attack. "Your speed is fast," YeFan smiled and said, "but you need stronger power." Yamato did not give up and launched another offensive. She suddenly leaped high into the air, her hands clasped together, and a frost erupted from her palms, heading straight for YeFan. YeFan sensed the chill in the air and quickly gathered his conqueror's haki, shielding himself from the frost, then shattered it with a palm strike. Indeed, not simple. Yamato steadied herself in midair and praised, "Now, let's see if you can withstand my full power attack." She took a deep breath, her body swiftly spinning, causing the temperature of the surrounding air to plummet. A thick layer of ice armor covered Yamato, transforming her into a massive ice wolf that lunged toward YeFan. As the ice wolf passed, it left trails of frost on the ground, filling the air with a cold atmosphere. YeFan's expression grew serious. He knew that Yamato was going all out, holding nothing back. His demonic wings unfurled behind him, and he gathered powerful energy in his hands. Just as the ice wolf was about to collide with him, YeFan shouted, thrusting his hands forward, unleashing a powerful shockwave that erupted from within him, striking the ice wolf. The shockwave collided with the ice wolf in midair, producing a deafening explosion. The powerful energy fluctuations sent the surrounding bamboo forest swaying, and dust was kicked up from the ground, engulfing the entire training ground in a cloud of smoke. As the dust gradually settled, YeFan and Yamato stood in place, locking eyes with each other. YeFan breathed slightly heavily, while he was covered in sweat, but both of their eyes sparkled with fighting spirit and respect. "You are indeed very strong," he said slowly. "To be able to withstand my full force attack, you truly live up to your reputation. You are also remarkable," YeFan smiled. "This battle has benefited me greatly." The two exchanged smiles and then walked out of the training ground side by side. This battle not only helped them understand each other's strength better, but also deepen their friendship. Although the battle was over, the fighting spirit and belief in their hearts had become even more resolute. At the Navy headquarters of the world government, the atmosphere was particularly tense and serious. In the center of the conference room, a long conference table was arranged, with various documents and reports neatly placed on it. The new Admiral Akiji sat at the head of the table, his gaze calm and steadfast, surrounded by other high-ranking naval officers, including Admiral Kazuru, Admiral Fujitora, as well as several vice admirals and staff officers. After the meeting began, Akiji spoke first. "Everyone, the topic we're discussing today is the abolition of the Shichibukai system. Since the Paramount War, the pirate world has entered a new era of chaos, and the existence of the Shichibukai can no longer effectively deter and balance other pirate forces. We must make changes to address the new challenges." Kizuru lazily leaned back in his chair, arms crossed over his chest, and squinted his eyes. "Well, Akiji, are you saying we should completely abolish the Shichibukai? That would cause quite a bit of turmoil." Fujitora, with his arms crossed, looked deep in thought. Although some members of the Shichibukai have indeed lost their original purpose, there are still some who are important allies of the Navy. If we abolish their status, we must consider the subsequent measures for appeasement and response. Akiji nodded and continued. "You are right, but we must recognize the current situation. Don Quixote Doflamingo from the Shichibukai has allied with YeFan, forming a new powerful force, and the other Shichibukai have their own agendas, no longer obeying the government's commands. We can no longer rely on these uncertain factors." Sitting nearby, Vice Admiral Smoker pounded the table, his tone resolute. "Admiral Akiji is correct. Abolishing the Shichibukai system, while it may cause some chaos, is a step we must take. What we need is the power to truly control the pirate forces, not to depend on these nominal allies." Another Vice Admiral, Tashiji, angrily said, "Some people in the Shichibukai are outright enemies of the Navy. Their existence only complicates our work. Rather than letting them create chaos outside, it would be better to eliminate them completely." Akiji looked at the generals present and continued, "Of course, the abolition of the Shichibukai system is just the first step. Next, we need to strengthen our control over the new world, especially against those emerging powerful pirate crews. We need more resources and strength to maintain order at sea." Fujitora nodded. "I agree. The situation in the new world is becoming increasingly complex. We need more flexible and effective countermeasures." Kizaru smiled. "Since everyone is so motivated, let me pitch in as well. We can't let these pirates become too rampant." The atmosphere in the conference room gradually became tense and filled with determination. As the discussion deepened, everyone began to form a consensus on the future action plan. The proposal to abolish the Shichibukai system was initially passed in this meeting and would be submitted for approval by the highest levels of the world government. Akiji summarized, "Since there are no objections, let us begin preparing the relevant measures to abolish the Shichibukai. At the same time, we will accelerate the collection of intelligence on the major pirate crews in the New World and prepare for various possible scenarios. Everyone, we are about to welcome a brand new era." The meeting concluded with Akiji's summary, and the naval leaders left the conference room one after another, each diving into their new tasks. The decision to abolish the Shichibukai system would stir up a new wave of storms in the world of the seas, and the Navy would face even more severe challenges. As soon as the news of the abolition of the Shichibukai spread, the entire world was shaken. Pirates, civilians, prominent figures from all nations, and the various powers of the world government were all stunned by this significant announcement. The Shichibukai system had been a crucial part of the world government's efforts to maintain order at sea. Its abolition now signified the arrival of a new maritime order, bringing with it not only upheaval but also unprecedented challenges and opportunities. At the same time, the Navy headquarters announced the appointments of two new admirals, Fujitora and Green Bull. This news further sparked widespread attention and discussion around the world. Fujitora, also known as Isho, was a powerful swordsman with formidable observation haki, who had once demonstrated admirable determination by stabbing his own eyes to protest against the injustices of the world. He wielded a massive katana and could manipulate gravity, making his abilities profound and immensely powerful. The arrival of the new Admiral Fujitora injected new strength and belief into the Navy. Green Bull, whose real name was Aramaki, was a mysterious powerhouse. Rumors about him had always carried an air of mystery. It was said that he had the ability to control natural forces, able to absorb and manipulate the energies of plants. Although he rarely appeared in public, his strength was indisputable. The appointment of the new Admiral Green Bull further enhanced the Navy's power. Various forces in the New World were discussing and analyzing how these changes would affect the future situation. Pirates who had previously relied on the Shichibukai system began to reassess their positions and strategies, while major pirate crews intensified their competition for territory in the New World. On a remote island, pirates gathered together, discussing fervently. A pirate captain wearing a red bandana banged on the table, his tone filled with anger and unease. "Abolishing the Shichibukai? This is simply challenging our bottom line. Without the Shichibukai to balance things, will the Navy come after us small pirate crews?" Another tall pirate sneered. "No matter how the Navy changes, as long as we become stronger, we won't fear them. I heard the new Admirals Fujitora and Green Bull are strong. It seems the Navy has made up its mind to sweep us out." At the Navy headquarters, soldiers were also discussing this significant change. Young soldiers were full of enthusiasm, encouraging each other. Admiral Fujitora and Admiral Green Bull are both powerful figures. With them around, we will definitely be able to take down more pirates. Meanwhile, in a corner of the New World, the Straw Hat Pirates were also discussing this news. Luffy was excited. "Wow, this is so interesting. That Uncle Fujitora is now an admiral. We have new opponents." Robin rationally analyzed. The abolition of the Shichibukai system means the world government is readjusting the order of the seas. We also need to be careful in responding to the new situation. This change also affected the four Emperor's forces. Kaido and Big Mom, among others, were closely monitoring this development, considering how to consolidate their power in the new situation. Upon hearing the news, Kaido laughed heartily. "Interesting, the Navy has finally made a decision. Then, the New World will welcome greater chaos, and our opportunity has come." At the same time, YeFan also received this news. He stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the endless ocean, deep in thought. The abolition of the Shichibukai and the appointment of new admirals signified new challenges and opportunities. He knew that the upcoming voyage would be even more exciting and intense. The decision to abolish the Shichibukai system completely changed the dynamics of the seas, strengthening the Navy's power and resolve, while the turmoil in the New World would intensify. Various forces have begun to act in this major upheaval, and the world has entered a new era of chaos, with an unprecedented maritime storm about to unfold. With the abolition of the Seven Warlord system, the former members of the Seven Warlords have overnight transformed from lawful pirates into the primary targets of Navy. This decision not only shocked the entire world, but also placed a heavy responsibility on the Navy to restore its dignity. In Dressrosa, Don Quixote Doflamingo sat on the throne, his expression gloomy. He knew he had become the Navy's #1 target. With a cold laugh, he said to the cadres around him, "It seems we need to prepare for battle. The Navy is coming. Let's give them a surprise." In Amazon Lily, Boa Hancock stood on a high platform, gazing out at the distant sea. Her eyes were filled with determination. She addressed the gathered Kuja warriors, saying, "The Navy is coming. We will not surrender easily. Kuja warriors, prepare for battle." In the land of Wayno, Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach sat on a tall throne, a proud smile on his face. He raised his wine glass and shouted, "Let the Navy come. I've been looking for a worthy opponent. Our era has just begun." In the sea of sunrise, Mihawk stood in front of his castle, carrying the black sword Yuru, his gaze calm. He knew he had also become a target of the Navy. He smiled slightly. "Interesting. It seems I haven't warmed up in a long time." At Navy headquarters, the atmosphere was tense and fervent. The new Admiral Akiji stood on the command platform, his gaze resolute. His voice echoed in the hall. "The abolition of the 7 warlord system is our moment to restore the Navy's dignity. All soldiers, prepare for action. Target, former 7 warlords." The Navy's large-scale operation began. Massive warships sailed toward the territories of the former 7 warlords. Navy soldiers were fully equipped and determined. In Dressrosa, Doflamingo's subordinates were on high alert, ready to face the Navy's assault. The battle was imminent, and the roar of cannon fire echoed in the sky. In Amazon Lily, Hancock personally led the Kuja warriors into battle against the Navy. The arrows in her hands gleamed coldly, each strike carrying destructive power. In the land of Wayno, Blackbeard laughed heartily, facing the Navy's cannon fire, his abilities displaying terrifying power. Huge black holes swallowed everything, instilling endless fear. In the sea of sunrise, Mihawk stood alone on the shore, facing the Navy's fleet. He drew his black sword Yuru and calmly said, "Come on, let me see your strength." Each of his strikes radiated unparalleled sharpness, putting unprecedented pressure on the Navy soldiers. Akiji personally led the troops, calmly commanding, showcasing extraordinary strategic talent. The new admirals Fujitora and Green Bull also demonstrated their formidable strength on their respective battlefields. Fujitora manipulated gravity, creating immense pressure that hindered the enemy's progress. His swordsmanship was incredibly sharp, each strike containing tremendous power. Green Bull controlled the power of nature, with plant vines wreaking havoc on the battlefield, delivering heavy blows to the enemy. His abilities provided not only attack, but also defense and support, making the Navy soldiers feel empowered. Forces around the world were watching this unprecedented war. Leaders of various major powers gathered to discuss the battle between the Navy and the former 7 warlords. "It seems the world has indeed changed," an old pirate sighed. "Yes, this battle will determine the future landscape," another pirate agreed. Meanwhile, in a corner of the New World, the Straw Hat Pirates were also paying attention to it all. Luffy clenched his fists, filled with fighting spirit. "We must become stronger so we can stand in this new world." The Navy's offensive was rapid and powerful, and the former 7 warlords showcased their formidable strength. However, faced with the Navy's full-scale attack, they also felt unprecedented pressure. Doflamingo fiercely resisted in Dressrosa, but was ultimately defeated by Akiji. Hancock led the Kuja warriors in a brave fight in Amazon Lily, but struggled against Fujitora's powerful onslaught. Although Blackbeard was strong, he was forced to retreat under the Navy's united assault. Mihawk showcased his unparalleled swordsmanship in the Sea of Sunrise, but felt unprecedented challenges against Green Bull's natural powers. This battle changed the world's landscape. The Navy restored its dignity, demonstrating their determination and strength. The members of the former 7 warlords were either defeated or fled, but their legends would continue. The world entered a new era, with the Navy, pirates, revolutionary armies, and various forces continuing their adventures and battles on this endless ocean. Justice and evil, dreams and reality, power and wisdom, intertwined and collided in this grand era. These events were closely related to YeFan. After all, the Empress Boa Hancock was his woman. As a man, if he couldn't even protect his own woman, what kind of man was he? Thus, upon learning of the abolition of the 7 warlords system and the Navy's large-scale action, YeFan immediately chose to use the Flying Thunder God technique to return to Amazon Lily and help Hancock defend Kuja Island. On Kuja Island, Boa Hancock was facing immense pressure from the Navy. The Navy's warships had approached the island, and soldiers were ready to launch an all-out attack on this legendary Amazon land. Hancock stood at a high point, calmly directing the Kuja warriors to prepare for battle, but her heart was always concerned about YeFan in the distance. Just as the Navy's cannon fire was about to strike, YeFan's figure suddenly appeared beside Hancock. He used the Flying Thunder God technique to accurately teleport to Kuja Island. His appearance shocked everyone, especially the Navy, who did not expect YeFan to suddenly show up. "Hancock, I'm here." YeFan's voice rang out on the battlefield, filled with determination and power. YeFan fought alongside Hancock, facing the powerful Navy without flinching. YeFan showcased astonishing strength, each strike carrying devastating power. His conqueror's haki enveloped the entire battlefield, causing many Navy soldiers to faint on the spot. Hancock used her sweet fruit ability to swiftly attack the enemies, throwing them into chaos. YeFan, we must defend Kuja Island, Hancock shouted, her eyes filled with determination. Don't worry, with me here, no one can harm you. YeFan replied confidently. YeFan's flying thunder god technique played a significant role on the battlefield. He swiftly moved through the enemy ranks, defeating one Navy elite after another at lightning speed. The troops led by Admiral Fujitora were initially high-spirited, but under YeFan's ferocious assault, they began to feel mounting pressure. How can this guy be so strong? Fujitora thought in shock, but he was not planning to give up easily. The battle gradually reached a fever pitch, and YeFan and Hancock's tacit cooperation made it difficult for the Navy to break through their defenses. YeFan's flying thunder god technique made his attacks nearly omnipresent, while Hancock's sweet fruit kept the Navy's morale declining. YeFan, give them the final blow, Hancock shouted. Understood, YeFan responded, channeling his haki to prepare for a final attack. Under the combined assault of YeFan and Hancock, the Navy's offensive gradually weakened. Fujitora realized that continuing like this would only lead to more casualties, so he ordered a retreat. The Navy warships slowly withdrew, and Kuja Island finally welcomed the dawn of victory. We did it, Hancock said excitedly, looking at YeFan with gratitude and affection in her eyes. As long as I'm here, no one can hurt you. YeFan smiled and replied, gently stroking Hancock's hair, his eyes shining with determination. After the battle, Amazon Lily returned to tranquility. The Kuja warriors, under the leadership of YeFan and Hancock, began to repair the damage caused by the fighting. YeFan and Hancock stood side by side on a high point, gazing at the distant sea, filled with hope for the future. YeFan, thank you, Hancock said softly, leaning on YeFan's shoulder, feeling his warmth. It's what I should do, YeFan replied with a smile, embracing Hancock and firmly stating, no matter what the future holds, I will always be by your side, protecting you. At the Navy headquarters, chaos reigned at that moment. After Sengoku stepped back, the new fleet Admiral Akiji calmly sat at the command post, handling one urgent report after another. Suddenly, a young Navy soldier rushed in, his face full of tension and anxiety. Admiral, urgent intelligence. The soldier saluted and reported loudly. Akiji raised his head, a serious look flashing in his eyes. Speak. The soldier took a breath and quickly said, according to the latest intelligence from the front lines, YeFan has appeared on Amazon Lily and has teamed up with Empress Hancock to successfully repel our attacking forces. Akiji frowned, slowly standing up and walking to the large world map, his gaze directed at the location of Amazon Lily. The intelligence officers turned to Akiji, waiting for his orders. It seems we underestimated YeFan's strength and determination, Akiji said solemnly. Not only is he powerful, but he also acts decisively. The ability to reach Amazon Lily in such a short time and repel our attack indicates that his speed and combatability far exceed our expectations. Admiral Fujitora, standing beside him, also wore a serious expression. Admiral, YeFan's appearance has encountered unprecedented resistance in our plan against the Shichibukai. If we don't act quickly, more Shichibukai may ally with him, posing an even greater threat to us. Akiji nodded, fully aware of the seriousness of the situation. Immediately issue an urgent order to the entire army to strengthen surveillance and prevention against the other Shichibukai. At the same time, send the most elite troops to the vicinity of Amazon Lily to closely monitor YeFan's every move. At this moment, Vice Admiral Tsuru also spoke up. YeFan's alliance with Hancock shows that he has begun to seek allies among the Shichibukai. We must stop his influence from continuing to expand, or it will become even more difficult to handle in the future. Akiji nodded, his gaze resolute. We not only need to stop YeFan, but also take stronger measures if necessary. Order Admiral Kazuru to set off immediately for Amazon Lily. We need to ensure that YeFan cannot continue to operate freely in these waters. The orders were quickly communicated, and the Navy headquarters immediately entered a state of high alert. Various intelligence personnel began to intensify their efforts to gather the latest information about YeFan and Amazon Lily, while the frontline troops were also stepping up their deployments, preparing to respond to any potential conflicts at any moment. Meanwhile, the higher-ups of the world government also received this news. In the meeting room of the five elders, the atmosphere was exceptionally tense. YeFan's appearance has disrupted our plans. His power and influence are continuously expanding, which poses a huge threat to our rule, one of the five elders said coldly. We must take action quickly to curb his expansion. Otherwise, he will become our greatest enemy, another elder said solemnly. Thus, The Navy and the world government closely coordinated to formulate stricter countermeasures. The entire world once again fell into turmoil, and the power struggles among various factions became increasingly intense. On Amazon Lily, YeFan and Hancock's joint efforts became a solid force to protect their home. YeFan spent a few rare peaceful days on Amazon Lily, a paradise that temporarily took him away from the life of battle and bloodshed. The beautiful scenery and unique customs of Amazon Lily made him feel refreshed, and his time with Hancock brought him warmth he had never experienced before. In the morning, sunlight filtered through the dense leaves onto the ground of Amazon Lily, creating dappled shadows. YeFan and Hancock walked along the beach, leaving footprints side by side on the white sand. Hancock wore light summer clothes, her long hair flowing in the wind, and her charming smile made her appear exceptionally lovely. YeFan, dressed in casual attire, wore a faint smile, looking incredibly relaxed. "This place is truly beautiful," YeFan exclaimed, gazing gently at Hancock. "Living in a place like this is a blessing." Hancock smiled slightly, gently linking her arm with YeFan's. "If you wish, you can stay here anytime. Amazon Lily will always welcome you." In the afternoon, YeFan and Hancock picked fruits together in the orchard on the island. Sunlight filtered through the leaves onto them, casting dappled shadows, and the air was filled with the fragrance of fruit. Hancock skillfully picked bright red fruits and handed them to YeFan, her smile playful. "Try this. It's a fruit unique to our island and very sweet." YeFan took the fruit, bit into it, and the sweet juice burst in his mouth. "It really is delicious. Everything on your island feels fresh and wonderful." In the evening, the sunset painted the sky and sea red. YeFan and Hancock sat in a pavilion on the cliff, watching the sun slowly sink below the horizon. A gentle breeze blew, and the two quietly leaned against each other, enjoying this moment of tranquility. "YeFan," Hancock said softly, "although we can't always live so peacefully, as long as you are by my side, I feel satisfied." YeFan held Hancock's hand, his eyes shining with determination. "No matter what the future holds, I will protect you in this beautiful home." At night, the starry sky was brilliant. YeFan and Hancock sat on the ground in the courtyard, gazing up at the stars. The night breeze blew gently, and the sounds of insects chirping around them created a tranquil and peaceful atmosphere. Hancock leaned against YeFan's shoulder and softly said, "YeFan, I've never felt so at ease as I do now." YeFan gently stroked Hancock's long hair, responding tenderly, "With you by my side, I feel an immense sense of calm and happiness." Thus, YeFan spent several rare, comfortable days on Amazon Lily. "YeFan," Hancock said softly, her voice filled with hesitation and hope, "I have something I want to discuss with you." YeFan stopped, turned to look at Hancock, and his gaze was gentle. "What is it? You can tell me." Hancock took a deep breath, her eyes shining with determination. "YeFan, I want a child that belongs to both of us." YeFan was slightly taken aback, then revealed a warm smile. He stepped forward and gently held Hancock's hand. "Why the sudden thought?" Hancock lowered her head, her cheeks slightly flushed. "We've gone through so many storms together, and each time I felt at ease and happy by your side. I want a child, not only for our future, but also to let our love continue." YeFan felt a surge of emotion in his heart. He gently lifted Hancock's chin, allowing her to look into his eyes. "Hancock, I understand your feelings. We've been through so much together, and I also want a family that allows us to feel hope and warmth in this turbulent world." A glimmer of tears flashed in Hancock's eyes, but she showed a happy smile. "Thank you, YeFan. I know you will understand me." YeFan knew that during this time, Luffy should be training with Rayleigh, which was also a good opportunity for him to expand his territory. After spending a few comfortable days on Amazon Lily with Hancock, YeFan bid farewell to Hancock and prepared to embark on his new journey. He used the Flying Thunder God technique to quickly return to Fishman Island. At this point, Fishman Island had already become one of YeFan's important strongholds, and Isteth was already there, ready to lead YeFan's subordinates to expand their territory. The residents of Fishman Island warmly welcomed YeFan's arrival. After all, YeFan not only brought peace and stability, but also provided them with more protection. YeFan stood in the central square of Fishman Island, overlooking the troops gathered before him. Isteth stood beside him, looking confident and poised with a smile on her face. Her subordinates were well-trained and ready to set off at any moment. "Isteth, are you ready?" YeFan asked, his gaze firm. "Of course, Lord YeFan. We can set off at any time," Isteth replied, her tone filled with excitement and anticipation. YeFan nodded and turned to face his troops, raising his voice. "Starting today, we will expand our territory centered around Fishman Island. Our goal is to establish a powerful force, an empire capable of standing tall in this world. We will conquer all directions and create a new era. The soldiers cheered, their morale soaring. Isdeth stepped forward and commanded the troops to begin their actions. She led 3,000 elite soldiers aboard large submarines and warships, swiftly heading towards the waters surrounding Fishman Island. During the conquest, YeFan and Isdeth's troops encountered many challenges. Extreme weather and unknown seas made navigation exceptionally difficult. However, with YeFan and Isdeth's formidable strength, they overcame these difficulties one by one. One day, YeFan stood on the deck of the warship, gazing at the sea ahead when he suddenly felt a strong chill. A massive pirate crew appeared on the horizon, heading straight towards them. That's the Hurricane Pirates. They're very famous in these waters, Isdeth said calmly. The captain of the Hurricane Pirates, a tall pirate with a brutish face, stood at the bow of his ship, laughing arrogantly. Are you the YeFan from the rumors? I've heard you're quite strong, but in these waters, only we, the Hurricane Pirates, have the final say. YeFan sneered coldly. Is that so? Then let me see your strength. Before he finished speaking, YeFan used the flying thunder god technique and instantly appeared on the enemy ship. The pirates on the enemy ship were thrown into a panic as YeFan swung his fists, quickly taking down dozens of enemies. The captain of the Hurricane Pirates was taken aback, realizing he had underestimated his opponent's strength, and hurriedly knelt down to beg for mercy. My lord, we were wrong. Please spare us. YeFan gave him a cold glance and turned back to his warship. Isdeth then led her troops to swiftly take over the Hurricane Pirates ship, capturing all of them. This battle not only made YeFan's reputation even more resounding, but also instilled a sense of awe in the forces around Fishman Island. In the following months, YeFan and Isdeth continued to expand their territory, conquering one sea area after another and establishing a solid rule. As the territory continued to grow, YeFan's power became increasingly formidable. Under his leadership, Fishman Island became a powerful stronghold, and Isdeth led her elite troops to constantly expand the territory of YeFan's empire. YeFan's reckless territorial expansion not only attracted the attention of the Navy, but also that of other pirate crews. Although these forces feared YeFan's strength, they temporarily showed no intention of counterattacking. However, various intelligence networks were closely monitoring YeFan's every move. In just a few days, YeFan's territory expanded several times, with his influence stretching from Fishman Island to many key sea areas. The troops led by Isdeth, under his command, swept through cities and territories like a hot knife through butter. At the Navy headquarters, the new Admiral Akiji was discussing the current situation with several generals. YeFan's expansion speed is too fast. We must take action, or he will become one of the new emperors, Akiji said calmly, his expression serious. General Fujitora nodded. Yes. YeFan's strength cannot be underestimated. Not only is he powerful individually, but his subordinates are also elite troops. Riot Kujiyu frowned. We can't let his power continue to expand. Otherwise, the entire New World situation will spiral out of control. Akiji stood up and made a decision. Immediately dispatch a fleet to scout the areas controlled by YeFan. We need more information to formulate a countermeasure. Meanwhile, other pirate crews were also closely watching YeFan's movements. In a secret stronghold in the New World, Blackbeard Teach was discussing strategies with his subordinates. This YeFan is really arrogant. Blackbeard laughed heartily, but a sinister glint flickered in his eyes. He's currently in the spotlight, but we need to find an opportunity to teach him a lesson. His subordinates nodded in agreement. Under YeFan's control, the new territories were quickly integrated. Fishman Island, as the core stronghold, was not only a gathering place for resources and population, but also a strategic point. YeFan stood on the high platform of Fishman Island, overlooking the prosperous sea. Isdeth walked up to him, reporting the latest achievements. Lord YeFan, we have already controlled several important surrounding islands and successfully repelled several pirate crews that attempted to resist, Isdeth said confidently. YeFan nodded, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Good. Continue to expand our influence. We not only want to establish ourselves here, but also to become the rulers of a new world. In the following days, YeFan and Isdeth continued to execute their expansion plan. They devised detailed strategies, aiming to control more islands and establish a strong defense system to counter possible counterattacks. In battle after battle, YeFan and his subordinates continuously achieved victories, solidifying their territory and influence. Although various forces observed from the shadows, no one dared to confront them directly for the time being. As their territory continued to expand, YeFan's reputation grew, and his influence gradually became an undeniable force in the New World. Although there were no direct confrontations for now, YeFan knew that future challenges would be even more severe. He had to remain vigilant at all times and continuously improve his strength and his subordinates' combat capabilities. Standing on the high platform of Fishman Island, YeFan gazed at the distant sea, filled with anticipation and determination for the future. The new world has just begun. As YeFan's territory gradually expanded, his influence spanned dozens of islands. The residents and leaders of these islands pledged allegiance to YeFan, and the heavenly gold that was originally offered to the celestial dragons was now all handed over to YeFan. With his powerful strength and outstanding leadership, YeFan truly became the ruler of these islands. On the high platform of Fishman Island, YeFan looked down at this prosperous sea, his eyes filled with the dignity and dominance of a king. His pirate crew members stood behind him, their gazes reflecting respect and loyalty. Isteth walked to YeFan's side. Smiling slightly, "Lord YeFan, we have now controlled dozens of islands, and all the heavenly gold from these islands has been handed over to us." YeFan nodded, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. "Good. This way we can have more resources and power to continue expanding our influence." Meanwhile, the Navy headquarters was closely monitoring YeFan's movements. In the conference room, the new Marshal Akiji was discussing strategies with several generals. YeFan's expansion was happening too quickly. He already had dozens of islands under his command. Akiji said calmly, his eyes filled with concern. General Fujitora nodded. "Yes. His influence is now comparable to that of the four emperors. We must take action. We cannot allow him to continue developing." Green Bull frowned. "We should quickly designate YeFan as the fifth emperor of the seas. Changing from 4 emperors to 5 will alert the entire world." Akiji pondered for a moment and made a decision. Immediately issue an announcement declaring YeFan's emperor pirates as the new emperor of the seas. Soon after, the Navy headquarters released a shocking announcement that reverberated throughout the pirate world. YeFan's emperor pirates were officially recognized as the 5th emperor of the seas, shifting from 4 emperors to 5. This news quickly spread across the New World, causing a stir among various factions. At a secret base in the New World, Blackbeard Teach was discussing strategies with his subordinates. YeFan has actually become the 5th emperor." Blackbeard laughed heartily, but there was a sinister glint in his eyes. "It seems we need to be more cautious. This guy is not easy to deal with." His subordinates nodded in agreement. On the high platform of Fishman Island, YeFan learned that he had been designated as the 5th emperor. He sneered. "Has the Navy finally recognized my strength? Good. This is just the beginning." Esters walked up to him and smiled slightly. "Lord YeFan, now we are emperors of the sea. What shall we do next?" YeFan's gaze was firm, his voice filled with determination. "Continue to expand our territory and control more resources and power. I want the entire New World to submit to me." As the territory continued to expand, YeFan's emperor pirates became an undeniable force in the New World. However, YeFan knew that the challenges ahead would be even more severe. He had to remain vigilant at all times and continuously enhance his strength and the combat power of his subordinates. Standing on the high platform of Fishman Island, YeFan looked out at the distant sea, filled with expectations and determination for the future. The New World has just begun. The waters surrounding Daughter Island were picturesque, resembling a blue fairyland. The azure sea sparkled under the sunlight, and the horizon seemed like a beautiful painting. Massive sea kings swam leisurely on the surface, occasionally creating waves that added grandeur to the tranquil waters. The surrounding sea was enveloped by dense tropical rainforests, vibrant with greenery, and the air was filled with a faint floral scent and moist sea breeze, making one feel refreshed. The architectural style of the island was unique, mainly made of wood and vines, with bright colors harmonizing with the surrounding natural environment. The residents of Daughter Island were all spirited and exuded wild beauty. They wore simple yet ethnically distinctive combat outfits, wielding curved sabers and longbows, showcasing their strong combat capabilities and love for their homeland. At this moment, Empress Hancock stood in her palace, holding the latest newspaper. The headline boldly read, "Emperor Pirates become the 5th Emperor of the Sea." Upon seeing this news, a hint of comfort and pride flashed in Hancock's eyes. She set down the newspaper and summoned all the important figures and warriors on the island to announce a significant decision. In the island square, the female warriors stood in neat rows, their gazes focused on Hancock. Standing on a high platform, Hancock appeared resolute and dignified. She took a deep breath, her voice clear and powerful. "Sisters, I have an important decision to announce. YeFan's Emperor Pirates have become the 5th Emperor of the Sea, and we, the 9 Snake Pirates, will officially merge into the Emperor Pirates and become part of it." As soon as she finished speaking, the square erupted in an uproar, with the female warriors whispering among themselves. But more importantly, there was support and trust for Hancock. They knew that this decision would not only ensure the safety of Daughter Island, but also allow them to face greater challenges and opportunities under YeFan's leadership. Hancock continued, "Our 9 snake pirates will fight alongside YeFan, embracing a new future. Under YeFan's leadership, we will become stronger and protect our homeland." The female warriors raised their weapons, shouting, "Long live the Empress! Long live the 9 snake pirates! Long live the Emperor pirates!" Hancock smiled at them, her eyes filled with determination and hope. She believed that under YeFan's leadership, they would usher in a brighter future. YeFan stood at the highest point of Daughter Island, overlooking the entire island, filled with anticipation and determination for the future. Hancock walked to his side, held his hand, and gently said, "YeFan, the 9 snake pirates have merged into the Emperor pirates. We will always be by your side, fighting alongside you." YeFan nodded, his gaze firm. "Hancock, with your addition, our strength will be even greater. I will protect you all and guard our homeland." The sky over Daughter Island was clear and cloudless, with sunlight spilling into every corner, as if heralding a new beginning. YeFan and Hancock stood together, overlooking the beautiful land, filled with infinite expectations and confidence for the future. "The new world has just begun," YeFan whispered, his gaze reflecting endless ambition and aspirations. "In this world, the one with greater strength is the one who has the right. History is written by the victors. As for the losers, they will only become the background. This perilous world is about to welcome his true moment. As for the protagonist Luffy, I'm truly sorry. Everything is uncertain." With YeFan's Emperor pirates rapidly rising and becoming the 5th Emperor of the Sea, the entire situation in the New World began to become unstable. YeFan's sphere of influence continued to expand, even encroaching on Big Mom's territory. On Cake Island, members of the Big Mom pirates gathered in a luxurious castle, discussing this new and powerful opponent. The scenery of Cake Island was as sweet as its name, filled with a delightful atmosphere. The buildings on the island were made of various candies, chocolates, and cakes, and the air was thick with sweet aromas. In the castle hall, a lavish long table was filled with delicious desserts, and colorful candy lights flickered enticingly. Although the atmosphere was sweet, everyone's face was serious and tense. Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin, sat at the end of the long table, her massive body occupying most of the seat, her face wearing an angry expression. A gigantic crown adorned her head, and her curly hair burned like flames, with cold light flashing in her eyes. Her children and officers sat beside her, creating a tense and oppressive atmosphere. "Big Mom, now YeFan's Emperor pirates have approached our territory. What should we do?" Katakuri, the second son of the Charlotte family, asked with a cold expression. He was tall, his face covered by a scarf, with only his sharp eyes visible. "Yes, Mom, YeFan's strength is extraordinary. We must respond cautiously." Smoothie, the third daughter of the Charlotte family and one of the sweet commanders, said, her long hair cascading down like a waterfall, her tall figure displaying worry. "That guy is not to be underestimated. We cannot let our guard down." Capone Beej, once a villain under Big Mom, has now become one of her subordinates. He twirled his mustache, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. Big Mom slammed her hand on the table and angrily said, "Humph. YeFan, a newly risen brat, dares to challenge my territory. What do you think we should do?" The hall fell silent. Everyone knew YeFan's strength was formidable. His performance in the Marineford War had already showcased his terrifying power. Even for Big Mom, one of the 4 emperors, this strong opponent must be taken seriously. Katakuri quietly said, "Mom, YeFan's strength is indeed great, but we can't just sit and wait. We can test his motives. If he only wants to expand his territory, we can negotiate and try to avoid direct confrontation." Smoothie nodded in agreement. "Yes, Mom, we cannot underestimate YeFan's strength, but we have our advantages. The defenses of Cake Island and our forces should not be overlooked. If he really wants to attack us, we are not easy prey." Big Mom calmed down, thought for a moment, and then slowly said, Let's first probe his intentions. If he truly wants to go to war with us, then let him see our strength." Everyone present nodded in agreement. Although they were wary of YeFan's power, they were also confident in protecting their territory. After all, the strength of the Big Mom pirates cannot be underestimated. As the meeting concluded, Big Mom stood up, her gaze filled with determination. She coldly said, "No matter what, we will never easily give up our territory. YeFan, if you want to move against us, you will have to pay the price." The atmosphere on Cake Island gradually became tense as the members of the Big Mom pirates began to prepare for a possible battle. They knew this would be a tough showdown, but they were also confident that they would fight to protect their home. After the meeting on Cake Island, Big Mom kept thinking about how to deal with YeFan, this newly risen powerful opponent. Although she was wary of YeFan's strength, she did not want to easily give up her territory. After careful consideration, she finally thought of a way to avoid conflict and establish an alliance. Big Mom made a decision and summoned one of her most trusted daughters, Charlotte BRLE. BRLE was a beautiful young girl with unique three-eyed lineage. Her smooth long hair and sweet smile left a deep impression. However, beneath this sweet exterior, BRLE was also a clever and resilient woman. Big Mom, you called for me? BRLE politely asked, slightly bowing her head in respect. Big Mom said in a gentle yet firm tone, BRLE, I need your help to defuse a potential war. YeFan's Emperor pirates are approaching our territory, and his strength is significant. We cannot underestimate him. I have thought of a solution. You should marry YeFan. This will not only avoid war, but also bring him into our alliance. BRLE was a bit surprised, but quickly regained her composure. She understood her mother's intentions. Although this meant she had to accept a political marriage, she knew it was for the benefit of the entire family. She nodded and said, I understand, Mom. I am willing to contribute to the peace and interests of the family. Big Mom smiled with satisfaction, knowing that BRLE's intelligence and charm would be enough to impress anyone. She continued, Good, BRLE. Prepare yourself and go meet YeFan as soon as possible. Remember, this is not just a marriage, it's a negotiation. We need to ensure that YeFan becomes our ally, not our enemy. A few days later, BRLE boarded a luxurious ship, taking carefully prepared gifts and sincerity, heading towards YeFan's territory. She knew the importance of this mission and the responsibility she bore. BRLE took a deep breath, looked up at the distance, her heart filled with determination and resolve. Meanwhile, YeFan was busy in his territory and was somewhat surprised by BRLE's sudden arrival. When BRLE stepped off the ship with a smile and expressed her intentions to YeFan, he showed a hint of surprise. But soon, his expression became calm and contemplative. Lord YeFan, I'm Charlotte BRLE. My mother Big Mom hopes to establish an alliance through our marriage. BRLE said politely, her tone filled with sincerity. YeFan nodded slightly, although he was a bit surprised by this political marriage. He understood it was a good way to avoid conflict. After all, his goal was to expand his power and wealth, not engage in pointless wars. Miss BRLE, it's a pleasure to meet you, YeFan smiled and said, I am willing to listen to your proposals. We can sit down and discuss the details. The two then engaged in in-depth discussions within YeFan's territory, exploring the possibilities of the alliance and specific terms. YeFan found that BRLE was not only beautiful and intelligent, but also very skilled in negotiation. Her wisdom and charm piqued his interest in the proposal even more. In the end, both sides reached an agreement. YeFan agreed to marry BRLE, thereby forming an alliance with the Big Mom pirates. This news sent shockwaves throughout the New World. The marriage between YeFan's Emperor pirates and the Big Mom pirates not only averted a potential war, but also made both powers more solid and strong. Big Mom was very satisfied with this outcome. She knew that through this method, she not only protected her territory, but also secured a powerful ally for her family. BRLE also found her place in this marriage, and together with YeFan, they would face the challenges and opportunities of the future. When the news of YeFan's marriage to Bryn was announced, the entire world was shocked. In the era of great pirates, where powerful figures gathered and various forces were intertwined, any slight disturbance could cause huge waves. YeFan, as one of the newly appointed 5 emperors, attracted countless eyes with his every move. In every corner of the New World, pirates were discussing this sudden news. Someone in a tavern exclaimed loudly, Did you hear? YeFan is actually marrying Big Mom's daughter. This statement immediately drew everyone's attention. Is it true? YeFan and Charlotte Bryn? This is a union of 2 of the most powerful pirate crews. An experienced old pirate stroked his beard and said incredulously, This is going to be a good show. With YeFan and Big Mom joining forces, who would dare to easily challenge their territory? Another pirate chimed in, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Far away at the end of the Grand Line, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, also received this shocking news. He frowned and pondered for a long time. YeFan's rise is indeed too fast. This marriage will likely have a profound impact on the entire world structure. At the Navy headquarters, the atmosphere in Admiral Akiji's office was equally tense. Akiji looked at the information in his hand, his gaze cold. YeFan's ambitions are becoming more and more obvious. We must take action. We cannot allow their power to continue expanding. Akainu slammed his fist on the table, seething with anger. Damn YeFan, he's given us a huge headache again. Meanwhile, Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, learned of this news on his ship. He shook his head with a smile. YeFan really knows how to surprise people. It seems the situation in the New World is about to change again. On Cake Island, members of the big MOM pirates were also fervently discussing this marriage. Sparrow licked his candy and said with a smile, "Mom is indeed brilliant. Through marriage, we can avoid conflict and strengthen our power." Charlotte Katakuri stood nearby, silently nodding. He knew this was not just a marriage, but a strategic cooperation between two major pirate crews. On Amazon Lily, the Empress Hancock also received this news. She stood on a high point of the island, gazing at the distant sea, with mixed feelings in her heart. Although she deeply loved YeFan, she also understood that this marriage was of great significance to YeFan's career. The day of the marriage finally arrived, and the wedding of YeFan and Bryn was held in a grand atmosphere. A large number of pirates, dignitaries, and representatives of various forces gathered to witness this historic moment. The hall was decorated magnificently, with the sound of waves and cheers intertwining, as if the entire ocean was celebrating for them. YeFan, dressed in a luxurious suit, stood at the center of the hall, looking resolute and composed. Bryn, in a pure white wedding dress, smiled gracefully as she walked towards YeFan. The two stood side by side, symbolizing the alliance of two powerful pirate crews. When they exchanged vows and put on rings, the entire venue erupted in warm applause and cheers. Colorful fireworks lit up the sky, illuminating the entire sea. This marriage was not just a union between YeFan and Bryn, but also a strategic alliance between the Emperor Pirates and the big MOM Pirates. The world was stunned by this powerful union, and the structure of the pirate world underwent a tremendous change. YeFan's name once again became the focus of various forces, and his influence and status reached a new peak. As night fell, the silvery moonlight spilled over the sea, and the entire Cake Island was enveloped in a tranquil atmosphere. The island's commotion gradually subsided, with only a gentle breeze rustling through the treetops, making a soft sound. YeFan walked briskly towards his room, and when he opened the door, he saw the soft light illuminating the room, with Bryn sitting in a nearby chair, quietly waiting for him. Her figure appeared particularly graceful in the light. The pure white wedding dress had been changed to a simple yet elegant nightgown, and her smooth brown hair flowed over her shoulders. "You're back." Bryn looked up, smiling slightly, her eyes filled with a hint of nervousness and anticipation. As Big Mom's daughter and one of the parties in the marriage, her heart was also filled with mixed emotions. YeFan walked in front of her, gently holding her hand, and softly said, "You worked hard. Today's wedding went smoothly. You look a bit tired. Do you want to rest for a bit?" Bryn shook her head and softly replied, "No, I'm just a bit nervous. I don't know if we can really change anything this way." YeFan chuckled lightly, looking at her tenderly. "Let us work hard together, and we will make our alliance stronger. You are a brave woman, and I believe we will succeed." Bryn lowered her head, a blush appearing on her face, her eyes flashing with determination. "I will do my best to help you, no matter what difficulties we face." The two smiled at each other, and the atmosphere in the room instantly became warm and intimate. YeFan gently embraced Bryn, softly saying, "With you by my side, I believe we can overcome everything." As the night deepened, the sea breeze gently blew outside, and the waves crashed against the shore, making a low sound. YeFan and Bryn nestled against each other on this tranquil night, silently making a joint vow. They knew that the future would bring countless challenges and tests, but as long as they walked hand in hand, they could overcome everything and welcome their glorious era. The night on Cake Island remained lively, especially in Big Mom's castle, where the aroma of various delicacies and desserts filled the air. The castle's hall was brightly lit, with servants bustling between rooms, serving this powerful and imposing emperor. At the highest point of the castle, Big MOM sat on her huge throne, holding a glass of special sweet wine, her eyes revealing a cunning glint. Her family members gathered around her, discussing various recent affairs. Suddenly, hurried footsteps broke the noise in the hall. A servant quickly approached Big MOM, slightly bowing, looking excited. "Mom, Lord YeFan has entered Miss Bryn's room." Upon hearing this news, Big Mom's massive body trembled slightly, a glimmer of excitement and satisfaction flashing in her eyes. Her laughter echoed like thunder in the hall. "Ha! Great! This plan really hasn't gone wrong. YeFan has fallen into our trap. This makes our alliance even more solid." Several of her children also showed expressions of joy. Katakuri nodded and calmly said, "YeFan's strength is very powerful. An alliance with him is a huge boost for our family." Smoothie also revealed a satisfied smile. "Yes, with YeFan's support, our territory will be more secure, and we can even expand further." Big narrowed her eyes slightly, a glimmer of conspiratorial success flashing in her gaze. "Bryn, this child, truly lives up to my expectations. As long as we can firmly tie YeFan to our chariot, the future seas will belong to us." She set down her sweet wine, waved her hand to signal the servants to retreat, and then turned to everyone present, her voice loud and confident. Now, everyone must be prepared to welcome a new era. Our goal is to conquer the entire sea, and YeFan is the key figure in achieving this goal. The family members in the hall responded enthusiastically, the atmosphere filled with fighting spirit and anticipation. In this world full of conspiracies and power, Big Mom is ready to gradually realize her ambitions. The addition of YeFan undoubtedly makes her plans smoother and more solid. At the same time, Big Mom is filled with pride and anticipation. She knows that this marriage is not only a political alliance, but also a combination of forces. In the days to come, the union of YeFan and Bryn will become an important pawn in her control over the seas, and she will continue to chase her insatiable ambition on these waters. YeFan is also aware of Big Mom's ambitions. But who really doesn't know? It's just mutual exploitation. YeFan stayed on Cake Island for a few days, enjoying the warm hospitality of the Big Mom pirates, while also exchanging more communication and understanding with Bruley. However, he knew that Fishman Island was his true territory, the cornerstone for expanding his influence and realizing his ambitions. On a sunny morning, YeFan and Bruley stood at the edge of Cake Island, preparing to set sail back to Fishman Island. The sea breeze gently brushed against them, bringing a hint of sweetness. The ship was ready, and the crew was busy loading the final supplies. Big Mom stood at the shore, surrounded by several of her children. Her figure remained tall and imposing, her eyes filled with complex emotions. She laughed heartily and waved at YeFan and Bruley, her voice booming. YeFan, Bruley, wish you a smooth journey. Remember, we are family, and in the days to come, we will face everything together. YeFan smiled slightly and nodded. Don't worry, Big Mom, our alliance will shake the world. He turned to Bruley, his eyes filled with tenderness and determination. Bruley, let's go. Fishman Island is waiting for us. Bruley smiled back, her eyes filled with anticipation and longing. She knew that following YeFan was not just fulfilling her mother's orders, but the beginning of an adventure and a new life. The ship began to slowly leave the shore, and YeFan stood at the bow, facing the sea breeze, glancing back at the gradually receding Cake Island. Big Mom and her children continued to stand on the shore, waving goodbye. On the ship, YeFan felt the breath of the ocean, a surge of ambition rising in his heart. He knew that the road ahead was filled with unknowns and challenges, but he was unafraid. Bruley beside him was also filled with courage and confidence. She knew that following YeFan would be an unparalleled adventure. As the ship gradually sailed towards the vast sea, the outline of Cake Island slowly disappeared from view. The journey of YeFan and Bruley had just begun, and they would face all future challenges and opportunities together. And on this vast ocean, their story would continue to be written, becoming part of a legend. When YeFan brought Bruley back to Fishman Island, as soon as they set foot on familiar ground, YeFan sensed a tense atmosphere. Only a few ordinary crew members greeted them, while Nami, Nojiko, and Robin were nowhere to be seen. YeFan understood that they must be deliberately avoiding his wedding out of jealousy and resentment. The sun on Fishman Island was still bright, and the sea breeze remained warm. But YeFan knew he had to confront the ripples in these relationships. He walked into the palace, with Bruley following behind, appearing a bit shy and nervous. Although she was Big Mom's daughter, she felt a hint of unease in this unfamiliar territory. As soon as YeFan entered the palace, he saw Nami, Nojiko, and Robin sitting in the hall. Their expressions varied. Nami appeared indifferent. Nojiko looked somewhat resentful, while Robin had a contemplative look. YeFan stepped forward, revealing a helpless smile. Nami, Nojiko, Robin, I'm back. Nami snorted coldly, crossing her arms. Humph, you're back, so what? We never expected you to remember us. Nojiko also chimed in defiantly. Yeah, we're just insignificant characters. How can we compare to Big Mom's daughter? Robin smiled slightly, although she didn't express her dissatisfaction as directly as Nami and Nojiko. Yet her eyes revealed a hint of displeasure. YeFan, we've been waiting here for you. You should know how we feel. YeFan approached them sincerely. I know you have grievances, but please believe me, my feelings for you have never changed. Bruley's arrival is just for the alliance and future plans. I hope you can understand. Bruley stepped forward and smiled at Nami, Nojiko, and Robin. Please believe that I am not here to take YeFan away, but to work together with everyone to face future challenges. Nami looked at Bruley and finally sighed. All right, since you say so, we'll trust you for now. Nojiko nodded, but you have to make YeFan spend more time with us. Otherwise, we won't easily forgive him. Robin then revealed a meaningful smile. Since everyone has said so, let's face the future challenges together. The stone in YeFan's heart finally fell. He knew that returning to Fishman Island was not just for expanding his influence, but also to maintain these precious relationships. He held Brulee's hand firmly and said, "Thank you for your understanding. We will work hard together to face the future." As time passed, the atmosphere on Fishman Island gradually returned to calm. The arrival of YeFan and Brulee brought new hope and strength. Nami, Nojiko, and Robin gradually accepted this new member. In this world full of adventures and challenges, they would advance hand in hand, writing their own legend. Enjoying the blessings of companionship is something many people hope to achieve in their lifetime. Life is all about a few simple things, and being happy is enough. In a hidden sea area of the New World, YeFan stood on the deck of the flagship, gazing at the distant horizon. Behind him was a massive fleet, with flags fluttering in the wind. After numerous battles and recruitment, YeFan had gathered tens of thousands of strong allies, including the 3,000 elites led by his death, Hancock's Kuja pirates, and countless pirates, warriors, and adventurers loyal to him. Now, important territories like Fishman Island and Wano country had already fallen under his influence. The sea breeze tousled YeFan's long hair, and a determined light sparkled in his eyes. After years of accumulation and preparation, the alliance had been established, and he knew it was time to challenge the Navy. The great showdown was about to begin, and YeFan felt an immense excitement and anticipation. YeFan slowly turned around and addressed the crowd behind him. "We have been prepared for a long time, and the alliance has been established. Now, it's time for the world to see our strength." Red-haired Shanks, Blackbeard, and Whitebeard were observing. They wouldn't act easily. The other forces had already reached a consensus with us. Our current target is the Navy. The crowd was filled with passion, responding to YeFan's call. Isdeth stepped forward, her cold gaze revealing a hint of excitement. "The Navy has always been our enemy, and we finally have the opportunity to take them down. I will get my all, YeFan." Hancock also approached, looking valiant. "YeFan, my Kuja pirates will always support you. Our strength will never let you down." YeFan nodded slightly, looking into the distance, his mind already formulating a clear plan. Through intelligence, he learned that the Navy headquarters had received the news and was on high alert. The newly appointed Admiral Akiji was discussing countermeasures with other high-ranking admirals and vice admirals, and the entire Navy headquarters was in a state of heightened vigilance. "We will start by targeting the Navy's peripheral forces, gradually eroding their strength, and ultimately launching a full-scale assault on the Navy headquarters," YeFan said calmly. "This will be a long and arduous battle, but we must remain steadfast in our beliefs. The final victory will surely belong to us." The fleet began to move slowly, and YeFan led his allies towards the Navy's territory. On the sea, warships clustered like clouds, their momentum overwhelming. Everyone knew this would be a decisive showdown that would determine their fate, a battle that would change the entire world's landscape. Meanwhile, the Navy headquarters was also undergoing intense deployments. Akiji sat at the conference table, his expression grave. The two newly appointed admirals, Fujitora and Green Bull, were also present, and other senior vice admirals were expressing their opinions. The decision to abolish the warlords had already sparked strong reactions, and the world government was closely monitoring this change. YeFan's power should not be underestimated. He has gathered a large amount of forces, and we must go all out, Akiji said solemnly. "Fujitora, Green Bull, you two will lead the main forces. We must achieve victory in this duel and maintain the order of the world." Fujitora nodded, saying, "I will do my utmost to ensure the Navy's victory." Green Bull also firmly stated, "YeFan and his allies will not succeed easily. We will let them know that the Navy's power is still strong." As news of the abolition of the warlords spread, the former warlords became targets for the Navy's offensive. The Navy decided to restore its authority and launch a strong counterattack against all forces attempting to challenge them. However, YeFan was already prepared. He understood that this duel would be a protracted war, requiring tremendous effort and sacrifice. But he firmly believed that as long as they united, the ultimate victory would belong to them. The battle horn had sounded, and YeFan and his allies challenged the Navy. The world was once again plunged into turmoil, and a new era of chaos was about to arrive. This battle would determine the future pattern of the pirate world, and YeFan would write his legendary chapter in this fight. At the Navy headquarters, the atmosphere was tense and serious. Marshal Akiji sat at the head of the conference room, surrounded by operational maps and intelligence documents. Since YeFan announced his challenge against the Navy, the entire Navy headquarters had entered a state of high alert. YeFan's alliance was vast and acted swiftly, posing a significant threat to the Navy. Akiji stared at the various markers on the map, and after a moment of contemplation, he slowly said, "Everyone, YeFan's power and the speed of his expansion have exceeded our expectations. We need to adopt more powerful measures to effectively counter this threat." Fujitora, sitting next to him, nodded. "YeFan's alliance is indeed strong. We need more power to fight against them." Green Bull also said solemnly. His subordinates include many powerful warriors and pirates. We must go all out. Aokiji raised his head, his gaze resolute. It's time to activate the Seraphim technology. Only by relying on this new type of power can we gain the upper hand in this war. The conference room fell silent, and everyone was shocked by Aokiji's proposal. The Seraphim technology was the Navy's latest high-tech weapon system, developed by Dr. Vegapunk, combining the most advanced technology with powerful combat capabilities. However, activating this power also meant that the war would enter an unprecedentedly intense phase. Fujitora broke the silence first. Marshal, while the Seraphim technology is powerful, its activation and control require extremely high technical support. Can we ensure it operates at maximum efficiency in battle? Aokiji nodded. I have already communicated with Dr. Vegapunk. He will personally oversee the activation and operation of the Seraphim technology. We must seize this opportunity to deliver a heavy blow to YeFan and his alliance. Green Bull pondered for a moment and then firmly said, if this is our only chance, then we must go all out. I support activating the Seraphim technology. Other senior vice admirals also expressed their support. Aokiji stood up, his gaze resolute as he scanned everyone present. All right. We will immediately activate the Seraphim plan and do our utmost to confront YeFan's alliance. In this battle, we must not only defend the Navy's dignity, but also maintain the order of the world. After the meeting, the Navy headquarters immediately began intense preparations. The activation of the Seraphim technology required a large amount of resources and technical support. But Aokiji firmly believed that this was currently the only means to counter YeFan. At the Navy Science Department, Dr. Vegapunk was busily directing technicians for final adjustments. As the Navy's most outstanding scientist, he understood the enormous potential and risks of this technology. Doctor, everything is ready. We can start the activation process, an assistant reported. Vegapunk nodded, walked to the control panel, took a deep breath, and activated the core system of the Seraphim technology. Instantly, the massive machinery within the base began to operate, and flickering lights illuminated the entire room. Meanwhile, on the distant sea, YeFan's fleet was heading towards the Navy headquarters. He stood on the deck of his flagship, gazing at the distant horizon with a heart full of fighting spirit and anticipation. No matter what means the Navy uses, we will not back down. YeFan said to Isteth beside him. This war is ours to win. Isteth sneered, gripping her weapon tightly. Then let us prove everything through battle. With the activation of the Seraphim technology, the curtain of war slowly rose. The Navy and YeFan's alliance would engage in an unprecedented fierce confrontation across this vast sea. The future of the world depended on this battle. The next day, the sea was calm and bright, with blue skies and white clouds, and sunlight sprinkled over the tranquil surface of the water, as if gilded with a layer of gold. However, beneath this tranquil facade lay a storm about to erupt. Countless pirate fleets approached the Navy headquarters from all directions, creating a spectacular and shocking scene. YeFan stood on his flagship, his demonic wings partially unfurled behind him, gazing resolutely towards the distant Navy headquarters. Behind him, a dense array of pirate ships formed a massive fleet, sails raised high, and flags flapping in the wind. Members of YeFan's pirate crew were in high spirits, each making final preparations for the impending battle. Next to YeFan's flagship, Doflamingo's fleet was also sailing. Doflamingo stood at the bow, cloaked in a pink feather cape, his eyes glinting with madness. His subordinates waved their weapons, filled with a thirst for battle. The Beast Pirates fleet followed closely behind. On board, Kaido's large figure was particularly noticeable, his dragon form ready to engage in battle at any moment. Kaido's crew bore fierce expressions, weapons in hand, prepared to face the enemy's assault. The Big Mom Pirates fleet was also at sea, with Big Mom standing on her symbolic massive cake ship, her curly hair billowing in the wind. Surrounded by numerous children and subordinates, each was preparing for the upcoming great battle. Her daughter, Bruli, stood nearby, silently gazing at the distant horizon. This will be an unprecedented battle, Big Mom sneered, her eyes glinting with cunning light. Let's see what tricks the Navy can pull. In the face of such a fleet, the outline of the Navy headquarters gradually emerged. The Navy headquarters fortress stood like a massive bastion on the sea, majestic and solid. However, at this moment, the Navy headquarters appeared exceptionally tense. The gathering of countless pirate fleets brought unprecedented pressure to the entire Navy. In the command center of the Navy headquarters, Marshal Aokiji stood before a giant operational map, his expression grave. He knew that this war would determine the future of the entire pirate world. All personnel, prepare. Aokiji calmly commanded. No matter how strong the opponent is, we must go all out to defend our base. Fujitora and Green Bull stood on either side of him, their gazes resolute. The Cherubim technology is ready to launch, and they believe it will be the most powerful weapon against the YeFan alliance. The pirates are already at the doorstep, and there is no turning back. Fujitora said solemnly, "In this war, we must win." Green Bull nodded in agreement. For the peace and justice of the world, we cannot retreat. At this moment, the pirate fleet has approached the naval headquarters defense line. YeFan stood on the deck of the flagship, commanding the team loudly. He knew that this battle would determine everything. "Everyone, prepare for battle," YeFan shouted, his voice filled with fighting spirit. "Today, we will show the world our power." With YeFan's command, the pirate fleet quickly launched an offensive, and the sound of fierce battle horns rang out across the sea. The great battle between the Navy and the pirates was about to break out, casting a shadow of war over the entire sea area. On the high walls of the naval headquarters, Aokiji's gaze was sharp as he watched the approaching enemy. He knew this would be an unprecedented, fierce battle, but he also firmly believed that justice would ultimately prevail. As YeFan and his pirate alliance fleet closed in on the naval headquarters, deafening cannon fire suddenly erupted. On the high walls of the naval headquarters, hundreds of laser cannons aimed at the pirate fleet, emitting a blazing light. "Fire!" Aokiji commanded, and the laser cannons instantly fired, sending hundreds of dazzling beams slicing through the sky towards the pirate fleet. Each laser contained destructive energy, accompanied by a piercing roar, and instantly struck the front row of pirate ships. "This is a laser cannon." YeFan was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the Navy would use such high-tech weapons. The pirates in the fleet were thrown into chaos as their ships were hit by the laser cannons, igniting fierce flames, and the vessels splintered apart, with thick black smoke billowing over the sea. Doflamingo, witnessing this, also showed a shocked expression. He quickly unleashed his string fruit ability, attempting to form a protective shield with strings. However, the power of the laser cannons clearly exceeded his expectations, and the shield was quickly pierced. "This is impossible." Doflamingo gritted his teeth, wondering when the Navy had mastered such powerful weapons. Kaido roared beside him, in his dragon form, trying to block the laser cannons with his massive body. However, the penetrating power of the lasers was immense, and even Kaido's dragon scales struggled to fully resist. The scales on his body were scorched, emitting a charred smell. "Damn the Navy!" Kaido seethed with rage, opening his massive mouth and breathing out scorching dragon flames to counter the laser cannons. However, the sheer number of laser cannons and concentrated firepower meant that Kaido could only barely hold on. In the midst of the chaos, YeFan quickly calmed down. He knew that what was needed now was composure and a rapid response. He spread his demon wings and commanded loudly, "Everyone, spread out and evade the laser cannon attacks." The pirate fleet quickly dispersed, reducing the chances of being targeted by concentrated fire. YeFan moved like lightning, soaring into the sky, his sharp gaze scanning the naval headquarters' defensive structures. He knew he had to find the source of the laser cannons quickly, or the fleet would face total annihilation. Just then, YeFan's eyes lit up. He saw the control center of the laser cannons. It was a tall tower, filled with various high-tech equipment and control devices. YeFan decided to take action. He used the Flying Thunder God technique, instantly appearing near the tower. "Flying Thunder God," YeFan shouted, wielding his weapon and instantly destroying the tower's defense system. The firepower of the laser cannons immediately weakened, giving the pirate fleet a chance to breathe. "Good." YeFan nodded with satisfaction, knowing this was just the beginning. The Navy clearly had more secret weapons, but he was not afraid. YeFan stood tall, his gaze firmly fixed on the naval headquarters, knowing that this battle had only just begun. Although the laser cannon attack had caught the pirate fleet off guard, under YeFan's leadership, the pirates quickly regained their morale and prepared for the ensuing battle. The confrontation between the Navy and the pirates was about to unfold, the most intense scene in this sea area. The fierce attack of the laser cannons had severely damaged YeFan's pirate fleet, with several pirate ships destroyed, and the sea was permeated with the scent of blood and smoke. Despite this, YeFan's command and decisive actions prevented the fleet from falling into greater chaos. "Everyone, follow me." YeFan's voice echoed in the sea breeze as he spread his demon wings, leading the elite troops to counterattack the naval headquarters defensive tower. Doflamingo and Kaido were also unwilling to be outdone. Doflamingo unleashed the power of his string fruit, constructing tough barriers with his powerful strings to block the laser cannon attacks. His gaze was cold and focused. "YeFan, you need to deal with the tower's defense system. We'll cover you." Kaido transformed back into his human form, wielding a giant axe, exuding a violent aura. He shouted, swinging the axe in an arc through the air, directly chopping at the base of the tower. "I'll tear this thing down." Meanwhile, YeFan used the flying thunder god technique, instantly appearing at the top of the tower. He quickly formed seals with both hands, launching several flying thunder god kunai that accurately struck the tower's key points. In a roar, the tower's defense system was completely destroyed, and the firepower of the laser cannons drastically decreased. "Well done, YeFan!" Doflamingo exclaimed, his strings quickly extending to pull YeFan back to the safety of the fleet. Kaido laughed wildly among the ruins of the tower. Finally, these annoying things are gone. However, the destruction of the laser cannons did not make the Navy's defenses slack. The naval soldiers quickly organized a counterattack, waves of fire covering the pirate fleet. YeFan knew they had to break through the Navy's defense line quickly, or the losses would be even more severe. "Everyone, concentrate fire and break through the defense line," YeFan commanded loudly, and the pirates quickly gathered. The fleet's cannons aimed at the naval headquarters and fired. The shells traced arcs through the air, landing on the Navy's defensive structures, with explosions ringing out one after another. The naval soldiers fought desperately to resist, but YeFan and his pirate alliance pressed fiercely. Kaido and Doflamingo charged ahead, while YeFan continuously used the flying thunder god technique, swiftly moving across the battlefield to strike at the Navy's critical nodes. The battle was extremely intense. The sea stained red with blood, and the smell of gunpowder filled the sky. Although YeFan's fleet suffered heavy casualties, under his and his powerful allies' leadership, they gradually approached the core area of the naval headquarters. "Keep moving forward, don't stop." YeFan's voice was powerful. He knew that the outcome of this battle would determine the future of both pirates and Navy. They had to destroy the Navy's defenses to win this war. The pirates' morale was high as they followed YeFan's command, advancing step by step. Through their efforts, the Navy's defense line gradually crumbled. After the laser cannons were destroyed, the pirate fleet's counterattack grew even fiercer, and the naval soldiers retreated in defeat. Finally, YeFan led the fleet to break through the last line of defense of the Navy, reaching the core area of the naval headquarters. Although the naval soldiers fought to the death, they gradually lost the ability to resist against the overwhelming power of YeFan and his allies. "Victory is within reach," YeFan shouted, his gaze resolute, filled with confidence for the future. Although this battle has cost them dearly, YeFan knows they are on the road to victory. Faced with the fierce counterattack from YeFan and his alliance, the Navy is plunged into chaos and anxiety. Admiral Aokiji sits in the command center, his brow furrowed, and his eyes filled with deep worry. Although the high-tech weapon, the laser cannon, showcased its impressive power upon debut, it is evidently inadequate against the monstrous YeFan and his allies.